Zero tolerance. The Football Association announces the dismissal of Lin Mo from the national team, never to be employed again. Su Province FC. The club has officially terminated its contract with Lin Mo, upholding a stance of zero tolerance towards violence in football. Why was Lin, a player of limited ability yet considerable temperament, selected for the national team? Insiders reveal Lin's professional career in the country has concluded, with clubs poised to jointly blacklist him. As news feeds flooded with updates, the top 3 trending stories today were all linked to a single name: Lin Mo. Chinese football Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, gazing out the window with a hint of bewilderment. Just yesterday, he was a member of the national team of Chinese football. In the blink of an eye, he had become the target of collective ire. To be precise, Lin Mo was selected for the U-23 national team, as the senior national team had already been eliminated from the 2018 World Cup qualifiers. Thus, this squad was preparing for the men's football qualifiers for the 2020 Olympics. The venerable Silver Fox, Marcelo Lippi, was the head coach of this team. To assist him, the Chinese Football Association had arranged for a local coaching staff. What Lippi did not anticipate was that coaching in China required not only passion, but also a keen understanding of local dynamics. In his quest to scout talented young players, Lippi traveled to various matches, assessing potential candidates. As a renowned coach, he had his own criteria for selection. A player's fame or status bore little significance. What mattered to Lippi was the player's innate talent and ability to seize opportunities, along with an essential enthusiasm for the game. After thorough evaluations, Lippi had compiled a list of prospects in his mind. However, during the selection phase, the local coaching staff provided a recommendation list filled with familiar faces, all closely tied to the coaching members. Many of the promising players Lippi had identified were dismissed by the association under various pretexts, such as not being registered or failing physical tests. It was only through Lippi's insistence that Lin Mo secured a spot on the team. At that time, Lin was still playing for the reserve team of Su Province FC. His sharp instincts near the goal and innate footballing flair deeply impressed Lippi. Consequently, in subsequent friendly matches, Lin received multiple starting opportunities. He did not disappoint Lippi's expectations. On the field, he danced with agility, conquering defenses, and quickly became a standout player. In the first match, he scored 1 goal. In the second match, he contributed 1 goal and 1 assist. In the third match, he delivered another assist. It was not merely Lin's talent that shone amidst a sea of mediocrity. It was nearly impossible not to stand out. Why hasn't a player like Lin Mo excelled at his club? Lippi's selection prowess is indeed sharp. Lin Mo is a rare gem. If the national team had more players like Lin Mo, would there be any doubt about its success? After this revelation, life became increasingly difficult for the other players on the national team. The reasoning was straightforward. They were all rather mediocre, with no one being the worst among them. Thus, fans had little to criticize. Now, suddenly a standout had emerged, prompting fans to realize, oh, so there are players in China who can actually play well. Evidently, being a standout amidst mediocrity is not necessarily advantageous, especially among those who are complacent and narrow-minded. During yesterday's training match, Lin Mo was repeatedly brought down by a young player during his offensive plays, nearly suffering injury. In a fit of anger, Lin engaged in a physical altercation with the opposing player. What should have been a straightforward cause and effect situation became complicated due to the young player's ambiguous connections with the association. Consequently, Lin Mo was ordered to leave the team that day, and a formal announcement of his dismissal from the national team was made the following day. Such a team isn't worth playing for. Lin Mo consoled himself. In truth, he had not been happy with his performances in these matches. The national team operated within a fixed clique, comprising various factions. Lin Mo had been pressured by the coach to join, lacking both friends and connections within the national team. It was only natural for him to be marginalized. After several matches, Lin found himself with scarce opportunities to possess the ball. Most of his goals and assists came from seizing chances through interceptions. Lin Mo felt no regret about his exit from the national team, save for a sense of indebtedness to Coach Lippi for his recognition. In reality, Lin Mo was not originally from Earth. He had traversed time and space to this blue planet. Here, he had neither family nor friends. Lippi's appreciation provided him warmth, prompting him to approach each match with utmost passion. Now, having left the team due to a fight, Lippi was also adversely affected. This weighed heavily on Lin Mo's conscience. Beep, 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 the phone rang, and Lin Mo answered. Lin, have you thought about your next steps? It was a call from Lippi, and Lin quickly connected. Not yet. Coach, Dad, I am sorry for the trouble I caused you. It's all right, I saw today's news. You may find it difficult to play in China now. Lippi expressed his regret. Let's take it one step at a time. If not, he'll consider playing abroad. In truth, Lin Mo felt uncertain. With neither achievements nor connections, which team would want him? Lin, I recommended you to Juventus. They've invited you for a trial. Would you be willing to go? Juventus? Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. Juventus, the Italian powerhouse, a 9-time consecutive champion. Coach, I'm willing. Lin Mo snapped back to reality and promptly agreed. Clearly, Lippi had leveraged his connections to secure Lin Mo a trial opportunity. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to give it a try. Lin, you're a talented player. You should continue pursuing football. Thank you, Coach. I will not disappoint your expectations. After hanging up, Lin Mo suddenly heard a ding in his mind. Ding. The host has received an invitation for a trial in one of the 5 major leagues, activating the Football Superstar Achievement System, binding to the host. Ding. Binding successful, the initial binding grants 1 lottery chance. Would you like to draw? What? A system? Lin Mo's expression brightened. As expected, there must be a system when one traverses a course, they'll draw. At that moment, a lottery interface reminiscent of FIFA games appeared in Lin Mo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Pele Superstar card. Pele? The king of football? Lin Mo was astonished, his eyebrows raised in disbelief. Though he had traveled to Earth, he was well-versed in the football history of this planet. The King Pele was undoubtedly the greatest superstar in history. Only usable once? Upon examining the attributes of the superstar card, he discovered it had a single-use limit. 1 time is sufficient. All I need is to pass the trial. Chapter 2. Without your father, you are worthless. Host. Lin Mo. Height. 185 centimeters. Weight. 60 kilograms. Speed. 75 ball control. 73 explosiveness. 70 shooting. 81. Physicality. 60. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Is the system malfunctioning? A physicality score of only 60? With a height of 185 centimeters, surely he should not merely scrape by. Observing the assessment data provided by the system, Lin Mo felt a profound skepticism. Beep. System assessment incorrect. Adjustments have been made. Now that seems more accurate. Lin Mo smiled slightly, but his grin quickly faltered. Physicality, 52. WTF? Is this system messing with me? Lin Mo felt as though he were being toyed with. In truth, the system's evaluation was well-founded. While Lin Mo stood tall at 185 centimeters, he weighed a mere 60 kilograms. To the untrained eye, his slender physique and delicate features resembled that of a model rather than a football player. No one would ever associate him with the term football athlete. Yet, this was hardly Lin Mo's fault. As a time traveler, he was still acclimating to his new surroundings. Fortunately, he was gradually adjusting and given more time. He believed he could develop a robust physique. Setting aside the matter of physicality, Lin Mo noted that his abilities, as indicated by the system, were quite commendable. At least, that was his perspective. He also discovered a points shop within the system, featuring cards to enhance various skills: speed cards, shooting cards, dribbling cards. However, these required points for exchange. Speed 2, 1,000 points. Shooting 2, 2,000 points. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could elevate all his skills to 100, would he not become the best on Earth? But how does one acquire points? Win an official match 100, score a goal 100, assist 50, league champion 1,000, Champions League champion 5,000. As Lin Mo did a rough calculation, an urge to curse arose within him. For instance, to increase his speed by 2 points, he would need to win 10 matches, score 10 goals, or achieve 20 assists. If I were that strong, why would I even need you? Is there no quicker method to earn points? The system remained silent for a moment before finally revealing. Friendly reminder. The system will periodically provide hidden tasks, and upon completion, the host may receive a lottery opportunity. The system seemed to possess a profound understanding of the art of persuasion, delivering a slap followed by a sweet date. Lin Mo rolled his eyes and exited the system. At that moment, he was seated on a plane bound for Turin. His football journey in the Dragon Kingdom had reached an impasse, and this trial opportunity with Juventus was akin to a final lifeline. He had no path of retreat. Through the airplane window, Lin Mo cast one last glance at the land of the Dragon Kingdom. When you begged me to return. After a lengthy 15-hour journey, the plane finally arrived in Turin. Hey, are you Lin Mo? Upon exiting the terminal, a man with a small mustache approached him. That's me. You must be Perry? Lin Mo extended his hand in greeting. Perry, a former assistant to Lippi, was currently working in the scouting department at Juventus. As Lin Mo was new and unfamiliar with the surroundings, Lippi had arranged for Perry to pick him up. Honestly, Lin, I believe your chances of staying with Juventus are rather slim. Perry, being a scout by profession, instinctively sized Lin Mo up upon their first meeting. Perry, if every team judged players solely by appearance, then Messi would never have become a world champion. Lin Mo shrugged in response. Haha, that's true. Perry ceased further comments and drove Lin Mo directly to the training base. Vinovo Base, one of Italy's most advanced training facilities, hosted Juventus's women's team, U23, and various youth squads for training and matches. Today's trial would also take place here. During the drive to Vinovo Base, Perry explained the details of the trial to Lin Mo. First, Lin Mo would undergo a series of tests, including speed, strength, ball control, and more. Trainers would score each skill, which would then be combined with the player's performance in training matches for a comprehensive evaluation. Ultimately, they would determine who would remain. 30 players. One spot. Even though he had prepared for this, Lin Mo felt a jolt of anxiety. Indeed, only one player can remain from the 30 trialists, and even then, there's no guarantee of joining Juventus. Perry preemptively warned Lin Mo Juventus welcomed a multitude of trial players annually, drawn from around the globe. However, it was widely understood that very few of these trialists would make the cut. The reasoning was straightforward. Those with considerable talent had already been scouted long ago. By the way, there is another player from the Dragon Kingdom on today's trial list, Perry mentioned casually. Oh, which club is he from? Players participating in trials required recommendation letters from their respective clubs. Lin Mo's opportunity was akin to a backdoor entry. I'm not sure, but I've heard he has some connections. Oh, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, recalling that during his time with the national team, he had heard rumors about a certain leader's son from the Football Association trying out for a specific club. Could it be such a coincidence? Approximately 15 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of the Vinovo training base. Hey, isn't that the worthless player who was expelled from the national team? What is he doing here? As Lin Mo stepped out of the car, a mocking voice reached his ears. Is it you? Lin Mo frowned, recognizing the voice. Madali, a member of the U19 national team, whose father held a significant position in the Football Association. Lin Mo, you couldn't make it in your own country, so you've come abroad to swindle and deceive. Is this a place for someone like you? Madali taunted, his eyes openly filled with disdain. They had briefly been teammates in the national youth team, where Madali, due to his father's influence, had often belittled Lin Mo. After Lin Mo had retorted a few times, Madali had taken a personal grudge against him. Humph, if someone like you can come, why can't I? Lin Mo refused to coddle him and shot back. Haha, I advise you to find a place to wash dishes, at least you won't starve. Competing with me? Do you truly think you stand a chance? Madali laughed arrogantly, exuding an air of misplaced confidence. Want to hear the truth? Speak. Without your father, you are worthless. What the hell did you say? Madali's expression shifted, anger brewing within him as he prepared to retaliate. Oh, by the way, your father is utterly worthless. You. Madali's face twisted in fury, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Lin, let's see how this unfolds. If you manage to pass this trial, I swear I'll take your surname. Chapter 3. Instead of waiting for opportunities, take initiative. Lin. What happened? By the time Polly parked the car and approached, Madali had already left. It's nothing, just gained a godson, Lin Mo casually replied, following Polly into the Vinovo training facility. The predominant colors of the Vinovo training center are black and white, which are not only the colors of football but also the colors of Juventus. The Zebra Legion trains, rests, and dines here, receiving the finest recuperation. Thus, Vinovo is often referred to as the heart of Juventus. Lin Mo had no time to explore the facility, as the trial period was about to commence, and he still needed to complete the physical assessment. The assessment included tests for speed, strength, and agility, with scoring ranging from A to D. After a series of evaluations, the trainer, expressionless, marked the forms and walked away without a glance at Lin Mo. Polly. How did the physical assessment go? Lin Mo, sprawled on the grass and panting, inquired. You might want to focus on the match instead. The trainer's reaction suggested that the results were rather disheartening. However, Lin Mo had anticipated this outcome. his physical talent could only be described as mediocre. After crossing over to this world, his abilities had been somewhat diminished. Fortunately, he had a secret weapon. There were 30 participants in the trial, and 6 were eliminated during the physical assessment. Lin Mo ranked 23rd, just making it to the competition phase. The remaining 24 were divided into 2 teams for a showdown. A scouting group consisting of scouts and assistant coaches would evaluate each player's performance. The individual with the highest overall score would have the opportunity to stay. The teams were quickly formed, and Lin Mo was placed in the yellow-vested group. Opposite him, Ma Dali, clad in a blue vest, cast a menacing glare. Looking at the rosters, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown. The yellow-vested side was frail and short, resembling the uneven Apennine Mountains. In stark contrast, the blue-vested team was composed of robust players, many hailing from European countries. The comparison between the 2 teams was akin to that of a ragtag group versus a professional army. Albert, who arranged these teams? Polly asked the trial coordinator. Sensing something amiss. It was decided by a lottery, Albert shrugged, feigning fairness. However, anyone with discernment could see that there was something fishy about the arrangement. While the match would showcase individual skills, being consistently pressured by the opposing team would make it difficult for any player to shine. At this point, Lin Mo had little to say. Lin, if you kneel and apologize to me now, I might consider allowing you to join my team. Ma Dali boasted during the pre-match handshake, wearing a smug expression. You needn't bother, godson. Just take care of yourself. Who the hell are you calling godson? Ma Dali glared. Ready to explode, but the referee was watching them closely. Just wait, you'll be the one begging later. With the referee's whistle, the practice match commenced. Use the skill card. As soon as the match began, Lin Mo focused his thoughts. Buzz. Lin Mo's body quivered rapidly, and in an instant, everything around him felt different. The vision, the sensations. Lin Mo was astounded, a surge of confidence and ease enveloping him. The skill card had endowed him with the abilities of Pele, granting him the temporary prowess of the football king. The blue team launched the first attack, leveraging their physical and overall capabilities to seize control of the match effortlessly. In competitive sports, physical attributes provide a natural advantage. The yellow team struggled not only in confrontations, but also displayed glaring defensive weaknesses, playing without cohesion. After all, this was the first time these 11 players had teamed up, and the evident disparity in their abilities made their struggles understandable. Lin Mo played as a left winger. Even with the king's abilities, without possession of the ball, he could only be left anxious. In contrast, Ma Dali thrived, frequently advancing from his defensive position, with teammates willingly passing him the ball. Yet, Ma Dali's technique was woefully inadequate. On one occasion, a teammate set him up perfectly, only for him to launch a wild shot into the sky, completely unmarked. Damn this field, Ma Dali lamented, kicking at the grass. His ability to deflect blame mirroring that of the national team. This is not a sustainable approach. Lin Mo resolved to take action and suddenly dashed back towards his own half. Instead of waiting for opportunities, he would take the initiative. With only 30 minutes for the practice match, every second was precious. Ma Dali, eager to showcase himself, disregarded his defensive responsibilities, relentlessly attacking. Once again, he received the ball in the forward position and charged towards the yellow team's penalty area. Suddenly, an agile figure emerged from the crowd, cleanly intercepting the ball from behind amidst the astonished shouts of players. What? Ma Dali felt a chill beneath him, looking down to find the ball had vanished. Damn it. Why didn't anyone warn me? Ma Dali completely overlooked that it was his own negligence. He turned and loudly questioned. However, the blue team players had no time for his complaints, for Lin Mo had already seized the ball and was sprinting forward. Such incredible speed. The members of the scouting group were taken aback. Lin Mo had raced back from the midfield to the penalty area, overtaking 7 or 8 blue team players with astonishing speed. Moreover, after winning the ball, Lin Mo launched a counterattack. Although the blue team's players were not particularly quick to react, they still had 7 or 8 players positioned in front of him. Lin Mo skillfully flicked the ball up, balancing it on his head as he surged forward. Is that the seal dribble? The scouting group gasped in astonishment. The seal dribble, as the name suggests, involves a player using their head, shoulder, or chest to repeatedly touch the ball while advancing, evading the opponent's defense. This was a classic move of the football king Pele. At that moment, Lin Mo elegantly maneuvered through the crowd, maintaining possession of the ball atop his head, despite its seemingly simple appearance. This move required immense physical coordination and a keen understanding of defensive strategies. Lin Mo's execution of the seal dribble was both proficient and graceful, leaving the blue team players dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting to resort to tactical fouls to impede him. "What the hell are you all staring at? Hurry up and take him down," Ma Dali shouted in frustration, completely neglecting his role as a defender. Lin Mo navigated through the throng, accelerating past the last defender and calmly shooting at the goal with the goalkeeper in sight. Swish. Am I seeing things? This kid just took on the entire opposing team single-handedly. Chapter 4. The yellow-skinned king of football. Pele. The members of the review panel exchanged astonished glances, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. The seal-like dribble required an extraordinary sense of the game and remarkable coordination. How had he accomplished it? This sense, this speed, this awareness. When had the Dragon Kingdom produced such a football prodigy? Surely, I must be imagining things. Did I just witness a yellow-skinned Pele on the field? The once placid review panel suddenly erupted into lively chatter. Lin Mo exhibited an exceptionally high level of football prowess, leaving the spectators in awe. The number 11 of the yellow team might merely be a fluke, but the number 3 of the blue team performed consistently well, adept in both offense and defense. Showing promise. Albert interjected abruptly. The panel members exchanged confused glances. Ma Daley was indeed the number 3 of the blue team. Just over a minute ago, he had been thoroughly outplayed by Lin Mo on both ends of the field. The number 3 of the blue team. Quite enthusiastic, the members concluded, struggling to provide any substantial feedback. However, even the most discerning observers could see that Ma Daley's skill level fell significantly short of Lin Mo's. Damn it. Has this guy been on steroids? He runs faster than a rabbit. Ma Daley fumed, his frustration boiling over after being utterly outmatched on both offense and defense. Hey, how are you defending? Why didn't you take him down just now? Ma Daley angrily questioned his teammates, seemingly oblivious to how the goal had unfolded. Strangely, the blue team players merely frowned, ultimately choosing not to retaliate. If he dares to take the ball again, I'll tackle him hard, break him if I must. Ma Daley declared with a menacing air, embodying the spirit of a ball hog. The blue team players exchanged looks, remaining silent. No wonder the king of football skill card boasts such power. Incredible, Lin Mo mused. With the enhancement from Pele's ability, his personal skills and awareness had surged immensely. Were it not for his slender physique holding him back, Lin Mo's performance could have been even more astonishing. Soon enough, the training match resumed, with the blue team gaining possession. "Give me the ball." Ma Daley, still simmering from humiliation, charged forward into the attacking half, desperately demanding the ball from his teammates. "Good grief, have you just invented a new style of play for center-backs?" Lin Mo chuckled, having initially intended to target Ma Daley himself. To his surprise, the latter had come knocking on his door. "Don't you dare call me that, huh?" Ma Daley, furious and ready to unleash a tirade, suddenly felt an unsettling chill between his legs. The ball was gone. You trickster. Take him down." Ma Daley was seething, having intended to reclaim his pride in this offensive play, only to find himself unable to traverse even half the field. "Watch how your father plays." Lin Mo skillfully controlled the ball, weaving through the crowd with finesse. It was evident that the blue team players were earnestly trying to defend, yet their movements seemed a beat too slow against Lin Mo's rapid pace. "What an impressive synergy between man and ball," Perry exclaimed, as Lin Mo navigated through defenders. The ball appeared almost glued to his feet. Ordinarily, defenders should outrun the ball carrier, yet Lin Mo dashed ahead, pursued by a throng of blue-vested players, the gap widening further. Perry nodded repeatedly, unable to resist capturing the moment on his phone. Is this yellow team number 11 about to take on 10 opponents single-handedly? This prowess is a sheer dimensional assault. Yet, I have never heard of such a figure emerging from the Dragon Kingdom. They were known as a football desert, where even gold would be buried beneath the sand. As the review panel members murmured among themselves, they recalled that players from the Dragon Kingdom attempting trials had struggled to control the ball even from 10 meters away. Never had they encountered a talent of such caliber. Amidst a chorus of astonishment, Lin Mo had traversed past 9 opponents, charging into the blue team's penalty area. The blue team's retreating center-back swallowed hard, trembling. Damn it, why is it always me? Just 5 minutes earlier, he had been outpaced by Lin Mo, rendered futile in his defense. Unfortunately, once again, he found himself stranded at the back of the defense. "This guy is far too fast. There's simply no way to stop him," the blue center-back lamented, just as Lin Mo surged into the penalty area and executed a delicate chip over him. The defender watched helplessly as the ball sailed over his head, then heard a whoosh. The ball shot toward the goal and Oppo's dead corner like a bolt from a crossbow. Swish. The chip shot soared through the air, striking a precise angle. the ball's speed rendering the goalkeeper immobile, who could only watch in disbelief as it nestled into the net. Brilliant goal! The review panel members applauded, unable to contain their admiration. Such a spirited strike. How much more potential does number 11 possess? They gushed over the spectacular play, filled with praise in their notes. Humph. All flair. He could have simply shot for the far corner. Why the need for a chip? Seems like mere showboating to me, Albert scoffed, marking a large X on the record sheet. Football is a team sport. If one player can solve the problem alone, why field 11? The members of the review panel exchanged glances, their pens pausing in unison. Albert was not only the head of the trial, but also the deputy director of the scouting department, and many panel members were his direct subordinates. Who felt compelled to heed his judgment? Damn it! How did he score again? What kind of defense is this? Maudalii and Amp, Oppos, as face turned a deep shade of crimson, venting his ire at his teammates. Hey, wasn't it you who just lost possession? One blue player snapped back, unable to hold their tongue. Isn't conceding a goal common in football? You had 7 or 8 teammates behind you. How could you not stop a single player? Maudalii seemed to believe himself justified, unleashing a torrent of expletives. Good grief, with your level of play, how dare you criticize your teammates? Lin Mo, having just celebrated with his teammates, returned to the half and couldn't resist commenting. Mind your own business. And, who the hell are you calling good grief? Maudalii, already agitated, faced a mounting embarrassment after 2 consecutive turnovers to Lin Mo treasure the remaining time in this match. Soon enough, you may find yourself renamed Lin Dalii. Chapter 5. A virtue. If you can't kick, then use your feet, Lin. Do you truly believe that playing well will secure your place at Juventus? How naive you are. With a mocking grin, Maudalii leaned closer to Lin Mo's ear and whispered, to be frank, my father has already made arrangements. This match is merely a formality. In the end, the only one remaining will be me. Your father, that worthless creature, holds such power? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and replied with a cold smirk. Feel free to curse all you want. After this match, you'll be nothing but a stray dog. Maudalii laughed arrogantly, casting glances at Lin Mo, hoping to see anger on his face. But his expectations were dashed. Lin Mo stretched his body, revealing a knowing smile. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to discuss. Lin Mo had not anticipated the extent of the Football Association's influence. Initially, he aimed to pass the trial smoothly, but Maudalii's words ignited a desire to stir up some commotion. Beep. The match resumed. This time, Maudalii played it safe, retreating to the back of the formation. Yet, Lin Mo had no intention of allowing him such comfort. With an impressive anticipation, Lin Mo intercepted the ball again. The blue team seemed to have lost their morale, offering only token resistance before Lin Mo breached their midfield defense. Just in time, Maudalii, finally in position, sought to showcase his defensive prowess. But did he possess any? Hey, son, your father has arrived. As Maudalii charged towards him, Lin Mo deftly nudged the ball through his legs. What? Maudalii's expression froze, feeling as though a shadow had zipped past him. He barely had time to react. You. Maudalii turned, his curse yet to escape his lips when the ball slipped through his legs once more. Damn. Again? Maudalii was becoming frantic, feeling like a headless fly, having been humiliated repeatedly in mere seconds. Haha, does this resemble monkey tricks from the Dragon Country? The number 3 from the blue team was shockingly amateurish, his reaction speed barely sufficient to challenge a 3-year-old. The number 11 from the red team moved with such rapidity that he rendered the blue number 3 as immobile as a tree stump. The review panel buzzed with excitement, fully engaged in the spectacle. Yet, Albert remained stoic, deep in thought. On the field, having been toyed with, Maudalii seethed with anger. In a moment of desperation, he viciously aimed a kick at Lin Mo's ankle. Fortunately, Lin Mo reacted swiftly, evading the attack in time. Indeed, players from the national team all share this quality. Lin Mo scoffed, seemingly unfazed. This action was utterly disgraceful. Pele, unable to bear the sight, quickly addressed Albert. Isn't this just a normal tackle? Besides, he didn't even make contact. Albert remained impassive, feigning ignorance. Pele frowned and discreetly activated his camera. Maudalii's attempt to tackle failed, in Lin Mo's eyes. Maudalii's movements appeared as if in slow motion, making evasion nearly effortless. The goal loomed close, and the blue team's defense was preoccupied with Lin Mo, oblivious to the yellow team's players flanking them. Simply scoring was not enough. He aimed to rack up assists as well. Lin Mo flicked his ankle and delivered a surgical pass, precise and hidden. What a beautiful pass! The members of the review panel gasped in astonishment. This delivery was both concealed and incisive, with Lin Mo's gaze directed elsewhere, a feint to mislead. Unfortunately, the receiving player seemed nervous and missed the close-range opportunity. My apologies. Lin, the number 7 from the yellow team, said, extending a thumbs up. The pass was perfect. I squandered the chance. It's all right. Even Messi can't guarantee every one-on-one will result in a goal, Lin Mo replied, patting his teammate's shoulder with a genuine smile that alleviated any pressure. The blue players observed this exchange, subtly glancing at Ma Darii, silently shaking their heads. All being players from the Dragon Country, how could there be such a disparity? The training match was nearing its conclusion, yet Lin Mo showed no signs of ceasing his offensive. He moved about the field like a sprite, his presence felt everywhere. His long runs, powerful shots from distance, and incisive passes. Lin Mo's attacking repertoire was diverse. Not only did he score, but he also orchestrated the team's offensive plays. The yellow team's enthusiasm surged, fully ignited by his prowess. Within mere minutes, Lin Mo had provided 2 assists. Just moments ago, doubts about Lin Mo's style as a ball hog had dissipated, leaving no room for criticism. Lin Mo had become the brightest star on the field, overshadowing everyone else. This only fueled Ma Darii's jealousy. Since you refuse to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless. A malicious glimmer flickered in Ma Darii's eyes. As Lin Mo, unaware and poised to receive the ball, prepared himself, Ma Darii suddenly charged, delivering a brutal kick aimed at Lin Mo's ankle. Watch out. Someone nearby instinctively shouted. Still coming for more? Lin Mo's eyes turned icy, feigning ignorance as he received the pass and turned. Facing Ma Darii's flying tackle, Lin Mo leapt in panic. Ah! The field echoed with 2 cries of anguish. Lin Mo was sent sprawling, crying out in pain, while Ma Darii clutched his ankle, writhing in agony. What? The members of the review panel stood in shock. What on earth was number 3 doing? This was entirely unnecessary. Such an act was utterly reprehensible, seemingly aimed directly at Lin Mo. Number 11 mustn't be injured. He is a rare talent. The review panel members murmured, their concerns primarily for Lin Mo's well-being. The team doctor rushed onto the field, assessing both players' conditions. Lin, did you set me up? Ma Darii, that was excessively brutal. It was nothing short of a career-ending move. The 2 cried out in unison, each more pitiful than the other. The review panel members were unable to remain seated, rushing onto the field to inspect the situation. At that moment, a rather comical scene unfolded. Lin Mo was surrounded by a throng of people, including team doctors and yellow team players, along with several blue team players and review panel members. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Ma Darii was isolated, with only Albert and his assistant nearby, as everyone else kept their distance. Mr. Albert, you witnessed his vile conduct. I demand his immediate expulsion from the training facility and that his misdeeds be reported to all clubs. Chapter 6, The Thug Exposed. Nationwide boycott. After the team doctor examined the injuries of both players, he provided an initial assessment. Lin Mo had superficial abrasions, while Ma Darii sustained soft tissue and ligament damage around his ankle, requiring further evaluation. From the doctor's conclusion, it was evident who bore the brunt of the injury. A superficial abrasion doesn't mean there aren't deeper injuries, does it? Your conclusion is rather hasty. Lin Mo protested immediately. Lin, you intentionally harmed me, and I will sue you. Ma Darii appeared genuinely injured, grimacing even while speaking. Go ahead and sue. Let us see if the police in Apennine will heed your words. Lin Mo shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. The incident occurred when Ma Darii tackled him from behind, a move fraught with danger. Lin Mo could only describe his reaction as instinctive. Regardless of perspective, it should not be deemed Lin Mo's fault. The abrupt injuries interrupted the training match. Notably, the injured players were among those with promising prospects. Deputy Director, what do you think? A member of the review committee found himself at a loss. Albert remained silent for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Mo. Lin Mo has severely violated the trial regulations, intentionally harmed another player, and should be stripped of his trial qualifications. He is to be expelled from the base immediately and never re-employed. What? Intentionally harmed? The members of the review committee, including Pele, were taken aback by this statement. Mr. Albert, Lin's reaction was merely instinctive. Ma tackled him from behind, and had Lin not jumped, he could have severely injured his ankle. Pele interjected, unable to remain silent. Indeed, it shouldn't be classified as intentional harm. I also believe that player 11 is not that kind of person. His playing style is quite clean. Deputy Director, I think. Enough. Albert's sudden sharp retort commanded authority. Can't you see the severity of Ma's injury? Higher ranks can crush the lesser. Albert's piercing gaze swept across, silencing the murmurs. Lin Mo has 30 minutes to leave the training base. We will issue a statement about today's events, serving as a warning to other clubs. Once Albert made this declaration, an air of shock enveloped the room. Mr. Albert, isn't that a bit too severe? Pele furrowed his brow. He had expected that Lin Mo would merely fail the trial and could seek opportunities with other clubs. However, Albert's actions not only closed the door on Lin Mo joining Juventus but might also sever his football career in Apennine altogether. I do not believe someone devoid of basic morals can become a professional player, Albert remarked coldly, showing no sign of reconsideration. But, Pele, there is no need to plead on my behalf. Lin Mo, supported by his teammates, limped forward. Mr. Albert, do we have a personal vendetta? Do you think someone like you is worth my remembrance? Albert scoffed disdainfully, openly expressing his contempt. Then why have you targeted me since the trial began? While favoring my daily eye, Lin Mo squinted suspiciously, causing Albert to bristle. What nonsense are you spouting? Security, remove him immediately. Albert barked angrily. Yet, Lin Mo keenly noticed a flicker of panic cross Albert's face. With scum like you around, it's better not to join Juventus. Lin Mo sneered before striding away. Albert seethed with anger. Immediately notify all clubs. I want him to be notorious in Apennine. That evening, at a hotel in Turin. Lin, you were too impulsive today. Pele paced anxiously, his brow furrowed. Are you referring to the tackle? No, that tackle was fine. I have long disapproved of Modeli's behavior. I mean, you shouldn't have insulted Albert. Initially, Pele intended to leverage connections to defend Lin Mo. However, the situation worsened as Albert communicated Lin Mo's alleged misdeeds to the higher-ups. Now, Lin Mo not only faced failure in the trial but risked significant repercussions throughout the European football scene. Surely, he cannot wield that much influence? You don't understand. Albert is the deputy director of scouting, well-connected, and has ties to the upper echelons of the team. Pele slapped his forehead, realizing the predicament had become dire. Pele, can we contact the other trial players from today? Lin Mo suddenly inquired. They all registered their information. We should be able to reach them. Why do you ask? I believe they might know something. We need to. Lin Mo formulated a plan, pulling Pele into a discussion. Meanwhile, in a private villa in Turin, Modeli, his foot heavily bandaged, was enjoying a cigarette and a beer. Ma, how is this photo? A bespectacled man handed him a picture. Why is it so blurry? Can't you find a clearer one? Modeli frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. The training ground's camera equipment is outdated. This is the clearest shot we have. The bespectacled man replied helplessly. Fine, send it to all newspapers and media. I want to see this news on the front page tomorrow. The next day, a news story swept through the sports circles in the Dragon Kingdom, quickly becoming the focal point. Thug exposed. Lin Mo maliciously tramples the hope of the national football team during a trial, tarnishing the reputation of Dragon Kingdom football. The Football Association responds, we will rigorously investigate the violent incident involving Lin Mo and take measures to ban him. Nationwide boycott. Fans unite in calling for the Football Association to prohibit Lin Mo from participating in any football activities. Lin has injured someone again. And it's the hope of the national team? This guy can't stay out of trouble even after being expelled? Is Juventus blind to want such a player? What was once mere speculation was now confirmed. This individual was indeed a violent presence on the field. Numerous newspapers and sports media published a photo depicting Lin Mo forcefully trampling on another player's ankle, a sight that sent chills down the spine. Simultaneously, within Turin and Apos' local sports community, this photo circulated rapidly. Lin, it and Apos' bad, you and Apos, re in the news. Pele rushed into the hotel room early in the morning, phone in hand. Anxiety etched on his face. What is going on, Pele? I'm still adjusting to the time difference. Lin Mo yawned, still groggy. Several football clubs in Turin are banding together to blacklist you. Chapter 7. There is always a way out. Pele wore a grave expression. As the unfolding events had far exceeded his expectations, he had a close relationship with Lippi and was genuinely eager to assist Lin Mo. Having witnessed Lin Mo's exceptional skills that surpassed his peers, he was convinced of the young man's potential. Unfortunately, he had offended Albert, which effectively jeopardized his own career. Is that so? Lin Mo replied with a nonchalant arch of his brow, seemingly unfazed. Ever since he encountered Modeli in Vinovo, he had anticipated such an outcome. Initially, he had hoped to set aside past grievances for the greater good, to join forces with him and represent Longguo in the World Cup. To be fair, Modeli was among the more skilled players of their generation. Football being a team sport, individual prowess alone could not propel a national team to success. Not even Pele could achieve that. Why should I worry? I've already been excluded from the national team, Lin Mo shrugged, dismissing the matter. He felt a twinge of self-mockery and expressed his sympathy for Belika. Are you not the least bit concerned? This is about your fate, Pele said, astonished by the young man's demeanor. Offending Albert was tantamount to signing his own death warrant in the football world. Why should I be worried? Lin Mo spread his hands. As far as I know, in your Apennines, Torino is not the only football club, and Serie A is not solely represented by Juventus. What do you mean? Pele's mouth fell agape in surprise. This young man exhibited an unsettling calmness, his maturity far exceeding that of his contemporaries. If anyone else were to receive such news, they would likely be engulfed in despair. Yet, Lin Mo remained composed. What kind of confidence allowed him to maintain such poise? Was he truly only 17? Wherever I may not be welcome, there will always be a place for me elsewhere. I intend to forego joining Juventus and will pursue a trial with Inter Milan. Lin Mo declared decisively. At that moment, although Juventus had dominated for 9 consecutive years, they were beginning to falter, while Inter Milan was on the rise. Moreover, the current owner of Inter was from Longguo, which he believed was the ideal starting point for his career. With only 3 days remaining on his Pele experience card, he was determined to complete the task of joining a professional team and thus unlock the system's lottery feature. Pele fell into silence. Emotionally, he was a die-hard Juventus supporter. Inter Milan was their arch-rival. He was reluctant to see a talent like Lin Mo join their foes. However, from a coaching perspective, Lin Mo was undoubtedly a rare gem in the world of football. To let such talent go to waste would be a grievous misstep. Very well, Lin Mo. Since you have made up your mind, I shall support you, Pele sighed. Thank you, Lin Mo said gratefully, shaking Pele's hand. He was genuinely touched. They were essentially strangers, having only recently met through Lippi's introduction. Yet, Lin Mo could feel the sincerity in Pele's demeanor, which was indeed a rare quality. By the way, Lin Mo, I have found the person you asked me to help locate. Pele suddenly shifted the conversation, nearly forgetting the matter in his earlier concern for Lin Mo. This was indeed a piece of good news for Lin Mo, really? That is wonderful. Where are they now? Lin Mo inquired eagerly. The timing of this news was impeccable. Only by exposing the conspiracy between Belika and his father, Lishan, could he clear his name and establish himself in the venerable football culture of the Apennines. Otherwise, he would forever bear the stigma of being a football thug. Even if he ultimately joined Inter Milan, his prospects would be bleak, with everyone scrutinizing him through a lens of prejudice. In this era, public opinion could drown anyone in a sea of condemnation, a truth Lin Mo understood all too well. Thus, Pele's assistance was crucial. Soon, Lin Mo followed Pele to a local youth football training camp. Many young Italian players emerged from such training grounds, while countless others, lacking the requisite skill, found themselves unable to secure contracts with clubs, ultimately bidding farewell to their football dreams. Pele led Lin Mo to the training ground, where Lin Mo quickly spotted several tall players with golden hair. Indeed, they were the same players who had trialed alongside him the previous day, grouped with Belika. Upon seeing Pele and Lin Mo approach, they ceased their training and gathered around the two. Good day, Mr. Pele. This must be Lin Mo. A pleasure to meet you. One of them greeted warmly. Lin Mo, it's a delight to see you, they chimed in unison. Clearly, Pele had prepped them. As they exhibited no surprise upon meeting Lin Mo, rather, they were eager to shake his hand, their enthusiasm palpable, as if they were old friends. Lin Mo's phenomenal skills had thoroughly impressed them. Taken aback by their warmth, Lin Mo felt a sense of ease wash over him. Despite this being only their second encounter, it seemed that football truly was a universal language, forging bonds akin to those of long-lost friends. Lin Mo, feel free to converse with them. I shall wait over there, Pele suggested, stepping aside to avoid influencing their discussion. Lin Mo found himself momentarily at a loss for words, faced with the delicate topic of the Longguo Football Association scandal. However, it was the young players from Torino who broke the silence first. Lin Mo, we know why you're here. Frankly, Belika has gone too far. He's nothing but a scoundrel. We sympathize with you, a player named Arthur declared indignantly. Exactly. That guy has no skills of his own and resorted to bribing Albert, dragging us into his corrupt dealings to secure a spot at Juventus. I have never encountered such shamelessness. It's an affront of football, echoed another, as the chorus of outrage grew. Lin Mo, you're different. You possess genuine talent. If you manage to join a professional team, you are destined to become a star. It's truly unfortunate, they lamented, expressing their dismay at the injustice Lin Mo faced. His extraordinary skills had shattered their preconceived notions about Longguo football, revealing that exceptional talent could indeed emerge from their homeland. Fortunately, I have come to seek your assistance, Lin Mo said, his eyes sparkling with determination. Chapter 8. Journey to Milan seeking our assistance? Arthur and the others exchanged glances, uncertainty clouding their expressions. Lin Mo, I understand your desire to join a professional football club, and we wish to aid you, but we find ourselves powerless to do so. Indeed, Lin Mo, you cannot fathom the extent of Albert's influence in Turin. If he wishes to blacklist someone, it is prudent to consider a career change. A collective sigh escaped their lips, their eyes dimmed with disappointment. They assumed Lin Mo sought their help to gain entry into Juventus, a request they felt utterly incapable of fulfilling. Lin Mo chuckled heartily. You have misconstrued my intentions. I do not seek your assistance to circumvent the system. He had already resolved to depart Turin and seek opportunities in Milan. With the system's support, he believed he could carve out a niche for himself wherever he went. Oh? What do you mean? They looked at Lin Mo in unison, curiosity igniting in their eyes. To be candid, I have a score to settle with Ma Belika from the Dragon Kingdom. He is the reason I was expelled from the national team. I hope you can assist me in gathering evidence of his bribery within the team, for only then can I reclaim my honor in the Dragon Kingdom. Should you be willing to help, I promise to reward you generously. Lin Mo revealed his intentions. He had not anticipated that Ma Belika would go so far as to force him out of the national team and pursue him all the way to the Apennine Peninsula. A counterattack was imperative. Now it makes sense. Lin Mo, rest assured, we shall assist you. Indeed, it is shocking to discover that Ma Belika is such a despicable character. The money he provided us remains untouched, serving as the best evidence. In that moment, voices rose as they recounted Ma Belika's treacherous activities in detail. Despite Ma Belika's connections in the Dragon Kingdom, they were unimpressed. Their admiration lay solely with those who excelled in football, fostering an innate fondness for Lin Mo. With his request made, they were eager to help. That's splendid news, Lin Mo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This was an unexpected boon. He had not envisioned Ma Belika's audacity to such an extent. Beyond bribing scouts from Juventus, he had also attempted to manipulate numerous trial players. It explained why, during trials, Ma Belika, a defender, had brazenly abandoned his position to play as a forward, with no objections from the others. This would serve as compelling evidence to dismantle Ma Belika and his father's influence. Fortune truly favors me, Lin Mo exclaimed, slapping his thigh in exhilaration. Brothers, I cannot thank you enough. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. To Lin Mo, who now possessed the support of the system, his future in football promised to be fruitful, thus his words were not mere bravado. Thank you, Lin Mo. Your goodwill is deeply appreciated. Indeed, Lin Mo. What are your plans now? Your opportunities in Turin are undoubtedly non-existent. Concern etched their faces. Despite their brief acquaintance, they had formed a bond. The players expressed profound sympathy for Lin Mo while harboring intense disdain for Ma Belika. Do not worry about me, I have a plan. Lin Mo refrained from disclosing his intentions, wary of too many ears and the possibility of Ma Belika catching wind of his strategy. Delays could result in the expiration of his Pele experience card, leading to greater obstacles. To prevent complications, he decided to keep his plans under wraps until the situation was more favorable. Very well, Lin Mo, I wish you the best of luck. May you realize your dreams. Their encouragement filled Lin Mo with warmth, and he felt a hint of moisture at the corners of his eyes. Though they hailed from different nations and cultures, their camaraderie surpassed the bonds he had with those he considered compatriots. After embracing each of them, he departed the training grounds. Nearby, old Polly spotted Lin Mo approaching and greeted him eagerly. Lin Mo, how are things progressing? Is everything going smoothly? Lin Mo nodded, shadows of determination clouding his gaze. It was time for his retaliation. Really? That is wonderful news, Polly exclaimed, overjoyed. At last, you can cleanse the shame you've endured. His heart swelled with pride for Lin Mo. Just days before, he had struggled to comprehend why Lippi would recommend a player from the Dragon Kingdom to Juventus. Now, he was thoroughly captivated by Lin Mo's prowess on the field. Alas, Polly sighed, recognizing the grim reality. Lin Mo was now entirely ostracized in Turin. Joining Juventus, or any other team in the region, seemed a futile dream. To Polly, this was not just Lin Mo's misfortune but also a tremendous loss for Juventus. Based on his years of experience, Lin Mo was a prodigious talent. Given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly shine. Yet, lamenting the situation was futile. Lin Mo was well aware of Polly's unspoken concerns, but he dismissed them and offered comfort instead. Mr. Polly, there is no need for regret. Do you not have a saying in the West? When God closes a door, he opens a window. I believe that there is always a path forward. In that instant, Lin Mo felt an unexpected warmth towards the elderly gentleman, akin to a caring father figure. Perhaps it was due to Lippy's influence, as he was the one who had introduced Lin Mo to the world of football. Thus, he felt a similar affection for Polly. "Mr. Polly, I must take my leave. Until we meet again." Lin Mo embraced Polly warmly before resolutely exiting the youth academy. With the matters at hand settled, there was nothing left to hold him back. As for Modeli, he would eventually settle the score, but that time was not now. He needed to focus on fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system. Consequently, he expended all his remaining funds to purchase a bus ticket to Milan. "Milan, here I come." Lin Mo boarded the bus, his heart brimming with exhilaration. For him, this journey would be the beginning of a dream-seeking adventure. Chapter 9. The answer of Dragon Country Football at the headquarters of Inter Milan. In the office of the general manager, Zhang Kongyang sat with a furrowed brow, burdened by his thoughts. With his fingers intertwined and his body slightly leaned back, his gaze was filled with concern. Despite his youth and the prestigious position he held as the director of such a grand club, his days were far from comfortable. It was well known that in the Apennine Peninsula, Serie A was dominated by Juventus. In contrast, Inter Milan, another traditional powerhouse, found itself neglected and overlooked. Recently, Zhang Kongyang had expressed his grievances to the media regarding the referee's favoritism towards Juventus, which resulted in a warning from the Italian Football Federation and a hefty fine. He understood that his actions would not bring about any change, yet some words felt like fishbones lodged in his throat, demanding release. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the office. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid knock resonated, two heavy and one light. "Come in." Zhang Kongyang straightened his posture, forcing himself to appear composed. He had to maintain an image of authority before his staff. After all, he was the captain of the ship. If he faltered, the club's hopes would fade. With a creak, a tall, resolute middle-aged man entered. It was Javier Zanetti, the esteemed former captain of Inter Milan, now a member of the management team. "Zhang, I have important news," Zanetti exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Oh?" Zhang Kongyang's interest was piqued, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zanetti quickly retrieved a USB drive from his pocket and placed it on the desk. "This is a video sent by our scout Papalos from Turin. The star of the footage is a young man named Lin Mo from Dragon Country, and his skills are simply astounding," Zanetti stated earnestly. Having watched the video, he was thoroughly captivated by Lin Mo's talent. However, as the vice president of Inter Milan, he also felt a deep sense of worry. Juventus was their fiercest rival, and if a talent like Lin Mo were to join their ranks, it could spell prolonged dominance over Inter Milan for years to come. This looming prospect was the source of Zanetti's distress, prompting him to report to Zhang Kongyang at the earliest opportunity. "Dragon Country? Lin Mo?" Zhang Kongyang furrowed his brow deeply. As a compatriot of Dragon Country, he was acutely aware of the nation's football standards, which had never produced any heavyweight stars over the years. Yet, after years of working alongside Zanetti, he knew his temperament well and had never seen him so flustered. A strong sense of curiosity compelled him to open the video. Upon viewing the footage, he was utterly astonished. In truth, he had never witnessed such an exhilarating display. "Are you certain he is from Dragon Country and just 17 years old?" Zhang Kongyang gasped in disbelief. "Absolutely," Zanetti affirmed. Juventus had always been vigilant about their rivals' movements, and he had learned the importance of knowing both oneself and one's adversary. Thus, the news of Lin Mo's trial with Juventus had reached Inter Milan headquarters swiftly, resulting in the captivating video. It was rumored that the young prodigy had recently been dropped from the national team, having been introduced to Juventus through Marcello Lippi. "Is that so?" Zhang Kongyang expressed his shock. It was unbelievable that Dragon Country had finally produced such a gifted football talent, only for him to be dismissed from the national team. What on earth is the Football Association doing? No wonder Dragon Country football is in such disarray. He lamented in frustration. "By the way, Zanetti, immediately investigate this Lin Mo. I want all the information on him," Zhang Kongyang commanded decisively. Encountering such a talent, he knew he had to do everything in his power to secure him, no matter the cost. The consequences of allowing Lin Mo to join Juventus would be dire. "Understood. Zhang, I will take care of it right away." Zanetti's efficiency was well recognized by the entire club's board, and with Inter Milan's extensive scouting network throughout Europe, particularly in the Apennine region, there were no blind spots. Before long, Zanetti returned to Zhang Kongyang's office, his demeanor exuberant. "Good news, Zhang. Lin Mo was not accepted by Juventus. Instead, they signed a defender from Dragon Country named Modeli." This revelation astonished Zhang Kongyang. Juventus scouts were renowned for their discerning eye, having discovered countless stars like Zidane, Nedved, and Pogba over the years. It was inconceivable that they would make such a significant oversight. At first, Zhang Kongyang struggled to accept this news. How could this be? He muttered, grappling with disbelief. While this was indeed a rare stroke of fortune for Inter Milan, it felt eerily strange. After all, they had witnessed Lin Mo's skills firsthand. His talent was undeniable. How could Juventus have made such a critical blunder? Zanetti, quickly mobilize all our personnel. We must locate this Lin Mo immediately. We cannot allow other clubs to intercept him. Zhang Kongyang commanded, his body trembling slightly with urgency. In the past, Inter Milan had been a constellation of stars, home to countless legends. The phenomenon known as Ronaldo had been the first love of many football fans. Unfortunately, as time passed, the prestige of Apennine football had waned, and Inter Milan had gradually diminished. To revive the club, they needed to uncover another extraordinary talent. With the current allure of Inter Milan, this would be a formidable challenge. Yet, Lin Mo's emergence seemed to illuminate a glimmer of hope for Zhang Kongyang. Lin Mo, could you be the answer for Dragon Country football? Unbeknownst to both Zhang Kongyang and Zanetti, at that very moment, a bus had arrived at the coach station in Milan, marking Lin Mo's official arrival in this illustrious football city. Chapter 10, The Milan Giants compete for Lin Mo. Is this the notorious football hooligan Lin Mo? Indeed. It is he, a disgrace to the world of football, an embodiment of ignominy. Who would have thought he would arrive in Milan? Isn't it quite expected? He is now infamous, completely ostracized in Turin. As Lin Mo stepped off the bus, he was immediately engulfed by a cacophony of disparaging remarks directed at him. He was taken aback by the extent of his notoriety and could not help but marvel at Albert's influence. It seemed the entire city of Milan was discussing him. Although he remained indifferent to the opinions of others, much like an eagle unconcerned by the crows on its back, an undercurrent of anxiety shadowed his thoughts. Should the Milan Giants decide to reject him due to this controversy, it could spell the end of his football career. With no funds to seek opportunities elsewhere, he felt an immense pressure to succeed. Lin Mo resolved within himself to conquer the scouts of Inter Milan, at the very least securing a trial contract with the team. Lost in thought, he exited the bus station, only to be greeted by an entirely different scene. Welcome Lin Mo to Milan. Everywhere he looked, banners welcomed him. And the crowd was impeccably dressed in suits, exuding an air of professionalism. What could possibly be the reason for this? The stark contrast to the earlier jeers left him utterly perplexed. Who were these people, and how did they know of his arrival? As he pondered, a well-dressed Western man approached him with an effusive demeanor. As he drew closer, he greeted Lin Mo warmly. You must be Lin Mo. We have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. The man struggled to speak in Mandarin, yet his smile was sincere. Who are you? How do you know me? Lin Mo inquired, his curiosity piqued, while remaining on high alert. After all, he was in a foreign land, and his past encounters with ruthless individuals like Ma Dalai had made him cautious. Sensing Lin Mo's apprehension, the man quickly reassured him. Fear not, I mean you no harm. My name is Zanetti, and I am a representative of Inter Milan. I am here on the orders of President Zhang, who has sincerely invited you to join our club. Zanetti understood that Lin Mo, feeling as prickly as a hedgehog, would find it challenging to trust him in such circumstances. Thus, he extended an olive branch to alleviate Lin Mo's concerns. Upon learning through Juventus contacts that Lin Mo was en route to Milan, Zanetti promptly reported to Zhang Kongyang. Under Zhang's directive, he and a team of staff hurried to the station to ensure they secured Lin Mo before any rival club could intervene. After all, Milan was home to more than just Inter. Should their local adversary seize the opportunity, it would render their efforts futile. Is this truly happening? Lin Mo could hardly believe Zanetti's invitation, feeling as though he were in a dream. He had anticipated facing numerous challenges, possibly even the end of his football aspirations. The unexpected turn of events, with Zanetti personally welcoming him, was beyond his wildest dreams. Indeed, it is genuine. President Zhang has reviewed the trial footage from Juventus and holds you in high regard. He believes you will play a pivotal role in the future of Inter Milan. While Zanetti conveyed this, he privately harbored doubts about Lin Mo's potential, aware that many young prodigies had faded into obscurity. Moreover, Lin Mo's nationality raised questions about his ability to excel in football. However, he chose to keep these reservations to himself, recognizing that Zhang's authority dictated his actions. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Mo felt tears of elation welling up. It appeared his dreams were on the verge of realization. A successful contract would herald the beginning of a legendary journey, and his newfound system would finally have its purpose. There is no time to waste, Mr. Lin. Please allow us to assist you, Zanetti urged as he motioned for one of the staff to retrieve Lin Mo's bag, guiding him towards the vehicle. Wait. Suddenly, A booming voice echoed from across the square. Zanetti's heart sank. Trouble had arrived. A group of imposing figures approached, led by a man with piercing blue eyes reminiscent of the Mediterranean Sea. Lin Mo cannot leave with you. He has not yet signed with you, which means he remains a free agent. Therefore, you have no right to take him, the leader declared, gesturing for his companions to encircle Lin Mo. Paolo? What do you mean by this? Zanetti's pupils dilated in recognition. The man before him was Paolo Maldini, a high-ranking executive from their arch-rival, AC Milan. For over a decade, Inter and Milan had been fierce adversaries, and the friction between Zanetti and Maldini was palpable. What does it mean? It is quite clear. We intend to invite Mr. Lin Mo to our club for a trial. Do you have any objections? AC Milan had already learned of Lin Mo's trials in Turin and had dispatched Maldini to secure his services. This unexpected turn of events was entirely unforeseen by Lin Mo. He had assumed his infamy would make it nearly impossible to find a club willing to accept him in Italy. Yet, he now found himself the target of both Milan giants. It was indeed a surprising twist, likely exacerbated by the decline of Italian football, making him a coveted prospect. One could only imagine Albert's shock at losing a talent like Lin Mo due to his stubbornness and short-sightedness. He had presumed that if he could not claim Lin Mo, he would ruin him, but this time he had grossly miscalculated. Chapter 11. Dreams realized. It is evident to all that Lin Mo possesses remarkable football talent. Who among us would wish to overlook such a prodigy? Even if there are concerns regarding his temperament on the pitch, these imperfections do not overshadow his brilliance. This is precisely why AC Milan acted swiftly to prevent Lin Mo from aligning with Inter Milan. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Otherwise, the loss would have been substantial. At this moment, Maldini still felt a sense of luck. He had not anticipated that Inter Milan's representatives would act with such alacrity, arriving even before him. Zanetti, observing the unreasonable demeanor of Maldini, felt a surge of anger but was momentarily at a loss for a better strategy. After all, he was not wrong. Lin Mo had not yet signed with Inter Milan, rendering him a free agent. This implied that Lin Mo had the freedom to choose his destiny. Should he decide to join AC Milan, there would be little Zanetti could do. He could not simply resort to underhanded tactics. Yet, if he failed to accomplish his mission, how could he justify this to his superiors? It was regrettable that Maldini had arrived so promptly. Had he been a moment late, the task would have already been completed. It seemed that a decisive move was imperative. Otherwise, the situation would become increasingly complicated. Zanetti's mind raced. I'm sorry, but you are too late. We at Inter Milan have decided to sign Lin Mo. The contract is ready. It merely awaits his signature. Zanetti resolved to take immediate action, wielding his trump card. You wish to lure Lin Mo for a trial, but I shall forego the trial and present him with the contract directly. What? Everyone accompanying Maldini was left in utter astonishment. Such an unprecedented maneuver was simply unheard of. Zanetti's audacious approach was nothing short of sensational. It's crucial to note that while Lin Mo had demonstrated a measure of football prowess, he was merely 17, a potential talent whose future remained uncertain. Signing a contract at this stage posed considerable risks. The current climate in Italian football clubs was fraught with financial constraints, necessitating cautious expenditure. This was also the reason why AC Milan opted for a trial after witnessing Lin Mo's skills. Impulsive signings like Zanetti's were a cardinal sin in the world of football. Moreover, Lin Mo's reputation was tarnished, having been excluded from the national team, akin to handling a hot potato. Faced with Zanetti's aggressive tactics, Maldini began to waver. He could not match Zanetti's boldness by offering Lin Mo a contract outright. Shall we take our leave now? Zanetti looked at Maldini with an air of triumph, confident that Maldini would not dare to contest him. Enraged, Maldini's complexion turned pale. He had not expected Zanetti to be so formidable, and it infuriated him that he was powerless to counteract it. If he could not produce a contract on the spot, Lin Mo would effectively belong to Inter Milan, leaving him with no justification to prevent Zanetti from taking Lin Mo away. Realizing this, Maldini's face shifted in color, filled with reluctance. Yet he ultimately signaled to his staff to step aside. Zanetti, seizing the moment, let out a triumphant laugh. To be honest, he had acted impulsively by promising to present Lin Mo with a contract on the spot, shouldering immense risk. Should Lin Mo prove to be merely a name without substance, that contract would become a liability for which he would be entirely accountable. Nevertheless, the thought of inciting such frustration in his old rival Maldini made it all worthwhile. Once Maldini's entourage parted, Zanetti hurriedly escorted Lin Mo and the others to Inter Milan's training facility. At this juncture, Lin Mo could hardly believe the unfolding events. Do I really not need to undergo a trial? he asked, gazing incredulously at the legendary captain of Inter Milan. To him, everything felt surreal. He had longed to join a European club, and now it seemed to be happening with astonishing ease, especially with a prestigious club like Inter Milan. It was as if a dream had materialized into reality. Indeed, it is true. I always deliver on my promises, Zanetti assured him. Although he still harbored doubts regarding Lin Mo's capabilities, he was not one to go back on his word. It was only after Lin Mo sat in the luxurious vehicle and personally signed the contract with Zanetti that he finally believed it all to be real. From this moment forward, he was officially a member of Inter Milan. Ding! You have successfully completed the system mission and become a professional athlete. You have received a reward of 10 attribute points, which you may allocate freely, as well as one lottery draw. Would you like to proceed with the draw now? At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Lin Mo's ears. Draw. Lin Mo made his choice decisively. Although he currently possessed the skills of the legendary Pele, it was merely a temporary experience card, valid for only 3 days. With 2 days already elapsed, he was acutely aware that once the time expired, he would revert to his original state. While Lin Mo had a solid technical foundation, whether he could establish himself in the competitive landscape of European football remained uncertain. This urgency to complete the system mission was precisely why he was so eager for the draw. Securing a contract with Inter Milan had brought him immense relief, even if it involved a stroke of luck. Thus, this lottery was pivotal, potentially determining the trajectory of Lin Mo's football career. Throughout the entire lottery process, Lin Mo held his breath, his eyes fixated on the draw interface, his heart racing with anticipation. The pointer on the wheel spun rapidly. As its speed began to diminish, it seemed poised to stop at any moment. Lin Mo's heart raced with excitement as he realized it was about to land on Pele, the legendary player. Not just an experience card. If he were to draw Pele, it would mean he could potentially reach the pinnacle of footballing greatness. Stop! Stop! Lin Mo silently prayed, his heart nearly leaping into his throat, and beads of sweat forming in his palms. Chapter 12. It is not necessarily bad to have regrets, just as Lin Mo believed he was about to ascend to the pinnacle of his life. The lottery pointer hesitated briefly on the interface of the football legend Pele before gradually moving on to the next segment. To his dismay, it turned out to be a mere illusion of excitement. Lin Mo sighed and waved his hand dismissively. One must ponder in this world. Which player does not aspire to be as great as Pele? What was that? At that moment, as Lin Mo was eager to see what he had drawn, he noticed that Zanetti was staring at him with a look of bewilderment, as if he were gazing at a strange creature. Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. I just got a bit too excited about my recent contract, Lin Mo quickly explained, realizing he had startled Zanetti. He certainly could not confess to almost becoming a football king, for such a claim would be utterly incredulous, likely leading others to believe he was deranged and possibly send him to a mental institution. Zanetti shot Lin Mo a knowing glance, fully believing his words. After all, Inter Milan is one of the most illustrious clubs in the world, and Lin Mo, as a young player, had every right to be thrilled. Thus, Zanetti did not press further about Lin Mo's unusual behavior. Relieved that he had deflected the attention, Lin Mo stuck out his tongue, feeling a sense of luck. He resolved to be more cautious when interacting with the system in the future, preferably conducting such exchanges in solitude. The matter was simply too bizarre, and he feared that if others were to discover his secret, he would be at a loss for words in explaining it. Yet, he could not resist the temptation to uncover what he had drawn. He reopened the system and finally discerned the truth. He had acquired Pele's technique. What did that mean? What distinguished Pele from Pele's technique? Lin Mo found himself perplexed. However, he soon discovered an explanation within the system. It turned out that while he had not drawn Pele himself, he had obtained Pele's technique. In the realm of football, merely possessing skill is insufficient for success. Various aspects must be considered. The physical domain encompasses strength, balance, jumping ability, and agility, while the mental domain includes spirit, willpower, and focus. Additionally, football-specific skills can be categorized into techniques, dribbling, shooting, and more. At present, Lin Mo possessed solely Pele's technique. So that was it. Lin Mo nodded in partial understanding. It was indeed regrettable. He had been so close to drawing Pele in his entirety. What a boon that would have been. Nonetheless, having acquired Pele's technique was still a significant advantage, as it meant he had obtained foundational skills that others might labor a lifetime to master. In essence, his technique could very well rival the greatest in the world, even standing alongside the contemporary king of football, Messi. This was indeed a momentous piece of news for him. Moreover, this was not the end. He was still on a path of growth. His future self would only become more formidable. Indeed, the road ahead is long and winding. With this thought, Lin Mo felt a sense of contentment. At least he was fortunate in his current circumstances. Furthermore, having a slight regret may not necessarily be a misfortune, as it provides a target for future endeavors. All right. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly recalled something. During the reward for completing the task, the system had seemingly granted him 10 attribute points to allocate as he pleased. This was a precious opportunity. Lin Mo felt invigorated. Attributes were what he needed most, and those in the system shop were exorbitantly priced beyond his current means. He quietly opened his attribute panel for a glance. Host: Lin Mo, height, 185 centimeters weight, 60 kilograms speed, 75 ball control, 73 explosiveness, 70 shooting, 81 physicality, 60 available attribute points, 10. To be frank, these attributes were already quite impressive, especially for a player from Dragon Country. Lin Mo's attributes were among the elite. However, they were still insufficient for a career in professional football. Thus, the 10 attribute points were of paramount importance. Quality must be directed towards the right purpose. Yet, with only 10 points to distribute among so many attributes, Lin Mo found himself in a quandary. The system had stated that once he confirmed the allocation, the action would be irreversible. He had to make a decision with precision. Having obtained Pele's technique, it was clear that his developmental path lay in becoming a forward. After all, wasting such exceptional skills on playing as a midfielder or defender would be a travesty. So, what was the most crucial attribute for a forward? Naturally, it was shooting. Thus, Lin Mo allocated all 10 points to his shooting, elevating it to a remarkable 91. Just as he was about to press the confirm button, he hesitated again. He had noticed that his physicality attribute was a mere 60, which also required urgent improvement. Without bolstering his physicality, even the finest technique would falter under minimal pressure, rendering his skills ineffective. Regrettably, he reflected on his training. He had neglected his physical conditioning. In his homeland, the player's physical attributes were relatively similar, so he had never perceived himself as lacking in this regard. However, upon arriving in the Apennines, he discovered that the players here were all as robust as bulls. His frail physique had become glaringly apparent. It seemed he had to prioritize enhancing his physicality. Otherwise, his aspirations of joining the first team would remain a distant dream. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Mo ultimately decided to allocate the 10 points to his physicality and confirmed the change. In an instant, his physical capabilities surged to 70. Finally addressing his most significant shortcoming. Just as Lin Mo pressed confirm, he felt a noticeable transformation in his body. Wow, is it truly this miraculous? Lin Mo nearly gasped in astonishment. He noticed his chest muscles had become fuller, and for the first time, he experienced the sensation of having abs. His physique seemed more robust and defined. The feeling was utterly sublime. Had Zanetti not been beside him, he might have danced with joy. Chapter 13. Never allying with Lin Mo quickly regained his composure. It was not the time to become overly self-satisfied. He was acutely aware that the factors influencing a football career were numerous and varied, even if he possessed Pele's skills. Failing to cherish his talent as one would treasure a feather would soon lead to being overshadowed by the influx of emerging players. Upon arriving at their destination, he was instructed to alight from the vehicle. While lost in dreams of a promising future, Zanetti suddenly broke the silence. "We've arrived," he announced. Perplexed, Lin Mo gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings. He had previously watched Inter Milan matches and retained some impression of the San Siro stadium. However, the area before him was merely a collection of modest buildings, devoid of any resemblance to the grand stadium. Doubt crept in. He wondered if Zanetti was jesting. If not for the confirmation that the man before him was indeed the legendary captain of Inter, he might have considered fleeing. Yet, Zanetti's demeanor showed no hint of a joke. "This is our club's youth training camp. You will reside here," Zanetti stated flatly. What? Lin Mo was rendered speechless. He had anticipated that signing with Inter Milan would swiftly lead him to the professional leagues. But it seemed he was being sent to the youth team instead. To be candid, signing you entails considerable risk for the team. Your current abilities are insufficient to secure a position in the first team. Thus, you will initially play with our youth squad this year. I hope you do not disappoint the club's expectations. This was Zanetti's compromise. He preferred to invest heavily in signing Lin Mo rather than risk losing him to a rival club. Such strategies were commonplace among fierce city rivals in the football world. Very well, I will strive to do my best. Lin Mo chose to accept reality, acknowledging that he could not alter his situation at present. Joining the youth team might not be a disadvantage. It would allow him to accumulate statistics. He was in dire need of points to enhance his attributes, especially after experiencing the benefits they conferred. Excellent. Zanetti was pleased with Lin Mo's acceptance of the arrangement. He mistakenly believed Lin Mo lacked confidence in his skills, willingly settling for the youth team. Lin Mo, I must tell you, our youth team is among the finest in the entire Apennine Peninsula and even Europe. I hope you can diligently learn from them and not let me down. Throughout their journey to the training camp, Zanetti persistently reminded him. Rest assured, Vice President, I will not disappoint you. Lin Mo silently resolved to cherish this hard-won opportunity, aiming to make all who look down on him regret their judgment, particularly the Football Association that had expelled him from the national team. Life is sustained by a breath. A tree exists through its bark. He must prove to the world that he, Lin Mo, was no mere football hooligan. However, he had no desire to clarify anything for now. Until he achieved success, it was best to remain grounded. Thus, Lin Mo followed Zanetti into Inter Milan's youth training camp, a renowned base for young athletes that had produced superstars like Pirlo, Bergami, and Barisi. He held a deep respect for such a place and never imagined he would one day set foot here. It was something he had scarcely dared to dream. At that moment, the youth team was engaged in training, players competing for possession of the ball. Upon noticing Zanetti approaching, several keen-eyed players ceased their training and rushed toward him. Vice President, what brings you here? Are you here to assess our training? We are all very focused. We will surely secure victory in the upcoming match against Fiorentina. By the way, who is this? The players then turned their attention to Lin Mo, standing behind Zanetti. Despite having enhanced his physical attributes, he appeared quite frail compared to the robust young Europeans. His dark hair and yellow skin made him stand out awkwardly among them. Zanetti raised a hand to quiet the training. Hold on, everyone. I wish to introduce a new teammate. This is Lin Mo, our soon-to-be member from the Dragon Country. After the introduction, Zanetti looked expectantly at the players, anticipating a warm round of applause. To his surprise, they remained indifferent. A Dragon Country player? Vice President, are you serious? Why would we recruit someone from the Dragon Country who cannot play football? The speaker was the youth team's captain, Macchino, a leader and stalwart of the defense. Only he would dare to speak to Zanetti in such a manner. Isn't it obvious? Our club's owner is from the Dragon Country. He must have pulled some strings to get him here, chimed in a group of young players, clearly unwelcoming toward Lin Mo. To them, a player from the Dragon Country was an anomaly in the football world. How can this be? Football is football. It relies on genuine skill, not on backdoor dealings. This is a disgrace to the sport, Macchino declared passionately, his stance unwavering. Macchino, do I run this place, or do you? Zanetti's patience wore thin. He had not anticipated Messino's defiance, which openly challenged his authority as the club's vice president, causing him considerable embarrassment. I apologize, but I am the team captain, and my team does not welcome unskilled players. He should be sent back. If you insist on forcing him into my team, then I will resign. Macchino was unyielding, tossing his towel aside and striding toward the bench. We're not playing either. Captain, wait for me. I'm coming with you. Messino's authority was so strong that the entire team rallied in support, prepared to follow him. You. Zanetti felt a surge of frustration. Get out. All of you. Just leave. We don't need you here. His anger boiled over. He had fought hard to secure Lin Mo from the Milan club, only to be met with such hostility from the players, especially in front of everyone. It was intolerable. Chapter 14. A showdown approaches Esnche in a fit of anger. Cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Every player's gaze fixated upon him, disbelief etched on their faces. It was astonishing that Esnche would demand their departure for the sake of a player from the Dragon Kingdom. This was indeed his pronouncement. Maccanoni was the first to regain his composure, gesturing towards a group of players behind him. Brothers, follow me. In an instant, several players were ready to accompany Maccanoni in leaving. Witnessing this, Esnche's assistant grew increasingly anxious. Vice President, this cannot stand. Maccanoni is our team's most promising young talent. We cannot let him go. Indeed, Vice President. If he leads these players to join AC Milan, it would be a tremendous loss for us. The mere mention of AC Milan sent a shiver down Esnche's spine. Come back, he exclaimed involuntarily. These players represented the culmination of the club's youth training efforts over the years. If they were allowed to depart, it would render all those years of hard work futile. Not only would the club suffer a significant blow, but it would also benefit their fiercest rivals. This was the very reason Maccanoni felt emboldened. Upon hearing Esnche's call, the players slowly returned. Vice President, we don't truly wish to leave. We have developed a bond with the club during our time here. However, if it means associating with this fellow, I simply cannot comply. Yes, Vice President. Have you not seen the news? This individual is a football hooligan. He is unworthy of playing the sport. The players discerned S&Sh's inner conflict, each voicing their disdain towards Lin Mo, eager to expel him entirely. At that moment, S&Sh was torn. He had thought this issue had been resolved. Yet here he was faced with such an outcome. Now, caught in a dilemma, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Vice President, you must make a decision soon. There is no room for hesitation. We cannot lose our best youth prospects because of him. To the majority of the club's staff, this matter seemed devoid of any deliberation. How could a mere boy from the Dragon Kingdom be compared to their exceptionally gifted youth players? Furthermore, Lin Mo's reputation was indeed tarnished. Recent reports from news outlets painted a rather unflattering picture of him, lacking S&Sh's perspective from watching Lin Mo play. They were inclined to believe Macanoni's claim that Lin Mo had exploited connections to Inter Milan's youth academy. As traditionalists in the football industry, they harbored a deep disdain for such behavior, yet felt powerless to voice their concerns. All the pressure fell squarely on Lin Mo's shoulders. Everyone hoped he would recognize the situation and voluntarily step away from the team, restoring some sanctity to the sport. The crowd's eyes were fixed upon him. Had this been the Lin Mo of yore, he would have crumbled under such invisible pressure. However, he had undergone a profound transformation and remained remarkably composed, as if untouched by the chaos around him. The situation can be resolved easily. You question my footballing abilities? Let us compete. Should I lose, I shall vanish from here and never set foot in Milan again, Lin Mo declared resolutely, his gaze unwaveringly locked on Macanoni, devoid of any hint of trepidation. In contrast, Macanoni felt a sudden jolt of unease. What was this? The intensity of Lin Mo's stare was disconcerting. In that fleeting moment, a chill gripped Macanoni, a stark contrast to the sweltering heat. What had imbued Lin Mo with such confidence? Let us compete then, Captain. Let us show him what real football is. The surrounding players buzzed with excitement, eager to teach this audacious newcomer a lesson. You've brought this upon yourself, Macanoni sneered. Truth be told, Lin Mo's challenge caught him off guard. He was recognized as one of the most promising young players in contemporary football, even a candidate for this year's Golden Boy Award. Ignorance breeds audacity. Has this lad bitten off more than he could chew? He will regret his choice. No one in the vicinity believed Lin Mo could triumph in this contest, not even S&Sh, who had watched his match footage. After all, the disparity in their physical attributes was monumental. Lin Mo, are you certain you wish to proceed with this contest? S&Sh inquired, worry evident on his face. In his view, Lin Mo's impulsiveness was alarming. Had he not proposed this challenge, there might have been a chance of salvaging the situation. But now, with words spoken, should a contest ensue, defeat was all but guaranteed for Lin Mo. At that point, even as the club's vice president, he would have no justification for keeping him. I'm certain, Lin Mo replied without a flicker of hesitation. He was acutely aware of the prejudices harbored against footballers from the Dragon Kingdom, especially the misconceptions surrounding himself. To alter this narrative, he must strive diligently on his own merit. Defeating them on the football pitch was the most effective means to silence their criticisms. With matters reaching this juncture, there was no room for retreat. S&Sh reluctantly accepted the reality at hand and, under the encouragement of those present, took on the role of mediator. You've brought this upon yourself. State your terms for the contest. Macanoni provocatively challenged Lin Mo, dismissing him entirely. Lin Mo smirked disdainfully. With his current skill set, taking on a player like Macanoni was a trivial endeavor. Despite being only 17, he possessed skills reminiscent of a peak Pele. To put it bluntly, facing these individuals would be akin to a lower-dimensional assault. Given your bulky physique, you must play as a defender. How about this? You can select a few players to join you, and we'll play a half match. If you score more goals than I do, you win. How does that sound? Lin Mo proposed nonchalantly. The moment those words left his mouth, an uproar of laughter erupted from Macanoni and his companions. Chapter 15. A picture-perfect feat. You dare to challenge us to a half match? You are merely inviting humiliation upon yourself. Youngster, you truly underestimate the world. A wave of smugness washed over the crowd. Initially, there had been some trepidation. They feared Lin Mo might choose aspects in which Macanoni was less adept, such as dribbling or goalkeeping, areas where a defender would not excel. Although Macanoni believed Lin Mo might not be exceptionally skilled in those areas, he still felt a twinge of uncertainty. However, with Lin Mo revealing the nature of the challenge, all their anxieties evaporated into thin air. A half-match was tantamount to a full-fledged contest. Across Europe, only a handful of youth teams could potentially outmatch them. And how could a solitary Lin Mo hope to triumph over him? Though Macanoni found the situation rather tedious, he resolved to accept the challenge. Watto, Thiago, Joshua, Defoe. You four will join me, he announced. For fairness, the remaining players are yours to choose from. Makino feigned generosity, already having selected the most talented members of his squad, whose synergy was unparalleled. In most circumstances, other teams would find it exceedingly difficult to defeat them. His cautious approach was motivated by the implications for his own career. He certainly did not wish to lose to Lin Mo due to a moment of carelessness. Yet, he deemed the likelihood of such a scenario as nearly non-existent. Nevertheless, for the sake of prudence, he opted for his most trusted players. All eyes turned to Lin Mo once more, eagerly anticipating his selection of teammates. A number of players silently prayed not to be chosen, fully aware that Makino's lineup was virtually unbeatable. No one wished to step forward and risk embarrassment. They all bowed their heads in unison to avoid drawing Lin Mo's attention, unaware that he hardly regarded them. No need, I can manage alone. Lin Mo had no intention of forming a team. He planned to rely solely on his own abilities to defeat Makino and his companions. Only by doing so could he completely conquer their skepticism. What? This declaration left Makino and his comrades utterly astonished. Even Zanetti and the coaching staff were taken aback. Was this a display of arrogance or genuine skill? They had never encountered someone so audacious. Many among the spectators hoped Makino would teach this presumptuous young man a lesson. Are you mocking me? Makino stepped forward, grasping Lin Mo's collar. It was the first time someone had dared to belittle him, and he felt insulted. Not at all. I assure you, I can easily outplay you all. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Unwilling to face me? Lin Mo deliberately provoked him, aiming to ignite Makino's fury and compel him to engage in the contest, ultimately leading to a resounding defeat that would leave no room for dispute. This was particularly crucial, as the perception of Dragon Country's football had long been tarnished. To shift their views, he needed to first conquer their biases. You're asking for trouble. Makino's temper flared, igniting like a spark. Provoked by Lin Mo, he could no longer remain passive. Brothers, let us go. Show no mercy. Teach him a good lesson. The four players named by Makino eagerly prepared for the match, while Lin Mo strode confidently onto the field. The onlooking staff could only shake their heads in exasperation. Is this not a farce? Vice President, will we really allow this nonsense to continue? In my opinion, Lin Mo is simply insane. Perhaps we should just expel him. The absurdity of Lin Mo's antics left everyone bemused. They speculated he must either be mentally unhinged or a scion of some noble family from Dragon Country, indulging in mischief. One staff member could no longer contain himself and attempted to intervene, only to be halted by Zanetti. Let us not rush. Let us observe the match first. Zanetti had developed a keen interest in Lin Mo's skills. Having only witnessed them through video, he found them remarkable, yet that was merely a recording. No one had yet seen Lin Mo play in person. Initially, he had even skipped trials to compete for a player against Maldini. Deep down, he too felt uncertain. This was an excellent opportunity to assess Lin Mo's South abilities up close. He increasingly sensed that Lin Mo was an enigma, perhaps a master of extraordinary talent. As the match commenced, Lin Mo and Makino stood poised, tension crackling in the air. Don't say I'm bullying you. This is entirely of your own making. Since it's just you, why don't you take the first kick? Makino feigned generosity, nudging the ball precisely to Lin Mo's feet. Lin Mo smiled broadly, immediately launching his attack. Watch closely, he proclaimed, and in an instant, he was off. Makino scoffed inwardly, thinking, what can this inexperienced brat possibly accomplish? Yet before they could react, Lin Mo had vanished from sight. Where did that brat go? Makino and the other four exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Lin Mo's sudden disappearance. Was this some form of magic from Dragon Country? Meanwhile, Zanetti and the staff stood dumbfounded. They had witnessed Lin Mo effortlessly weave through Makino and his team's defenses, executing a dribble so exquisite that it left them speechless. Is this real? That maneuver was stunningly beautiful. It's reminiscent of the long-lost samba football of Brazil. How did Lin Mo achieve this? Can he truly be only 17? The audience erupted in astonished exclamations, while Makino and his companions remained in a state of utter confusion. Chapter 16. No room for two tigers on one mount, and what on earth are these people doing? It is utterly perplexing, just as everyone was at a loss. Lin Mo had silently approached the goal, yet he chose not to shoot. If you don't defend, I might just score, he taunted Makino and the others. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What was happening? How did Lin Mo suddenly appear behind them? To their eyes, he seemed almost magical. Little did they know, they were not facing an ordinary player, but a master of the game, whose skills rendered their defense as fragile as paper. Lin Mo was also taken aback by his own performance. Previously, he had utilized a Pele experience card, but now he was showcasing his true abilities. From this moment onward, he felt as if he were a soaring dragon. The sensation was simply exhilarating. Brothers, rush at him. Do not allow him to shoot. At this point, Makino seemed to have regained his composure, waving his hand as several players charged forward recklessly. They understood all too well that they had to prevent Lin Mo from scoring at any cost. Otherwise, they would all be left humiliated. Facing the oncoming attackers, Lin Mo remained calm and composed. His skills had reached a new pinnacle, and with the enhancement of his elite technique, the movements of Makino and his teammates appeared to him as if they were in slow motion. He lightly leaped, allowing the ball and himself to rise simultaneously, narrowly evading their flying tackles, before gracefully landing aside as if nothing had happened. Magnificent! What an exquisite scorpion kick! Immediately, thunderous applause erupted from the sidelines. The audience was entranced by Lin Mo's display of skill. This move, seemingly simple, required over a decade of dedication to master. It was a feat that even many renowned stars could scarcely replicate. Zanetti pondered, realizing that the number of players capable of executing such a maneuver was exceedingly limited. Even in the annals of football history, those who could perform such an act were surely fewer than 10. The astonishing fact was that Lin Mo was merely a late-blooming footballer from the Dragon Country, yet he possessed such refined technique. Before heading to the airport to recruit players, Zanetti had thoroughly investigated Lin Mo's background. Now, witnessing his skills firsthand, his understanding was profoundly reshaped. It seemed he had not made a wrong wager. Excitement bubbled within him. Makino and his companions were utterly astonished. They could not fathom how their attempt had missed its mark. This brought them a deep sense of humiliation. Since joining the youth training camp, they had never experienced such disgrace. Enraged, Makino gritted his teeth and muttered, "Take him down." Lin Mo had thoroughly infuriated him, and he decided to take decisive action. The group exchanged glances and charged at Lin Mo once more. This time, their intentions were clear. They were not simply kicking a ball, but rather committing an act of aggression. "Be careful," Zanetti shouted anxiously from the sidelines. It was evident that Makino and his companions were not targeting the ball, but Lin Mo himself. If they succeeded in tackling him, Lin Mo would likely be sidelined for an extended period. He could not bear to see such a prodigy destroyed. Just as everyone was concerned for Lin Mo, he glided through the four attackers like a butterfly dancing among flowers, effortlessly evading their lunges. The four, Huado, Tiago, Joshua, and Defoe, executed simultaneous flying tackles but failed to even graze Lin Mo, instead colliding with one another. "Ah!" they cried in unison, and the field was filled with their anguished wails. Each had exerted their full strength during the tackles, leaving them in excruciating pain, rolling on the ground while clutching their legs. "Hurry! Where's the team doctor? Get the doctor over here!" Zanetti exclaimed, his face drained of color. Upon hearing Zanetti's call, several staff members in white coats rushed over with a stretcher. After a thorough examination and stretching, the leading doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and reported, "Vice President, they are fine. Fortunately, they are young and flexible, with no fractures. A few days of rest will suffice." With the doctor's reassurance, Zanetti breathed a sigh of relief. With the match against Fiorentina approaching, losing players at this juncture would spell significant trouble. Once the tension eased, the spectators once again marveled at Lin Mo's extraordinary skills. In that fleeting moment, they were almost led to believe he was not merely a 17-year-old boy from the Dragon Country, but rather a manifestation of a football king. Lin Mo's performance left even Makino in a daze. As he had commanded Huado and the others, he had been watching closely and was utterly astonished by Lin Mo's display. It was only now that he began to comprehend the magnitude of what he had witnessed. What kind of genius is this? Makino had never encountered such an opponent before. Even on television, he had only seen players like Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo perform in such a manner. How could this be? A boy from the football desert of the Dragon Country possessed such extraordinary talent? Makino could scarcely believe his eyes, were it not for the undeniable evidence before him. Who would dare to believe such a reality? At that moment, Lin Mo approached him with a smile. "So, what do you say? Would you like to challenge me again? If you're not satisfied, feel free to select 4 teammates. I am always ready for your challenge." Lin Mo regarded him with the poise of a victor. Machino's face shifted between shades of blue and white. Though he felt a deep sense of reluctance, he had just witnessed Lin Mo's prowess. He understood the vast disparity in their abilities. Any further contest would only lead to more humiliation. "Kid, you've got guts. You win. I'm leaving." Makino spat. his voice dripping with bitterness. The outcome was clear, and he resembled a defeated rooster, stripped of his former pride, prepared to slink away. Watching Machino's retreating figure, Zanetti shook his head in resignation. He had seen Machino grow. His talent was evident to everyone at the club and held great potential. Yet, there was no choice. There could only be one dominant player on the field. For the sake of Lin Mo, he had to make the painful decision to let Machino go. Chapter 17. The club strikes gold. After witnessing Lin Mo's extraordinary football skills, Zanetti became utterly convinced that he was a once-in-a-century talent. For him, not just Machino, but even the entire youth team could be sacrificed. Hold on. Just as Machino was about to exit the pitch, a sudden shout rang out behind him. As Lin Mo called out to him, everyone turned to look, uncertain of his intentions. Lin Mo, since you have already won the contest, let's leave it at that and not pursue it any further, Zanetti interjected, thinking that Lin Mo was still unwilling to let Machino off the hook. Machino paused, turning to walk towards Lin Mo. You little brat, what more do you want? Don't think I'm afraid of you. Remember, this is Apennine territory, Machino retorted fiercely. His decision to leave the training camp stemmed from a willingness to accept defeat, not from fear of Lin Mo. As Machino approached, tension filled the air, signaling that a confrontation was imminent. Wait, don't be impulsive. Zanetti rushed forward, placing himself between the two. Though he appeared to be mediating, he was actually protecting Lin Mo. Despite Lin Mo's remarkable skills, his slender frame would certainly be no match for the imposing Machino in a physical altercation. Machino stood over 6 feet tall, a quintessentially robust Italian defender. If a fight ensued, Lin Mo would undoubtedly suffer greatly. At this moment, Zanetti began to develop a sense of favoritism towards Lin Mo. Realizing that Machino had misunderstood him, Lin Mo quickly smiled and clarified, Everyone, please don't be tense. I am not here to be your enemy. I hope you can stay and continue to lead this team as captain. Lin Mo spoke with fluent English, sincerity radiating from his demeanor. It turned out that he had called out to Machino not to settle scores, but rather to extend an invitation for him to remain with the team. Lin Mo understood that football was not a solitary endeavor, no matter how skilled he was. He could not win matches alone. Losing a player of Machino's caliber would undoubtedly be a loss for the team. His earlier acceptance of the contest was merely a reluctant compliance. What? Machino could hardly believe his eyes, initially thinking Lin Mo was insulting him. However, upon sensing Lin Mo's sincerity, his eyes welled with tears, overwhelmed by a swirl of emotions. Lin Mo, thank you. Machino managed to utter, his cheeks flushing with warmth. Having been entrenched in the Inter Milan training camp since he started playing football, he had developed a deep attachment to the place. His earlier desire to leave was purely circumstantial. To his surprise, Lin Mo bore him no ill will and even invited him to stay on as captain, a gesture that far exceeded his expectations. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful, Zanetti exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically. For him, as the club's vice president, this was the best possible outcome. Not only had they acquired a genius like Lin Mo, but they had also retained a cornerstone player like Machino. From now on, you both should collaborate closely and lead the team to greatness, Zanetti mused, envisioning a promising future. The Inter Milan youth team had already been formidable, and with the addition of Lin Mo's talent, the prospect of claiming this year's Youth UEFA Champions League seemed within reach. On behalf of the team, I welcome you aboard. Machino sincerely extended his right hand towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's magnanimity completely won him over, prompting Machino to warmly embrace him into the team. Initially, Machino had resorted to desperate measures to attack Lin Mo to secure his own position within the team. But deep down, he was not a bad person. Lin Mo, understanding this, chose to forgive him. Their right hands clasped tightly together, transforming what began as hostility into a budding friendship. Witnessing this scene, Zanetti clenched his fists in excitement. He had successfully fulfilled his mission. Any lingering doubts regarding Lin Mo's football prowess vanished after witnessing his earlier performance. After ensuring Lin Mo was settled in the youth training camp accommodations, he gave a few brief instructions before heading back to report to Zhang Kanyang at Inter Milan club. Mr. Zhang, we've struck gold. Zanetti burst into the office, excitement radiating from him. Oh, what is the matter? Zhang Kanyang looked up in surprise, having set aside his pen. He knew Zanetti to be a composed individual, and it was rare to see him so animated. You asked me to contact Lin Mo, and I have successfully brought him to our team and signed him. Zanetti could hardly contain his exhilaration. Oh, really? But why didn't I see him participating in the team trials? Zhang Kanyang had always held Lin Mo in high regard. The long-standing struggles of Dragon Country football made the emergence of a promising talent like Lin Mo particularly exhilarating. Zanetti quickly recounted the entire chain of events, leaving no detail omitted. Zhang Kongyang rubbed his hands together in excitement. Is everything you said true? Is his skill truly that remarkable? Though he had not witnessed it firsthand. Just from Zanetti's descriptions, he felt his blood surge with enthusiasm. Absolutely true, Mr. Zhang. It's a pity I didn't record any video. Zanetti lamented slightly. Never mind. Let's go to the training camp now. I want to meet this Lin Mo in person. Zhang Kongyang could hardly contain himself, rising swiftly from his chair. After so many years, Dragon Country had finally produced a player of such potential. It was impossible for him to remain calm. Mr. Zhang, there's no need to rush. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Lin Mo has just settled into the youth team. Let him acclimatize to the environment first, Zanetti urged. He had anticipated Zhang Kongyang's impatience to personally witness Lin Mo's skills. This eagerness stemmed from Zhang Kongyang's perspective, unable to fathom the urgency in his heart. However, after Zanetti's persuasion, Zhang Kongyang finally managed to regain his composure. Chapter 18. Talent is more important than diligence indeed. Lin Mo has now signed a contract with his club, and there will be ample opportunities ahead. Thus, there is no need to rush into anything at this moment. Zhang Kongyang continually reassured himself. Nevertheless, his heart was tumultuous, and he silently vowed, if Lin Mo truly is a raw gem, he would spare no effort in nurturing him and growing alongside him. What an exhilarating experience it would be to successfully cultivate a football superstar for the Dragon Kingdom through sheer dedication. By the way, what do you think Lin Mo's current skill level is? Can he establish himself in our first team? Zhang Kongyang inquired with keen interest, his mind consumed with thoughts of Lin Mo, always striving to learn more about him. Had it been in accordance with his temperament, he would have already recklessly promoted Lin Mo to the first team. Yet, as the football director, he understood the necessity of being responsible for the team, refraining from impulsiveness. After all, the competition in Serie A is fiercely intense, and this season, Inter Milan faces immense pressure in their championship pursuit. Therefore, despite his strong desire to act, he patiently sought Javier Zanetti's opinion. Zanetti was evidently taken aback by Zhang Kongyang's question. Such a notion was exceedingly extravagant. He had not even contemplated this matter. After all, Lin Mo was merely 17, and players capable of signing professional contracts at this age were exceedingly rare, let alone those who could compete in the first team. However, since Zhang Kongyang posed the question, he felt compelled to consider it seriously. He recalled Lin Mo's dazzling display against Macchiano and others, and the more he pondered, the more excited he became. Such scenes, no matter how much time has passed, are undeniably moving and shocking. From a technical standpoint, Lin Mo was impeccable. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a once-in-a-century prodigy. Yet, he did possess a weakness. He was rather frail. Should he encounter professional players, it was uncertain whether his skills would prove effective. History has shown that many technically gifted players have flared briefly like meteors, their technical prowess dissipating once they became the target of scrutiny, rendering their advantages moot. Thus, various factors can influence a player's career. Director Zhang, I believe that with Lin Mo's football skills, he could serve as a substitute in the first team. However, at this age, he is still in a critical growth phase, and I think it would be unwise for him to face excessive physical confrontations. Therefore, I feel he should remain in the youth team for the time being, Zanetti concluded after weighing the matter in his mind. Very well. Let everything proceed according to your plan. Zhang Kongyang ultimately relinquished his initial thoughts. He had to concede that Zanetti's reasoning was sound. It was indeed unwise to rush things, and allowing Lin Mo to gain more experience in the youth team was the better course of action. Zhang Kongyang quickly reviewed the schedule. Next, our youth team will face Fiorentina at home. Please arrange everything for Lin Mo and ensure he is eligible to participate in this match, he instructed. Understood, Zanetti replied, bowing slightly before departing the office. Lin Mo intriguing. I hope you are the answer that Dragon Kingdom football has been seeking. Zhang Kongyang clasped his fingers together, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He could hardly wait to witness Lin Mo's performance, deciding he must attend the match in person to ascertain his true abilities. Meanwhile, under the team's manager's arrangement, Lin Mo successfully settled into the youth training camp, letting out a sigh of relief. From this moment on, he had become a professional footballer, no longer needing to rush around daily. He silently vowed to play earnestly, living up to Coach Lippi's expectations. Despite being cast out by the Dragon Kingdom's youth team, he remained grateful to Lippi, who had championed his inclusion in the national team and recommended him for opportunities in Europe. Without Lippi's assistance, he would never have embarked on this path towards Europe, and within the Dragon Kingdom's football environment, even the most gifted talents could easily be squandered. The following day, before dawn's light had fully broken, and while his dormitory mates remained asleep, Lin Mo was already awake. He understood that as a footballer from the Dragon Kingdom, he must exert greater effort to alter the entrenched perceptions of others. Although he had now acquired Pele's skills, he knew that talent alone was insufficient to carve out a successful career in professional football. Thus, having fortuitously gained the system and Pele's techniques, he cherished every moment of his current circumstances. Therefore, Lin Mo resolved from the outset to work harder than others, determined not to waste this opportunity. Consequently, while others slumbered, he began to sweat profusely on the training ground, running laps. His diligence did not go unnoticed by two coaches observing from a distance, who were the youth training director and the head coach of the youth team. Director, this lad appears quite industrious. He should be a promising talent, Coach Melt remarked, pointing at Lin Mo, who was running in the distance. If diligence were sufficient, there wouldn't be so many people languishing in mediocrity, the youth training director, Doherty, scoffed. Have you ever heard the saying that genius is 1 inspiration and 99 perspiration? Yet, people often overlook the subsequent line, that inspiration is often the most crucial element, even more so than that 99 of sweat. With that, Doherty strode away from the field. He had already heard of the new young player joining the team, who was receiving considerable attention from the upper management, even being personally arranged by Vice President Zanetti. Therefore, Doherty regarded this matter with significant importance and had come to observe alongside Coach Melt. In his view, Lin Mo was merely unremarkable, perhaps due to his origins from the Dragon Kingdom. However, Coach Melt did not share this sentiment. His eyes began to gleam with interest. Chapter 19. The coach's authority regarding the opinion of Director Doherty. He could not concur at all. While talent is indeed significant, without diligence, it amounts to nothing. As a football coach, he has encountered countless young players, many of whom possess exceptional talent, yet only a few have truly flourished. The primary reason for this is their lack of perseverance and a strong work ethic. However, the young man before him at least exhibited a commendable attitude, which was a positive sign. This left a very favorable impression of Lin Mo on him. He had already heard about Lin Mo from the club's higher-ups, which is why he arrived at the field early with the youth training director to gather insights about Lin Mo. After completing a 3-kilometer run, Lin Mo began practicing with the ball on the field. Melter did not disturb him but quietly observed from the sidelines, becoming increasingly impressed. Lin Mo's displayed skills were undoubtedly beyond those of his peers and could even rival some adult footballers. Such talent combined with his diligent attitude suggested that, barring significant injuries or other insurmountable obstacles, he was destined for success. Melter had great faith in his judgment and rarely misjudged talent. He was pleasantly surprised that such talent could emerge from Long Nation. Initially, upon hearing Zanetti's introduction, he shared the common skepticism, believing Lin Mo had leveraged connections. However, this brief half-hour transformed his perspective. He silently resolved to thoroughly evaluate Lin Mo. He understood that a gem must be polished to shine. Even upon recognizing Lin Mo's exceptional talent, he was determined to put him to the test. At that moment, the other players began to arrive at the training ground. Good morning, players. Melter strode over confidently. Morning, coach. It was evident that Melter had a good rapport with the players, who greeted him warmly. With the match against Fiorentina looming tomorrow, he expressed hope that they would give their all to secure victory, establishing a firm foundation for their championship aspirations. Do you have confidence? Yes. The players responded in unison. The youth league in Serie A is notoriously competitive, serving as a stepping stone for these young athletes to transition to the senior team. Hence the players placed great importance on winning the championship. Suddenly, Lin Mo heard a system notification in his mind. Lead Inter Milan to victory over Fiorentina to receive 100 points and the free kick skill, the crescent moon. Lin Mo could hardly contain his excitement. The crescent moon is a renowned free kick technique in the football world. Mastering it would grant him a formidable weapon for attacking. And the mere thought of it filled him with exhilaration. Absolutely, he shouted, clenching his right fist in enthusiasm. However, as he had just arrived and was still not fluent in Italian, his exclamation sounded particularly jarring, drawing the attention of those nearby and leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Melter's eyes momentarily brightened but quickly returned to their usual cold demeanor. What are you gushing about, newcomer? Whether you even have the right to play in this match is still uncertain. Why don't you fetch some water for everyone? Melter's words struck Lin Mo like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. He hadn't anticipated being singled out by the coach so soon after joining the team. Coach, isn't this treatment of Lin Mo a bit unfair? Captain Makino stepped forward, feeling it was his duty to stand up for his teammate, especially since Lin Mo had defended him the previous day. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Unfair? What right do you have to discuss fairness with me? I am the coach here, and everything is under my authority. Melter remained resolute, unyielding in his decisions. Then let us all fetch water together. We won't train at all, Makino retorted, clearly dissatisfied with the coach's approach. Sensing the brewing chaos, Lin Mo quickly intervened, grasping Machino's arm. Thank you, but let us all adhere to the coach's instructions. I'm the newcomer, and I can handle this. Please, don't let this interfere with training and the upcoming match. Lin Mo understood that some Western clubs had certain traditions, such as bullying newcomers, and he never expected to face such treatment himself. Though he felt deeply unsettled, he chose to endure for the greater good. With the system having assigned him a task, he could not afford to falter. Thus, Lin Mo silently exited the field, proceeding to transport cases of mineral water from the logistics department to the training ground. By the time he finished, the team had concluded their divided training sessions and was resting. Lin Mo hurriedly distributed water bottles to everyone. When the rest period ended, he anticipated being able to join the team's practice, only to discover Melter had assigned him to carry the players' bags instead. This completely eliminated his opportunity to train with them. Why is this happening? Lin Mo felt immense grievance. Although he recognized this as a customary practice within European clubs, he still found it exceptionally uncomfortable. He had never faced such exclusion back home. Tasks like these were typically handled by designated staff, allowing players to focus solely on their training. Each time Lin Mo felt the urge to lose his temper, he reminded himself to stay calm. Lin Mo, do you recall the lesson from your middle school text? And Oppos, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it must first torment their mind and bones. And Oppos. Thus, Lin Mo forced himself to maintain composure, enduring throughout the ordeal. Meanwhile, the players, led by Makino, felt sympathy for Lin Mo, but none dared challenge the coach's authority and diligently focused on their training. Melter, while overseeing the training, closely monitored Lin Mo's every move, appearing quite satisfied with his performance. Lin Mo, I hope you can understand my good intentions. My actions are primarily aimed at fortifying your resolve. Having encountered many talented players, he understood that they often harbored pride, which could be detrimental to their future development. Chapter 20. Lippi arrives at the venue. Melter, after a brief observation, could ascertain that Lin Mo was indeed a once-in-a-century prodigy. When encountering such a genius, one must tread carefully in nurturing their talent. Otherwise, failure could lead to irremediable losses for the world of football. Melter felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. The first day of training passed, with Lin Mo only touching the ball as the session neared its conclusion, merely acting as a ball boy, retrieving footballs for his teammates. Nonetheless, Lin Mo felt a sense of satisfaction, as he at least had the opportunity to interact with the football. After a day of training, his mindset had stabilized. He understood that to establish himself in European football, he must not be hasty. After all, was it not Messi who rose from being a ball boy to greatness? Now was his period of dormancy. Once the time was ripe, he would undoubtedly astonish the entire footballing world. The second day marked the day of the match. As this was a significant event in the youth league, the stadium was teeming with spectators, even with ample time before the match commenced. The venue was already a sea of humanity. The team director, Zhang Kongyang, accompanied by Vice Chairman Zanetti, had come to the scene with a clear purpose, to witness Lin Mo. Over the past few days, he had heard numerous rumors about Lin Mo and was now filled with anticipation. The agony of waiting had been unbearable, as he longed to see Lin Mo's skills firsthand. By the way, have you confirmed Lin Mo's registration for this match? Zhang Kongyang inquired of Zanetti. Rest assured, I have taken care of everything. Lin Mo's eligibility to participate is absolutely secure, Zanetti confidently replied. Good. Zhang Kongyang nodded in satisfaction, trusting Zanetti's capabilities. Before long, Zanetti suddenly produced a tablet, eagerly handing it to Zhang Kongyang. Director, look, the team roster has been released, and Lin Mo's name is on it. Zanetti exclaimed, relieved after anxiously awaiting confirmation of Lin Mo's inclusion. Oh? Zhang Kongyang's eyes lit up as he quickly scrolled through the tablet, but his expression soon darkened. What? Why is Lin Mo on the bench? His disappointment was palpable. He had come specifically to see Lin Mo play, only to find him not in the starting lineup. With only 5 substitution opportunities per match, there was no guarantee Lin Mo would even step onto the field. I believe Lin Mo is new to the team and lacks rapport with the other players, so the coach has opted to start him as a substitute, Zanetti hastily explained. Initially, he did not see an issue with this arrangement, but Zhang Kongyang's anger made him uneasy. Indeed, Zhang Kongyang felt a profound disappointment. But he recognized that player selection was the coach's prerogative, and he could not meddle excessively. He could only silently hope that Lin Mo would have the chance to play during the match. The coach, Melter, had his reasons for this decision. He wished to shield Lin Mo from the glaring spotlight too soon, which could be seen as a protective measure. For Lin Mo, not starting in his first match was somewhat disheartening, yet he was not anxious. The system's task was to secure victory, and starting was not a prerequisite. He believed that even if the team started poorly, if given the chance to play, he could turn the tide. With his current prowess, defeating Fiorentina would be exceedingly effortless. The two teams were closely matched, and if he were granted an opportunity, he could swiftly alter the course of the game. Thus, Lin Mo appeared remarkably relaxed. Unexpectedly, another familiar face was present at the match. Lippi, the head coach of the Dragon Country national team, had also arrived. Currently, he sat in the stands with his eyes closed, resting. It turned out that Pele had promptly reported Lin Mo's trial in Italy to Lippi. Although Lin Mo had not joined Juventus, but instead signed with Inter Milan, Lippi felt a tinge of regret, yet was genuinely pleased for Lin Mo. It is indeed quite challenging for players from the Dragon Country to compete in European clubs. He eagerly anticipated Lin Mo's performance. Today's match could very well be Lin Mo's debut, prompting Lippi to travel a great distance just to witness it firsthand. Lin Mo, please do not disappoint me, Lippi silently urged. In the twilight of his coaching career, taking on the role of the Dragon Country's head coach was a gamble for Lippi. A misstep could tarnish his illustrious reputation. However, Lin Mo represented hope for Dragon Country football. There were certainly enough talented prospects here. Unfortunately, most remained overlooked. Lin Mo was now his lifeline. With the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Although Inter Milan and Fiorentina were ranked first and second respectively, the game proved to be a dull affair, characterized by Italy's defensive football style. The match lacked any highlights, rendering the spectators lethargic. This is unbearably tedious. My grandmother could play better than this. I am intrigued by that Dragon Country player, Lin Mo, on the bench. He's merely a beneficiary of connections. Why should he garner attention? Alas, football has lost its purity. The players expressed their dissatisfaction, and many began to jeer. Zhang Kongyang and his colleagues in the VIP box also felt disheartened. Although a draw would suffice for satisfaction, the lack of passion in a home match was an embarrassment. What are we waiting for? Call Melter and get Lin Mo on the field. Zhang Kongyang's impatience was evident. The first half had concluded, and time was running out for Lin Mo. Even if he were to enter the match at the start of the second half, he would only have 45 minutes to make an impact. For Zhang Kongyang, the outcome of the match had become secondary. He merely wished to witness Lin Mo's performance. Understood, Director. I will arrange it immediately, Zanetti replied, not daring to delay as he swiftly dialed Melter's number. Chapter 21. The first official match. Hello, Melt. This is Zanetti. Given the current intensity of the match, I believe we should consider putting Lin Mo on the field. Everyone is eager to see the debut of our newcomer. Although, as senior executives, they were hesitant to overly interfere with the coach's tactical arrangements. Offering a suggestion seemed reasonable. He was confident that Melt would grasp his intentions. Understood, Vice Chairman. I will contemplate it, Melt replied, not waiting for Zanetti's response before abruptly ending the call. This infuriated Zanetti, leaving him powerless. This fellow had a notoriously stubborn temperament. After venting his frustration for a moment, he returned to Zhang Kongyang's side, donning a smile once more. Mr. Zhang, I have informed Melt. He will substitute in Lin Mo. However, for the sake of the team and Oppo's performance, Melt may have his own strategy. Zanetti chose his words carefully, ensuring that even if Lin Mo did not take the field, he could attribute it to a decision made in the interest of the team, thus preserving his own dignity. Zhang Kongyang nodded. Though he was quite dissatisfied, he had no better alternatives. Melt was the head coach, and despite being the club director, he could not dictate the game from afar. Fortunately, Melt had promised to let Lin Mo play, which was enough for now. At this juncture, the match had progressed to the 75th minute, with the score still at 0-0. Inter Milan had utilized 4 substitutions, leaving only 1 remaining. Lin Mo sat on the bench. As always, Melt had his own plans. He was aware that Lin Mo hailed from Longguo, and this was his debut, undoubtedly laden with expectations. It was understandable that Lin Mo bore tremendous pressure. Melt had good intentions, concerned that Lin Mo might buckle under the weight of expectations. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was beginning to feel anxious. However, it was not fear of pressure that troubled him. He was oblivious to the fact that anyone was paying attention to him. He was merely a discarded player, expelled from the Longguo national team, and thus felt no one cared about him. What truly worried Lin Mo was the prospect of not being called upon by the coach, which could jeopardize their chances of winning the match, thereby thwarting his mission. The coveted crescent moonblade would slip away. Coach, Lin Mo could no longer contain his impatience. Melt, deeply engrossed in directing the match, turned upon hearing Lin Mo's call and found him gazing at him with eager eyes. What is it? Melt inquired impatiently. Coach, we are in a very tight contest with Fiorentina, and as this is our home match, I believe we should strive with all our might to secure a victory. Lin Mo articulated his thoughts. Initially indifferent to the team's performance, he felt compelled to give his all, as it pertained to his own objectives. Oh, Melt nodded thoughtfully. He was acutely aware of the match's significance, yet he faced the dilemma of lacking sufficient offensive power to breach Fiorentina's formidable defense. The importance of the match made him hesitant to take risks. A loss could lead to losing all initiative. Thus, a draw was deemed acceptable. Seeing the coach remain unmoved, Lin Mo grew increasingly anxious. Coach, from my observations, the opposing team's defense has considerable vulnerabilities. Their central defenders, though tall, are notably slow to turn. Therefore, rather than persistently crossing the ball, allow me to take the field and exploit their flanks. This will undoubtedly penetrate their goal. Lin Mo's eagerness for battle led him to articulate his insights on the match situation with remarkable clarity. His words struck a chord with Melt, who felt a jolt of realization. Could it be? Lin Mo had pinpointed the essence of the issue. How was it possible? He was merely a 17-year-old child. How could he possess such astute game-reading ability? Unbeknownst to Melt, while Lin Mo was indeed young, he had acquired the techniques of Pele, endowing him with a unique perspective on the game. Are you certain you can breach their defense? Melt's demeanor gradually shifted to calm. He recognized the merit in Lin Mo's assertions, but simultaneously lacked confidence in Lin Mo's footballing prowess. Rest assured, coach. Back in Longguo, we practiced this technique extensively. I am confident in my ability to break through their defense, Lin Mo declared with conviction. Of course, he was fabricating a tale, as he had never trained in this aspect. He merely spoke to persuade Melt. Very well. Warm up and prepare to enter the match. Melt finally relented. For him, this was akin to placing a bet on a dying horse. Should it succeed, they could secure the season's league title. Moreover, having received a call from the club's vice-chairman, he felt compelled to uphold his reputation. Thank you, coach. Lin Mo was elated upon hearing Melt's agreement to the substitution. His opportunity had finally arrived, and he was determined to seize it. Soon, the fourth official raised the substitution board. In the 80th minute of the match, Lin Mo finally had his chance to step onto the field. Mr. Zhang. Lin Mo is coming on. Zanetti, who had been closely monitoring the match, immediately informed Zhang Kangyang upon realizing Lin Mo was warming up. Is that so? Zhang Kangyang perked up instantly. This marked the first time a player from Longguo would take the field for their club, despite having previously attempted to invite players from Longguo for trials through his connections. They had ultimately proven inadequate, resulting in mere token gestures. Today, he felt his dream had finally been realized. Simultaneously, Marcello Lippi, seated among the 30,000 fans in the stadium, also found himself invigorated. This Milan trip has not been in vain after all. Just as they were reveling in Lin Mo's impending debut, the tides of the match shifted dramatically. Upon entering the field, Lin Mo touched the ball for the first time, executing a dazzling series of dribbles. Initially, spectators dismissed it as the typical flair of a new player. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Despite Lin Mo's seemingly unhurried pace and lack of explosive speed, the ball appeared to be glued to his feet. In no time, he maneuvered past the second and third defenders. The first defender, who had initially been bypassed, attempted to recover, only to be outmaneuvered once more and knocked to the ground. Goodness, what sorcery is this? Chapter 22. The first ball stuns all. The player who was outmaneuvered was named Antonio, the midfield linchpin for Fiorentina. To his astonishment, he was skillfully evaded by a player from the Dragon Kingdom, leaving him infuriated and unable to accept such humiliation. Stop him. Hold him back. You must block him, Antonio commanded as he directed the defense while charging forward himself. After being outplayed twice by Lin Mo, he was determined to reclaim his pride. recklessly sprinting back in an attempt to thwart Lin Mo once more. Initially, the audience was taken aback by Lin Mo's swift maneuvers, but they soon grasped the significance of the moment, realizing they were witnessing one of the most remarkable individual performances by a young player they had ever seen. All eyes were glued to the field, eager to see how Lin Mo would continue to dazzle them. As Lin Mo advanced with the ball at breathtaking speed, the Fiorentina players retreated cautiously, having learned from their failed attempts to tackle him. They recognized that their efforts were futile. Lin Mo consistently evaded their challenges with deft skill, rendering them mere spectators. Adopting a more prudent approach, they sought to obstruct Lin Mo's path, preventing him from breaking through their defenses. Faced with a fortified defense, Lin Mo exhibited no signs of trepidation. With no teammates making runs to support him, he understood that he had to resolve the situation independently. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued to advance, deftly maneuvering around one defender, causing another to collide with him. The space before him opened up, and without a second thought, he surged forward. Despite the desperate attempts of 3 or 4 Fiorentina players to halt his progress, Lin Mo was undeterred, poised to penetrate deep into their territory, approaching the penalty area. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Their defensive lineup was among the finest in the Italian Youth League, yet this Lin Mo was single-handedly dismantling their defenses. Not good, Antonio shouted, realizing that he had only intended to block Lin Mo's path, but it was now too late. If he did not act swiftly, Lin Mo would breach the penalty area, leaving no one to prevent him from scoring, a fate that would forever brand him with shame. In a moment of urgency, he lunged forward with a reckless tackle, determined to reclaim possession at all costs. The atmosphere was electric as the crowd collectively held their breath. Zhang Kangyang even leapt from his seat. Lin Mo's display had been nothing short of spectacular, and should he successfully finish the play, it would undoubtedly become a legendary moment. However, the opposing player showed no regard for Lin Mo's safety. The tackle was alarmingly reckless. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo deftly flicked the ball with his right foot, executing a sublime nutmeg. Antonio failed to make contact, left sprawled on the ground in disbelief. In one match, he had been outmaneuvered thrice, with 2 humiliating falls. It was a devastating blow to his pride. Now, Lin Mo found himself in the penalty area, face-to-face with the goalkeeper. One-on-one. Here we go? Goalkeeper Di Vincenzo shouted, eager to confront the first genuine threat of the match. He had grown impatient, ready to assert himself. Don't think your breakthrough skills will guarantee you a goal. Di Vincenzo taunted Lin Mo, attempting to rattle his composure, knowing how crucial emotional steadiness was for a striker. As the spectators marveled at Lin Mo's astonishing performance, Di Vincenzo was the first to regain his focus, positioning himself effectively. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, he loomed like a giant octopus in front of the net, covering all possible angles for a shot. Whether Lin Mo aimed for the far or near post, Di Vincenzo was confident he could thwart the attempt. Lin Mo quickly assessed the situation, silently admiring Di Vincenzo's prowess. Most forwards in such a predicament would either have their shot blocked or be forced to push the ball out of play, rendering the attack fruitless. Yet, he was not an ordinary striker. He possessed the finesse akin to that of Pele. Realizing that the opportunity was fleeting, he knew hesitation could lead to failure. In the crucial moment facing Di Vincenzo, he struck without delay. You dare shoot, kid? So young and reckless. Di Vincenzo scoffed, preparing to make the save. However, in an instant, he was left in stunned silence. He had calculated every possible outcome but had overlooked one crucial factor, Lin Mo's choice to perform a delicate chip shot. The only correct decision in that moment. How was this possible? Di Vincenzo thought in disbelief, even with his height and reach. He could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled into the net. This was beyond his comprehension, a mere boy from the so-called football desert of the Dragon Kingdom executing such a masterful chip shot. As the ball found the back of the net, the entire stadium erupted in cheers. Marvelous. This is undoubtedly one of the greatest goals I have ever witnessed, exclaimed one spectator. Incredible. We have truly discovered a gem. Another chimed in. I'm sure Lin Mo is already capable of joining our first team. Come on, he is only 17. Someone else protested. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Zhang Kangyang was ecstatic, jumping for joy. He had waited so long for Lin Mo to take the field, and to see him deliver such a breathtaking performance on his very first touch was exhilarating. What a remarkable talent from the Dragon Kingdom, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, and even embraced Zanetti in celebration. Unbeknownst to everyone, Lippi discreetly wiped his eyes with a handkerchief, visibly moved. The seasoned coach was genuinely thrilled. Chapter 23. The spectacle continues. The score on the field transformed to 1-0 as Lin Mo entered the game and altered the course of events within a mere minute. The players of Inter Milan embraced each other tightly, especially Marcino, whose gaze towards Lin Mo was filled with awe. He had witnessed Lin Mo's prowess upon joining the team, but never anticipated such an extraordinary display, single-handedly dismantling Fiorentina's defense. It was worth noting that, despite the collective efforts of the team over the course of 80 minutes, they had been unable to breach the opponent's goal. Initially, it seemed that the match would end in a stalemate. At that moment, Marcino experienced a tumult of emotions, reflecting on the grave mistake of having previously declined Lin Mo's inclusion in the team. Despite this, Lin Mo held no resentment, continuing to allow him to serve as the team's captain, which filled Marcino with a sense of guilt. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as Fiorentina had commenced their counterattack. With little time remaining and trailing behind, their sole focus was to seize points and swiftly penetrate Inter Milan's defenses to equalize the score. Consequently, all Fiorentina players surged forward, with goalkeeper Di Vincenzo even advancing near the midfield. This was a gamble of desperation. Quickly recognizing the urgency, Marcino, as the team captain, stepped forward to organize the defense. Yet, before anyone could react, Lin Mo intercepted the ball from Antonio's feet. Given Lin Mo's current skill level, stealing the ball was hardly a challenge, especially since Antonio was oblivious to the extent of Lin Mo's ball-winning ability. Who could have imagined that a forward would retreat to his own half to defend with such decisiveness? In a mere minute, Antonio found himself thoroughly outmatched on both offensive and defensive fronts. But the spectacle did not end there. After intercepting the ball, Lin Mo wasted no time and charged down the middle of the field. "Stop him! Someone stop him!" Antonio yelled in frustration. Sensing the impending threat, goalkeeper Di Vincenzo hurriedly sprinted towards his goal. If Lin Mo were to score again, the defeat would become inevitable. Yet, at that moment, Lin Mo was as if traversing an unchallenged realm. Upon crossing the halfway line, he launched a delicate lob shot. The ball arched beautifully as it soared toward the opposing goal. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Despite Di Vincenzo exerting every ounce of strength, he could not reach the ball, which struck the net like a precision-guided missile. 2-0. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, with fans embracing and cheering in unrestrained joy. The entire stadium nearly reaching a boiling point. This was simply extraordinary. 2 goals in 2 minutes. How was this even possible? Lin Mo was undoubtedly destined to become the next football superstar. Everyone was captivated by Lin Mo's magnificent performance, while the Fiorentina players appeared as if struck by frost, their faces reflecting deep dismay. After exerting themselves for the entirety of the match, they had expected to leave unscathed, only to be thwarted by Lin Mo's personal showcase, rendering all their efforts futile. With 7 minutes remaining in the match, the prospect of equalizing 2 goals in such a brief span seemed nearly insurmountable. Lin Mo's second goal effectively sealed Fiorentina's fate. "Let us stay focused. We still have a chance. Scoring 2 goals in 7 minutes is not impossible," the team's coach urged. Rallying their spirits, motivated by the coach's encouragement, the players regained their composure and prepared for the restart at midfield. "Brothers, we must exercise caution this time. Once we enter their half, we must patiently seek opportunities. If Lin Mo approaches, we should swiftly transfer the ball without hesitation." Antonio, the team's core player, meticulously relayed the details as he resolved to avoid Lin Mo altogether, hoping to evade his interception. The team members nodded in silent agreement. With the referee's whistle, the match resumed. Fiorentina launched another attack, this time markedly more cautious after their previous lesson. They no longer underestimated their opponents. Goalkeeper Di Vincenzo refrained from advancing recklessly, remaining poised just outside the penalty area, ready to defend. It was astonishing to witness Fiorentina, known for its defensive prowess in the Youth League, reduced to such apprehension, all attributable to Lin Mo's extraordinary abilities. As Antonio and his teammates fortified their ball control, Lin Mo found it increasingly challenging to intercept the ball. Especially now, the opponents were exceedingly wary, not allowing Lin Mo to get close. When directly confronted, they swiftly released the ball, effectively preventing him from initiating a counterattack. This demonstrated the extent of their fear of Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo remained unperturbed, with the team leading 2-0, barring any unforeseen events. He would successfully complete his system task. The remaining time was purely about savoring the game. Indeed, aside from the unforeseen circumstance that bound him to this football system, his love for the sport was genuine, as evidenced by his years of dedication, rising early and training diligently alongside his studies. For him, playing football was inherently joyous, which was why he persevered despite the challenging football environment in Long Kingdom. Soon, Inter Milan found another opportunity. With their staunch defense, Antonio and his teammates struggled to create openings, ultimately conceding the ball out of bounds, resulting in a fruitless attack. Inter Milan prepared for a goal kick. The goalkeeper passed the ball to team captain Marcino, a prudent choice given their lead. After a few backward passes in the defensive zone, the ball found its way to Lin Mo's feet. It was time for another display of brilliance. Initially, Lin Mo felt no urge to attack, as the task was already accomplished. Yet, upon receiving the ball, an exhilarating rush coursed through his veins. Thus, he initiated another offensive surge. The moment the spectators observed his determined demeanor, they knew that another captivating performance was about to unfold. The fans erupted into a fervor, their cheers igniting the atmosphere to its zenith. Chapter 24. A dazzling debut that astonished all. Lin Mo felt as though he was born for such grand occasions. In his past experiences playing football in Longguo, the stands were often sparsely populated, and he had never encountered an atmosphere as vibrant as this. It is worth noting that this was merely a youth league match. With each passing moment, Lin Mo's excitement intensified, and he became bolder in his maneuvers, gliding effortlessly between the opposing defenders. Now that they had witnessed his prowess, the opponents were reluctant to commit, as doing so would risk losing their positions, an almost impossible feat to recover from. Consequently, all their attention was focused on Lin Mo, yet they hesitated to challenge him directly. This provided Lin Mo with ample opportunity to showcase his remarkable skills, leaving the audience utterly mesmerized. The crowd rose to their feet, spontaneously applauding Lin Mo. My goodness, is this truly his first youth league match? His footballing prowess rivals that of Messi, exclaimed one spectator. Come on, you're exaggerating. Not everyone can reach the heights of the great Messi, another countered. True, my friend, while I too am captivated by Lin Mo's talent. Let us remain grounded. This is merely a youth league match, a third voice chimed in. Indeed, we must remember he is only 17. Just contemplating that is exhilarating. At this moment, Lin Mo had advanced the ball to the edge of the opponent's penalty area. Stop him. Do not let him enter the box, shouted DiVincenzo, rallying his teammates to organize a structured defense. As one of the finest young goalkeepers in the Apennines, he had never conceded 3 goals in a match. If Lin Mo were to score, it would be a blow to his reputation. Thus, he was determined to employ every tactic to thwart Lin Mo's advance. The best approach being to force him to pass the ball. Once the football was no longer at his feet, the risk of conceding a goal would diminish. Just as Lin Mo prepared to enter the penalty area, Antonio and another teammate executed a closing defense, attempting to block him from advancing. Although Lin Mo managed to flick the ball past them, he was ultimately halted by their physical challenge and fell to the ground with a thud. The referee promptly blew the whistle without hesitation. Foul. As Lin Mo hit the ground, the hearts of nearly everyone in the stadium tightened. Having already been dazzled by his previous 2 goals, they had become his fervent admirers. Now, witnessing him down on the pitch, anxiety gripped the crowd. Those Fiorentina players are excessively rough. They resort to such tactics? Indeed, they are clearly terrified of Lin Mo. At this moment, nothing could be done but hope for Lin Mo's well-being. The collective concern for him was palpable. Meanwhile, in the stands, Zhang Kongyang was akin to an ant on a hot pan. Zanetti quickly summoned the team doctor to examine Lin Mo. He must receive the best recovery treatment, he urged anxiously. Yes, I'm on it, came the reply. Lin Mo's fall had sent ripples of concern through nearly everyone present. The medical staff wasted no time rushing onto the field with a stretcher. After a thorough examination, they confirmed it was merely a minor abrasion, nothing serious. This news brought a collective sigh of relief from all. The coach inquired if Lin Mo wanted to rest, but he resolutely shook his head. He was well aware of his own body and felt no discomfort. At that moment, he was reveling in the game. There was no way he would leave the pitch. The coach, shaking his head in resignation, regretted not having any substitutions left. Otherwise, he would have certainly opted to take Lin Mo out. Such a rare talent must be cherished. Shortly thereafter, the referee reviewed the replay and determined that the foul occurred just outside the penalty area, awarding a free kick. This decision allowed all Fiorentina players to breathe a sigh of relief, grateful it was not a penalty kick, which could have tarnished their reputations. They understood that with Lin Mo's skills, a penalty would be tantamount to gifting him a goal. However, a free kick presented a different challenge. No matter how skilled Lin Mo was, scoring from a free kick was not a foregone conclusion. Wall. DiVincenzo barked orders for the defensive setup. Meanwhile, Lin Mo confidently positioned himself at the free kick spot. At this moment, no one dared to contest him for the opportunity to take the kick. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo quickly identified a gap in the opposing wall. Although they stood before the goal, he was undeterred. With the finesse he had mastered from Pele's techniques, he took a measured run up and struck the ball. The sphere soared rapidly before veering unexpectedly toward the goal. What just happened? The defending players were momentarily dumbfounded. DiVincenzo, anticipating a goal kick, was taken aback as the ball hurtled toward the net. Caught unprepared, he could only watch helplessly as the ball nestled into the back of the net. No way. Did that ball actually go in? Am I seeing things? How is this possible? Hat-trick. Hat-trick. Lin Mo is incredible. The stadium erupted into jubilant celebration. This was undoubtedly one of the most magnificent performances they had ever witnessed. Who could have imagined that a 17-year-old from Longguo would achieve a hat trick in his debut match? And all of this transpired within a mere 5 minutes. Who could have foreseen such an outcome? Zhang Kanyang in the stands was overwhelmed with emotion. He had suspected that Lin Mo might be a football prodigy, but he never anticipated such extraordinary skill. This was beyond mere talent. This was the emergence of a future superstar. His brilliance was unmistakable. Zhang Kanyang clenched his fist in excitement, for Lin Mo was not only a player for International, but, more importantly, he was a representative of Longguo. Chapter 25. The first meeting with President Zhang. The entire stadium transformed into a sea of joy. Lin Mo's 3 goals were nothing short of extraordinary, leaving spectators in awe. Fans roared with exhilaration, proclaiming it the most thrilling individual performance they had ever witnessed. Fortunately, I refrained from leaving early. Otherwise, I would have regretted it immensely. Who could have anticipated such a dramatic outcome in what was presumed to be a balanced contest? Remarkably, Lin Mo single-handedly turned the tide. As Lin Mo completed his hat trick, the match approached its injury time. Although the outcome was no longer in doubt, the players of Fiorentina were far from complacent. For them, it was a matter of pride. Even in defeat, they could not allow Lin Mo to score again, for that would be an indelible stain on their honor. Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded. All 10 Fiorentina players retreated into their penalty area, forming a formidable wall, effectively sealing off every possible angle. Under such circumstances, even Lin Mo, regardless of his prowess, found no opportunity to shoot. However, Lin Mo was no longer fixated on scoring. This match had unveiled the remarkable skills of Pele to him. He realized he had only tapped into a fraction of his potential, achieving a hat trick in a mere 5 to 6 minutes. It was unfathomable to consider what might transpire should he unleash his full capabilities. Yet, he understood that this was merely a youth match, and there was no need to reveal his entire arsenal. Moreover, he was acutely aware that as others became more familiar with his abilities, he would inevitably face increasingly formidable defenses. Thus, the pressing concern remained to enhance his skills promptly. With the referee's whistle signaling the end of the match, International triumphed with a score of 3-0. Teammates rushed to surround Lin Mo, lifting him high into the air in a jubilant celebration. They tossed him up repeatedly. Reveling in the moment, Lin Mo's performance had thoroughly captivated his teammates, transforming even those who had previously doubted him. In the realm of football, merit reigned supreme. Despite being a newcomer from the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Mo had showcased undeniable talent that everyone witnessed firsthand. In stark contrast to the exuberance of International, the Fiorentina players resembled defeated roosters, their spirits visibly dampened. This match had left them feeling utterly frustrated. The only solace was that the game had concluded, sparing them from further encounters with Lin Mo's formidable presence. Just reflecting on those few minutes on the field, where Lin Mo's ball control instilled a palpable sense of pressure, filled them with dread. Their minds and bodies had endured significant strain and trial. Ultimately, they departed the field in disgrace, unnoticed and uncared for. Following this match, International's youth team had established a 6-point lead in the standings, widening the gap with the second-place team. Initially, it was expected that Coach Melter would be in high spirits, granting the team a few days off after such a strong performance. However, to everyone's surprise, Melter showed no signs of relaxation. The league is not over yet. A brief celebration is acceptable, but we must continue to strive. Training resumes tomorrow, and tardiness or absence will result in wage deductions, Melter stated coldly. Really? Is this necessary? I was hoping to take my girlfriend to the movies, someone lamented. Coach, must we really be so relentless? Our next opponent is the underdog Parma. Upon hearing this, it was evident that discontent simmered among the players, with some openly voicing their grievances. Yet Melter remained unyielding. In the youth team, he held the ultimate authority. After dismissing the dissent, he cast a glance at Lin Mo, seemingly curious about his reaction. Lin Mo appeared composed, his expression betraying no signs of emotion, leaving his inner thoughts shrouded in mystery. This caused Melter's heart to race. Was this truly a 17-year-old? In addition to his remarkable skills, his maturity was striking. The more he interacted with Lin Mo, the more Melter felt a sense of foreboding. All signs indicated that this young man was destined for greatness. Even if he did not reach the heights of a Ballon d'Or winner, becoming a world-class star seemed inevitable. The weight of responsibility on Melter's shoulders intensified, as he feared mishandling such a gem. This was the very reason he decided to maintain rigorous training without respite. As the team prepared to leave, Zanetti hurried into the locker room. Lin Mo, come with me. President Zhang wishes to see you. Lin Mo was taken aback. This news arrived so suddenly. He had long heard of President Zhang's esteemed reputation, but never expected to be summoned personally. He quickly rose from his seat, scarcely having time to change before rushing out the door. As he departed, whispers erupted among the others. No way. President Zhang wants to meet this kid? This means he is about to be promoted. Of course. They are both from the Dragon Kingdom. Their connection must be exceptional. Are you serious? Do you think Lin Mo is someone who relies on connections? His talent speaks for itself. Indeed, to be honest, even if he were to join the first team now, I would have no objections. His abilities warrant it. The murmurs continued, and a single match had altered their perceptions of him. Clearing my throat. Coach Melter coughed, instantly silencing the chatter. Meanwhile, Lin Mo followed Zanetti to President Zhang's office. Upon finally meeting the legendary CEO, Lin Mo felt a twinge of nervousness. But he quickly composed himself. President Zhang was surprisingly approachable, exuding an air of humility. Lin Mo, come in and take a seat. Zhang gestured to a nearby sofa. Lin Mo wasted no time, plopping down, still feeling the fatigue from the match. Despite having acquired a football system, he was still merely human, lacking any superhuman abilities. Chapter 26. Lippy meets Vice Chairman Ma Zhangkongyang scrutinized Lin Mo with great seriousness before finally speaking. Lin Mo, I watched your recent match, and I must say it was truly exhilarating. You are aware of the current state of football in our dragon country. It is no longer just a matter of being unable to rise, but rather a mire that cannot even adhere to the wall. Zhangkongyang began his critique of dragon country's football. Uncertain of Zhangkongyang's intentions, Lin Mo remained silent. He understood that the urgency with which Zhangkongyang summoned him was not merely for the purpose of venting frustrations. As anticipated, Zhangkongyang soon expressed the doubts that plagued him. Lin Mo, I see immense talent in you. You are undoubtedly a player of great potential. However, why the impulsiveness? Fighting on the field is a most unbecoming act. Zhangkongyang inquired gently, cautious not to touch upon Lin Mo's sensitive spots. Lin Mo quickly grasped Zhangkongyang's meaning. It appeared he had conducted an investigation into Lin Mo's past, aware of his expulsion from the national team and his experiences at Juventus. It was hardly surprising. A person of Zhang's stature at such a large club would not neglect to perform a thorough background check before signing a player. Mr. Zhang, would you believe me if I said that all of this was a result of a conspiracy against me? Lin Mo felt it essential to clarify the situation, as he did not wish to carry the stigma of being labeled a football thug for the rest of his life. What? Are you suggesting that all of this has its reasons? Zhangkongyang was taken aback, realizing that the situation was far more complex than he had initially imagined. It was hardly surprising, given the chaotic environment surrounding Dragon Country's football. Without further ado, Lin Mo pulled up the prepared recordings and various pieces of evidence on his phone, presenting them to Zhangkongyang. Mr. Zhang, here is the evidence of their conspiracy against me. Zhangkongyang's understanding deepened as he examined the materials. These scoundrels, he exclaimed, slapping his palm onto his desk. The dismal state of Dragon Country's football is a result of such individuals creating chaos. After finally producing a football prodigy, they have stifled him so brutally. His anger reached its zenith as he reflected on the shocking revelations of corruption, especially considering that Ma Lishan held a position of leadership within the Football Association. With such leadership, how could Dragon Country's football ever hope to rise and compete in the World Cup? Rest assured, Lin Mo, as long as you play for me, I guarantee that those individuals will not dare to lay a finger on you, Zhangkongyang assured him. After all, it was crucial to protect such a rare talent. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I will certainly strive to meet your expectations. Lin Mo felt a wave of gratitude towards Zhangkongyang. This was the first time in days that he encountered someone who could support and understand him, lifting the heavy burden from his shoulders. Very well. You must be tired after your match. Go and rest. Zhangkongyang waved him off. although his inclination was to promote Lin Mo to the first team immediately. He remembered what Zanetti had said and decided it was best not to rush, lest he hinder Lin Mo's development. "Then I shall take my leave," Lin Mo replied, exiting the office. As he glanced back at Lin Mo's somewhat youthful figure, Zhang Kongyang felt a profound sense of reflection. He was pleased to discover that Lin Mo had indeed been wronged and was a footballing talent of exceptional promise. However, he was infuriated to learn that the Football Association of Dragon Country was so mired in corruption that they could not accommodate a talent like Lin Mo. Was this not a grievous waste? Yet, Zhang Kongyang also felt a sense of relief. Had it not been for the reckless behavior of Ma Lishan and others, Lin Mo might have already joined Juventus and would never have had the chance to play for his club. Was this all perhaps a twist of fate? Meanwhile, Lippi had returned to Dragon Country. After witnessing Lin Mo's performance on the field, he was overwhelmed with excitement and immediately booked a return flight. "It seems my judgment was not mistaken. Lin Mo is indeed a player of great potential," Lippi murmured to himself throughout the journey. Exhilarated by the serendipitous encounter of such talent in a footballing desert like Dragon Country, it was absurd that he had been expelled from the national team. Determined, Lippi vowed to persuade the Football Association to reinstate Lin Mo, even if it meant risking his own position as head coach. Upon arriving in Dragon Country, he wasted no time and headed straight to the Football Association. As he approached, a young staff member waiting in the hallway dashed forward. "Vice Chairman Ma, Lippi is coming." The young man panted. "Lippi? What does he want?" Ma Lishan frowned, leisurely sipping his tea at his desk. "Quickly, stop him. Tell him I'm not here." Ma Lishan had grown weary of encountering Lippi, knowing that any meeting would invariably revolve around discussions of the national team selections, which he found increasingly burdensome. "Vice Chairman, you seem to be in good spirits." However, it was too late. Lippi had already pushed the door open and entered. "Ah, Mr. Lippi, what brings you here?" Ma Lishan feigned a smile, realizing he could no longer evade the inevitable. Without further pleasantries, Lippi got straight to the point. "Vice Chairman Ma, I have something to show you." He opened his briefcase and retrieved a small USB drive. "What is this?" Ma Lishan asked with curiosity, unsure of Lippi's intentions. "You'll find out soon enough," Lippi replied, handing over the USB drive. "Oh?" Ma Lishan accepted it with skepticism, plugging it into his computer to view its contents. Upon seeing the footage, his expression changed dramatically. It was a video of Lin Mo's goal against Fiorentina, captured by Lippi's phone in its entirety. Although the video was not very clear, the brilliance of the moment was unmistakable. Ma Lishan felt his blood boil, nearly unable to suppress a wave of rage. He had gone to great lengths to eradicate Lin Mo, only to find that his meticulous plans had failed, allowing Lin Mo to sign with Inter Milan and score a goal. Chapter 27. Li Tai becomes the new national team coach. This development poses significant trouble. Ma Lishan inwardly lamented the situation, understanding that Lin Mo's joining Inter Milan was akin to a fish returning to the ocean. Even as a leader within the Football Association, he realized that any attempts to suppress Lin Mo would be futile. Regret gnawed at him. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have leveraged his connections to prevent Lin Mo from obtaining a visa. Who could have predicted the sheer luck that allowed this young man to inadvertently join a European club? While Ma Lishan's thoughts churned like a tempest, Lippi remained blissfully unaware, mistakenly believing that Ma was simply astonished by Lin Mo's skills. "Vice Chairman Ma, look at the prowess Lin Mo has displayed. It surpasses that of all current members of our national team. I believe it is time for him to return to the national squad. If Lin Mo joins us, I am confident we can lead Longguo to the 2022 Qatar World Cup," Lippi asserted with fervor. This was the source of his excitement. Leading Longguo to the World Cup would undoubtedly be a crowning achievement in his coaching career. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? Upon hearing Lippi's words, Ma Lishan's patience wore thin. "Mr. Lippi, your role is to guide the team in play, not to dictate matters to our higher-ups. I hope you understand that decisions regarding player selection will be thoroughly discussed in our meetings," he replied, eager to dismiss Lippi. However, Lippi was not easily swayed. He had not anticipated such bureaucratic resistance from Ma Lishan. "Vice Chairman Ma, I fail to grasp why you oppose Lin Mo. However, I can unequivocally tell you that he is indeed a talented footballer. If you deny him a place in the national team, it will not be his loss, but rather a loss for all of Longguo," Lippi boldly declared, determined to advocate for Lin Mo's return. Ma Lishan, incensed by Lippi's words, slammed his hand on the table. "Lippi, how dare you interfere with my duties? Lin Mo has been dismissed, and as long as I am here, he will never rejoin the national team. Moreover, he is a football hooligan. With such poor character, What good is his skill? Our national team will not tolerate such a disruptive presence, he proclaimed, leaving no room for negotiation. How could he allow Lin Mo's return, which would be tantamount to a personal affront? Lippi could hardly fathom such an outcome. He had journeyed to Milan to demonstrate Lin Mo's capabilities, only to find that his efforts had changed nothing. No wonder Longguo football languished in obscurity. Lippi began to grasp the situation's gravity. In that case, I shall resign from my position as head coach of Longguo football, effective immediately. He retrieved his identification badge and tossed it onto Ma Lishan's desk before departing without waiting for a response. Though he was among the highest-paid football coaches in the world, he could no longer endure such a stifling environment. Sometimes, money is not the sole motivator. He had seen through the essence of the Longguo Football Association. There was no future in coaching here. Let them go. Do they think Longguo football cannot survive without me? The world will continue to turn without any one individual. Ma Lishan remained unyielding, dismissing the notion that Lippi's resignation would impact the association. Thus, Lippi stepped down, sending shockwaves through Longguo football. News outlets erupted with speculation regarding Lippi's departure. Have you heard? Lippi has resigned. What's going on? Longguo football had just begun to see hope. Why now? At such a crucial moment for the 2022 World Cup? Voices echoed disbelief. I just placed a bet. It must be due to a conflict with the association. Perhaps a cordial separation. But who will succeed him? This is critical for our World Cup aspirations. The football community was abuzz with shock and disappointment. Fans had placed their faith in Lippi, believing that under his guidance, they stood a chance at the World Cup. Yet, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment when it crumbled. Soon, the association announced Li Tai as the new head coach. Li Tai? What a joke. What qualifications does he have to lead the national team? I cannot fathom why they would choose him over so many experienced international coaches. Is the association playing with fire? This is disastrous. I fear we may bid farewell to the 2022 World Cup. The public expressed their bewilderment. Some, however, held differing opinions. You are far too pessimistic. Let us consider the bright side. We have employed many foreign coaches over the years, yet we still failed to reach the World Cup. Why not change our approach? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, perhaps local coaches have a better understanding of the players. Amidst the chorus of skepticism, Li Tai officially took the reins as the new head coach of the national team. Behind the scenes, Ma Lishan reveled in his triumph. Do not think you are exceptional just because you are Lippi. In Longguo, I hold the power. He promptly contacted his son, Ma Dali, who was in Italy. Son, did you know Lin Mo has joined the youth team of Inter Milan? Aren't you with the Juventus youth team? You should encounter him soon. When you do, show no mercy. Take him down. Rest assured, your father will ensure your safety. Understood, father. I will make sure he cannot get out of bed. Ma Dali replied with a menacing tone. Lin Mo, just wait. I do not believe you are as fortunate as you seem. After hanging up, a malicious glint sparkled in Ma Lishan's eyes. Chapter 28. Rising fame. The news of a significant transformation in domestic football swiftly reached Lin Mo's ears. Although he had been expelled from the national team and felt detached from the local football scene, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow upon learning that Lippi had resigned, a coach who had once recognized his potential. Nevertheless, Lin Mo soon shook off this melancholy, focusing instead on enhancing his abilities. As for the state of football in Longguo, he resolved to let it be. Suddenly, Lin Mo recalled that he had completed a system task and had yet to claim his reward. With excitement, he accessed the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the system task and earned the reward, the exquisite skill of the crescent moon blade. Additionally, you have received one lottery draw. Without hesitation, Lin Mo opted for an immediate draw, earning 2,000 reward points. Although this haul did not dazzle as much as his previous 2 draws, it was nonetheless a welcome addition. He promptly exchanged 2 points for shooting attributes in the store, knowing well that a forward's ability to score was paramount on the field. The hat trick he had achieved in the last match was not only due to facing a youth team but also because his opponents had underestimated him. Should rival teams thoroughly analyze his strengths and bolster their defenses, scoring would become a far more arduous task. After allocating his attribute points, Lin Mo's shooting prowess ascended to 83, a commendable level. Coupled with Pele's technique, he felt confident in dominating the youth league. As anticipated, the upcoming match posed no challenge. Against the weaker team Parma, Inter Milan granted him no opportunities, leading 2-0 by halftime. However, spectators were taken aback when Lin Mo was not included in the starting lineup, remaining on the bench. This decision sparked discontent among the crowd, with many demanding to see his performance. Some speculated that Coach Melter aimed to protect the newcomer, hoping he might feature in the second half. Yet, if Lin Mo did not take the field, they vowed to cancel their season tickets. Amidst the anxious fans, Zhang Kongyang remained steadfast in his box, attending youth matches more frequently than those of the senior team, all in support of Lin Mo. His disappointment mirrored that of the crowd when Lin Mo was not among the starters. He yearned to discern whether Lin Mo's initial performance was a stroke of luck or indicative of consistent talent. Lin Mo, however, remained unperturbed, comfortably seated on the bench. He understood that competing against peers held little value. Consider Pele, who led Brazil to World Cup glory at the tender age of 17. Engaging with contemporaries would be akin to a regression in skill. His current objective was to bide his time, complete system tasks, and fortify his abilities. Under increasing pressure from fans and team officials, Melter eventually substituted Lin Mo into the game after 10 minutes of the second half. Initially, Parma's players scoffed at his entry. Is this the kid who scored a hat-trick against Fiorentina? He looks like a scrawny monkey. How much talent could he possibly possess? They derided, dismissing him as a product of good fortune. Yet, before they could register their disbelief, Lin Mo executed a stunning solo run, dismantling Parma's defense. Confronting the goalkeeper, he unleashed a breathtaking crescent moonblade shot. The ball soared in a graceful arc, nestling into the top right corner of the net. The angle was exquisite, and the trajectory bewildering, leaving spectators in awe. Incredible! That shot deserves a spot among the year's best goals, they exclaimed, realizing Lin Mo's shooting prowess was exceptional, rivaling that of established senior forwards. The players from Parma were utterly flabbergasted, their earlier arrogance swiftly transformed into despair. They could hardly believe their eyes. This is impossible. How could he possess such speed and shooting finesse? Even world-class masters would struggle to replicate that stunning curve. Lin Mo's performance did not cease there. In the ensuing minutes, he showcased his versatility, scoring another hat-trick, this time a flawless one, within a mere 10 minutes. Zhang Kongyang in the box clenched his fists in exhilaration, his earlier doubts dispelled. No one could maintain such fortune indefinitely. Lin Mo's talent was undeniably genuine. In the end, Inter Milan triumphed with a resounding 5-0 victory, marking Lin Mo's second consecutive hat-trick. Such feats had been accomplished before, but the alarming efficiency with which Lin Mo achieved them was unprecedented. Instantly, he garnered widespread acclaim, with the media dubbing him the Messi of Longguo and the yellow-skinned Pele, employing hyperbolic phrases in abundance. Yet, amidst the frenzy, a measured voice emerged from the Milan sports newspaper, cautioning against excessive adulation. They noted Lin Mo's youth and the inexperience of his opponents, emphasizing the importance of temperance and praise. History was replete with youthful prodigies who faded into obscurity upon reaching adulthood. Confronted with this whirlwind of attention, Lin Mo maintained his composure. He neither succumbed to the euphoria of praise nor allowed the skepticism of others to diminish his self-worth. He possessed a clear vision for his career, and he would never forget Lippi's mentorship. Mr. Lippi, I trust you have witnessed my performance. I shall not disappoint you, and I will continue to forge ahead. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, Lippi had indeed observed his every move and had resigned from the Longguo national team. Chapter 29. Lin Mo's first starting appearance. In stark contrast to the resplendent Lin Mo, Belika found himself engulfed in despair. Since joining Juventus, his limited skills had rendered him unable to secure any playing time. Initially, Belika was indifferent to this situation, as he had come to Europe merely to pass the time. However, the meteoric rise of Lin Mo within the Inter Milan youth team left him feeling disheartened, as the disparity between their fortunes was glaring. This imbalance stirred feelings of resentment within him. Upon receiving a call from his father, Malishan, a thought began to fester in his mind. Indeed, he felt compelled to take decisive action against Lin Mo. Otherwise, if Lin Mo continued to thrive, he would inevitably attract national team attention. Belika resolved to completely incapacitate Lin Mo, believing this was the only way to eliminate his lingering anxieties. The forthcoming match between Juventus and Inter Milan presented a perfect opportunity. Yet, Belika soon found himself in a quandary. He had no chance of being fielded in Juventus, and without the opportunity to confront Lin Mo directly, his plans were thwarted. This predicament weighed heavily on him. Back home, he could have easily bribed his teammates to assist him, but in Italy, such tactics were futile. No one would jeopardize their future for a mere sum of money. Belika understood that such actions would only backfire, leading him to a dead end. Thus, he resolved to devise a more strategic approach. After much contemplation, Belika concocted a plan. One day, after team practice, he quietly entered the office of head coach Gilvani. "Ma, what brings you here?" Gilvani was taken aback to see Belika, who typically avoided him out of fear of being assigned training tasks. Coach, I have something important to discuss with you. Belika said, his voice trembling. What is it? Galvani raised an eyebrow, harboring a poor impression of Belika, who had been an unwelcome addition to his squad. His fundamental skills in football were abysmal, and Galvani often questioned the rationale behind the team's decision to include him. Belika, aware he was unlikely to gain any playing time, had settled into his current status, content to simply exist within the team. However, news of Lin Mo's exploits had ignited a fire within him. Coach, aren't we facing Inter Milan next? I request to mark Lin Mo. What? You? Galvani was astounded, scarcely believing his ears. Do you have any idea how explosive Lin Mo is right now? He is one of the most sensational young stars in all of Europe. What makes you think you can defend against him? Galvani regarded Belika as presumptuous for even contemplating such a challenge. Even formidable defenses like Fiorentina had struggled against Lin Mo. Coach, perhaps you don't know, but Lin Mo and I grew up together. We have always been teammates, so I know his game inside and out. I am confident I can handle him. Belika asserted, his conviction stemming from a gross miscalculation of the current situation. He mistakenly believed Lin Mo was still the same player he had once known and underestimated the level of competition in the Italian Youth League. Galvani's interest peaked. Is what you say true? Absolutely, coach. If you don't believe me, you can check. Back in Dragon Country, I was always on the same team as Lin Mo. Belika insisted, thumping his chest. That's splendid news, Ma. I'm counting on you, Galvani exclaimed, elated. He had been concerned about Lin Mo's attacking prowess for some time, and this revelation filled him with hope. Don't worry, coach. I will teach him a lesson. Belika thought, feeling a surge of triumph as his scheme unfolded effortlessly. Very well, the match is tomorrow. Make sure to rest well tonight, Galvani encouraged, patting Belika on the shoulder as he escorted him out of the office, his eyes shining with anticipation. If all that Belika claimed was true, he might have stumbled upon a hidden gem. With Lin Mo's current form, possessing a tactic to neutralize him could lead to a breakthrough victory. The following day, the Youth League match between Inter Milan and Juventus commenced as scheduled, capturing the attention of countless fans. The rivalry between the two clubs is the most celebrated derby in the Apennine Peninsula, and this youth match was no exception. Additionally, it marked Lin Mo's debut as a starter for Inter Milan, and fans were eager to witness his performance. As the time for the match drew near, fans flocked to the stadium as if attending a grand celebration. Similarly, Zhang Kongyang and Zanetti arrived at the VIP box, eager to see Lin Mo in action. While reviewing match details, Zhang Kongyang noticed a surprising detail. Belika was starting for Juventus. What on earth is happening? He mused, furrowing his brow. Intuition told him that this development was anything but ordinary. Belika was a name he recognized from Lin Mo's accounts. The very individual with whom Lin Mo had had a fierce confrontation, ultimately leading to Lin Mo's departure from the national team. Chapter 30. Zhang Kongyang's concerns. At the same time, Zhang Kongyang was acutely aware of his own inadequacies. He was merely an amateur in the realm of football, possessing only a modicum of skill. How then could such a person possibly be a starter? Moreover, it was peculiar that he would start this particular match rather than any other. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Something was amiss. The opposing team must have a scheme. Zhang Kongyang seemed to have an epiphany and promptly called over Zanetti. Old Sa, quickly call Melter and inform him that Lin Mo should be rested for this match. He must not step onto the pitch. Why, President Zhang? Zanetti queried, perplexed. Usually, Zhang Kongyang was eager to witness Lin Mo's performance, wishing for him to start every game without fail. What had changed today? Why rest Lin Mo? Stop asking questions and do as I say, Zhang Kongyang replied, casting a skeptical glance at Zanetti. He recognized the situation's complexity. There was no time for explanations, especially with the match about to commence. All right then, though still bewildered. Zanetti complied and dialed Melter's number. At that moment, Melter was engrossed in strategizing and explaining tactics when he received Zanetti's call, delivering the instruction to rest Lin Mo. Why is that? Melter inquired, puzzled. It's President Zhang's order. I don't know the specifics. Just follow through, Zanetti replied. Understood, Melter responded, albeit with confusion. After hanging up, he approached Lin Mo to relay the message. What? Coach, I'm in perfect condition. Why should I rest? Lin Mo was equally baffled. Melter shrugged, feeling helpless. Lin, don't ask so many questions. Just do as instructed. Fine, coach. Though reluctant, Lin Mo resolved to comply. He believed that if such a decision was made by the higher-ups, There had to be a valid reason behind it. However, he soon noticed the central display board announcing the starting lineup, and to his astonishment, Ma Daly's name appeared. What? He actually started? Lin Mo was initially incredulous. In his view, there was no justification for Ma Daly to be a starter. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he seemed to grasp the underlying reason. Was it because of him? A plan began to form in Lin Mo's mind as he approached Melter once more. Coach, the starting list has already been submitted. It might not be appropriate to withdraw Ma Daly now. How about this? Allow me to play the first half, and then you can substitute me in the second half. This way, it would appease the club management. Listening to Lin Mo's proposal, Melter hesitated. That might not be a good idea. He remained apprehensive, understanding that this was the club's directive. It's all right, coach. I'll take care of myself once I'm on the field. Besides, the fans are eagerly waiting for me. If I withdraw now, it might upset them. After learning that Ma Daly was starting, Lin Mo was fervently eager to play. This was a rare opportunity to teach that brat a lesson. He could not afford to miss it. Melter furrowed his brow. Indeed, since Lin Mo's rise to fame, he had become the most beloved player on the youth team. The deafening cheers for Lin Mo resounding through the stadium were the best testament to his popularity. If Lin Mo were truly benched, it would be difficult to justify, based on his understanding of the club's concerns. Melter surmised that the intention behind resting Lin Mo was to prevent injury. Prior to confirming the starting list, he had consulted the team doctor, who assured him that Lin Mo's condition was excellent. If he only played for 45 minutes, there should be no issues. With that in mind, Melter finally nodded. Very well. Just remember, Lin Mo, if you feel any discomfort on the pitch, notify me immediately. Melter remained cautious, giving one last piece of advice. Rest assured, coach. I will be careful, Lin Mo assured him, signaling an okay gesture. Soon, the match was about to begin, and the starting players took the field. The atmosphere surged with excitement as the crowd erupted in cheers. Their sole focus was on Lin Mo, Zhang Kongyang, and Sinetti, initially seated in the VIP box. Prepared to leave, as their primary purpose for being there was to witness Lin Mo. Since he could not play, they saw no reason to linger and waste time. However, at that moment, a tremendous cheer erupted from the stadium. What on earth is happening? Zhang Kongyang felt utterly bewildered. Such exuberance was rarely encountered, even in the home ground of Inter Milan, as the team had not seen the emergence of extraordinary stars like Ronaldo or Adriano in recent times. The atmosphere had become considerably subdued. Yet to witness such fervor was astonishing. What is going on, Sinetti? Zhang Kongyang was incredulous, struggling to comprehend why the crowd was so animated. President Zhang, look. Lin Mo is actually starting. What? Zhang Kongyang could hardly believe his eyes. Indeed, there was a player with yellow skin and black hair warming up on the field, standing out remarkably. What is happening? What is Melter thinking? He decided to investigate further. Sinetti, rarely witnessing Zhang Kongyang so agitated, hurried off to gather information. Zhang Kongyang sank into his seat, disheartened. The reason he had instructed Melter to rest Lin Mo was due to the underlying tension between Lin Mo and Ma Daly. The latter's unexpected starting position was clearly aimed at confronting Lin Mo. Zhang Kongyang had initially intended to find a way for Lin Mo to rejoin the national team. It was a rare opportunity for a football prodigy to emerge from Longguo, and it would be a pity for him not to be included. However, Ma Daly and his father, Ma Lishan, posed significant obstacles. Thus, upon seeing Ma Daly on the field, Zhang Kongyang feared escalating the situation and had planned to have Lin Mo rested. Little did he expect Melter to defy his orders. Chapter 31. Returning the favor in kind trouble loomed ominously. He was acutely aware that given the deep-seated animosity between Ma Daly and Lin Mo, their encounter on the field would surely not end amicably. Melter, why did you do this? Zhang Kongyang clutched his head in distress. The match had already commenced, and it was too late to intervene. The only recourse now was to mitigate the damage and prevent any altercations on the pitch. At that moment, Zanetti approached once more. He had witnessed Zhang Kanyang's outburst and immediately contacted Melter, demanding to know why he had defied orders. What did Melter say? Zhang Kongyang inquired with a furrowed brow. Mr. Zhang, you cannot entirely blame Melter for this. He intended to rest Lin Mo as instructed, but Lin Mo insisted on playing, leaving Melter with no choice, came the reply. Zhang Kongyang frowned, realizing Lin Mo's stubbornness was more formidable than he anticipated. It was evident that Lin Mo was intent on confronting Ma Daly, and the tension of the match was now unavoidable. Zanetti, notify the medical staff to be on standby for any emergencies. Understood, I will inform them. Zanetti acknowledged before stepping back. Before the match even began, the atmosphere surrounding Inter Milan was charged with anxiety, reflecting their concern for Lin Mo's safety. As the players took to the field and the opening ceremony commenced, they exchanged handshakes. However, when Belika approached Lin Mo, he showed no inclination to acknowledge him. "You little brat, who would have thought you'd be fortunate enough to join Inter Milan? Don't let a few goals inflate your ego. In the realm of Dragon Country football, this is still our domain," Belika boasted arrogantly. Yet, Lin Mo chose to ignore him entirely, tilting his head skyward. Refusing even a glance in Belika's direction, Belika felt profoundly insulted, as no one had ever dared to disregard him so brazenly, igniting his fury. "Lin Mo, continue your charade. Be wise and kneel to apologize. Otherwise, when the game begins, I will ensure you regret it," he hissed through gritted teeth, itching to unleash his wrath upon Lin Mo. Just then, the referee seemed to sense the brewing conflict and swiftly blew the whistle, preventing any escalation. With that, the match officially commenced, and Inter Milan initiated their offensive. "Defend. Keep your focus on defense, everyone. Ignore them. Just keep a close watch on Lin Mo," Coach Giovanni bellowed from the Juventus bench. He believed defeat was inevitable, although Belika's presence offered a glimmer of hope. Still, he recognized Lin Mo's superior skills, which far surpassed those of his peers. As long as Belika could somewhat restrain Lin Mo, avoiding a humiliating defeat would be a considerable achievement. This was the prevailing mindset among most teams facing Inter Milan, to lose minimally rather than be utterly annihilated. However, Belika dismissed his coach's warnings. He was acutely aware of Lin Mo's capabilities. While Lin Mo displayed a modicum of talent, he was far from the mythical figure others made him out to be. Yet, Belika understood that the stronger Lin Mo became, the greater the threat to him. One day, the fans of Dragon Country would rally behind Lin Mo, and Belika's downfall would be assured. He could not allow that to happen. Thus, in this battle, even if he could not redeem his name, he would ensure Lin Mo's utter disgrace. This was the mission entrusted to him by his father. "Rest assured, father, I will make Lin Mo's defeat utterly humiliating," Belika muttered to himself. Suddenly, an astonishing event unfolded. A figure darted past him with remarkable speed. "Watch out!" his teammates shouted in unison. "Oh no, it's Lin Mo." Belika finally reacted, but Lin Mo had already eluded him effortlessly, as if he were merely a wooden post. When had Lin Mo acquired such deft dribbling skills? Before Belika could comprehend, Lin Mo had breached his defense. Instinctively, he reached out to grab Lin Mo and Oppo's shirt, but Lin Mo, with his current prowess, easily sidestepped the attempt. However, Lin Mo had no intention of avoiding the contact. He deliberately slowed down, allowing Belika to grasp his jersey. In a calculated move, Lin Mo leaned back, causing the back of his head to collide with Belika's face. A sharp cry echoed as Belika's front teeth were knocked out. The unexpected nature of the incident resulted in his teeth being swallowed. "Lin Mo, you!" Belika exclaimed, covering his bloodied mouth, pointing angrily at Lin Mo, who lay on the ground. Yet, the referee blew the whistle, issuing a yellow card to Belika. "What? Referee, are you blind? He collided with me. And you penalize me?" Belika was incredulous, unable to fathom the unfolding events. "You had already lost your last defender. It was you who pulled him down," the referee stated, unimpressed by Belika's protests, jotting down his name on the card. Belika felt a surge of impotent rage. "Lin Mo, you're devious. I'll make you pay for this." He charged forward but was restrained by his teammates. "Belika, don't act rashly. If you get a red card, we're surely doomed," they cautioned. Despite his fury, Belika was held fast, unable to break free. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, lying on the ground with his hands over his head, flashed a sinister grin at Belika, inciting further wrath. In Dragon Country, he was accustomed to being the one in control. Never had he suffered such humiliation. Chapter 32. Belika decides to fight to the bitter end on the side of Inter Milan. Upon witnessing Lin Mo collapse, everyone's hearts raced with anxiety. Zhang Kangyang, seated in the stands, was particularly fraught with tension. "It's over. I knew that rascal Belika harbored ill intentions." Zhang Kangyang felt utterly disoriented. After all, it would be a tremendous loss if such a promising football talent from Dragon Country were to be ruined by internal strife. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Zanetti quickly approached to offer reassurance. "Mr. Zhang, please rest assured. Based on my over 20 years of professional experience, Lin Mo's injury should not be severe. I have already alerted our team doctor as per your instructions, and they will do everything possible to ensure Lin Mo's well-being." Reassured by Zanetti's words, Zhang Kanyang finally felt a measure of relief. Let us hope that's the case. Meanwhile, the Inter Milan medical team, granted permission by the referee, rushed onto the field upon seeing Lin Mo down. They were acutely aware that Lin Mo was a key figure for the club, and any injury to him was a cause for collective concern. Each member feared that a delay in treatment could jeopardize their positions. After conducting a thorough examination and finding Lin Mo unscathed, they proceeded with a massage treatment, demonstrating their commitment to the club's leadership. After a flurry of urgent attention, the medical staff ultimately declared Lin Mo fit to continue, announcing that the match could resume with Lin Mo taking the free kick. Given the audience's familiarity with Lin Mo's exceptional free kick skills, they were particularly cautious while forming the wall, effectively blocking his shooting angles. Despite the distance of the free kick, the goalkeeper remained vigilant, closely monitoring Lin Mo's approach. Lin Mo appeared remarkably composed as he approached the ball, while the entire stadium held its breath in anticipation of how he would execute this critical moment. To the home fans, Lin Mo was akin to a treasure trove, consistently pulling out unexpected delights to astonish them. Who could possibly resist such a player? The commentator, too, was swept up in excitement. As Lin Mo began his run-up, he struck the ball with a grace that was nothing short of breathtaking. The ball arced beautifully through the air. Would it find the net? Alas, it veered off course, missing the goal by a considerable margin, a disappointing moment that fell far below Lin Mo's usual standards. The commentator expressed a tinge of disappointment, noting that this attempt was not reflective of Lin Mo's past prowess. The spectators, too, clutched their heads in frustration. Had Lin Mo sustained an injury during the earlier confrontation? This question loomed in the minds of all present. Yet, just as doubt began to seep in, the football took an unexpected curve, rebounding off the goalpost with tremendous force, continuing to bounce off the opposite post before finally entering the goal. Incredible! The entire stadium erupted in jubilation. This was undoubtedly the most magnificent free kick I have ever witnessed, surpassing even the most renowned techniques. It seemed to defy the laws of physics, leaving everyone in awe of Lin Mo's astonishing feat. Even Belika, who was sidelined receiving treatment, was left dumbfounded. Is Lin Mo's free kick truly this remarkable? How was I unaware of this before? Having just witnessed this extraordinary moment, Belika found it hard to believe that such a stunning goal was executed by his rival, Lin Mo. This revelation thoroughly deflated his spirit. Now, the reality was stark. He could neither compete with Lin Mo in skill nor match him on the field. Feeling utterly defeated, Belika, in a moment of desperation, implored the coach, "Coach, please substitute me. I'm injured and cannot continue." At this moment, Belika had completely lost his bravado and was no longer willing to confront Lin Mo head-on. Continuing to play would only lead to further humiliation. However, to his surprise, head coach Giovanni rejected Belika's request. "No, Belika, your defense was commendable. Only you can effectively limit Lin Mo's impact. You must remain on the field." "What?" Belika was taken aback, unable to fathom why the coach would refuse to substitute him. "Coach, are you joking? I failed to contain Lin Mo. He easily bypassed me." Determined to abandon all effort, Belika was resolute in his intentions. Yet, Giovanni remained steadfast in his assessment. "No, Belika, you disrupted his fast break. Other players couldn't even touch Lin Mo's jersey." Giovanni's observations were meticulous, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Mo had intentionally slowed down, allowing himself to be fouled by Belika. Nevertheless, with the coach's insistence, Belika had no choice but to begrudgingly return to the field, steeling himself for what lay ahead. "Fine, I'll just take him down," Belika resolved internally, filled with rage and now disregarding the consequences. Besides, his father had assured him that he would take the blame if anything went awry, leaving Belika with no reservations. Thus, the match resumed, with Juventus launching an attack. However, it quickly became apparent that Belika was utterly ineffective on the pitch, rendering Juventus' situation dire as they effectively played with one man down. In football, being a player short creates a significant disparity in strength. Before long, Inter Milan intercepted the ball, and Giovanni, an experienced coach, swiftly recognized the truth. This Belika was indeed a liability. He cursed under his breath, contemplating a substitution, but reconsidered, realizing it was too early in the match for such a change. He hadn't expected much from Belika, merely hoping he could contain Lin Mo. Perhaps he could give him one more chance. What Giovanni could not foresee was that this very thought would lead Belika down a path of no return. Chapter 33. The ruin of Belika. Following a goal conceded by Juventus, Inter Milan swiftly launched a rapid and effective counterattack. This tactic, which they had rehearsed extensively. Involved quick advances with the ball, breaking through opportunities, and passing to Lin Mo when such opportunities were absent, allowing Lin Mo's exceptional individual prowess to resolve the situation. Once the team discovered this shortcut, they perfected its execution. The ball quickly found its way to Lin Mo's feet, where he determined whether to advance or pass. At this moment, Lin Mo was not merely the team and Oppo's scoring machine. He was also the brain of the squad, orchestrating the rhythm of their offense and defense. Juventus's players immediately organized their defensive formation, focusing their collective attention on Lin Mo. As Lin Mo orchestrated the attack, executing wall passes with his teammates, he successfully penetrated the heart of Juventus's defense. This area was particularly perilous. A direct advance into the penalty area would place him face-to-face with the goalkeeper. Typically, players in such a situation would attempt to intercept the ball. However, facing Lin Mo, each Juventus player felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. They all understood that stealing the ball from Lin Mo was nearly impossible, granting him ample time to adjust. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, a pair of malicious eyes were fixated on him from within the penalty area. This menacing gaze belonged to Maderai, whose mind was clouded by jealousy and hatred, rendering him incapable of contemplating the consequences. His singular focus was to incapacitate Lin Mo, preventing him from ever playing football again. Lin Mo, this is your own doing. I had initially intended to spare you, he thought. In a flash, Lin Mo had entered the penalty area. Stop him! Stop him! Coach Gilvani shouted from the sidelines. Noticing Maderai's momentary stupor, suddenly Maderai sprang into action, lunging towards Lin Mo. Watch out! The surrounding fans seemed to sense the impending danger, erupting in alarm. Maderai lifted his leg, aiming a vicious kick towards Lin Mo's groin. It was a malicious and underhanded move, chilling the spines of the tens of thousands of fans present. After years of watching football, they had never witnessed such a nefarious tactic. Every spectator held their breath for Lin Mo. If that kick connected, it could not only end his football career but potentially threaten his very life. Fortunately, Lin Mo was prepared. With his agility, it was exceedingly difficult for Maderai to make contact. To Lin Mo, Maderai's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. As Maderai's foot neared his groin, Lin Mo suddenly clutched himself and collapsed in apparent agony. The referee rushed over immediately. Red card. Maderai was expelled from the field. He stood there, dumbfounded, having not even touched Lin Mo. Lin Mo, are you acting? He realized. Referee, don't believe him. I didn't touch him. He is merely pretending. He is an actor. Yet, no one paid him any heed, viewing him as a deranged man. Soon, security escorted Maderai from the pitch, awaiting the harsh repercussions of his actions. If it had been anyone else, Lin Mo might have felt guilty for such severity. However, this was entirely Maderai's own doing, a fitting punishment for his transgressions. Individuals like Maderai were the scourge of the football world, and Lin Mo considered this outcome rather lenient. The unfolding drama terrified those oblivious to the truth. Oh no, it's over for Lin Mo. He must be gravely injured. Who is this person to resort to such brutality? If I ever encounter him, I would ensure he pays dearly. He deserves to be rendered incapable of self-care. What grudge drives this madness? Is this martial arts football? Fans were filled with profound loathing for Maderai. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Jean Cagnon could no longer remain seated. He and Zanetti rushed out. Quick, summon the team doctor. Get Lin Mo to the hospital. Jean Cagnon was immensely anxious, filled with regret. Had he known this would happen, he would have insisted on substituting Lin Mo without hesitation. The team doctors soon swarmed in, lifting Lin Mo onto a stretcher and transporting him to the locker room. Throughout this process, Lin Mo cooperated fully, knowing that Maderai's career was now irrevocably shattered, avenging the harm he had once inflicted on him. The dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. Although Maderai had been sent off with a red card, Juventus was now a man down, yet the greatest threat to their defense, Lin Mo, had been substituted. Consequently, their offensive threat diminished considerably. Throughout the second half, Juventus remained entrenched in their half, effectively staving off Inter Milan's attacks. The final score ended at 1-0. Despite Juventus's loss, Coach Gilvani breathed a sigh of relief. This was the best outcome he could have hoped for. As for the consequences awaiting Maderai, who cared? He was merely a football rogue from the Dragon Kingdom, devoid of professional ethics. Meanwhile, on the Inter Milan side, Jean Cagnon rushed into the locker room to check on Lin Mo's condition. Doctor, what is the situation? Should we take him to the hospital? Upon entering, he anxiously inquired. Mr. Jean, thankfully, Lin Mo only sustained minor abrasions. There is no serious harm. The team doctor has conducted a thorough examination, and surprisingly, there are no signs of injury, they reported. How is that possible? They knew that such news would be hard to believe. Thus, when Zhang Kangyang inquired, they uniformly stated that Lin Mo had suffered only a minor injury. That's a relief. Thank heavens. Upon hearing the doctor's response, Zhang Kangyang finally relaxed. Chapter 34. The Dilemma of Ma Lishan for Zhang Kangyang. This was perhaps the most melodious sound he had ever heard, instantly easing his taut nerves. Lin Mo, take good care of yourself during this time. Our league lead is substantial, so losing a few points is inconsequential. To Zhang Kangyang, Lin Mo's health was paramount. He would gladly forfeit the championship for it. Understood, Mr. Zhang, thank you, Lin Mo replied, filled with gratitude towards Zhang Kangyang, who had granted him an opportunity to prove himself while expressing genuine concern for his well-being. This was the first time since embarking on his football journey that he felt warmth from a compatriot. After confirming Lin Mo's physical condition was stable, Zhang Kangyang and the club's leadership exited the locker room, as there were numerous responsibilities awaiting his attention. Upon leaving, Zhang Kangyang immediately called over Zanetti. Old Sa, please arrange for the local media to amplify the coverage of Ma Daliai's situation, leveraging our team's influence here. Understood, Zanetti responded before hastily departing the stadium. Watching Zanetti's determined departure, Zhang Kangyang nodded in satisfaction. He aimed to dismantle the ticking time bomb that was Ma Daliai, preserving Lin Mo's chances of returning to the national team. Although this seemed a distant possibility, Zhang Kangyang was willing to pave the way for it. During this period, while Lin Mo was uninjured, he complied with the team's arrangements and refrained from participating in matches. After all, one must play the role to the fullest. Ma Daliai had pushed him to the brink, and had it not been for his fortuitous activation of the system, Lin Mo might have found himself at a dead end. There was no need for mercy against such an adversary. As Lin Mo anticipated, the media unleashed a fervent backlash against Ma Daliai, branding him a butcher and a murderer. Simultaneously, he was taken into custody by the Italian police for further investigation. The Italian Football Federation swiftly imposed the harshest penalties in history, fining Ma Daliai €300,000 and banning him for life from participating in any matches held in Italy, while Juventus also faced significant fines. This revelation sent shockwaves around the globe, and it became clear that Ma Daliai was a pariah, with no other clubs willing to accept him. Upon receiving this news, Ma Lishan was utterly stunned. He could scarcely believe that his son had fallen to such depths. Regret flooded him. Had he known this would happen, he would never have sent his son to Italy. If he had played domestically, such a fate would have been unimaginable. However, it was too late for regrets. He had to find a way to extricate his son from this predicament. He could not bear the thought of his only child languishing in prison for the rest of his life. Thus, Ma Lishan hurriedly packed his bags and boarded a flight to Milan. Upon arriving in Milan, he leveraged various connections and finally managed to see his son in custody. Daliai, how have you come to this? Ma Lishan was overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of his son, gaunt and disheveled. Dad, you finally came. Please, help me. Ma Daliai cried out, seeing his father as a beacon of hope. Ma Lishan stepped forward, cupping his son's face through the bars. Daliai, do not worry. I will do everything in my power to get you out. Just wait for me, he reassured. In Ma Lishan's mind, as long as he was willing to spend money, there would be no insurmountable problems. Dad, this is all Lin Mo's doing. I can't let this go. You must help me exact revenge on him, Ma Daliai seethed. Filled with hatred towards Lin Mo, wishing for nothing less than his destruction. Understood, son. Rest assured, we will not let this matter lie. Stay here while I work on our connections to get you out, Ma Lishan replied before leaving the detention center. He was not overly concerned. As long as he could navigate the right channels to free his son, they could always return to domestic football. Back home, with his reputation, his son would still be a prized player. Moreover, this tumultuous experience with Juventus could ultimately become a gilded chapter in his career. However, to Ma Lishan's dismay, the tactics that had worked so well in Long Country proved ineffective on the Italian peninsula. No matter which department he approached to leverage his connections, he was met with indifference. The moment people learned he was Ma Daliai's father, they scoffed at him, some even rudely dismissing him. After an exhausting day, Ma Lishan felt utterly defeated. How could this happen? These people are so foolish. Can't they appreciate a monetary incentive? He was plunged into despair, having never encountered such circumstances before. Previously, he had always been in a position of power, with others seeking his assistance. Now, the tables had turned, and he was experiencing the profound helplessness that comes with being ignored. Yet, all of this was a consequence of their own actions. Soon, Ma Lishan received a summons from the Milan court, announcing a public trial regarding Ma Daliai's violent incident. Should the verdict find him guilty, his son's life would be irrevocably ruined. How could this be? Ma Lishan clutched his thinning hair, a wave of despair washing over him. For the first time, he experienced a profound sense of powerlessness. A voice in his mind whispered that it was not yet time to despair. He still had one last avenue of hope. If Lin Mo could be persuaded to forgive, his son might escape prosecution. However, the thought of begging his enemy felt more unbearable than death itself, which was why he had been reluctant to entertain this notion. Thus, Ma Lishan found himself ensnared in a dire dilemma. Chapter 35. The Loss of Dignity. However, a harsh reality loomed ahead. If he did not plead with Lin Mo, he would be forced to watch his son descend into the abyss of imprisonment. In a place like Apennine, once incarcerated, the prospect of leveraging connections for a reduced sentence was utterly futile. Such an outcome would irrevocably shatter his son's future. The thought sent a shiver down Ma Lishan's spine. Could he, the esteemed vice president of the Football Association, truly stoop to beseech that impudent boy? Ultimately, driven by concern for Delay's future, he resolved to swallow his pride and seek Lin Mo's mercy. This appeared to be the only viable path forward. On that very day, Lin Mo was recuperating at the club, engaged in solitary training. Suddenly, a teammate rushed over. Lin Mo, stop practicing. Someone has come to see you, bearing a multitude of gifts. What? Lin Mo initially thought he had misheard. Alone in a foreign land, he knew no one who would come to visit him. Yet, at that moment, a familiar figure emerged from across the field. An overweight middle-aged man, sporting a prominent beer belly, approached him with an exaggerated smile. Lin Mo? Long time no see. How is your recovery progressing? The sight of that insincere grin filled Lin Mo with revulsion, nearly causing him to regurgitate his morning and Appo's nutritional meal. This man was none other than Ma Lishan, the architect of his expulsion from the national team. Lin Mo had no desire to engage with him and turned to head toward his dormitory. Undeterred, Ma Lishan pursued him, laden with packages. Thus unfolded a surreal scene on the training ground. Lin Mo walked ahead, while Ma Lishan, struggling to keep pace, huffed and puffed, gasping for breath. Lin Mo, wait. I have matters to discuss with you. Eventually, they arrived at Lin Mo's apartment. As Lin Mo stepped inside and attempted to close the door, Ma Lishan's greasy face appeared at the threshold. Why are you in such a hurry? I nearly lost you, Ma Lishan exclaimed, ushering his multitude of extravagant gifts into the room. High-end nutritional supplements and luxurious items, all of a costly nature. Once inside, Ma Lishan wasted no time in revealing his purpose. Lin Mo, I have come to plead with you. My son and I have wronged you in the past. I implore you to show mercy and forgive Delay this once. He began his supplication, emboldened by the absence of other players in the room. Lin Mo, however, was acutely aware of Ma Lishan's intentions. The audacity of this man to seek his favor astonished him. Delay's plight is of his own making. I cannot assist him. You may as well leave, Lin Mo replied, discarding the gifts Ma Lishan had brought. Attempting to sway him with material offerings was an affront to Lin Mo's integrity. He was not a man easily swayed by petty temptations. Realizing Lin Mo's resolute stance, Ma Lishan had no recourse but to kneel before him. Lin Mo, I acknowledge our wrongs. I beseech you to overlook our past transgressions. I assure you, I shall never target you again and can even facilitate connections for you back home, if you wish to return. Silence. Lin Mo interrupted, his resolve unyielding. I have severed ties with the national team and wish no further association. This matter is not open for discussion. You should leave. Lin Mo gazed in disbelief at the prostrate figure of Ma Lishan. The depths of his shamelessness were unfathomable, shattering Lin Mo's perception of dignity. Seeing his bribes ineffective, Ma Lishan feigned desperation. Lin Mo, I have only this one son. If he is imprisoned, how might I endure? He continued to beseech Lin Mo, bowing repeatedly. Faced with such unrepentant audacity, Lin Mo felt a surge of pity. It was lamentable that a person like Ma Lishan existed in this world. As he scrutinized Ma Lishan from a vantage of superiority, he found it increasingly unbearable to be in his presence. He had intended to eject Ma Lishan from his abode, but found it impossible to budge him. Despite possessing extraordinary footballing talent, Lin Mo was merely a 17-year-old boy, still physically outmatched. Coupled with Ma Lishan's incessant pleas, Lin Mo's patience wore thin. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, if you wish for me to overlook this, you must agree to one condition. Ma Lishan, sensing a glimmer of hope, nodded eagerly. Of course, I am at your service. What do you require? From this moment forth, you and your son are to cease all provocations against me. I wish never to see either of you again. Lin Mo's focus was solely on his football career. yearning to resolve this animosity and devote himself to the game. As for Ma Lishan and Ma Delay, he hoped they would vanish from his life, far beyond his reach. Chapter 36. An unexpected gain. Certainly. Once my son emerges, I shall return to the Dragon Kingdom with him and will never again provoke you. Ma Lishan hastily made his promise. At this juncture, they would gladly endure public humiliation rather than leave empty-handed. The immediate priority was to rescue his son. With Lin Mo's consent finally secured, Ma Lishan breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude profusely before departing. Subsequently, Lin Mo indeed withdrew the charges against Ma Delai, and the two parties reached an amicable settlement outside of court. Ma Delai was held accountable for compensating Lin Mo with 10 million euros for both physical and emotional damages, and he was ordered to vacate the Apennine Peninsula immediately. Although Ma Lishan suffered a significant financial loss, the price he paid secured his son's freedom. Money, in his perspective, was trivial, a mere shedding of a little blood. Ultimately, he felt he had come out ahead in this transaction. Thus, both father and son were immensely grateful to Lin Mo. Even though Ma Delai felt deeply aggrieved, he had no choice but to comply under his father's pressure. Consequently, Ma Lishan and Ma Delai left the Apennine Peninsula in disgrace, marking the conclusion of this farce. For Lin Mo, he had received 10 million euros in compensation, his first substantial fortune, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. Previously, he had traversed Europe alone, exhausting his savings. Although he had signed a contract with Inter Milan, it was merely a youth player's agreement, and after taxes, his earnings were hardly significant. This was the first time he found himself in possession of such wealth, ironically gifted by his greatest rival. It was indeed a bitter irony. Nonetheless, Lin Mo was not one to be swayed by money. He understood that for an individual, wealth represented the most superficial of pursuits. His focus was solely on honing his football skills, lest he squander his innate talent. Thus, time swiftly passed. The Inter Milan youth team was on the brink of securing the championship. In the following matches, Lin Mo adhered to the team's strategy and did not take to the field. As a result, the team experienced a few setbacks. But these did not significantly impact their overall standing due to the substantial lead they had previously established, compounded by the erratic performance of other teams. During this period, Lin Mo engaged solely in rehabilitation training. However, he remained proactive, seizing opportunities to practice his newly acquired crescent blade technique. Although he had successfully breached Juventus defenses with this skill, he still found it somewhat challenging to execute. He realized that every technique requires a certain level of proficiency, akin to leveling up in a video game. His initial success, albeit fortunate, was aided by the opposing team's inexperience. As he reflected on this, Lin Mo understood that if he aspired to establish himself in the world of football and become one of its most successful athletes, a long road lay ahead. One day, after completing his training, Lin Mo returned to his dormitory for a shower. Just as he was about to rest and explore his system for any undiscovered features, a young player suddenly appeared outside his apartment, calling out, "Lin Mo! Lin Mo, are you there? Come out, someone is looking for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo sprang from his bed and hurried into the hallway. It was his teammate, Joshua, from the youth team, with whom he shared a good rapport. "What is going on?" Lin Mo inquired, curious. Typically, at this hour, few would disturb his rest due to team regulations. "You'll find out if you come out quickly. Hurry." Joshua beckoned, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. Lin Mo, sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly followed him downstairs. Once they reached the ground floor, Joshua seized his hand and pulled him forward. "You're finally out. Let us go. Everyone is waiting for you." Thus, Lin Mo was whisked away by Joshua toward the team's reception room. From a distance, he noticed a large crowd gathered at the entrance, indicating something significant had transpired. As they approached, the players quickly surrounded them. "Lin Mo, you finally arrived." Just as Lin Mo was about to inquire about the commotion, a familiar figure emerged from the reception room. "Lin Mo, come in. We've been waiting for you for quite some time," called out Zanetti, the club's vice president. Realizing the importance of this meeting, Lin Mo hurried inside. To his surprise, in addition to Zanetti, Zhang Kongyang and a reserved middle-aged man with deep brown eyes, who was the head coach of the senior team, Conti, were present. Lin Mo sensed that this was no ordinary gathering. However, no one spoke, and he pretended to be nonchalant, focusing on his shoelaces. "Lin Mo, please take a seat," Zhang Kongyang urged. Without hesitation, Lin Mo sat down confidently. His principle was to embrace the situation and see how it unfolded. Zhang Kongyang was the first to break the silence. "Lin Mo, The youth team is on the verge of winning the championship, and the remaining matches are relatively easy. However, our senior team is facing a critical stage in the league, and the situation is quite tense. He proceeded to explain the current state of affairs in Serie A. Oh, Lin Mo responded, somewhat bewildered, unsure of what Zhang Kongyang's words implied, and could only offer a vague acknowledgement. Chapter 37. Affirmation from the esteemed coach. Lin Mo understood clearly that Zhang Kongyang and his companions had not come merely to discuss league matters. Thus, he refrained from offering any casual opinions, awaiting further elaboration. As anticipated, Zhang Kongyang shifted the conversation towards the crux of the matter. However, our team is currently facing difficulties. Our primary striker, Lukaku, has sustained an injury, leaving us with only Martinez as our forward. He is now overexerting himself in every match. Consequently, we are in urgent need of a substitute striker. Given the current circumstances, it is quite challenging to find a suitable player in the transfer market. Therefore, Zhang paused, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Mr. Zhang, are you suggesting? Lin Mo felt his heart begin to race. Indeed. After deliberation among the team and coaching staff, we have decided to promote you to the senior team to prepare for the upcoming league finale. I wonder what your thoughts are on this. Zhang Kongyang finally revealed the purpose of their visit. Although Lin Mo had surmised their intentions through Zhang's brief remarks, hearing it articulated directly left him utterly astonished. Was he truly on the brink of realizing his dream of becoming a professional player? It was important to note that Inter Milan is one of the giants of Serie A, which is globally recognized as one of the top 5 leagues. While Serie A's influence may have waned somewhat, it remains a coveted destination for footballers worldwide. Playing for a European football club had long been Lin Mo's aspiration. Previously, he could hardly fathom the possibility of one day participating in a top 5 league. Yet now, the opportunity lay before him, seemingly awaiting only his assent. Mr. Zhang, this all seems to be happening rather swiftly, Lin Mo stammered, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. This decision is the result of collective discussions among our management and coaching staff. We have reviewed videos of all your matches and unanimously believe that you possess the requisite skill to establish yourself in the current Serie A league. Zhang Kongyang's words conveyed a significant endorsement of Lin Mo's abilities. The scouting team of Inter Milan is renowned across Europe, and their assessment of Lin Mo indicated that he had indeed become remarkably talented. This affirmation brought Lin Mo immense joy. Just then, the system notification chimed in, indicating a new task. With so many leaders and coaches present, Lin Mo could only briefly glance at the system task. System task: officially join the first team and participate in a match for the first team. Reward: 10,000 system points and 1 lottery draw. Wow. This marked the first time the system directly awarded points. Such rewards were invaluable, especially since Lin Mo was in dire need of points to enhance his attributes. While he had excelled in the youth team, he understood that the senior team and youth team were entirely different realms, particularly among Western players, who were often robust and physically imposing. Take Lukaku, for instance, an injured primary striker standing at nearly 6 feet and weighing over 200 pounds, his mass being double that of Lin Mo's. Lin Mo was acutely aware of the physical disparity between himself and adult players. After all, he was merely 17, still in the process of developing. As Lin Mo pondered this, all eyes turned toward him, awaiting his final decision. At this juncture, the usually taciturn Connie finally spoke. Lin Mo, I have personally watched your past matches. I believe your technical skills are commendable, which can effectively compensate for your physical shortcomings. Should you agree to join the team, I am confident in my ability to develop you into the world's finest false 9. Connie's words, though seemingly ordinary, resonated profoundly with Lin Mo. As a football player, he understood the significance of the term false 9, contrary to a misinterpretation as a mere substitute forward. A false 9 is an integral attacking player, a pivotal scoring asset for the team. Rather than positioning himself as a traditional striker, he roams the pitch, awaiting the opportune moment to strike decisively. Messi is widely acknowledged as one of the greatest false 9s in history. Thus, Connie's proposition was immensely enticing to Lin Mo, especially in light of the system task he had just received. Very well, I am willing to join. Lin Mo ultimately made his decision, fully aware that the challenges ahead would vastly surpass those he had encountered in the youth team. Upon hearing Lin Mo and Appo's affirmation, expressions of joy illuminated the faces of all present. Connie immediately rose and approached Lin Mo. Lin Mo, welcome to the team. Though brief, these words carried immense weight. Their hands clasped eagerly. At that moment, none could foresee that this would mark the onset of Lin Mo's journey toward stardom. The proximity of the Inter Milan youth team to the senior team meant that Lin Mo would not require a change of residence. He could continue living in his current apartment. He intended to seek out a new place in Milan only after officially signing a new contract with Inter Milan. However, that was not his priority at the moment, as he needed to prepare for the remaining league matches. The team was closely contesting points with both AC Milan and Juventus, leaving Lin Mo with no inclination to focus on off-field matters. This was Inter Milan and Oppo's closest opportunity to the championship since 2010, and all fans eagerly anticipated the revival of this long-awaited glory. This urgency among the club's higher-ups to promote Lin Mo to the senior team was thus understandable. In the forthcoming matches, every point was crucial for Inter Milan, ultimately determining the destination of the league title. Chapter 38. Lin Mo's Awakening Soon. The news of Lin Mo's promotion to the first team spread throughout the youth squad. Although everyone recognized that, given Lin Mo's remarkable talent, his ascension to the first team was merely a matter of time. None anticipated it would occur so swiftly. Lin Mo, congratulations. You are now a bona fide professional player. Lin Mo, when you achieve great success in the future, do not forget your brothers. The players expressed their envy, yet their sentiments were predominantly sincere congratulations. The crux of the matter lay in Lin Mo's undeniable prowess on the field, which had undeniably captured their admiration. Without his contributions, the team would not have so effortlessly claimed the youth championship this season. Observing the scene, Makino was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Reflecting on his past disdain for Lin Mo, a player from the distant Dragon Country, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. Nevertheless, he genuinely admired Lin Mo, a dreamer from a foreign land, who, against all odds, had led the youth team to victory and now, at such a tender age, was joining the first team. Most impressively, he bore no arrogance. In their initial encounters, despite Makino's condescension, Lin Mo had shown him nothing but respect, a gesture that would remain etched in his memory. As the other players bid farewell to Lin Mo, Makino approached him. The two shared a heartfelt embrace. Lin Mo, congratulations. I wish you success in the first team. Makino offered his most heartfelt blessings. Though his words were few, Lin Mo felt deeply moved. Their relationship exemplified the purest form of camaraderie, devoid of rivalry. Thank you. I will be waiting for you in the first team. Lin Mo simply replied, a testament to his faith in Makino. As the backbone of the youth defense, he believed that one day, Makino would also grace the first team. It was merely a matter of time. Encouraged by Lin Mo's words, Makino silently vowed to reunite with him in the first team. However, as Lin Mo joyously approached the first team for his inaugural training session, he was met with an unexpected and harsh reality. He greeted his new teammates, yet they all turned a blind eye to him, even refusing to shake his hand. This left Lin Mo in a state of acute embarrassment, his outstretched hand suspended in indecision. Thankfully, quick-witted as he was, he pretended to swat at an imaginary fly, alleviating the tension in the air. He quickly grasped that he was being ostracized, clearly unwelcome among them. What he had anticipated as a straightforward task became a daunting challenge. Upon learning of the club's decision to promote Lin Mo, the players had unanimously opposed it. They organized a protest in front of Connie's office. Coach, are you serious? This is a critical period for our championship aspirations, and you want to replace Lukaku with a 17-year-old? Your decision seems incredibly reckless. It's tantamount to handing the championship to our rivals. We vehemently oppose Lin Mo's inclusion in the team. If the coach insists on this course of action, we will collectively refuse to train. The players voiced their dissatisfaction, perceiving the coaching staff's actions as highly irresponsible. Their apprehensions were understandable. Lin Mo was exceedingly young and, more importantly, from the Dragon Country. In the face of their collective outcry, Conti remained remarkably composed. This is a unanimous decision by the club. You must trust the organization. I regret that I can say no more. If you have grievances, direct them to General Manager Zhang. With that, Conti exited the office, leaving the players exchanging bewildered glances. They were convinced that Lin Mo and Oppo's promotion was merely a result of connections, orchestrated by Zhang to cultivate football talent from the Dragon Country. While this initiative was not inherently objectionable, they believed it should not come at the expense of their championship dreams. What should we do now, Captain? The players turned to Handanovi, the team captain and the very soul of the Nerazzurri. As the oldest player and seasoned goalkeeper, Handanovi had tirelessly contributed to the team and Oppo's success. He was not one for idle chatter. He preferred to lead by example. Yet, now all eyes were on him, awaiting his guidance, and he found himself at a loss. Perhaps we should refuse to train, to make the club aware of our stance, someone suggested. and the idea was quickly met with agreement. Absolutely not. Handanovi swiftly dismissed the proposal. We are professional players and must uphold our integrity. If we act in such a manner, we will only surrender the championship to others. Something I believe none of you wish to see. True to his character, Handanovi quickly assessed the situation, leading the players to lower their heads in silence. Even though they were frustrated, they had to concede that the captain was right. Their current standing was a product of their collective effort over the season, and to jeopardize it now would be a grave mistake. After all, winning the league title was a dream many harbored for a lifetime, and they were now tantalizingly close to realizing it. Ultimately, the players convened and resolved to employ cold treatment towards Lin Mo, hoping to dissuade him from pursuing his place in the team. This suggestion came from Martinez, one of the team's key players, and it was met with unanimous consent. Though Handanovi was hesitant about this approach, he acquiesced to the collective will of the team. Thus, on the very first day of Lin Mo's arrival in the adult team, he faced a harsh awakening. It seemed that this challenge would not be easily surmounted. He had a long and arduous journey ahead. However, Lin Mo felt no inclination to retreat. He understood that the pursuit of dreams was seldom a smooth path, so let the storm come with greater ferocity. Chapter 39. The first shooting training. Lin Mo remained undeterred. Instead, his resolve grew stronger. He was no longer the fragile Lin Mo of the past. At that moment, the team's head coach, Conti, approached with his assistant coaching team. First, allow me to introduce our new player, Lin Mo. Isn't he just another privileged player from the Dragon Country? No need for introductions, someone interjected. Coach, we'll take good care of him and ensure he has a pleasant internship. Before Conti could finish, the team erupted into a cacophony of ridicule directed at Lin Mo, dismissing him entirely. This left Conti feeling quite embarrassed. Enough. Conti swiftly admonished the group. The players fell silent, taken aback by Conti's uncharacteristic display of anger. As he was typically composed and rarely exhibited such emotion. We will commence shooting drills today, Conti declared in a deep tone. With the team and amp, Oppos, Esmeralda in disarray, he knew immediate intervention was crucial to avert potential calamity. As one of Europe's esteemed coaches, he understood the gravity of the situation. He recognized that the team had yet to accept Lin Mo. If they proceeded with group training, it would only alienate him further. No one understood better than he the detrimental effects of cold indifference on a player, particularly on newcomers. Many promising young talents had been irrevocably damaged by such treatment. Conti observed that Lin Mo's greatest strengths lay in his dribbling and shooting, yet he also noted a significant weakness in his physicality. In high-intensity confrontations, his technique could easily falter. Thus, Conti planned to tailor the training to Lin Mo's strengths, beginning with shooting drills, to facilitate his swift integration into the team. Only when the players genuinely accepted Lin Mo could they hope for success in upcoming matches. Really? Another shooting drill? How tedious. Some players began to complain before training had even commenced. In a prestigious club like Inter Milan, a few star players often held themselves in high regard, viewing such drills as mundane and unchallenging. However, out of respect for Conti's authority, they grumbled but did not dare to defy him. Soon, they arranged themselves and prepared for training, dividing into two groups. One group's goalkeeper was Handanovi, while the other featured the backup keeper, Radu. After the goalkeepers completed their warm-up, the teams positioned themselves to begin training. Lin Mo stood to the side, feeling uncertain about whether to participate. Being inherently shy and facing a team that was openly hostile toward him left him feeling awkward and out of place. At that moment, Conti approached him. Unlike his usual strict demeanor, he appeared remarkably gentle. Lin Mo, go ahead. Do not be afraid, just play to your normal level. Conti expressed unwavering confidence in him. Lin Mo felt a surge of encouragement and nodded before making his way onto the pitch. As he approached, he noticed Radu, the team's backup goalkeeper, who had once been hailed as a prodigy and Handanovi's successor. Unfortunately, Handanovi remained a formidable force, leaving Radu with few opportunities to shine over the years. As the players preparing for training noticed Lin Mo drawing near, they burst into laughter. Isn't that the privileged Lin Mo? What? You want to join in the training? I suggest you save yourself the trouble. This isn't just a game like in your youth team. Are you hoping to take advantage of Radu because you think he is weak? Trust me, don't entertain such thoughts. Hey, how about we make a wager? If Lin Mo scores a single goal today, I'll pay you 100 euros. The group erupted into raucous laughter at Lin Mo's expense. To them, he seemed hopelessly overestimating his own abilities by daring to participate. As a newcomer, he should be content to perform menial tasks. Yet, Lin Mo remained unfazed. Holding on to Conti's words, believe in yourself and simply play normally. Besides, he possessed the backing of a system and wished to gauge his own capabilities against a renowned goalkeeper. Soon, it was Lin Mo's turn to take the field. Despite the jeers and predictions of failure from the sidelines, he maintained his composure. Standing 12 yards from the goal, he found tranquility. As if the world had narrowed to just him in the football. The external noise faded, for he was now empowered by the skills of a king on the pitch. With his focus unwavering, he initiated his run-up. Radu, too, was fully concentrated and sensed an immense pressure building. This is impossible, Radu thought, startled. The intensity of pressure was akin to facing a top striker. How could this be? Wasn't he just a 17-year-old kid from the Dragon Country? Wasn't he just a privileged player? At that moment, Lin Mo, though not particularly fast, exhibited remarkable poise. He drew his right foot back in a sweeping motion. Just as his foot was about to make contact with the ball, he abruptly halted, opting not to shoot. This feint completely deceived Radu, who had already committed to diving towards the goalpost. How foolish, Radu cursed inwardly. After years of experience on the pitch, he never expected to be outwitted by a child today. However, being a top-tier goalkeeper, he quickly regained his composure and prepared for a second chance at saving the shot. Chapter 40. I did not give my all, however. At this moment, it was too late. Lin Mo had swiftly used his left foot to propel the ball forward. Although the force behind the kick was not substantial, he had entirely deceived the goalkeeper, facing an open net. The football sailed into the goal with a satisfying thud. Goodness, is this for real? Is Lin Mo's skill truly this formidable? Instantly, all the players on the field were left astonished, their mouths forming a perfect ta shape, hardly daring to believe their eyes. While scoring a penalty is not an insurmountable task, most attacking players, and even defenders, can convert a penalty with ease. Lin Mo's execution was exceptionally clever, exhibiting an effortless finesse. Radu had been completely outwitted. The commotion among the players caught the attention of those training on the opposite side of the field. What is happening over there? Let us go and see. Martinez took the lead, followed by the rest of the group. With Lukaku absent, Martinez had become the most prominent star on the pitch. The team captain, Handanovic, was rather taciturn, making Martinez the most respected player among his peers. Upon seeing the senior player approach, everyone parted to create a path for him. At that moment, Martinez fixed his gaze on Lin Mo, who was still somewhat bewildered. After all, he had merely scored a penalty. Was it necessary to make such a fuss? It was only when he noticed the serious expression on Martinez's face that he began to feel uneasy. Hello, everyone. Are you here to supervise my training? I assure you I will train diligently and not hinder the team. Lin Mo attempted to alleviate the awkward atmosphere with a friendly overture. However, Martinez chose to ignore him. I heard you just managed to breach Radu's goal? Martinez inquired, furrowing his brow. Before Lin Mo could respond, the surrounding players began to chime in. Indeed. He just caught him off guard and scored. We all witnessed it. It must be that Radu went easy on him. Otherwise, how could it have happened? Yes. I find it rather puzzling. Your explanation makes sense. The consensus among the players leaned toward the belief that Radu had not exerted his full effort, allowing Lin Mo to score with such ease. If this were the case, it would provide a reasonable explanation for Lin Mo's performance. Originally, he had intended to shoot with his right foot, not intending any feint. However, due to a lack of adjustment, he had switched to his left foot at the last moment, fortuitously coinciding with Radu's lapse in focus. This perspective quickly garnered widespread agreement, particularly from the player who had placed a substantial bet against Lin Mo's scoring. Radu, you tell us, did you let him score? The players collectively turned their attention to Radu, eager for his confirmation of the situation. Radu felt utterly speechless. To speak frankly, his previous 2 saves had showcased his full capabilities. Even so, he had been unable to prevent Lin Mo's goal. The thought that everyone now believed he had let Lin Mo score left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, his face turning a shade redder, though fortunately, his naturally rosy complexion made this change difficult to detect. Should he admit the truth or go along with their assumptions? Radu's mind raced. If he confessed that he had given his all but still failed to stop Lin Mo's penalty, it would be rather humiliating, especially considering that many believed Lin Mo had only made it to the first team through connections. It seemed wiser to align with the group and Oppo's sentiments. With this in mind, Radu nodded. Indeed, I did not give my all just now. Perhaps this way it might boost our young brother's confidence. Radu forced a smile, albeit awkwardly. At this, everyone felt their judgment validated, swelling with self-satisfaction. Only Martinez perceived the underlying trickery. He had been closely observing Radu's eyes during his explanation and noticed the way they darted about. Clearly, he was concealing something. Was there a deeper scheme at play? Was Lin Mo truly skilled, or was Radu genuinely letting him score? Martinez's curiosity intensified. Confirming the truth was simple. All that was needed was for Lin Mo to take another penalty shot. Thus, Martinez quietly instructed, "Radu, this time, give it your all. And let us see Lin Mo's true shooting prowess." "Understood. I will definitely give my utmost this time," Radu declared, spitting into his palm. Eager to redeem himself after being bested by Lin Mo, step up and show us your capabilities. To see if you have what it takes to stand in the first team. Approach it with a calm mind. There is no need for tension. Martinez turned to face Lin Mo, his gaze icy, with hardly a trace of emotion on his face. Truth be told, he struggled to accept Lin Mo as a teammate. Yet he was also intrigued by what talents Lin Mo possessed that had earned him the approval of management and coaching staff alike. "Oh," Lin Mo replied affirmatively. Though new to the environment, he felt no trepidation. It was merely a penalty kick, an everyday occurrence for him. Nerves? Such a notion was non-existent. Lin Mo placed the football once more at the 12-yard mark. However, while Lin Mo remained composed, Radu began to feel the pressure mounting, for reasons unknown. As Lin Mo approached the penalty spot, Radu sensed an invisible weight bearing down on him. He regretted boasting earlier, especially recalling Lin Mo's unpredictable shooting technique, which left him feeling uncertain. If he failed to stop Lin Mo's shot again, he would truly be left with no face. No matter what. He had to stop him this time. Radu took a deep breath, resolutely steeling himself. At that moment, Lin Mo had already begun his run-up. Just as with his previous shot, he accelerated towards the ball, swinging his right leg wide, adopting a shooting stance. All eyes in the stadium were now fixed on Lin Mo. Chapter 41. A good start is half the success. Again with this tactic? Rada furrowed his brow. It turns out you are not as clever as you think. It is well known that when taking a penalty kick, the worst mistake is to repeatedly use the same technique, as this merely informs the goalkeeper of one's strategy in advance. The opponent can easily make the correct save. Therefore, when Radu observed Lin Mo preparing to employ the same old trick, he could not help but release a sigh of relief. He was confident he could save the shot. Having made a mental prediction that Lin Mo's initial right-footed attempt was a feint, Radu was convinced that Lin Mo, a left-footed player, would strike with his left foot. Thus, he refrained from making a save initially, waiting for the anticipated left-footed shot. However, in the blink of an eye, Lin Mo unexpectedly struck with his right foot, not pausing at all. How could this be? This kid is not following the rules? Radu was taken aback, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The football soared into the upper left corner of the goal, and Lin Mo successfully scored again. Although the quality of Lin Mo's shot was not particularly high, during the process, Radu stood dumbfounded, failing to execute any save. What is happening? No way, Radu. Didn't you promise to give it your all? How could you let such an easy ball slip by? Did you accept a favor from Lin Mo? The onlookers were unwilling to believe that this was reality and began to accuse Radu of assisting Lin Mo in cheating. Meanwhile, Radu found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to defend himself. Indeed, the quality of Lin Mo's shot was not high, and his failure to save it was somewhat inexcusable. Yet, the players were oblivious to the fact that Lin Mo had meticulously calculated every detail. The appearance of reality often conceals the truth. It was precisely because he led Radu to misjudge his shooting technique that he could score so effortlessly. There was no need for him to display his most exquisite shooting skills. However, the others remained oblivious to this nuance, continuing to believe that Radu was intentionally letting Lin Mo score. After all, how could a 17-year-old player from Longguo score twice? Faced with such a situation, Radu could only remain silent, tacitly accepting the accusations. Only Martinez seemed to sense something amiss. He approached Lin Mo and patted him on the shoulder. "Well done, young brother. By the way, your name is Lin Mo, right? Welcome to our team." Martinez extended his right hand toward Lin Mo, signifying his acceptance of Lin Mo into the team. Lin Mo eagerly shook Martinez's hand, feeling a surge of excitement within him. This was a clear indication that he had earned the approval of the team leader. It marked a splendid beginning for him. "Kid, although you scored against Radu, I noticed he didn't exert his full effort. I hope you can continue to work hard in training. Only then can you rise to the occasion when the team needs you, understand?" Martinez, as the team leader, delivered these words with a blend of encouragement and authority, easily captivating the new recruit. Lin Mo nodded earnestly. "Understood, big brother. I will do my best." His demeanor was filled with utmost respect. Given that Martinez was older and more established in the team, addressing him as big brother was entirely appropriate. Furthermore, to accomplish the tasks assigned by the system, it was essential to cultivate good relations with his teammates. After all, football is a collective sport. If all teammates ostracize you, no matter how skilled you are, it will be futile. Even the legendary Pele, without teammates like Garrincha, could never have won the World Cup. This is also why the current football icons, Messi and Ronaldo, despite their prowess in club football, have struggled to lift the World Cup trophy with their national teams. The influence of teammates is immense. A good start is half the success, and Lin Mo firmly believed in this notion. Indeed, upon witnessing Martinez shake hands with Lin Mo, the other players initially reacted with shock and confusion. No way. What is going on with the boss? Why is he being so friendly with Lin Mo? This is not what we agreed upon. They were perplexed. However, seeing Martinez take the lead in accepting Lin Mo, they reluctantly followed suit and approached Lin Mo to greet him. Although they outwardly accepted Lin Mo's presence, internally, they still held him in disdain, believing his 2 goals were merely the result of luck. Simultaneously, they resented Radu for not denying him those opportunities. Regardless, the fact remained that they had tacitly acknowledged Lin Mo as part of the team. Conte, the mastermind behind these events, observed everything with great satisfaction. He had witnessed Lin Mo's 2 shots in their entirety, which left him astounded. Lin Mo's composure in front of the goal and his impressive shooting skills convinced Conte that he had not misjudged this talent. This young man was undoubtedly a gem, capable of carving out his own place within the team. What astonished Conte even more was Lin Mo's youth. No one could ascertain the true extent of his talent, and it was possible that the sky was the only limit for him. As a coach, encountering such promising talent was exhilarating. Conte felt a surge of nurturing desire. Recently, he had experienced some conflicts with the club, contemplating leaving Inter Milan. However, Lin Mo's arrival began to sway his thoughts. Should he stay and help build a formidable team together? The mere thought sent a thrill through him. Yet, he understood that it was still too early to discuss such matters. Rome was not built in a day. Progress must be made step by step. The immediate priority was to secure the league championship. Unfortunately, Lukaku was injured at this critical juncture. This was the team's greatest loss, and expecting Lin Mo to fill Lukaku's role was somewhat unrealistic. It seemed a tactical reconfiguration was in order. As Conte surveyed the scene before him, he fell into deep contemplation. As a renowned coach, this was a test of his true capabilities. Beep. Next, it was time for dribbling training. Conte began to assign new training tasks to the players, allowing Radu to finally breathe a sigh of relief, as he would no longer have to face Lin Mo's shots. That brief hour of shooting practice had felt like a nightmare for him. Chapter 42. Is Lin Mo the coach's son? Next, the team will face the challenge posed by Lazio. Historically, Lazio has been one of the traditional powerhouses in Serie A. However, their performance this season has been far from satisfactory, teetering on the brink of relegation. In order to secure their place in the league, they must summon every ounce of strength for a fierce battle. Therefore, despite their dismal record, matches against such teams often prove to be exceptionally arduous, where a moment's carelessness could lead to a catastrophic defeat. Consequently, Inter Milan is treating this away game with utmost seriousness. Conte, from the outset, has issued a stern warning to the players. We are currently in a tight race with Juventus and AS Roma. Every match is, in essence, a battle for survival. Tomorrow's encounter with Lazio will undoubtedly be a grueling contest. I hope everyone can grit their teeth and strive to secure a victory, laying a solid foundation for our championship aspirations. Do we have confidence? Yes, came the united response from the players. To be candid, had the team's star striker, Lukaku, not been sidelined, securing a win against Lazio would have posed no difficulty. However, the current atmosphere is tinged with uncertainty. Nevertheless, in response to the coach's inquiry, no one dares to admit their lack of confidence. Conte, pleased with their answers, understands that his success on the European stage is largely attributed to his adept management of player emotions. He is, indeed, a master motivator, skilled in rallying his team's spirits. At that moment, assistant coach Ale hurried over. Coach, the press conference is about to begin. The reporters are already in position. We should head out promptly. Conte nodded in agreement. Although he finds the incessant intrusion of journalists quite irksome, he acknowledges that maintaining a good rapport with the media is an indispensable part of his profession. A successful football coach must cultivate these relationships, for otherwise, they risk being the subject of unfounded rumors and slander. This can be quite a headache, and many esteemed coaches, despite their advanced tactics, often stumble due to poor media relations. At this juncture, Martinez rose to accompany Connie to the press conference. As the team's captain, his presence at such events is customary. Lin Mo, hurry up. Why are you still sitting there in a daze? Connie called out to him. Me? Lin Mo exclaimed in astonishment, hardly believing his ears. He was aware of the convention that typically saw core players attending pre-match press conferences. As a newcomer, relegated to the end of the substitutes bench, he never anticipated that the coach would summon him to join. It was utterly astonishing. With a faint smile, Connie reassured him. Indeed, you are a newcomer, and many media representatives are particularly interested in you. They specifically requested your presence at this press conference. Oh, Lin Mo replied, somewhat bewildered. Although he was not fond of such events, finding them rather tedious, he felt compelled to comply, especially since the head coach had spoken. He quickly tidied his attire and followed suit, which sparked fervent discussions among the other players. Are you kidding? They say Lin Mo isn't the coach's son? This is too good for him. Shoo, be careful what you say. You wouldn't want to incur the coach's wrath. What do you know? He is definitely not the coach's son. Perhaps he is a relative of President Zhang from Longguo. Ah, now that you mention it, that seems plausible. Otherwise, why would the team always roll out the red carpet for him? The players were filled with envy. Many of them had devoted their lives to football, and some had never once attended a press conference. It was disheartening to see Lin Mo, a newcomer, stealing their spotlight. Unbeknownst to them, those who frequently attended such events envied their position, for to them, these occasions felt as monotonous as attending a meeting with club executives. Meanwhile, Connie had escorted Martinez and Lin Mo to the press conference hall. He took his seat at the center, with Martinez to his left and Lin Mo to his right. A flurry of shutter clicks erupted from the assembled journalists, who had eagerly awaited the press conference. However, the focus was primarily on Connie and Martinez, with little attention directed towards Lin Mo, who was virtually invisible in the footballing realm. However, Lin Mo remained unfazed, immersed in his own thoughts, hoping for an opportunity to step onto the pitch and fulfill the tasks assigned by the system. Mr. Connie, do you have sufficient confidence for the upcoming away challenge against Lazio? A journalist inquired. Indeed, Lazio has always been one of Italy's traditional powerhouses. This season, they have encountered some challenges, but I believe they will rebound in the final stretch of the season. Thus, tomorrow's match will be a fierce battle. However, our team has never shied away from any challenge. Connie responded eloquently, striking a perfect balance by respecting Lazio while maintaining his team's dignity. Even the questioning journalist could not help but admire Connie and Oppo's flawless delivery. Mr. Connie, we are currently in a critical phase of the title race. How significant is the impact of Lukaku's absence? Another reporter seized the chance to pose a pressing question. Undoubtedly, Lukaku is one of the finest forwards in the world, and the team's remarkable achievements this season are closely tied to his contributions. His absence will undoubtedly be a substantial loss. However, we are prepared to continue fighting in his stead. Connie's response was once again impeccable. By the way, it has been reported that your team has signed a 17-year-old player from Longguo to fill Lukaku's role. Is this true? Isn't this a rather frivolous decision by the club? A reporter queried, voicing skepticism. Chapter 43. Lin Mo's first press conference. It was evident that everyone had taken notice of the recent personnel changes at Inter Milan. Your sources are indeed quite astute, Connie remarked playfully, attempting to alleviate the atmosphere in the room. Every decision made by our team is the result of careful consideration, firmly rooted in the principle of maximizing the club's interests. There is no frivolity involved. Connie's stance was resolute. He needed to deliver a stern rebuttal to comments that could negatively affect the team's morale. At that moment, attention finally shifted to Lin Mo, who was idly fiddling with his nails at the side. This must be the new addition to the team, Lin Mo, one journalist suddenly observed, drawing the focus of the majority of reporters. Questions began to flood in, many tinged with skepticism. Lin Mo, has your promotion to the first team come about due to a lack of available players, or are you considered a special case? Another reporter pressed. Do you lack confidence in your ability to appear in upcoming matches, thus becoming the first player from Longguo to take the field in Serie A? The barrage of inquiries mostly carried an air of mockery, as many believed Lin Mo's ascent to the first team was merely a result of club favoritism. Few held genuine faith that he could actually play in a match. He was seen merely as a filler. Initially flustered by the onslaught of questions, Lin Mo quickly regained his composure. He contemplated his responses, determined to avoid causing any trouble for the team. After all, he owed a debt of gratitude to Zhang Kongyang for recognizing his potential. He could not afford to let him down. Everything is arranged by the club. I am unaware of any specifics. Whether I play or not is entirely up to the coach. Although it was Lin Mo's first interview, he had gleaned much from Conte's earlier remarks and began to mimic his composure. Conte felt a swell of satisfaction upon hearing Lin Mo's replies. Indeed, this youth is teachable. Allowing Lin Mo to participate in the press conference was a calculated decision by the club, and Conte had initially feared that Lin Mo might speak indiscreetly, thereby jeopardizing the team's reputation. To his surprise, Lin Mo's responses were quite articulate, as the journalists found themselves unable to extract any sensational stories from Lin Mo. Disappointment set in. Yet, they remained undeterred, persistently pressing him for more insights. They could not believe that a mere 17-year-old could maintain such composure indefinitely. Surely he would slip up eventually. If they could uncover any scandalous details, it would elevate their standing among competing media outlets. For half an hour, Lin Mo faced a relentless barrage of questioning, yet he remained unyielding. This left the reporters incredulous. Little did they know, Lin Mo had learned from a young age to tread carefully in his words, understanding that one could easily falter in the world of football. Ironically, he had been expelled from the Longguo national team despite his prudence. With no leads on Lin Mo, the journalists shifted their focus back to Conte and the team's star player, Martinez. At that moment, Martinez felt a pang of discontent, previously overshadowed by Lukaku. He had anticipated that the limelight would finally shine on him following Lukaku's injury. Instead, it was the newcomer Lin Mo who had stolen the show. Nevertheless, Martinez maintained his poise, responding to questions succinctly, a behavior the reporters had grown accustomed to. Ultimately, the press conference concluded without yielding any substantial revelations, leaving the journalists to depart in frustration. They had come to a consensus that Lin Mo lacked real talent, believing he had only gained his position at Inter Milan through connections. Consequently, some unscrupulous media outlets began fabricating stories to attract attention. Whispers of intrigue began to circulate. Who exactly was Lin Mo? Why was he being favored by Inter? What clandestine connections existed between Lin Mo and Zhang Kangyang? Were club resources being exploited to nurture his personal ambitions? Such speculations ran rampant, spiraling further from the truth. Before long, news of these rumors reached Zhang Kangyang's ears. Look at these unscrupulous outlets, driven by the thirst for clicks, completely devoid of ethics, Zanetti remarked as he laid the latest sensationalist reports on Zhang Kangyang's desk. Zhang Kangyang casually flipped through a few pages before discarding them into the trash. No need to pay them any mind. The innocent will clear their names, while the guilty will reveal their own nature. They will eventually silence themselves. Zhang Kangyang exuded confidence. His decision to promote Lin Mo to the first team was not based on his nationality, but rather on thorough evaluations conducted by Inter Milan's scouting system, which collectively deemed him ready for the first team. Moreover, how could he, having finally discovered a promising football talent from Longguo, jeopardize his future? Even after Lin Mo's elevation to the first team, Zhang Kangyang specifically instructed Conte's coaching staff to exercise caution in utilizing him, ensuring that he would not be overburdened. Yet, this raised concerns about the potential pressure on Lin Mo, who was merely 17 years old. I worry about the implications of this pressure, Zanetti expressed. Zhang Kangyang furrowed his brow. This was indeed a valid concern. As the club owner, he had witnessed too many football prodigies crumble under pressure, ultimately leading to their downfall. However, he reasoned that if Lin Mo could not withstand such challenges, he would struggle to become a pillar of the team. This is ultimately a test of his character. Zhang Kangyang sighed. He had endeavored to create a supportive environment for Lin Mo, but some aspects were beyond his control. For now, he could only hope that Lin Mo would withstand the weight of the rumors. If he could overcome this hurdle, a bright future awaited him in European football. Chapter 44. How did Lin Mo make the roster? News of Lin Mo's inclusion in the lineup swept across the European football scene like wildfire, inevitably reaching his ears. Lin Mo scoffed at such rumors, showing little concern for the chatter. After all, how could a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? His focus remained unwavering. He aspired to become a football superstar, and the trivial gossip held no sway over him. Conte, the coach, was thoroughly impressed with Lin Mo's performance. He had not anticipated that a mere 17-year-old could possess such maturity. The more time he spent with Lin Mo, the more he realized how exceptional the young talent truly was. Conte was convinced that Lin Mo had the potential to become a football icon. Encountering such a raw gem was indeed an exhilarating experience for any coach. After the team completed their final pre-match training session, they boarded the flight to Rome under the guidance of their coach. The players were all geared up, determined to seize 3 points. This match marked the first without Lukaku, and they were eager to prove that their attacking prowess remained formidable even in his absence. Conte maintained a composed demeanor, fully aware that injuries were an inevitable part of football. To claim victory, they would have to endure this challenging period. However, the path to triumph was not an easy one. No team would willingly concede defeat. Their opponents, Lazio, were equally determined to topple Inter Milan and ignite their own relegation battle. Before the match, Lazio and Appo's coach, Inzaghi, rallied his players with fervor. "It is well known that our team is facing some difficulties," he declared, "but I implore you not to give up. We still have a chance. With Inter Milan's main striker injured, this is our best opportunity." Inzaghi's impassioned speech was underscored by the weight of potential relegation, which would haunt him for a lifetime. "Rest assured, coach, we will give it our all," the players responded, united in their resolve. Lazio was a team of collective strength, each member understanding that relegation would drastically impact their livelihoods and careers. Moreover, Inter Milan's depleted squad bolstered their confidence. "I heard they've even recruited a 17-year-old player from the Dragon Kingdom. They must be desperate. We can surely defeat them," one player remarked. Indeed, their owner is from the Dragon Kingdom, intentionally nurturing talent for his nation. How could we not see such an opportunity? The atmosphere within Lazio was charged with confidence as the match approached. The game commenced at the Stadio Olimpico, a venue that could host nearly 70,000 spectators, and was filled to capacity. Despite a lackluster season, fans flocked to support their team against a formidable opponent like Inter Milan. Many devoted Inter fans also made the journey, unwavering in their allegiance. As the starting lineups were announced, Inter Milan supporters were taken aback. "What? Lin Mo is on the roster?" they exclaimed in disbelief. "Is this a joke? Has Inter truly run out of players? This is pitiful. I said the Dragon Kingdom investors would not bring good fortune to Inter. And now it seems my words have come to fruition." Shock rippled through the crowd as they processed the unexpected news. Initially, they had heard whispers of Lin Mo joining the team, assuming it was merely a ploy to bolster training numbers. To see him actually listed was astonishing, igniting a fervor among the traveling fans. "Calm down, everyone. We must trust the team's choices and the coach's judgment," urged a leader among the supporters, advocating for rationality as the match unfolded. The match began, and due to Lukaku's injury and the need to counter Lazio's intensity, Conte adjusted the strategy to a defensive counterattack. Inter Milan found themselves in a precarious position on the field, leading to growing discontent among their supporters. "How can we be so conservative against a relegation team? This is disgraceful. Can we still claim the championship like this? It seems we are destined for disappointment this season." Frustration was palpable, not just among those present in the stadium, but also among fans watching from afar. Inter Milan's performance fell short of the esteemed reputation of a century-old club, and no fan wished to witness their team subjected to such humiliation. Yet, Conte remained unfazed. As the head coach, his priority was the team's results, the process being of little consequence. "Tighten the defense. Stay focused," he continually reminded his players, urging them not to let the crowd's reaction sway their emotions or distract them from their responsibilities. Especially in an away match, any misstep could prove catastrophic. Conte's strategy was straightforward, with Lazio's morale soaring. Adopting a defensive stance and seizing any chance to score was paramount. A draw would also be acceptable. The first half unfolded in a tense and subdued manner. As the second half commenced, Conte maintained his defensive approach, but fortune soon turned. Not long after the restart, Lazio's star player, Savi, capitalized on an opportunity and breached Handanovi's defenses. Lazio took the lead, 1-0. Inter Milan's situation grew precarious, with the championship race in full swing. A loss in this match would have dire consequences for their prospects moving forward. Meanwhile, Lazio's players erupted in exuberant celebration. Chapter 45, the first Dragon Country player to appear in Serie A. This singular goal ignited a flicker of hope for Lazio. The 3 points were akin to a timely blessing for them. The players erupted in jubilation, rushing towards Milinkovic, forming a human pyramid on the pitch. In stark contrast, the players of Inter Milan wore expressions of despair, the impact of this goal weighing heavily upon them. Conte, ever the seasoned strategist, swiftly adjusted the team's formation, substituting a defensive player for an attacking one. With the team trailing, conceding one more goal would be just as devastating as conceding two. A passive defense was now futile. They had to adopt an aggressive offensive approach. Simultaneously, Lazio altered their strategy, adopting a defensive posture as all players retreated to their half. Their objective was crystal clear: to safeguard their goal for the next 40 minutes and secure the 3 points. However, they were acutely aware of Inter Milan's formidable prowess, making this endeavor exceedingly difficult. Consequently, the Lazio fans resorted to every conceivable tactic to support their team, including time-wasting measures. Several players received yellow cards, prompting a slight moderation in their approach. Nonetheless, they had successfully delayed the game for an extensive period. With time now dwindling to just a few minutes left in the match, Conte, seated on the sidelines, began to feel restless. A loss in this match would severely dent the team's morale. Although he had one substitution left, there were no viable players available. All attacking options, save for Lin Mo, had already been utilized. Altering the defense at this point would be pointless, merely wasting precious time. It was in this moment that Conte truly understood the feeling of being cornered. If only Lukaku had not been injured. As the clock ticked towards 89 minutes, signaling the imminent conclusion of the match, the fourth official raised the board indicating 5 minutes of stoppage time. If nothing unforeseen occurred, Inter Milan would face defeat and return home empty-handed, a fate no one wished to witness. Yet, the circumstances were beyond their control, after all. A skilled chef cannot cook without ingredients, and Conte had exhausted all his options. "Coach, why not let me have a go?" Lin Mo suddenly volunteered. He comprehended the significance of this match for the team and had endured immense anxiety throughout. He had eagerly awaited the coach's signal to take the field. Yet it appeared that the coach had no intention of substituting him. Understandably, as a newcomer, he had little faith from others, but he was unwilling to remain passive. He longed to contribute to the team's success. "Are you sure about this?" Conte furrowed his brow. While Lin Mo was indeed a forward, the coach had his own considerations. With little time remaining and the match seemingly lost, substituting him now appeared futile and unlikely to alter the outcome. If he were to fail, Lin Mo could become the scapegoat, drawing the ire of the media, which would be detrimental to his growth. Realizing this, Conte shook his head. Perhaps it was better to wait for a more favorable opportunity in the future when the team was leading significantly. However, Lin Mo did not relent. "Coach, the match isn't over yet, and we still have a substitution left. Why not take a risk?" he implored. "What if we equalize or even win? If we must lose, we should at least give it our all." Lin Mo's tone was resolute, embodying a spirit of determination. His words seemed to sway Conte, who began to waver. "Lin Mo, you must understand that you are currently in the spotlight. If we fail after you are substituted, the blame could fall squarely on you." "I'm not afraid. I've never cared about what others say. If it benefits the team, I am willing to try. And I have the courage to bear the consequences," Lin Mo asserted firmly. In the Dragon Country, he had already faced the storm of public opinion when he was dismissed from the youth national team, enduring scrutiny that was hardly less severe than what he faced now. He had learned that as long as his inner strength remained robust, the media and Oppo's idle chatter could not harm him. Very well. Seeing Lin Mo's unwavering resolve, Conte ultimately made up his mind. He signaled for the substitution. Lin Mo began warming up, preparing to enter the match. The crowd gasped in astonishment at this turn of events. "Is this for real? Conte is actually bringing Lin Mo onto the field," they exclaimed. This decision was met with shock and disbelief from all Inter Milan supporters, who deemed it a reckless gamble with the club's interests at stake. Meanwhile, Zhang Kongdong, witnessing this from the Inter Milan headquarters, clenched his fist in excitement. He had long admired Lin Mo's extraordinary performances and had become a devoted fan. Yet, this was Lin Mo's debut in the senior team, and he had only 5 minutes to make an impact. At that moment, the outcome of the match became secondary to Zhang. What truly mattered was Lin Mo's performance. With his entry, Lin Mo made history as the first player from the Dragon Country to grace the Serie A pitch, a significant milestone that filled a void in the realm of Dragon Country football. Chapter 46. A free kick gifted. The players of Inter Milan were momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Mo take to the field. What on earth was happening? Was this a jest regarding the club's performance? Sending a 17-year-old from Dragon Country onto the pitch seemed to mock their team's aspirations, potentially turning them into a laughingstock globally. Everyone was incredulous. Lin Mo had scarcely joined the first team and had not participated in a single training session. Yet here he was, thrust into the fray. The notion that he was untested was hard for anyone to accept. However, the clock was ticking, and there was no time for contemplation. They needed to endure the remaining 4 or 5 minutes of the match. This was the essence of their professionalism. Once on the field, they would give their all. It became evident that Inter Milan still possessed formidable attacking capabilities. Even a starved camel is larger than a horse. Initially, their strategy had been defensive, but now they unleashed an onslaught, attacking with the relentless vigor of rising tides. Yet, Lazio's defense was equally resolute. They had entirely abandoned the notion of attacking, retreating into their half, using their bodies to block Inter's numerous attempts on goal. In the brief span of just a few minutes, Inter had taken a dozen shots, yet each one fell short of posing a genuine threat to their opponent's net. Time slipped away, those fleeting 4 or 5 minutes evaporating all too quickly. Lazio's head coach, Inzaghi, intermittently raised his right hand to check his Rolex Submariner. His anxiety palpable. No one in the stadium was more desperate for the final whistle than he. Once the referee blew the whistle, the 3 points would secure his team's safety from relegation. Despite the circumstances, Inter Milan's players refused to concede defeat. Lin Mo had been darting across the field, his movements fervent yet ineffective, as no one was willing to pass him the ball. They deemed the coach's decision to field him as absurd, which only reinforced their reluctance to trust him. On the pitch, Lin Mo struggled to even touch the ball, exerting energy in vain. Yet, Lin Mo persisted, tirelessly repositioning himself. Initially, Lazio's players did not regard him as a threat, believing he lacked the capability. As they withheld the ball from him, their conviction only grew stronger. Eventually, they disregarded him entirely, focusing their defensive efforts on Inter's more seasoned attackers, thereby significantly easing their defensive burden. Frustration brewed amongst the players as they lamented their coach's decision to field such a player, questioning the wisdom of entering the match with a numerical disadvantage. With the end of the match drawing near, despair settled in, and it seemed destined to conclude in failure. Nevertheless, Lin Mo remained undeterred, continuing his relentless pursuit of movement. Realizing the futility of his current approach, he altered his tactics. The ball was simply not reaching him, and he could not afford to wrestle it from his teammates. Lin Mo decided to abandon the notion of receiving the ball altogether. After all, one need not have the ball at their feet to pose a threat. He aimed to exert pressure on the opposing defense without the ball, seeking to create opportunities for his teammates. True to his instinct, Lin Mo's elusive movements began to unsettle Lazio's defense. If left unchecked, he could penetrate the penalty area, and should an opportunity arise for a pass, he would find himself facing an open goal. Conversely, marking him would alleviate the defensive pressure on Inter's other players. Thus, Lin Mo's individual efforts shifted the dynamics of the game, granting Inter Milan renewed control. Regrettably, time was running out, even with the upper hand. Failing to convert chances into goals rendered their efforts moot. As the match approached its climax, Lin Mo resolved to take a gamble. In an upcoming offensive play, he disregarded his teammates and sprinted directly towards Lazio's penalty area. The 2 Lazio defenders barely registered his presence before he darted between them. Alarmed, they instinctively grabbed at his shirt. Despite his speed, Lin Mo was no match for the physicality of these seasoned players. He stumbled and fell just outside the penalty area. The referee promptly signaled a foul, penalizing the Lazio player. Inzaghi, on the sidelines, buried his head in his hands in exasperation. How could they commit a foul against Lin Mo? The absurdity of his player's actions baffled him. Only then did the offending player realize the fallen figure was Lin Mo. Leading to dismay, had they known earlier, they would have certainly refrained from committing the foul. This resulted in an irretrievable loss, a free kick gifted to the opposition. The referee, without hesitation, brandished a yellow card, recording the player's name. Having already received a yellow for time wasting, the player was dismissed after accumulating 2 yellow cards. The only point of contention was whether the foul occurred inside or outside the penalty area, an infinitesimal distinction with monumental implications. Outside the area would result in a free kick. Inside would warrant a penalty. Lazio's players encircled the referee, awaiting his final verdict. The referee, however, was reluctant to make a hasty decision, indicating that he needed to consult the VAR before proceeding. Chapter 47. The swift rise and fall. The term VAR refers to a novel technology introduced in the realm of football, utilizing the playback capabilities of video centers to provide evidence for crucial decisions, serving as an essential auxiliary tool for referees. The on-field referee, after meticulously reviewing the video, ultimately reached a verdict: foul outside the penalty area, a free kick. With the referee's decision, the coach and players of Lazio collectively exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. It was merely a free kick. Everyone understood that a penalty would signify a dire consequence, rendering their entire effort futile. A free kick, however, mitigated the danger significantly. It must be noted that, up until this moment, many players from Inter Milan had yet to fully comprehend the situation. What was happening? Could it be Lin Mo had actually conjured up a free kick, even without the ball? They could hardly believe their eyes. Yet the undeniable truth lay before them, leaving no room for doubt. With the match nearing its conclusion, this free kick represented their final opportunity. A successful strike would equalize the score and salvage some dignity. Failure would result in defeat at the hands of Lazio. After a brief consultation, the players decided that Martinez would take the free kick. This was a logical choice, as Martinez was the most prominent player on the team and naturally assumed the responsibility. Standing at the penalty spot, he faced a wall of Lazio players. Almost everyone held their breath. This kick was of utmost importance. Many Inter Milan players, overwhelmed by the pressure, dared not witness the moment and simply closed their eyes. Please, let this ball find the net. At such a close distance, surely it would be no problem. Martinez, it's up to you. Fans of Inter Milan around the globe were gripped by tension. Martinez was acutely aware of the burden upon him. He took a deep breath before the referee's whistle pierced the air. At that moment, he launched his attack. Given the distance of the free kick, the focus was on angle rather than power, eliminating the need for a running start. The goalkeeper positioned himself strategically, standing at an angle that allowed him to cover both sides of the goal. This distance posed a formidable challenge for the player taking the kick. A slight miscalculation in power could send the ball soaring over the goal, while insufficient force might allow the goalkeeper to make a save. In these circumstances, Martinez opted for a shot at a tight angle. The ball flew just above the heads of the defenders. In that instant, Lazio's goalkeeper, Strakosha, sprang into action, diving towards the incoming ball. Both players exhibited remarkable skill at that moment. Martinez's shot was executed with precision, but Strakosha's reflexes were equally impressive. With his towering stature, he managed to barely graze the ball with his fingertips, redirecting its trajectory. The ball struck the post and rebounded. Martinez knelt on the ground, his hands covering his face. Overwhelmed with disappointment. It had been so close, merely a fraction away. How unfortunate. On the bench, Connie was equally agitated, kicking the ground in frustration. If only that ball had gone in, they could have at least secured a point, preventing a widening gap between them and Juventus and Roma. Alas, there was no room for what-ifs. The fans in the stands were even more direct. Some rose from their seats and began to exit, knowing that with that missed opportunity, Inter Milan was doomed as time had run out. The referee could blow the final whistle at any moment, and for them, this outcome was painfully disheartening. Yet, at that critical juncture, a figure suddenly dashed onto the field, racing towards the ball. No, stop him, Strakosha shouted. As long as the referee had not blown the final whistle, the match was still in play. However, the Lazio players seemed momentarily oblivious, preoccupied with celebrating Martinez's failed free kick. It was only when they heard the goalkeeper's urgent call that they snapped back to reality. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Mo had emerged from the crowd and was sprinting towards the ball. Alarm cries filled the air as the players frantically lunged toward him. Yet, it was already too late. Lin Mo denied them the chance to block him and struck the ball. With Strakosha having already executed an extraordinary save against Martinez and Apos' free kick, Lin Mo faced an open goal. Even if Strakosha reacted swiftly to regain his footing, it was ultimately too late. He could only watch helplessly as the ball nestled into the net. How could this be? The entire stadium, filled with 60,000 spectators, was left in stunned silence. They had never imagined such a thrilling climax would unfold at the last moment of the match. Conti, standing on the sidelines, initially failed to grasp the situation. It took him a couple of seconds to process what had just occurred, and then he clenched his fists in excitement, jubilantly waving them in the air. The moment was utterly unexpected, akin to emerging from the depths of despair into the light. This goal was immensely significant for Inter Milan. Fans from around the world erupted in ecstatic embraces, lost in the joyous celebration. Referee! He was offside. That goal was certainly offside, protested the Lazio players, unwilling to accept the harsh reality. In response to their outcry, the referee had no choice but to consult VAR once more. During this interval, players from both teams awaited the final verdict with bated breath. Soon, the large screen in the center of the pitch displayed the replay. The video clearly illustrated that Lin Mo had initially been among the crowd and only surged forward after Martinez took the free kick. It was unequivocally a legitimate goal. In light of this undeniable fact, the Lazio players fell silent, forced to accept the outcome. Chapter 48. Lin Mo enters Lee Tai's sights soon. The referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. The score stood at 1-1, and both teams shook hands in a spirit of camaraderie. This outcome was unsatisfactory for both Lazio and Inter Milan, yet it was not entirely unacceptable. Lazio had temporarily escaped the relegation zone, though the specter of demotion still loomed ominously. Inter Milan, on the other hand, remained tightly locked in competition with Roma and Juventus, ensuring that their fate remained firmly in their own hands. All of this was thanks to Lin Mo. a fact that the players of Inter Milan were still struggling to comprehend. They could hardly believe that the salvation of their team had come from the very player they had once dismissed, as the referee confirmed the validity of the goal. The players refrained from exuberant celebration. There was a palpable barrier between them and Lin Mo, a divide that could not be bridged in an instant. Lin Mo, however, was unfazed by this sentiment. He was enveloped in a profound sense of joy, having contributed to the team, a feeling of accomplishment that was unparalleled. This intense happiness even surpassed the anticipation of receiving substantial rewards for completing his system tasks. At that moment, the team's head coach rushed over, filled with excitement, and embraced Lin Mo, spinning him around in a jubilant whirl. Despite Lin Mo's height of 185 meters, his weight of just over 130 pounds rendered him relatively slender, making it effortless for Conte to lift him. In stark contrast to the player's calm demeanor, Inter Milan's fans erupted in a frenzy. Can you believe it? A miracle has indeed occurred. Luckily, I exited the stadium at a leisurely pace. Otherwise, I would have missed such a spectacular goal. I can only imagine the astonishment of those who left early when they see the final score. Astounded? More like they will be filled with regret. Unbelievable. Especially since the scorer was Lin Mo. Oh, I nearly forgot. He's the one just promoted from the youth team. Is this really his debut in the senior squad? Scoring just 5 minutes into his first appearance? That's incredible! I'm a fan now. From this day forward, I'm devoted to Lin Mo. Let us remain rational. I believe this goal was merely a stroke of luck. Luck? His fortune must be extraordinary then. Lin Mo's name had transcended borders, echoing across the globe. Discussions about this remarkable individual flourished, prompting many to delve into his background. Legends surrounding him grew increasingly grandiose, with monikers such as Dragon Country's Messi and football prodigy emerging. Yet, amidst the fervor, a more measured perspective also surfaced, asserting that Lin Mo's solitary goal was merely a fortunate occurrence, suggesting that under those circumstances, anyone could have scored against an open net. Nevertheless, Lin Mo had undeniably become a trending topic within the football community. Meanwhile, in the office of the national team coach for Dragon Country, Li Tai sat upright in his chair, a furrowed brow betraying his concern. He was troubled by the task of compiling the roster for the upcoming Olympic qualifying tournament for men's football in Tokyo. With the deadline approaching, he needed to submit a list to the Football Association promptly, in accordance with the long-standing tradition of Dragon Country. The national team coach also assumed the role of head coach for the Olympic team. Upon taking office, Li Tai had communicated his desire to retain the authority to select players, but the Football Association had declined his request. After negotiations, a compromise was reached. Li Tai could propose a preliminary list, but the final selections would ultimately rest with the association. While this arrangement was far from ideal, it represented a significant concession from the association. Li Tai was acutely aware of the current situation. He felt a deep dissatisfaction but had no choice but to accept reality. Just then, an enthusiastic staff member rushed in. Upon reaching the open doorway, he suppressed his excitement and knocked gently. "Zheng Bin, what brings you here?" This individual was Zheng Bin, Li Tai's invaluable advisor and assistant coach of the national team. He hurried into the office and plopped down in a chair, panting slightly. "Li Tai, have you seen the news?" Zheng Bin exclaimed, pouring himself a cup of tea from the pot on the desk, clearly parched from his hurried arrival. "What is going on?" Li Tai's curiosity was piqued by Zheng Bin's mysterious air. "The online community is in an uproar. We have a young prodigy named Lin Mo from Dragon Country. He scored in his first Serie A match just 5 minutes after entering the field. He is only 17, a true talent. The day we've been waiting for has finally arrived." Zheng Bin was practically breathless, his enthusiasm evident as he animatedly waved his arms. "Lin Mo?" Li Tai furrowed his brow, the name striking a familiar chord within him. "Yes. You should check online right away. It's trending. Millions of views." At Zheng Bin's urging, Li Tai swiftly opened his laptop. As the system booted up, notifications began to flood in. Headlines proclaimed Dragon Country's Messi and 17-year-old prodigy shines in the Apennines. "Is this not a bit exaggerated?" Li Tai mused, his brow knitting in disapproval. He despised such sensationalism. Recognizing that many online media outlets often resorted to hyperbole to capture attention. What is the state of football in Dragon Country? How could Lin Mo be so remarkable without any prior mention? He quickly located the highlights from the match between Inter Milan and Lazio. Fast-forwarding to the moment Lin Mo scored, Li Tai's eyes widened in surprise. The young man's positioning was commendable, and there was a certain ingenuity in his play that echoed the brilliance of Messi. However, he had to admit that luck played a significant role in the goal. One solitary goal did not convey the entirety of a player's capability. Yet, with Li Tai's broader perspective, he recognized that Lin Mo indeed possessed exceptional talent. His unique movement on the pitch demonstrated a level of footballing acumen that transcended that of many players in the country. Zhongbin, do you have any information on Lin Mo? I wish to delve deeper into his background, Li Tai stated. Uncertain of Lin Mo's sudden rise and eager to uncover the truth behind this intriguing newcomer. Chapter 49. Lin Mo acquires a new football skill. Li Tai prided himself on having a certain understanding of the current state of youth training in the country. Thus, he felt that the individual named Lin Mo was likely of Chinese descent. If that were the case, he needed to consider whether it would be feasible to facilitate his naturalization and persuade him to represent Longguo. Hence, the most pressing task at hand was to thoroughly investigate everything regarding Lin Mo. Yes, I will look into it immediately. Zhang Bin, ever the loyal aide to Li Tai, promptly grasped his superior's thoughts and hurriedly exited the office. Lin Mo, I hope you hold the key to our success, Zhang Bin silently muttered to himself. Meanwhile, at Inter Milan, although the team had only managed a draw, it was an outcome they could accept. They were about to face several relatively easier opponents, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, victory seemed attainable. Currently, Inter Milan shared the same points with Roma, but due to Serie A's scoring regulations, teams with superior head-to-head results ranked higher. Consequently, Inter Milan was positioned ahead of Roma, trailing Juventus by merely 2 points. If they triumphed over Juventus in the final round, they would secure the championship. This solitary point was indeed crucial, and it was Lin Mo who had contributed to it. To this day, the team's attitude towards Lin Mo had improved significantly. However, this did not equate to complete acceptance. He still faced reluctance from teammates during intra-squad training matches. The most frequently uttered phrase among them was, Lin Mo, don't think that just because you scored a lucky goal, your skills meet the team's standards. To them, Lin Mo remained the weakest link in the squad. Even during practice matches, players were hesitant to team up with him, a sentiment Lin Mo could certainly relate to. Such scenarios were not unfamiliar to him from his past in Longguo, where few wished to be paired with teammates of lesser ability, fearing it would hinder the team in Oppo's performance and create vulnerabilities. Despite it all, Lin Mo chose not to dwell on these matters. At the very least, he had successfully completed his system tasks, which was a piece of good news. Upon returning to his apartment, he activated the system to claim his rewards. Congratulations, host. You have completed the system task and earned 10,000 reward points, along with 1 lottery draw. Would you like to proceed with the lottery now? Lin Mo eagerly clicked to enter the lottery. After all, the points would serve little purpose if not utilized, and he was in dire need of enhancing his abilities to secure his place in the senior team. The pointer on the wheel began to spin rapidly before finally settling on the skill package: dribble, change direction, accelerate past opponents. What a fine acquisition. With the skill, he would no longer fear being surrounded by opposing players. He could simply rely on his speed to break free. This technique was famously employed by football superstar Gareth Bale. Lin Mo felt immense satisfaction with this lottery result. And there were still points to consider. Upon checking the system panel, he noted that in addition to the 10,000 reward points, he had also accumulated 100 points for a goal scored and another 100 for a match victory, bringing his total to 10,200 points. How should he allocate these points? Lin Mo first contemplated enhancing his physical attributes. Currently, his physical confrontation stood at 70. While this was somewhat lacking, a few additional points would hardly make a significant difference at the senior level. Then it struck him, he had just acquired the dribbling skill. This particular technique heavily relied on speed and explosiveness. Lin Mo quietly assessed his current speed attributes. Speed, 75, explosiveness, 70. Speed represented his overall pace, while explosiveness referred to his acceleration. Typically, speed could be improved through training, but explosiveness was largely determined by inherent physical qualities, making it challenging to enhance later on. Therefore, investing points in explosiveness was the most prudent choice. Once he realized this, he decisively exchanged 10,000 points for 5 points in explosiveness, leaving him with 200 points remaining. He then reviewed his updated attributes. Host, Lin Mo, height, 185 centimeters weight, 60 kilograms speed, 75 ball control, 73 explosiveness, 75 shooting, 81 physical confrontation, 70 with both speed attributes now at 75. Lin Mo found himself positioned in the upper echelons of professional leagues. Coupled with his newfound dribbling skill, he was destined to shine on the field. However, Lin Mo understood the importance of maintaining a low profile. This was the wisdom of Longguo, recognizing the virtue of patience and restraint. Thus, he remained unfazed by how his teammates treated him. His current focus was to quietly amass success, continuously tapping into the system's potential to maximize his football abilities. Ding! At that moment, the system and Oppo's notification sound chimed again. A new task had been issued. New task detected. Lead the team to win the league championship this season. Reward, 12,000 system points and 1 lottery draw. What a remarkable system. It seemed that as long as he adhered to the requirements and completed tasks step by step, he would inevitably grow stronger. In Longguo, Zheng Bin, after meticulous investigation, finally uncovered all pertinent details regarding Lin Mo. What joyous news! Lin Mo is undoubtedly a Longguo national, and as of now, he has not acquired citizenship from any other country. Zheng Bin exclaimed, his face beaming with delight. Everyone was aware of the immense pressure faced by the coaching staff of the Longguo national team, making their rare smiles all the more precious. Oh? Li Tai's interest was piqued as he swiftly took the detailed information from Zheng Bin. However, as he perused the document, the smile on his face transformed into a grave expression, his entire demeanor stiffening. No way, Lin Mo was expelled from the youth national team? Indeed, it's true. Zheng Bin quickly clarified, explaining that it was due to an incident of football violence that resulted in injuring the son of the vice chairman of the Football Association, leading to his expulsion from the national team. This incident had caused quite a stir in Longguo's football circles at the time. Oh dear, this could pose a significant problem. Li Tai's brow furrowed deeply, realizing that Longguo had finally produced a football prodigy, only to have such a setback occur. It truly seemed that good fortune was often accompanied by trials. If this incident were to jeopardize Lin Mo's future with the Longguo national team, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. Chapter 50. Li Tai meets Vice Chairman Ma. Upon observing Li Tai's heavy heart, Zheng Bin felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. TZ. I believe this matter is not as intricate as you perceive. After all, it pertains to the honor of our nation. A simple communication should suffice to reinstate Lin Mo to the national team. Zheng Bin articulated his thoughts. In his view, the interests of the national team transcended all else, making other concerns trivial. Yet, Li Tai shook his head. You underestimate the situation. Those individuals are exceedingly obstinate and will not heed your words. If they were to allow Lin Mo back into the national team, it would be tantamount to slapping their own faces. Li Tai was intimately familiar with their mentality. Is that so? Zheng Bin fell into contemplation upon hearing Li Tai's words. If what Li Tai said held true, it would spell a significant loss for Longguo. However, he also acknowledged that Li Tai's insights were likely accurate. This was the current state of affairs in Longguo football. What shall we do now? Are we to simply watch a talented football player slip away? Zheng Bin still felt a pang of reluctance. Lin Mo represented a glimmer of hope for Longguo football, akin to a drowning person clinging to their last lifeline. Yet this lifeline, visible yet unattainable, was profoundly frustrating. I believe we should at least make an attempt. We must do our part and leave the rest to fate. If it truly proves futile, then so be it. Zheng Bin remained unwilling to concede. After all, qualifying for the Olympics and the World Cup was a shared dream of the entire nation and the lifelong pursuit of Longguo's football community. In such circumstances, the allure of Lin Mo and Oppo's return was overwhelmingly compelling. Li Tai fully understood Zheng Bin and Oppo's earnest intentions. He too shared similar sentiments. Very well. I shall meet with the Football Association's leaders. Li Tai, as the head coach of the national team, was determined to contribute to its interests at any cost. Thus, he tidied himself up and drove his Audi directly to the headquarters of the Football Association. Upon entering the Football Association building, Li Tai adjusted his attire. This was his first request to the association since assuming his role, and the outcome would significantly impact the future of Longguo football. Consequently, he felt an unprecedented sense of anxiety, even breaking into a sweat. Director Li has arrived? Please, come in. The staff at the association greeted him with warm courtesy. Is Vice Chairman mine? I have something to discuss with him, Li Tai inquired with utmost politeness. Yes, please follow me. The staff member promptly guided him to Ma Lishan's office before withdrawing. The office door remained ajar, and just as Li Tai was about to knock, Ma Lishan looked up and exclaimed, Ah, is that you, Xiaoli? What brings you here? Please, come in. With a beaming smile, Ma Lishan welcomed Li Tai into his office. Despite dominating the Longguo football scene for years, Li Tai felt somewhat uneasy in the presence of such leadership. Compared to playing football, this situation was far more daunting. Vice Chairman Ma, our scouts have recently discovered a highly promising talent in Europe. I hope to enlist him in our national U-23 team to prepare for the upcoming Olympic qualifiers, Li Tai articulated cautiously, fearing any misstep could jeopardize the matter. Oh, is that true? That is indeed splendid news. Who is this player? Ma Lixin expressed genuine excitement. As the vice chairman of the association, a successful team would undoubtedly enhance his reputation. Since Longguo had not competed in the Olympics since 2008, this remained a persistent sore spot for the Football Association. If the national team performed poorly in the upcoming Olympic and World Cup qualifiers, it would reflect poorly on his position as vice chairman. Thus, the emergence of a promising talent felt like a timely boon. Hearing Ma Lixin's enthusiasm, Li Tai's heart lifted, believing there was hope for the situation. He quickly produced the prepared documents and handed them to Ma Lixin. Here are the detailed materials on this player. Please take a look. Ma Lixin eagerly accepted the documents and began to read intently. However, within a short span, his expression shifted to one of gravity. My goodness, the player you are advocating is none other than Lin Mo. It seemed fate had conspired against them. Ma Lixin harbored deep animosity towards Lin Mo. During his time in Milan, he had indeed pleaded for Lin Mo, creating a significant debt of gratitude. Yet this very reason rendered Lin Mo's return to the national team utterly impossible. Allowing Lin Mo back would be a blow to Ma Lixin's credibility. How could he face Lin Mo afterward? Thus, this was unequivocally out of the question. Shally, I have been aware of Lin Mo for quite some time. He does possess a modicum of skill in football, but his character is deeply flawed. He was expelled from the national team in the past, and thus can never return. Otherwise, what remains of our association's dignity? Ma Lixin categorically rejected Li Tai's request. Li Tai had anticipated difficulties, but after Zhang Bin's encouragement, he had decided to make an attempt. Vice Chairman Ma, I believe that past grievances should be put aside. We ought to look forward. After all, no person is perfect, and everyone makes mistakes in their youth. As long as one can recognize their errors and amend them, I think we should consider reinstating him. Li Tai began to persuade Ma Lixin, hoping to sway him. Upon hearing Li Tai's words, Ma Lixin's demeanor shifted to one of fury. Li Tai, who is the leader of the Football Association, you or I? We previously agreed that the roster must receive my approval. Ma Lixin slammed his hand on the desk, leaving no room for negotiation. Li Tai was taken aback. He had anticipated challenges, but Ma Lixin's rigidity exceeded his expectations. Sensing he had spoken too harshly, Ma Lixin placed a reassuring hand on Li Tai's shoulder. Shally, rest assured, our national team has a secret weapon. We should have no trouble qualifying for the 2022 Qatar World Cup. Just trust in our association. Now, I know you have a busy schedule, so I won't keep you. Ma Lixin adopted a dismissive stance. Chapter 51. Will Lin Mo succeed? Li Tai realized that there was no room for negotiation regarding this matter. Remaining here would only invite resentment. Thus, he rose and departed from Ma Lixin's office. For the first time, he experienced the suffocating constraints of being a national team coach, devoid of any real authority and hindered at every turn. As for the so-called secret weapon mentioned by Ma Lixin, Li Tai regarded it merely as a bluff. Dejected, Li Tai returned to his studio. What happened, TZ? What did the Football Association leaders say? Zhang Bin inquired eagerly upon his return, sharing in the urgency of the situation. Li Tai shook his head, the answer evident on his face. It can't be true, Zhang Bin exclaimed in disbelief. Did the association not approve? That shouldn't be the case. Did they even watch the video of Lin Mo scoring? Zhang Bin could hardly fathom the news. They had not only compiled Lin Mo's goal against Lazio, but also his highlights from his time with the Inter Milan youth team. It was unimaginable that a player firmly established in European football was being denied entry to the national team. They saw it, but it was of no use. Vice Chairman Ma firmly insisted that Lin Mo's character was questionable, refusing to permit his return to the national team. Li Tai lamented. How could this happen? Zhang Bin felt utterly disheartened. Are we just going to give up? We've finally found a promising talent for our country. Zhang Bin clenched his fist in anger. With no other options available, they had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea. However, we can continue to monitor Lin Mo. If he maintains his outstanding performance, I believe the association will find it difficult to suppress him. This was Li Tai's current plan. His only hope rested on Lin Mo truly emerging as a formidable force in one of the top 5 leagues. With that, even the strongest opposition would struggle to keep him from the national team. I suppose we must settle for that, Zhang Bin sighed. While he acknowledged the validity of Li Tai's reasoning, he also understood just how challenging it was to succeed in Europe. Asian football was inherently at a disadvantage. Even among the continent's best, such as South Korea and Japan, there was but one superstar, Son Heung-min. Could Lin Mo ever reach the heights of players like Son or Hidetoshi Nakata? Little did Li Tai and Zheng Bin anticipate the whirlwind Lin Mo was about to unleash upon European football. Meanwhile, at Inter Milan, after a hard-fought draw against Lazio, the team felt a collective sigh of relief. The upcoming matches appeared relatively manageable, and victory was well within their grasp. The match day arrived, with Inter Milan hosting Parma. Given Parma's certain relegation, the match held little suspense. By halftime, Inter Milan had established a 2 o'clock lead, a significant scoreline in Serie A, especially considering Parma's struggle to score fewer than 10 goals throughout the season. The likelihood of them recovering 2 goals in the second half was virtually non-existent. Inter Milan's director, Zhang Kanong, attended the match in person and expressed great satisfaction with the team's performance. More importantly, he was thrilled at the prospect of Lin Mo having the opportunity to play in the second half. This was a golden chance for development, ensuring both victory and the nurturing of new talent, something many teams had historically done. The atmosphere among the fans was electric, with banners and slogans filling the stands. After years of mediocrity and being overshadowed by Juventus and AC Milan, the resurgence of the team brought a sense of pride to the supporters. As halftime concluded, Conte addressed the players, emphasizing the need to maintain their offensive momentum. "We are closely trailing Juventus and Roma, and the final rankings may depend on goal difference. Every goal you score is crucial," he passionately urged, capturing the players' full attention. Typically, teams tend to play conservatively after a significant first-half lead. However, Conte chose to adopt a more aggressive approach, intent on exploiting Parma's vulnerabilities. "Absolutely, coach. Just watch us," the players affirmed, eager to engage in attacking football rather than retreating into a defensive shell. As the second half commenced, Conte made several substitutions. Yet he did not once glance towards Lin Mo, clearly indicating his intention to keep Lin Mo on the bench for a while longer. However, the fans on the sidelines were less than pleased. Many had come specifically to see Lin Mo, the hot prospect in European football, and with the team already leading significantly, there seemed no reason not to field him. Organized chants began to echo through the stands. "Let Lin Mo play. We want to see Lin Mo shine." A considerable portion of the crowd comprised local Chinese fans, excited to witness a fellow compatriot take the field. Sensing the mounting pressure from the fans, Conte ultimately beckoned Lin Mo, signaling for him to warm up. "Lin Mo, get ready." Upon receiving the coach's nod, Lin Mo swiftly rose from his seat, shedding his jacket and enthusiastically engaging in warm-up exercises along the sidelines. With only 10 minutes remaining in the match, it appeared he would have more playing time than in the previous game. Lin Mo understood the significance of this moment. These 10 minutes could very well determine his future at Inter Milan. Chapter 52. Lin Mo's first assist as Lin Mo prepared to take the field. It sparked immense excitement among the Inter Milan fans. His previous match, marked by a striking goal, had drawn significant attention, heralding the emergence of a new star within the club, a thrilling prospect indeed. Everyone eagerly anticipated what display Lin Mo would offer in this match. Historically, many young and talented players have dazzled in their debut appearances, only to face a rapid decline, ultimately fading into obscurity. Thus, while Lin Mo's arrival was indeed refreshing, the crowd maintained a cautious stance. The players from Parma, however, regarded Lin Mo's entry with disdain. "What is this? Are they really sending a mere benchwarmer onto the field? This is clearly a sign of contempt towards us, as if they are merely using us to gain experience. Never mind, we shall teach him a lesson on the pitch," making him realize that the professional league is no easy place to navigate. "Let's go easy on him, though. I fear he might suffer from depression if we go too hard. Who cares? It's his own choice. Didn't we endure similar trials in our youth?" The Parma players conspired to give Lin Mo a taste of reality. With their vast experience, handling these newcomers was child's play. A little physicality would leave Lin Mo bruised and battered. Their movements were subtle and skilled, rendering them undetectable to the referee, a tactic that had proven effective time and again. At this moment, Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware of the severity of the situation. In his eyes, this match, devoid of suspense, was merely an opportunity to accumulate points. The current score was of utmost importance to him. To quickly enhance his abilities, accumulating points to purchase attributes in the point mall was the most efficient route. Lin Mo astutely observed that the point mall offered more than just various attributes for purchase. It also featured renowned skills of various football stars, such as the Marseille turn, the scorpion kick, and the pendulum dribble, among others. However, the point cost for these skills was exorbitant, often reaching tens of thousands, far beyond his current means. This was why he had been elated for days after winning the skill of ball control and acceleration in the previous system lottery. Yet, he had longed for an opportunity to showcase his skills, and he believed this match might provide just that. In his view, an opponent like Parma was perfectly suited for the occasion. Once Lin Mo entered the field, the dynamics of the game shifted to a peculiar state. Much like his previous match, he struggled to gain possession of the ball. Although his Inter Milan teammates no longer hesitated to pass to him, they habitually favored other teammates even when Lin Mo was in a better position. Only in the absence of other teammates would they pass to him, leaving him in absolute isolation. Even after receiving a pass, opponents would relentlessly urge him to return it. In such a scenario, Lin Mo felt compelled to pass, lest he be labeled selfish, further complicating his standing within the team. Consequently, Lin Mo found it challenging to seize opportunities to shine, spending most of the match running in circles, barely touching the ball. Despite this, he managed to deliver a few exquisite passes. One instance featured a surgical through ball, perfectly timed for Martinez, who surged into the opponent's box. It took the crowd a moment to register the brilliance of Martinez's run. Where did he come from? How did he vanish into the opponent's box in the blink of an eye? That was indeed a world-class run by Martinez. Yet, it was Lin Mo's pass that truly stood out, remarkably penetrating. No doubt, the pass was impressive, and Martinez's awareness was commendable. However, Parma's defenders were too late to react. Martinez found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper, who could only scramble in vain as Martinez seized the opportunity without hesitation, striking the ball with precision that curled around the keeper and into the net. With that, the score was 3-0, marking Martinez's second goal of the match. After scoring, instead of celebrating, he immediately ran to Lin Mo, fully aware of the exquisite nature of the pass he had received. He had not even touched the ball before facing the keeper. It was the ball that had guided him. Thus, Lin Mo deserved half the credit for the goal. This moment marked the first genuine acceptance of Lin Mo by Martinez. It seemed the team's decision was sound. Lin Mo indeed possessed remarkable talent. However, the fans in attendance held a different opinion. They believed that the goal was solely attributable to Martinez's extraordinary movement and impeccable finishing, with Lin Mo's contribution merely a routine pass. For those who lacked a deep understanding of the game, it would be difficult to recognize Lin Mo's exceptional vision in that play. Of course, Lin Mo's ability to deliver such a precise pass was greatly enhanced by his exceptional skills, which elevated the quality of his distribution. This development infuriated the Parma players. Their intention had been to restrict Lin Mo and assert dominance, only to find themselves outshone by his brilliance. In the ensuing play, Lin Mo finally received the ball and prepared to make a move when a towering opponent charged at him. At that moment, Lin Mo's physicality rating was only 70, barely passing muster. The sudden confrontation sent him sprawling to the ground, provoking the crowd's outrage. "Send him off! Send him off!" The fans chanted in unison. The Inter Milan medical staff rushed to his aid, conducting a thorough examination. To everyone's astonishment, despite being knocked to the ground and rolling in pain, the referee failed to call a foul, dismissing it as a mere collision and awarding possession to Parma. This decision incited the fans' fury. How is this not a blatant miscarriage of justice? Is it because Lin Mo is a player from the Dragon Country? This is nothing short of an assault. The fans voiced their protests against the referee's call. Chapter 53. Lin Mo contemplates change despite the cacophony of protests echoing throughout the stadium. The referee remained steadfast in his decision, deeming the incident merely an ordinary challenge, utterly devoid of foul play, and even dismissing the need to consult VAR. Though the fans grumbled vocally, they reluctantly acquiesced to the ruling. It was universally acknowledged that the referee's authority on the pitch was paramount. Any dissent could lead to hefty fines or even suspensions. On the side of Inter Milan, Zhang Kanong was in a state of utmost anxiety, promptly dispatching Zanetti to ascertain the situation. The shocking incident had unfolded right before his eyes, leaving him utterly unprepared. Although Lin Mo had met the skill requirements for the first team, he still lagged significantly in physicality compared to his opponents. To err on the side of caution, Connie had no choice but to substitute Lin Mo, utilizing his final substitution slot. Lin Mo felt considerable discontent regarding the substitution. "Why? I'm perfectly fine, just a minor scrape." He believed the coach was overreacting. He was in peak form, establishing a rapport with the team, and could not comprehend being withdrawn at such a pivotal moment. Yet, he had no choice but to comply with the team's arrangements and was carried off on a stretcher by the medical staff. Shortly after Lin Mo's arrival in the locker room, Zhang Kangyang rushed in, visibly concerned. Lin Mo, are you all right? How do you feel? He inquired anxiously. I'm fine. Just a minor scrape. Lin Mo initially failed to notice that the opposing player had disregarded the ball entirely, opting instead to push him down, catching him off guard. While his resilience may not have been exceptional, he was not fragile. Thus, he had not sustained any serious injury, merely a superficial abrasion. Consequently, he struggled to understand why the team insisted on his substitution. Upon hearing Lin Mo's reassurances, Zhang Kangyang felt considerably relieved. Nevertheless, he sought confirmation from the team doctor, who corroborated Lin Mo's claims. Lin Mo's condition is not serious. He should have no issues re-entering the match. The doctor, having conducted a thorough examination, confirmed that Lin Mo had not sustained any bone injuries. With the doctor's words, Zhang Kangyang finally exhaled. That's good. That's good. He swiftly exited the locker room. By this time, the match had concluded, and Inter Milan had secured a resounding 3-0 victory. Although Lin Mo had only played for a mere 2 to 3 minutes, he still managed to achieve an assist, contributing to the team's triumph and earning himself 400 points. While this may not seem substantial, even the smallest gains accumulate, eventually allowing for the purchase of skill packages. This incident prompted Lin Mo to realize that his physical condition required significant enhancement. Without sufficient resilience, it would be challenging to establish himself in Serie A. However, he lacked the requisite points to purchase physical attributes. Even if he did possess points, he would refrain from squandering them in that manner, knowing that physical attributes could be improved through dedicated training. Thus, he resolved to pursue this avenue for self-improvement, believing it to be the most efficient way to elevate his capabilities. Having come to this conclusion, Lin Mo approached Connie's office. Coach, I wish to enhance my physical strength. Could you arrange additional training for me? Connie was momentarily taken aback by Lin Mo and Appo's request. However, he quickly regained his composure, internally marveling at the young man and Appo's initiative. This is unexpected. He is incredibly ambitious, truly a promising talent. Acknowledging that attitude is paramount, Connie recognized Lin Mo's potential for a bright future. Despite his inner excitement, Connie maintained a composed exterior. I have no objections to your desire for extra training, but you must understand that physical training is arduous. You cannot allow this to hinder the team's regular training schedule. Therefore, you will need to endure double the intensity. Conti was upfront about the challenges ahead, aware that young players like Lin Mo could indeed accelerate their development through rigorous training, yet it could also lead to considerable discomfort. Many young athletes struggle mentally under such pressure, ultimately giving up, which could adversely affect their training quality. This approach would be counterproductive. However, Lin Mo's determination was unwavering. No problem, coach. I will complete the training to the highest standard. For Lin Mo, this was hardly a concern. Possessing the skills of Pele placed him at an advantageous starting point. The training would be relatively straightforward for him. Very well, since you are resolute, I will consider your request. However, our fitness coaches are presently at capacity, so I will need to consult Zhang regarding the provision of a personal fitness coach. Please await my update. Thank you, coach. With Conti's assurance, Lin Mo exited the office, elated. On that day, Lin Mo was engaged in training on the pitch when assistant coach Gianluca approached him. Lin Mo, come here for a moment. Gianluca beckoned to the perspiring Lin Mo. As Connie and Appo's younger brother, he handled many matters for the team. Sure, I and Appo's am on my way. Lin Mo replied in simple Italian, having acquired a basic grasp of the language during his time in Italy. Following Gianluca, Lin Mo felt a twinge of curiosity about the purpose of this summons. However, his questions were swiftly answered when Gianluca led him to Connie's office. Inside, besides Conti, there was a slightly portly middle-aged man. Lin Mo, I have discussed your request with Zhang, and he has approved it. This is your fitness coach, Claudia, who will be responsible for your physical training regimen moving forward. It was notable how accommodating Zhang Kangyang was. His swift approval of Conti and Appo's request illustrated his commitment to nurturing potential talent. For him, the cost of hiring a fitness coach was trivial when the prospect of cultivating a superstar loomed. Hello, Lin Mo. I've heard much about you, Claudia greeted warmly, extending his right hand. I look forward to our collaboration. Chapter 54. Discord within the team. Lin Mo and Claudia exchanged a cordial handshake. He had not anticipated that the matter would be resolved so swiftly. The efficiency was markedly superior to that in his home country. Initially, he had merely intended to have the club's existing fitness coach arrange training tasks for him. To his surprise, the team had hired a dedicated coach for him, a privilege that left much to be admired. Consequently, he resolved to train diligently, determined not to disappoint the club or President Zhang's expectations. Claude subsequently devised a meticulous fitness regimen for Lin Mo, which included a progressive muscle-building plan and cardiovascular training. This meant that, alongside enhancing his physical resilience, he would also focus on stamina development. Both aspects pertain to his physical prowess, which could be fortified through training. Additionally, a nutritionist was assigned to him, providing tailored meal plans. In the realm of physical training, a prevalent adage echoes, 3 parts training, 7 parts nutrition. Thus, the significance of proper meals was greatly emphasized. The athletes with exemplary physical conditions were invariably those who exhibited remarkable self-discipline. Lin Mo was acutely aware of this, cherishing this rare opportunity as a vital component of his rapid growth. Henceforth, he deemed it unnecessary to squander points on physical attributes, as he could achieve his objectives through dedicated physical training, an entirely reasonable approach. However, this situation incited jealousy among his fellow Inter Milan teammates. One player, Schilo, a marginal figure, felt particularly aggrieved. Why should there be such a disparity in treatment among players of the same team? He had diligently toiled for years at Inter Milan without ever receiving a chance to play, while Lin Mo, upon arrival, was afforded high regard, not only gaining playing time but also receiving personal fitness coaching. This made him feel profoundly unbalanced. Schilo, what are you daydreaming about? Why aren't you training earnestly? At that moment, the team captain seemed to notice Schilo's peculiar demeanor and rebuked him loudly. Schilo glanced around and realized that Lin Mo was absent, presumably engaged in physical training with Claude. He hastily approached Martinez to voice his grievances. Captain, do you think the club president is being too biased? Why is Lin Mo treated so well with a personal fitness coach, while you yourself have not received such privileges? Schilo expressed his discontent, attempting to incite Martinez to share in his resentment. He anticipated that Martinez would rally against this perceived injustice, but instead, he received only a disdainful glance. This is the club's decision. There is no need for you to gossip behind closed doors. As the core of the team, Martinez abhorred such sentiments, as they could foster discord within the squad. Thus, he reprimanded Schilo firmly. Captain, I'm merely looking out for you. If this continues, it might soon be Lin Mo's domain. Schilo remained obstinate, convinced that Martinez was merely putting on a facade. Enough. Be silent. This is the club's resolution, and the matter should not be discussed further. I will report your comments to the coach for a proper judgment. Martinez concluded his statement and departed from the training ground. As the team's linchpin, he could not permit internal strife, especially during this crucial period in the championship race. Additionally, Lin Mo's brief appearances had showcased his talent, convincing Martinez of his developmental potential. It was only natural for a team to invest in such promising prospects. He recalled that during his own domestic league days, he had enjoyed similar privileges. This was far more cost-effective than the club spending exorbitantly to recruit talent from other teams. A primary reason why many elite clubs invest heavily in youth training. Cultivating a superstar yields immeasurable returns for the team. Upon hearing Martinez's decision, Schilo was utterly flabbergasted. What the hell? Is Martinez out of his mind? He is actually going to report to the coach? Schilo was left dumbfounded. Had he not just shot himself in the foot? He regretted his actions deeply. Had he known this would transpire, he would have never approached Martinez. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. The outcome of the situation was swift. Due to Schilo's instigation and slander, he was suspended for a month and fined 2 weeks' wages. This punishment incited intense dissatisfaction within Schilo. What the hell did I say wrong? This is utterly unjust. After years of service to the team, I am met with such treatment. He seethed, vowing to make things difficult for everyone involved. Driven by feelings of profound inequity and resentment towards Lin Mo, Schilo resolved to escalate the issue to the local media, seeking public judgment. What had begun as an internal team matter soon became widely known. Local news outlets quickly published headlines detailing Schilo's alleged unfair treatment. Naturally, this was merely Schilo's one-sided account. In his quest to undermine Lin Mo and Zhang Kangyang, he exaggerated many negative aspects of the team. Thus, rumors regarding Inter Milan began to circulate. Unsurprisingly, these revelations soon reached Zhang Kangyang's ears. Zanetti briefed him on the entire situation. In response, Zhang Kangyang maintained a calm demeanor. Let the media say what they will. The most crucial task at hand is to stabilize the team and secure the championship. Should we expel that Schilo kid from the team? Zanetti inquired. Absolutely not. Zhang Kangyang decisively waved his hand. After all, this is his final year on the contract. We will simply allow it to expire without renewal. If we terminate the contract now, we would face breach penalties, and the unscrupulous media would only amplify the situation. Just ensure that Connie keeps a close watch on his behavior for the time being. Zhang Kongyang quickly issued his directives. Understood. I will handle it accordingly. Zanetti replied before hurriedly exiting. What remained unbeknownst to everyone was that this incident had caught the attention of a person with ulterior motives. Chapter 55. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This individual is none other than Ma Delii, who remains stranded in Italy. Following his comprehensive ban from the Italian Football Association, Ma Delii did not hasten to return to his homeland, but instead sought opportunities in Europe. Buoyed by the wealth of his father. After deliberation, he deemed that returning home would not be conducive to his development. After all, only the Italian league imposed a ban. He could still play in other countries. With numerous European leagues available, he could even participate in leagues outside the top 5, which would be far superior to remaining in his homeland. During this interim, Ma Delii lingered in Italy, awaiting directives from his father while keeping a watchful eye on Lin Mo's progress. To his astonishment, Lin Mo had been promoted to the first team of Inter Milan and had actually been afforded playing time. Moreover, he performed exceptionally well, accumulating 15 minutes across 2 matches, netting 1 goal and providing an assist. In no time, Lin Mo garnered widespread acclaim across European football, even being hailed as the Messi of Longguo. In stark contrast, Ma Delii found himself to be the subject of scorn, a drowning dog, as they say. The disparity was overwhelming, igniting a fierce jealousy within him. How could Lin Mo, with such modest talent, flourish so remarkably? Was it not due to the opportunities provided by Zhang Kongyang? Ma Delii believed his own capabilities far surpassed those of Lin Mo. He merely lacked a fortuitous break. Though consumed by envy, he felt powerless against Lin Mo. In Longguo, he would have 1,000 ways to deal with him. But here in Italy, no one afforded them any respect. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as Lin Mo thrived. At this juncture, he became aware of the Schilo incident, which further fueled his jealousy. What? Lin Mo had a personal fitness trainer and nutritionist at Inter Milan? This was clearly a concerted effort to cultivate him. If this continued, he could potentially become a key figure in Longguo football, leaving Ma Delii with even less standing back home. Simultaneously, he took note of Schilo. Why not collaborate with Schilo to completely undermine Lin Mo? A sinister plan began to take shape in Ma Delii's mind. One day, in a local bar in Milan, Schilo sat brooding, nursing his sorrows due to a ban and fines imposed by his team. His resentment towards Lin Mo had reached a boiling point. Why should a Longguo national enjoy such privileges? It was all Zhang Kongyang's fault for disrupting the order and allowing individuals like Lin Mo to run rampant, thereby tarnishing the integrity of football. As Schilo wallowed in his frustrations, a young man clad in designer sportswear approached him. "Hello, you must be Schilo." The young man greeted him. Schilo lifted his bloodshot eyes, recognizing the stranger's yellow skin and black hair, which did little to improve his mood. "Who are you? How do you know me?" Schilo queried, bewildered. "In Milan, who doesn't know you? You are one of the most promising young players here." Ma Delii showered him with flattery, which eased Schilo and Apos' spirits and gradually lowered his guard. This was a positive development. Ma Delii took a seat opposite Schilo and poured himself a generous glass of beer. "My name is Ma Delii, and we share a common foe." He took a hearty swig from his glass. A common foe? Schilo looked at Ma Delii, puzzled, as he was unfamiliar with this name and the reason for this sudden encounter. Indeed, that would be Lin Mo. His current success is entirely due to the identity I assumed. We could join forces to eliminate Lin Mo. What do you think? Ma Delii articulated his proposal in halting English. Though Schilo struggled to grasp his words, he understood the essence. Ma Delii harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Mo. The notion that the enemy of my enemy is my friend sparked a newfound affinity in Schilo toward Ma Delii, prompting him to refill the latter's glass. However, with Lin Mo currently favored by the club, how do we proceed? We might end up in trouble before we even touch him, Schilo cautioned, insisting that they needed to strategize carefully. Yet Ma Delii laughed heartily. "In truth, this matter is not as arduous as you presume. I assure you, it is quite simple and can be executed discreetly." A malevolent glint flashed in Ma Delii and Apos' eyes. "Oh, pray tell, what is your plan?" Schilo and Apos' interest was piqued. "Quite simply, we can tamper with Lin Mo's nutritional meals. This way, we can eliminate him without anyone being the wiser." This notion represented an opportunity for Ma Delii. He believed that once Lin Mo was out of the picture, no one could challenge his standing in Longguo. and he would reclaim his dominion. This approach may carry some risk, but it is a risk worth taking. What? This seems inappropriate, Skilo stammered, trembling at the prospect, causing his glass to slip from his hands and shatter on the floor. He had not anticipated such ruthless intent from this young man, who so readily sought to eliminate Lin Mo, a notion that was utterly chilling. Fear not. This can be executed without raising suspicion. Once Lin Mo is gone, you will once again be recognized as the most promising young talent in Italy. The club's resources will undoubtedly flow towards you. Ma Deliai's words ignited Skilo's intrigue. Indeed. Prior to Lin Mo's arrival, he had been the club's favored newcomer, receiving substantial attention and nurturing. However, since Lin Mo's entry, everything had changed. Now, he felt utterly neglected and, with his current suspension, was certain that the club would not renew his contract at season's end, though he had not previously considered this issue. A profound sense of crisis surged within him at that moment. Observing Skilo and Apos' hesitation, Ma Deliai recognized that his objective was within reach. Thus, he pressed on with his persuasion. If Lin Mo were to vanish, it would only benefit you. Furthermore, I can assure you sponsorship opportunities in Longguo. Do you have any idea how many fans there are in Longguo? It would be impossible for you not to gain fame. Ma Deliai painted a grand vision to entice Skilo. Chapter 56. Nutritional Meal Manipulations. Ma Tale observed the glimmer in Skilo's eyes, recognizing that the fish was nearly hooked. His intent was rather straightforward, to eliminate Lin Mo through Skilo, subsequently offering him a monetary incentive to ensure his silence, thereby evading any traceable connection to himself. Once Lin Mo was out of the way, the realm of Dragon Country football would revert to his dominion. Ma Tale and Apos' words successfully ignited Skilo and Apos' interest, though a flicker of trepidation lingered within him. What if this endeavor were to fail? The club undoubtedly placed immense importance on the nutritional meals, making success seem rather elusive. Skilo was indeed tempted, yet he hesitated to take the risk. Ma Tale let out a hearty laugh. Isn't it simple? We merely need to bribe a local from Milan to execute the plan. If it succeeds, it will be undetectable, even in the event of failure. So long as we offer him sufficient rewards to shoulder the blame, we would remain unscathed. Ma Tale had evidently crafted an intricate scheme that appeared flawless. Astounding, indeed. Skilo couldn't help but give Lin Mo a thumbs up, impressed by the youth's meticulousness. It was a stroke of genius he hadn't anticipated. Fortunately, this individual was currently a friend, not an adversary. Otherwise, merely contemplating such cunning would send chills down his spine. Very well, I am quite familiar with Milan. I shall make the arrangements. Await my good news. Skilo, partially sobered by the wine, began to ponder how to identify a suitable candidate to promptly accomplish this task. With that, he departed the bar. For every club, players represent the most invaluable asset. Consequently, their health is treated with utmost seriousness, leading nearly every club to provide additional nutritional meals. As the name suggests, these meals are designed to enhance the player's nutrition. Some powerful clubs opt to produce their own nutritional meals, and any surplus can be wholesaled to other clubs. Conversely, smaller clubs lacking the necessary resources must collaborate with larger clubs or food processing factories. International Milan, as a traditional powerhouse, operates its own nutritional meal processing facility. On this particular day, the factory was engaged in its usual production when an unexpected visitor entered. Dressed in a black hooded cloak with the brim pulled low, his features remained obscured. The factory workers were engrossed in their tasks and paid him no mind. He stealthily made his way to the cold storage room. At the entrance, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Upon confirming no one was present, he swiftly opened the cold storage door and slipped inside. Upon entering, the mysterious figure shivered from the frigid temperatures. Instinctively tightening his cloak, he began to rummage through the storage. Soon, he struck gold, discovering a series of densely arranged compartments along one wall. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly located Lin Mo's label among them. Locking onto his target, he opened the compartment to reveal several cans of freshly produced nutritional meals. Typically, clubs aim to minimize nutrient loss and utilize the meals on the same day they are produced, thus they are not sealed unless meant for external distribution. The mysterious individual swiftly retrieved a white vial from his person, shook it vigorously, and then poured its contents into Lin Mo's nutritional meal. Once everything was set, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Peering outside to ensure safety, he hastily exited the workspace. Meanwhile, at the International Milan training facility, the team continued with their practice. Given that Lin Mo had sustained no significant injuries, he was granted permission to train alongside the team. Thanks to Martinez's leadership, the entire squad had welcomed Lin Mo. During practice, teammates were willing to train with him, yet hesitated to select him in team formations, a reality that would take time to change. Lin Mo remained unfazed by this. He was solely focused on optimizing his training outcomes, consistently the first to arrive and the last to leave the field. He would engage in additional physical training after regular sessions. Despite feeling utterly exhausted each day, he found immense fulfillment in his efforts. Being youthful, he could endure the rigorous training and, after a good night's rest, awaken revitalized. One day, following his training, Lin Mo was preparing to return to his dormitory when the team's nutritionist, Kala, called out to him, "Lin Mo, come here for a moment. Your nutritional meal has arrived. Please collect it." "Okay." Lin Mo hurriedly rushed over. "These are yours. Everyone else has already taken theirs. You were the last. After you collect it, please sign here as per usual." Kala, displaying great patience, awaited the final player to collect their meal before concluding his day. Despite Lin Mo consistently being last, there was no hint of reproach from him. It was rare to witness such diligence in a young individual, and he felt a deep admiration for Lin Mo, believing he was destined for greatness. "Thank you," Kala. After signing his name, Lin Mo took his nutritional meal and left the distribution room. Upon returning home, Lin Mo indulged in a warm shower, feeling the water cascade over his skin. He suddenly sensed that his muscles had become significantly firmer. Could it be? This must be an illusion. How many days have I been training? Is it possible to see results so swiftly? Lin Mo understood that training yields gradual results and does not produce immediate effects. Surely, this was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, this psychological affirmation invigorated him, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. It was time to consume his nutritional meal. To be honest, the taste of these meals was rather lackluster, but their benefits to the body were immense. Lin Mo always ensured he consumed every last morsel, maximizing his nutritional intake for bodily growth. Such self-discipline characterized him as he eagerly took a seat at the table. Chapter 57. The Perilous Pufferfish Toxin. Just as Lin Mo was about to indulge in his meal, a sudden voice called out to him from outside. "Lin Mo, come out. Some fans from Longguo wish to meet you." The voice belonged to his good friend, Ma Chinua. Although he had joined the senior team, he still resided in his original apartment. "Oh, all right. I and Amp. Oppos. LL be right there." This marked the first instance since Lin Mo joined Inter Milan that fans sought him out. And to have fans from Longguo made it all the more significant. The unwavering support from the fans warranted a gesture of respect. Thus, he closed the lid on his nutritional meal and hurriedly stepped outside. Where are they? Lin Mo was quite keen on this visit from the fans, as it indicated his gradual acceptance among them. "They are right outside the apartment. Let me take you there," Ma Chinua said, his eyes gleaming with envy. Who would have imagined that the once scorned, frail individual from Longguo would transform into a rising star in just a month? Lin Mo's market value had soared to 5 million euros, a remarkable achievement considering he was only 17. The arrival of fans at his doorstep further highlighted this transformation. In contrast, Ma Chinua found himself overshadowed, still lingering in obscurity. Nevertheless, Ma Chinua genuinely felt happy for Lin Mo, recalling their promise to reunite as teammates in the senior team. As they exited the apartment, they indeed found a gathering of over a dozen fans outside, all holding flowers, with two individuals proudly displaying a banner that read Lin Mo Fan Club of Italy. Upon spotting Lin Mo, they erupted into enthusiastic cheers. "Lin Mo, it's wonderful to see you." The fans rushed forward, presenting flowers and requesting autographs, creating an atmosphere akin to that surrounding renowned stars. This only intensified Ma Chinua's envy. Lin Mo, taken aback, wondered when he had garnered such a multitude of fans. He had been so engrossed in his own world that he remained oblivious to the external developments. The leading figure among the fans, a gentleman named Hu Chung, introduced the current state of the fan club. As Lin Mo's reputation surged on the European stage, it had captured the attention of Chinese fans. Historically, Longguo football had languished at a low level, producing few talents. Yet, the fervor of the fans remained undiminished as they sought a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Lin Mo's rise seemed to illuminate that hope. It was rare for a newcomer to achieve such remarkable statistics in their first 2 professional matches, prompting many Chinese fans to rally together. "As far as I know, countless fans are traveling from all corners of Italy to meet you. Moreover, fans from around the world have reached out to us, and we have established a Lin Mo fan circle for mutual interaction." Hu Ching spoke with palpable excitement. "Is that so?" Lin Mo was astounded. He had only played 2 matches and yet had sparked such widespread enthusiasm. However, he could comprehend the situation. for few Chinese players had ventured to play in Europe. Currently, only Wu Lei was active in the leagues, and his team had been relegated to the second division. Hu Chung elaborated on the current state of the fan organization, and Lin Mo expressed his intention to support their efforts moving forward. Subsequently, he signed jerseys for the fans and posed for photographs, cherishing the moment. After a bustling day, Hu Qing and the others bid farewell, and Lin Mo returned to his apartment. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The room was in disarray. His nutritional meal had been toppled onto the floor. Alarmed, he wondered who had intruded. He distinctly remembered closing the door behind him. This was his private space, and if someone had broken in, it posed a serious threat to his safety. At that moment, he noticed a cat lying on the floor. It was a wild cat. Lin Mo sighed in relief, realizing that the cat had snuck in while he was out and had feasted on his meal, although there was still some left. The cat had rendered it inedible. What a pity. He had specifically increased his workout today, hoping to replenish his nutrients with that meal. Now, it was all wasted. Blaming himself for his carelessness, he decided to let it go. Missing one meal wasn't the end of the world. However, he soon sensed something was amiss. The tortoiseshell cat lay motionless on the ground. How peculiar. Had it eaten too much to move? It seemed as though it was waiting to be caught. As he approached, he was startled to discover that the cat was dead, its body bleeding profusely. The sight was horrifying. What had happened? Had the cat been poisoned? How could this be? Suddenly, a chilling thought struck Lin Mo. He swiftly packed away all remaining nutritional meals and hurriedly left the apartment. This matter was grave, and he needed to investigate thoroughly. In no time, Lin Mo arrived at the club and Amp, Oppo's, medical center, where the medical supervisor, Asimov, received him. After Lin Mo recounted the details of the incident, Asimov and Oppo's face turned pale. Is this true? Very well, I will conduct an examination immediately. Without delay, Asimov took the nutritional meal from Lin Mo and entered the laboratory for testing. The results arrived swiftly. The nutritional meal contained highly toxic pufferfish toxin with a potency 250 times that of potassium cyanide, a mere 0.48 milligrams could be lethal. The symptoms of poisoning included numbness, limb paralysis, respiratory failure, and arrhythmia. This is a serious issue, Lin Mo exclaimed. How could such a deadly substance have found its way into his meal? Had it not been for the wild cat and Amp, Oppo's intrusion? If he had consumed that meal, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 58, Maudalii and Oppo's imprisonment. Upon contemplating this, Asimov felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that fate had intervened? Lin Mo and Amp, Oppo's destiny seemed to be guided by unseen forces. This appeared to be the only plausible explanation. Upon learning this news, Lin Mo was utterly dumbfounded. Who would have thought that calamity could strike so unexpectedly at home? It was truly terrifying. Had it not been for the fans and Oppo's visit earlier, it would have been Lin Mo lying on the ground instead of a stray cat. Given the gravity of the situation, Asimov did not dare to be negligent and promptly relayed the news to the club. The club reacted with utmost seriousness. Zhang Kongyang immediately ordered a thorough investigation of all nutritional meals. The outcome was surprising. Apart from Lin Mo and Oppo's meal, all others were found to be perfectly normal. This ruled out the possibility of other clubs attempting to sabotage them, which relieved Zhang Kongyang. Had it been otherwise, Inter Milan would have faced utter destruction. From this point onward, the personnel responsible for the nutritional meals must register under real names, and all entries and exits would be subject to stringent scrutiny. With a complete ban on unfamiliar individuals entering, Zhang Kongyang issued the command without delay. It was better to mend the fence after the sheep were lost than never to mend it at all. This time, a grievous mistake had almost been committed, and he could not allow such an incident to occur again. Once the safety of the nutritional meals was secured, Zhang Kongyang turned his attention to uncovering who sought to frame Lin Mo. Logically, there was no one in Italy who harbored such deep-seated enmity against Lin Mo. This was a matter of life and death. Although the Milan police had already opened a case, they currently had no information to initiate an investigation. In truth, Lin Mo had already deduced the identity of the culprit. No one else could have perpetrated such a heinous act. Zhang, I believe we can start our investigation with him, Lin Mo whispered to Zhang Kongyang. Zhang Kongyang nodded, seemingly enlightened. Leave this matter to me. Rest assured, as long as he remains in Milan, he will find it impossible to escape. Focus on your training, he concluded, promptly calling the police station. After a brief conversation, he hurriedly left the office. Lin Mo was confident that it would not be long before the perpetrator was apprehended. Following the resolution of this incident, Lin Mo immersed himself wholeheartedly in training, as if nothing had transpired. After discussions with the club, it was decided to keep the matter confidential to prevent widespread panic. As Lin Mo returned to the training ground, he seemed unscathed. Skillo appeared as if he had seen a ghost. No way. How did this guy come back? Didn't Johnny tell me he had completed his mission? Skillo's demeanor soured immediately. He quickly concocted an excuse to request leave from the assistant coach and hurriedly left the training ground. Lin Mo noticed this entire sequence of events. He understood that this situation was far from simple. Even if Ma Dalei was formidable, he could not possibly have such far-reaching influence. This indicated that there must be an insider involved. He was not anxious, for he knew that soon enough, a dramatic turn of events would unfold. Indeed, it was not long before good news arrived from the police. After receiving the information provided by Zhang Kongyang, the police promptly located Ma Dalei and subsequently, they unraveled the network, apprehending Johnny and Skillo as well. Thus, the case of the pufferfish toxin was conclusively resolved, with all suspects arrested. Unbelievable! Zhang Kongyang and Lin Mo arrived at the police station to give their testimonies. Unbelievable! Zhang Kongyang furiously pointed at Skillo, berating him. Who would have thought you were such a traitor? I must have been blind. Zhang Kongyang now regretted not having dismissed him earlier, realizing the near catastrophe they had averted. Zhang, I was wrong. I'm not human. Please, spare me this once. Skillo, now filled with dread, recognized that should Inter Milan pursue legal action, with concrete evidence at hand, he would undoubtedly face imprisonment. He would not only lose his career but live with regret for a lifetime. He begged for mercy while slapping his own face repeatedly. However, Zhang Kongyang ignored him entirely. This was purely his own doing and not deserving of sympathy. In stark contrast to Skillo and Appos, remorse, Ma Dalei maintained an arrogant demeanor. Lin Mo, you were merely fortunate this time, escaping by a hair and Appos' breadth. Don and Appos, to be too pleased with yourself. You may not be so lucky next time, he bellowed at Lin Mo. Silence. Silence. Even the police officers could no longer tolerate Ma Dalei's insolence and began issuing warnings. Yet, Ma Dalei remained unfazed. Let me tell you. My father is the vice president of the Dragon Country Football Association. You'd better release me quickly, or you'll all regret it. Witnessing Ma Dalei's reckless bravado, Skillo turned pale. This fool must have lost his mind to threaten the police. How ignorant could one be? He regretted ever collaborating with someone like him. This time, not even divine intervention could save Ma Dalei. Subsequently, Zhang Kongyang and Lin Mo each provided their statements. Very well, the police will handle this matter. You may return and await our updates, the officer said, shaking hands with Zhang Kongyang and Lin Mo. Thank you, officer. Zhang Kongyang replied before leading Lin Mo back to the club. 3 days later, the Milan court delivered its verdict. Due to the overwhelming evidence, Ma Lishan and Appos' connections proved futile. Ma Dalei was convicted of attempted murder and sentenced to 10 years in prison. The other accomplices also received their rightful punishments. This incident finally reached a conclusion. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Ma Lishan reacted explosively to the verdict. As a high-ranking football association executive with only one beloved son, he could not fathom that he had now become a prisoner. All of this was attributed to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I shall not rest until you are brought down. He vowed fiercely. As long as I exist, you shall never rise to prominence in the Dragon Country. Ma Lishan commanded those around him. Immediately initiate a comprehensive ban on Lin Mo in the Dragon Country, amplifying his violent, disunited, and unpatriotic actions. Understood, we will act right away. The staff, upon receiving the order, promptly began their operations. For them, every command from Ma Lishan was an obligation they had to fulfill unconditionally. Chapter 59. Does Lin Mo have his own fan club? Upon witnessing the hurried departure of the staff from the office, Ma Lishan wore a satisfied smile. He understood all too well that if he tarnished Lin Mo and Appos' reputation, it wouldn't and Appos' matter how capable Lin Mo was. He would struggle to make a name for himself in Longguo. He was acutely aware of the power wielded by keyboard warriors, with a chorus of voices. They could turn black into white. Furthermore, he doubted Lin Mo could stir up any significant troubles, after all. Wasn't it merely a stroke of luck that he scored a goal? Meanwhile, in Milan, Lin Mo was engaged in training with his team. They were preparing for an away match against Atlanta, the last away game of the season. A victory would allow them to return home, resting and awaiting the national derby. Hence, this match was of paramount importance. Inter Milan arrived early at the Stadio Giuseppe Meazza for warm-ups, primarily focusing on transitioning between offense and defense. The head coach had confirmed that their strategy for this match would center around counterattacks. The aim was not to seek glory but to avoid mistakes, making defense the priority and seizing opportunities during counterattacks. This had been the team's guiding principle throughout the season. Initially, the players struggled with this approach, as they all longed for an offensive style. After all, attacking football was the most exhilarating. However, as their results blossomed like sesame seeds, acceptance of this philosophy gradually took root, leading to joyful training sessions. After 2 weeks of camaraderie, the team had embraced Lin Mo. Just as they prepared for training, a throng of fans surged into the stadium. Was it possible? This was a training session. How could fans be allowed in? Indeed, it was quite unusual. Typically, fans do not attend training sessions as they lack the intensity and excitement that warrant spectatorship. Were these individuals attempting to steal tactical insights? Cincy, you're overthinking it. How could they be so brazen? Just as the discussions unfolded, the fans drew closer, settling by the pitch. The players soon realized that these individuals were Chinese supporters, identifiable by their dark hair and yellow skin, proudly displaying a banner that read Lin Mo Fan Association. Could it be? These people were indeed Lin Mo and Amp, Oppos, S fans. It was utterly astonishing. Yes, they were fans organized by Hu Qing, who had come specifically to watch Lin Mo train. This was truly surreal. Lin Mo, impressive. I never imagined you had so many supporters in Italy, remarked Barella, somewhat enviously. Having been with the team for years, he had never experienced such treatment. Despite being a notable star in Inter Milan and Italy, Lin Mo smiled awkwardly. They must be my fans from the youth team. I never expected them to make such a scene. The arrival of Hu Qing and his group genuinely surprised him. However, it was understandable. Longguo was a veritable football desert, and fans had been yearning for a breakthrough for decades. The emergence of a talented young player like Lin Mo sparked immense joy, as everyone wished to witness his growth firsthand. For most, such attention would induce pressure. Yet Lin Mo transformed that pressure into motivation. With such support from fans, he resolved not to disappoint them and to deliver an outstanding performance in return. Throughout the training session, the fans exhibited remarkable decorum. They refrained from loud outbursts or distractions, offering enthusiastic applause whenever players scored, especially when Lin Mo found the net, applause that seemed unending. Once training concluded, the players headed to the locker room for showers. Lin Mo, however, lingered on the field. With so many fans present, he could not simply walk away. Hu Qing, what brings you here? Lin Mo asked, astonished yet delighted. We agreed that whenever you have a match, our fan association will do our utmost to be there. Since we have the time, we might as well consider it a trip. Hu Qing replied with enthusiasm. As a longtime supporter of Longguo's national team, he had always followed their performances. While the national team had often disappointed him, his love remained steadfast. The national team has tormented me countless times, yet my affection for them is like a first love. Despite this, the hearts of every Longguo football fan were filled with despair. However, with Lin Mo's arrival, it felt as though a glimmer of hope had pierced the darkness. Hu Qing sensed this shift and promptly took action. He quickly published a rallying post under the nickname Flower Blossoms in the mist across various platforms in Longguo, titled Longguo Football Has Hope, detailing Lin Mo and Amp, Oppos, achievements in both the youth and senior teams of Inter Milan. He also shared videos of Lin Mo's remarkable goals across major social media and video platforms. The response was overwhelming, stirring a tidal wave of enthusiasm within the Longguo football community. Beyond the fans present at the training session, countless others in Longguo rallied behind Lin Mo. According to Hu Qing's data, the number of fans who had reached out to him had already surpassed 100,000, comprising not only those from Longguo but also supporters from around the globe. This number continued to grow exponentially. Is it really this intense? Lin Mo felt an exhilarating rush within. Initially, after activating the system, he hadn't contemplated such widespread support, believing football was a solitary endeavor. Yet now, he recognized he was not fighting alone. Countless fans stood behind him. Rest assured, Lin Mo, focus solely on your game. I will manage everything regarding the fan association, ensuring you face no troubles, Hu Qing assured him, vowing to keep fans updated on Lin Mo's endeavors in European football. After finalizing arrangements with Hu Qing, Lin Mo took the time to capture memories with the fans. Once all was settled, he finally returned to the locker room, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Even if he did not return to the national team, he remained a Longguo citizen, backed by countless fans. He vowed not to let them down, determined to carve out a place for himself in Europe. The The forthcoming match against Atlanta would serve as an excellent opportunity for him to showcase his talent to his supporters. Chapter 60. Will Lin Mo take the field? The following day, the match commenced as scheduled. The Blue Stadium, with a capacity of 21,300, was filled to the brim. Although Serie A has lost its former glory and has become a rather tedious league, encounters with esteemed teams like Inter Milan are still captivating. Such matches are rare, occurring only 2 or 3 times a year, and thus, the fans were in a festive spirit, eagerly entering the stadium with large buckets of popcorn, engaged in animated discussions. Meanwhile, Hucheng led Lin Mo's fan club to the venue ahead of time, specifically to witness Lin Mo's performance. Although their numbers were modest, they were uniformly clad in Lin Mo and Oppo's jersey, predominantly comprising individuals with yellow skin and black hair, creating a striking visual on the field. Even the host noticed this unique presence, giving them ample camera time and providing a detailed introduction to the audience. Indeed, the presence of fans from Dragon Country is not uncommon in European leagues, but such a cohesive group is a rarity. This phenomenon is entirely attributable to Lin Mo and Oppo's emergence. The officials believe that as Lin Mo's prominence grows, the number of Dragon Country supporters attending matches will inevitably increase. Lin Mo was aware of Hucheng and the fans' presence, which heightened his excitement for what would have otherwise been a routine match. In the past, he merely needed to fulfill system tasks, indifferent to whether he scored or even played. However, now he felt the weight of expectations. The starting lineup was soon announced, and Lin Mo remained on the bench. Although his fans felt a pang of regret, they understood that it was unrealistic for him to be in the starting 11 at this juncture. Thankfully, they were willing to wait, as long as Lin Mo got to play eventually. They believed that even if he did not take the field today, as long as he remained on the roster in Europe, opportunities would surely arise. These fans were convinced that Lin Mo possessed a luminous future, worthy of their patience. Currently, these admirers regarded Inter Milan as their primary team, fervently hoping for their victory. Thus, throughout the first half, they enthusiastically cheered for Inter Milan. In their eyes, should Inter Milan win the championship, Lin Mo would gain another accolade to his name, and a significant lead would mean more playing time for him. Regrettably, the match unfolded rather drearily. Both teams concluded the first half in a stalemate, with a score of 0-0. The reason was twofold. Atlanta, the opposing team, was not lacking in strength, and Inter Milan adopted a notably conservative approach, prioritizing defensive solidity before venturing on the offensive. This cautious style left the spectators in a state of drowsiness, contributing to the gradual decline of modern Serie A football. The absence of Lukaku was lamented by Inter Milan and Oppo's fans, who mused that had he been present, the match would have likely been secured. The fans felt a tinge of bitterness, pondering whether the club was destined to remain without a championship. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's supporters were indifferent to Inter Milan's performance. Their sole desire was for Lin Mo to take the field. Uncertain if Lin Mo would indeed get playing time, they expressed their sentiments, believing he had proven his worth with a goal and an assist in such a short span. Some began to chant his name, while others, being dual supporters of both Inter Milan and Lin Mo, hoped for his appearance while maintaining a sense of reason. They argued that Lin Mo's impressive statistics were largely due to his status as a substitute, allowing him to conserve energy compared to his peers. They questioned how his endurance would hold up if he were to start. This incited a minor conflict among the fans, but fortunately, cooler heads prevailed, diffusing the tension before it escalated. As the second half commenced, neither team made adjustments to their lineups. The match continued in its lackluster manner, mirroring the first half's tactical conservatism, effectively transforming an exciting game into a mere defensive drill. Time slipped away swiftly, and while both teams made minor personnel changes, the anticipated appearance of Lin Mo remained elusive. As the match drew closer to a scoreless conclusion, the fans who had come to see Lin Mo expressed their profound disappointment. They lamented their wasted trip, questioning why Lin Mo was not given even a fleeting chance to play, especially given the stalemate. During this time, on the coaching bench, Conte's two main aides, Paul Varnoli and Strini, remained vigilant in observing the match's developments. Strini leaned in to suggest to Conte that Atlanta's players were visibly fatigued and that it might be prudent to introduce Lin Mo to challenge their defense. Conte, ambiguous in his response, neither accepted nor declined. After a moment, he inquired about the team doctor's assessment. Varnoli promptly replied, confirming there were no issues and that Lin Mo was in excellent health. With that assurance, Conte resolved to communicate with the referee to request a substitution. Meanwhile, Lin Mo swiftly shed his training attire, and began performing stretching exercises along the sidelines. Chapter 61. Lin Mo's impact is immediate. The attentive fans soon discern the unfolding situation. No way, is Lin Mo actually coming on? As the realization spread, an increasing number of spectators took notice. Lin Mo had begun to jog around the perimeter of the field, engaging in essential warm-up exercises to fully activate his body and prevent injury. Indeed, Lin Mo was about to take the field. Conti was displaying remarkable audacity. Should the team falter in this match? Both Conti and Lin Mo would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. With the match nearing its conclusion, some skeptics doubted Atlanta's ability to capitalize on a fleeting opportunity. "Let us wait and see," they murmured. The clock was ticking, and the skeptics remained unconvinced that Atlanta could seize the moment in such a short span of time. Meanwhile, Lin Mo supporters had awaited this moment for far too long. Fantastic! Lin Mo is finally on the pitch. This ticket was worth every penny. I didn't come here in vain. Go, Lin Mo, strive for those stats. As Lin Mo entered the game, it was as though a stone had been cast into a still lake, igniting the atmosphere with palpable excitement. Fans anticipated his performance, hoping he would continue his illustrious streak since debuting. Yet, there were also those whose anxiety suggested they felt the coach was toying with the team's fortunes. With time running out, the players from Inter Milan began to exhibit signs of agitation. If they aspired to clinch the championship, this match was imperative. Otherwise, their destiny would slip from their grasp. Yet, the dwindling minutes only heightened their impatience, making it increasingly difficult to seize opportunities. Approaching the opponent's goal, their urgency led to hasty shots that lacked precision, resulting in either being thwarted by the goalkeeper or sending the ball astray, relinquishing possession. Calm down, there is still time. Focus on passing into the penalty area. Conti urged from the sidelines, acutely aware of the match and Oppo's significance. A loss would widen the gap with Juventus, making it exceedingly difficult to catch up. Thus, he had boldly decided to gamble by fielding Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo's physical condition was not optimal, his innate footballing instinct might just manifest a stroke of genius to salvage the team. At this juncture, it was a case of treating a dying horse as if it were still alive. Once Lin Mo took to the pitch, the dynamics shifted remarkably. His vigorous movement troubled Atlanta's defenders, who found him as elusive as a slippery eel, challenging their ability to contain him. Any excessive movement would likely draw the referee's attention, while failing to engage him left them at a disadvantage, particularly their defenders, who felt cornered. Lin Mo often dropped deep into his half to receive the ball. To mark him closely would leave space for other Inter Milan players, especially top talents like Martinez. Allowing him space was tantamount to inviting disaster. Yet avoiding confrontation granted Inter Milan and Oppo's midfield the opportunity to orchestrate their attacks. Thus, with Lin Mo and Oppo's presence, the team gained an undeniable advantage. Though the numbers on the field remained unchanged, the control of the game had shifted decisively. Moreover, Lin Mo and Oppo's growing synergy with his teammates led to exquisite combinations that flowed seamlessly, eliciting cheers from the crowd. What a brilliant play. This is how it should have been played from the start. I was nearly dozing off before. Some fans, lacking a deep understanding of football, attributed the improvement merely to his strategic shift. However, others, more astute, recognized the transformative impact Lin Mo had brought to the team. "Well, I didn't realize Lin Mo had such talent," exclaimed one admirer. "In the previous matches, it wasn't apparent, but he possesses the potential to be a core player." Yet, caution prevailed among others, who reminded, "It's too early to celebrate. Let us not underestimate Atlanta." As Inter Milan's offensive surge continued, the atmosphere among the fans became electrified. Everyone rallied fervently to support their team. In contrast, Atlanta supporters felt the tension mounting. "Hold on, just 10 minutes left. We must defend the goal." Even Conti was taken aback by Lin Mo's impressive impact, which invigorated him to direct his players more vigorously. "Push forward, keep pressing." He understood that to claim the championship, a mere draw was insufficient. They needed to find a way to score in these final moments. Lin Mo, now increasingly in tune with the game, felt a rhythm that surpassed his previous outings. Perhaps his recent training had begun to yield results. Or perhaps it was due to Atlanta and Oppo's current mid-table position, which meant they had little to fight for. This lack of desperation afforded Lin Mo ample space to flourish. Upon receiving the ball, a leisurely Atlanta midfielder approached Lin Mo. Although he faced away from the opponent, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Before the defender could close in, Lin Mo deftly flicked the ball backward, evading the challenge and slipping past him effortlessly. aware of the unfolding situation. An Atlanta defender rushed in, but Lin Mo had already ignited his sprint, leaving the defender behind. With no supporting players in sight, only Martinez made a determined run forward, yet due to his status as Inter Milan's key player, he was closely monitored by Atlanta. Lin Mo had no choice but to surge forward with the ball. Fortunately, after bypassing two defenders, he found himself in a vast expanse of open field at the back of Atlanta. Lin Mo began to accelerate, his pace intensifying as he raced down the pitch. Chapter 62. Lin Mo proves himself. What just transpired? My eyes blurred for a moment. How did Lin Mo maneuver past them? That flick, that dash, was undeniably spectacular. Reminiscent of the greats. I could almost perceive the shadow of a young Ronaldo. At this moment, the Inter Milan fans began to rise. Sensing that something significant was about to unfold, they rallied behind Lin Mo, waving flags and chanting enthusiastically, particularly the supporters led by Hu Cheng. Initially, they believed Lin Mo would not take the field in this match, yet fortune favored the diligent, and he was granted the opportunity to play in the closing moments. Their excitement surpassed that of anyone else. To their astonishment, Lin Mo displayed extraordinary skill upon entering the game, although many among the crowd lacked a profound understanding of football. Watching Lin Mo play was sheer delight. He appeared as an ethereal sprite upon the pitch. This sensation was especially palpable for the Dragon Country fans, who had grown accustomed to witnessing their players perform like mere wooden stakes, devoid of any aesthetic allure. In stark contrast, Lin Mo and Oppo's play was a visual feast. Each touch of the ball evoked cheers from the crowd, particularly his recent maneuver where he effortlessly bypassed two defenders with grace and finesse. Indeed, he is the beacon of hope for the Dragon Country. I assert, given time, Lin Mo will undoubtedly achieve greatness. As the crowd reveled in Lin Mo's performance, the dynamics of the match swiftly shifted. Lin Mo had penetrated the Atlanta penalty area, and everyone sensed that a pivotal moment was at hand. All eyes were fixed on how Lin Mo would handle the ball. This is where the distinction between superstars and ordinary players becomes evident. Some players may exhibit dazzling dribbling skills yet falter in the penalty area, often squandering chances by sending the ball out of play. Upon entering the box, Lin Mo did not rush to act. Instead, he maintained firm control of the ball and began to assess the situation on the field. The Atlanta fans became anxious as Lin Mo approached, shifting their focus from Martinez to him. They formed a defensive shape akin to an inverted trapezium, intent on blocking Lin Mo's path. In this scenario, Lin Mo faced a dilemma, either charge through or pass the ball, which would render Atlanta's goal momentarily safe. Meanwhile, Martinez, stationed on the left side of the box, raised his arm, signaling for a pass. Lin Mo, acutely aware of this gesture, quickly assessed his options. Passing to Martinez would likely yield no shot opportunity, and with no teammates available to support him, the attack would likely falter. Thus, Lin Mo opted not to pass. Instead, he advanced towards the baseline. Martinez, frustrated by Lin Mo's decision, threw up his hands in exasperation. He believed the optimal choice was to deliver the ball to him, allowing him to conclude the attack. The crowd held its breath, eager to witness Lin Mo's next move. For the spectators, the outcome of the play was secondary. They were eager to witness Lin Mo's artistry. The Atlanta defenders exchanged glances, thinking, he's walking into a trap. They believed Inter Milan had squandered their best chance, and now, having brought the ball to the baseline, Lin Mo had limited options, either pass back or carry it out of bounds. They felt the crisis had been averted and thus did not rush to challenge Lin Mo, instead closely marking him to obstruct his route to the penalty area. In their eyes, Lin Mo was cornered, with no need to risk a foul. Yet, Lin Mo remained unperturbed. He even initiated contact with the defender, before suddenly pivoting and slipping past him with remarkable agility. What just happened? That was an exquisite display of dribbling. The fluidity of his movements suggested an effortless mastery, leaving everyone astonished, especially the Atlanta players who clearly underestimated his capabilities. His skill surpassed all expectations. Now, Lin Mo found himself in the penalty area, face-to-face with the goalkeeper. The defenders on the edge of the box were powerless to intervene, unable to challenge without risking a foul that could lead to a penalty kick or a red card. Fortunately, they still had their last line of defense, goalkeeper Musso. At this moment, Musso stood less than a meter away from Lin Mo, his height and reach almost blocking every possible path for Lin Mo to proceed. With no Inter Milan players in support, scoring seemed an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, Lin Mo approached Musso calmly, searching for an opening. Musso, confident in his abilities, seized the moment and lunged towards Lin Mo and Oppo's feet. With such proximity, He was certain of a successful save, having excelled in similar one-on-one situations in the past. However, as he dove to the ground, Lin Mo deftly lifted the ball, evading Musso and Appos' grasp, and found himself facing an open goal. Unhurried, Lin Mo slid the ball effortlessly into the net. The stadium erupted in exuberance. The crowd had just witnessed a remarkable goal, and the fans were utterly enraptured. The commentator, beside himself with excitement, exclaimed, "A magnificent goal, a stunning display of individual brilliance." Lin Mo's goal was nothing short of extraordinary. If his first league goal was attributed to luck, this time he showcased his exquisite technique. Lukaku can rest easy. Inter Milan has found its answer. The commentator's voice resonated throughout the stadium, echoing the thrill of the moment. Chapter 63, the National Olympic Team and Appos' Olympic qualifying failure. This singular moment rendered the players of Atlanta utterly bewildered. They could scarcely have imagined that Lin Mo could display such extraordinary prowess, executing a breathtaking solo goal. Even Lin Mo and Appos' teammates were left agape by this astonishing strike. Particularly Martinez, who had just moments ago been lamenting Lin Mo and Appos' failure to pass to him, was now left in awe as Lin Mo scored. The sheer improbability of the goal, coupled with its impeccable execution, was simply astounding. Could he truly be only 17 years old? In that fleeting instant, Martinez began to doubt Lin Mo's age. At 17, he had been playing in local leagues on the Pampas, while Lin Mo had already established himself at Inter Milan. It now appeared that the earlier skepticism regarding Lin Mo being merely a product of favoritism was decisively dispelled. Meanwhile, the Inter Milan coaching staff erupted into joyous embraces. For this goal could be deemed a salvation for the team, allowing them to stay firmly in contention with Juventus without falling behind. The beauty of the goal further solidified their belief in Lin Mo and Appos' potential. The remainder of the match devolved into mere formality, with the 1-0 scoreline remaining unchanged until the final whistle. Inter Milan emerged victorious, eliciting a muted reaction from the Atlanta supporters, while the Inter fans celebrated exuberantly, particularly Lin Mo and Appos' admirers who embraced one another in sheer elation. This goal reaffirmed their faith in Lin Mo and Appos' talent, establishing him as a player of remarkable promise. Its significance was monumental, effectively solidifying Lin Mo's position within Inter Milan's primary rotation. Given Lukaku's absence this season, Lin Mo's playing time seemed assured. Concurrently, Lin Mo's name had become ubiquitous across social media in Longguo, where the emergence of a young football prodigy named Lin Mo had captivated the public. His goal videos circulated virally, and fans expressed their astonishment at discovering such a talent within their nation. Many hoped that Lin Mo's arrival heralded a new era for Longguo football, with aspirations of qualifying for the World Cup now within reach. The desire for more talents like Lin Mo was palpable, though some tempered their expectations, content with just one exceptional player. However, amidst the fervent online discussions surrounding Lin Mo, a report detailing his controversial past surfaced, igniting a firestorm of criticism. The narrative painted Lin Mo as a rogue, having been expelled from the national team for his violent conduct on the field. This revelation prompted many to reconsider their support, leading to an outpouring of disdain across social media. Undoubtedly, these disparaging remarks were orchestrated by Maulitian, who sought to sway public opinion against Lin Mo, branding him a football delinquent. Yet, a faction of rational fans remained skeptical of these allegations, questioning the timing of the smear campaign and its motives. They pondered who stood to gain from Lin Mo and Appos' tarnished reputation. For them, the love of football transcended individual players, and they continued to enjoy the sport, embracing the additional choices Lin Mo provided for their weekend viewing. Regardless, Maulitian's machinations bore fruit, with many fans retracting their support for Lin Mo, leading to a significant decline in his domestic popularity. Even some well-meaning individuals expressed outrage at the mention of his name. Maulitian reveled in this turn of events, confident in his dominance over the narrative. Lin Mo, he mused, stood no chance against him, as long as he had a say. Lin Mo would never don the national jersey again. Simultaneously, another piece of disheartening news emerged. Li Tai's Chinese U23 team had failed in their quest for Olympic qualification. While they had successfully reached the U23 Asian Cup, which also served as the Olympic qualifier, they ultimately faltered. Drawn into a group with Persia, the Taiji Tigers, and Uzbekistan, the Chinese team suffered consecutive defeats, losing 0-1 to the Taiji Tigers and 0-2 to Uzbekistan, leading to their early exit. The public outcry was intense, with many lamenting the national team's continued absence from the Olympics. Reflecting on the past years, it seemed as though Longguo had not produced a competent football team capable of competing on such a grand stage. One commentator lamented the sheer embarrassment of the situation, while another pointed out that despite the country's vast population, the pool of talented football players remained woefully inadequate. Yet, amidst the chaos, Li Tai, as head coach, bore the brunt of the disappointment. His aspirations had been high, only to be met with a harsh reality check. With his head in his hands, he felt utterly despondent. Zhang Bin, sensing his despair, attempted to console him, reminding him that there was still one match left against Persia, a chance to salvage their dignity. However, Li Tai expressed skepticism, fearing that Persia might prove to be a formidable opponent. Zhang Bin, drawing on Persia and Oppo's lackluster performance against Uzbekistan and the Taiji Tigers, felt a glimmer of hope that victory was within reach. This match represented a pivotal opportunity for the Chinese U-23 team to redeem themselves and restore their reputation. Chapter 64. Li Tai becomes the scapegoat. Zhang Bin's words rekindled a flicker of confidence within Li Tai. The loss of the U-23 team was regrettable. Yet the focus must shift entirely to preparing for the World Cup qualifiers, an endeavor of paramount importance that simply cannot be overlooked. However, the upcoming match against Persia was critical. A victory was essential. For a defeat would be a severe blow to morale and leave Li Tai with no justification to present to the nation. In this final match, despite the U-23 team and Oppo's elimination, Li Tai fielded his strongest lineup, determined to secure a win to uplift spirits. Yet, to his dismay, even with all his efforts, the Dragon Nation and Oppo's U-23 team suffered a 0-1 defeat. They concluded the tournament with 3 losses and no goals scored, leaving Li Tai at a loss for words. How could this happen? I have exerted myself to the utmost. With hands clasped over his head, he tugged at his hair in frustration. If only Lin Mo were here, we would not be so hopelessly outmatched. At that moment, Zhang Bin sighed. The dismal performance of the U-23 team made them yearn even more for Lin Mo, who was thriving at Inter Milan. Speaking of which, how has Lin Mo been performing recently? Li Tai glanced up at Zhang Bin, his eyes finally glimmering with a hint of hope. Lin Mo has scored again, and it was an extraordinary goal. Zhang Bin promptly shared a video of Lin Mo and Oppo's stunning solo goal with Li Tai. Goodness, is he really that incredible? Li Tai exclaimed in astonishment after watching the clip, his jaw dropping at the sheer brilliance of the strike. Based on this goal alone, I dare say his prowess rivals that of Sun Heung-min. A conclusion drawn from Li Tai's extensive experience in football. Isn't it tragic? We have such a remarkable player in our midst, yet we are unable to field him. How infuriating. Zhang Bin sighed again, filled with regret. Indeed, the Football Association's stance is unwavering. We can only strategize for the long term. Despite the daunting challenges ahead, Li Tai refused to surrender. After all, qualifying for the World Cup is of utmost concern to football fans nationwide. Given the current trajectory, success seems elusive. Yet, one must strive with utmost diligence. If Lin Mo were to return to the national team, or if the World Cup expands in 2026, opportunities may arise. This is why Li Tai has maintained a keen interest in Lin Mo. By the way, Bin, where did you find that video of Lin Mo scoring? I couldn't and Oppo's locate anything online. Li Tai expressed his curiosity, having always kept an eye on the player. Some time ago, the media had been inundated with reports about him. But recently, coverage had inexplicably waned. Li Tai found this perplexing. He initially feared that Lin Mo's performance had declined, explaining the lack of attention. Yet, the video shared by Zhang Bin suggested otherwise. This situation is rather bizarre. One would expect such a star in Dragon Nation football to garner significant attention. Oh, I was just about to mention that. You may not know, but while Lin Mo and Oppo's reputation soared domestically, a horde of keyboard warriors emerged. Fixated on the past incident involving Lin Mo, they labeled him a brutal perpetrator, morally corrupt, leading to the removal of all videos related to him from every platform. This is truly a lamentable chapter in Dragon Nation football. Words cannot express the sorrow. Zhang Bin recounted the current online climate, filled with deep regret. Can you believe this? It's utterly absurd. I have thoroughly examined the details of that past incident. Frankly, it's difficult to ascertain the truth. How did Lin Mo become a villain in the eyes of these keyboard warriors? Li Tai expressed his profound bewilderment. Indeed, this situation appears to be premeditated. I suspect envy surrounds Lin Mo's achievements. Zhang Bin offered his assessment. I concur. It seems those individuals are motivated by self-serving interests. They truly are a despicable bunch. Li Tai's indignation boiled over as his fist struck the table with force. Yet, we find ourselves powerless. The phrase "the arms cannot twist the thigh" rings true. It is a pity that Lin Mo has no avenue to serve his country. Zhang Bin sighed, feeling utterly helpless. No, we cannot simply abandon this matter. For the sake of Dragon Nation football, we must make an effort, don't you agree? If we allow them to continue unchecked. I dare say that even with the expansion of the World Cup in 2006, hope for Dragon Nation will remain dim. Li Tai's words were indeed alarming. If Dragon Nation football continues on its current path, it will be unable to compete even against the likes of the Taiguk Warriors or the Cherry Blossom Nation, let alone the Elephant Nation or the enemies. Is that so, Tai? What do you plan to do? Zhang Bin stared at Li Tai in astonishment, sensing something was amiss. I intend to visit the Football Association once more, even if it costs me my position as head coach. I will implore the leadership to reinstate Lin Mo to the national team. With resolve, Li Tai departed from the national team. Meanwhile, news of the U23 team's dismal performance had already spread throughout the domestic football community. Goodness, what a disgrace. As general fans said, there is no one left to lose. This is no longer merely a coaching issue, it's the negligence of our football association. Indeed. Given the current state of football in Dragon Nation, it would be futile to replace anyone. There is a strong call for a complete overhaul of the association's leadership. Come on, you're thinking too far ahead. Have you ever seen anyone overthrow their own regime? True. So does that mean Dragon Nation football is doomed? Well, unless Lin Mo returns to the national team, there is little hope. Lin Mo? Isn't that individual morally questionable? Why even mention him? Let us pretend he doesn't exist. Just then, as the crowd debated and hurled rotten cabbages and foul eggs toward the Football Association's courtyard, the sound of honking echoed from outside. A black Audi rolled in. Brothers, stop him. That's Li Tai's car. A keen-eyed fan recognized the license plate and leaped forward to block the vehicle's path. Indeed it is. With the U23 team performing so poorly, how could he still show his face? Brothers, let us give him a proper welcome. At that moment, all the animosity toward the Football Association was redirected toward Li Tai, as countless rotten leaves and foul eggs rained down upon the windshield of the car. Chapter 65. This time, we are certain to qualify for the World Cup reluctantly. Li Tai had no choice but to halt the vehicle. Advancing was impossible, and retreat was equally unfeasible. These individuals are utterly detestable. Perhaps we should report them to the authorities? Zhang Bin, seething with rage, could not comprehend the fans and Oppo's inability to distinguish between right and wrong. The national team had faltered. Yet it was not solely the coaches and Oppo's fault. Given the current state of Longguo and Oppo's football, would the arrival of Guardiola or Mourinho truly affect any change? Zhang Bin pulled out his phone, ready to call the police, but was abruptly restrained by Li Tai. Let it be. The national team is lost. Their anger is understandable. We ought to allow them an outlet for their frustration, lest they suffocate in their own ire, Li Tai thought, feeling an empathetic connection to the fans and Oppo's emotions, and thus refrained from allowing Zhang Bin to escalate the situation. Yet, could they simply permit such unruly behavior to continue? Why should they bear the brunt of their wrath? Zhang Bin remained unconvinced. Fine, it's all right. We are merely seated in the car, after all. Let them vent for a while. As anticipated by Li Tai. After a bout of fervent outcry, the fans soon recognized that Li Tai had not retaliated aggressively, which alleviated their tempers. Let us go then. This turtle has no courage to emerge. Engaging him is pointless. If I were him, I'd rather find a block of tofu to end it all. Li Tai, you should promptly resign from the Football Association. We no longer wish to see you. After their outburst, the fans departed, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Once they were gone, Li Tai finally drove into the Football Association compound. Exiting the vehicle, he straightened his attire. Though he could not ignore the unpleasant odor of decaying vegetables that clung to him, he proceeded directly to Ma Lishan's office. Teasy, what brings you back again? Ma Lishan greeted him with his characteristic smile. What is that smell on you? He feigned horror, having already witnessed the earlier commotion through the window. Li Tai had essentially taken the blame upon himself, sparing Ma Lishan from any repercussions. Nothing much. I encountered a few disruptive fans at the entrance, but they have since departed. Li Tai downplayed the incident. Oh, I see. These unruly citizens are becoming increasingly outrageous. One day, I shall see them all arrested. Ma Lishan remarked as he gestured for Li Tai to sit beside him, instructing his secretary to pour tea for him. Vice Chairman Ma. I have come to discuss something of great importance. Li Tai eagerly sought to broach the topic concerning Lin Mo. However, Ma Lixin, adept at reading the room, quickly forestalled Li Tai's intentions. TZ, I understand that these past few days have been challenging for you, and the pressure is quite substantial. It is only natural. A coach of the national team of Longguo bears significant strain. The recent defeat of the national under-23 team is known to me. As for the Olympics, if we did not qualify, so be it. We were unlikely to win anyway, wouldn't you agree? Now, it is imperative that you focus all your efforts on the World Cup qualifiers, as that is our most pressing task ahead, Ma Lixin counseled. His words ostensibly comforting but essentially aimed at diverting Li Tai from his purpose. Li Tai could only nod in response, stiffly sipping from the cup in his hand. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, he found the tea exceedingly bitter. As Ma Lixin continued his discourse, Li Tai struggled to find an opportunity to interject. This matter must be addressed today, otherwise, my visit would be in vain, he resolved. With the World Cup qualifiers looming, time was of the essence. As the European leagues approached their conclusion, the Asian qualifiers would soon commence, a situation that was pressing for Longguo football. Thus, Li Tai had been preoccupied with his thoughts, hardly absorbing Ma Lixin's dialogue. Before long, he had drained his cup. Gathering his courage, he finally spoke. Vice Chairman Ma, I must discuss a matter with you. Have you been following Lin Mo and Appos' recent performances? He is the emerging talent from Inter Milan, having achieved remarkable statistics in 3 consecutive matches, including a stunning goal last time. I have researched his background. He is indeed a genuine Longguo citizen. True, he has had minor blemishes in his past, but who among us is without fault? We cannot hold his history against him indefinitely. After all, as the ancients say, a wayward son returning is worth more than gold. Li Tai earnestly implored, feeling that Ma Lixin and Appos' stance was excessively rigid. However, he refrained from articulating this sentiment. To his shock, as soon as he finished speaking, Ma Lixin slammed his teacup onto the floor. Li Tai, how many times must I tell you not to mention Lin Mo in my presence? His character is lacking. What use is it if he plays well? Simply act as if he does not exist in Longguo. Are you suggesting that without Lin Mo, we cannot participate in the World Cup qualifiers? I refuse to believe such nonsense. The mention of Lin Mo incited Ma Lixin and Appos' furious ire, rendering any discussion futile. This left Li Tai feeling immensely awkward. He had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Ma Lixin. His heart sank, realizing that this matter was beyond salvage. He felt rather foolish for naively believing he could persuade Ma Lixin to reconsider. Then, if that is the case, I cannot continue with this national team. I shall submit my resignation. At this moment, Li Tai was utterly disheartened, unwilling to remain with the national team any longer, as he saw no glimmer of hope. The upper echelons were flawed, and even the vice chairman of the Football Association could not tolerate a young talent like Lin Mo. Ma Lixin was evidently taken aback by Li Tai and Appos' threat of resignation. However, his expression soon softened. He realized that at this juncture, there was no coach more easily controlled than Li Tai. If he were to resign and a foreign coach were appointed, he might become unmanageable. Thus, preserving the current order became paramount. Li, do not be so extreme. Remember the secret weapon I mentioned last time? Allow me to assure you, this time, we are certain to qualify for the World Cup. Chapter 66. The long-awaited championship is within reach. What? Li Tai gazed incredulously at Ma Lixin. What secret weapon? He simply could not fathom who had instilled such audacity in Ma Lixin, who boldly proclaimed that the national team would undoubtedly qualify for the World Cup. Such a guarantee was beyond the daring of anyone. Had his mind become unhinged? Yet, Ma Lixin appeared earnest, devoid of jest. Indeed, Ma Lixin resumed. FIFA has just announced a new dual nationality naturalization policy. A significant number of high-caliber players from Longqiao now have the potential to represent Longguo in competitions under this new regulation. If that is the case, wouldn't our chances of reaching the World Cup be assured? His confidence radiated as if he could already envision a future where Longguo triumphed in the World Cup. Replete with accolades for himself, Li Tai was momentarily taken aback by Ma Lixin's assertions. He had indeed heard about FIFA's new regulations, but he had not anticipated that it would be brought to the forefront of discussions in Longguo. There were indeed formidable football athletes in Longqiao, and if they could compete for Longguo, they could certainly hold their own in the Asian qualifiers. However, the notion that such a prestigious nation as Longguo would rely on these naturalized players to secure a World Cup berth left him with an uneasy feeling. Why not utilize homegrown talents like Lin Mo instead of expending energy on such plans? Was this not a case of losing sight of the essentials? Nevertheless, Li Tai refrained from voicing his concerns, wary of further inciting Ma Lishan and Amp, Oppo's ire. It seemed Ma Lishan sensed Li Tai and Amp, Oppo's inner turmoil and donned his signature smile once more. Rest assured, focus on preparing for the upcoming round of the qualifiers. Is Teixeira not superior to a mere boy like Lin Mo? Ma Lishan painted an enticing picture for Li Tai. Although Li Tai felt something was amiss, he could not find the words to counter. And thus he left Ma Lishan and Oppo's office, disheartened. The qualifiers were approaching swiftly, and he needed to set to work. Thus, Li Tai departed from Ma Lishan and Oppo's office. Subsequently, significant changes began to unfold in Longguo football. A cadre of players from the Chinese Super League, including Alan, Luo Guofu, and Jiang Guangda, received one-time approvals from FIFA to change their national allegiance and represent Longguo. Yet, the highly anticipated Teixeira remained elusive, leaving Longguo and Oppo's fans in a state of longing. Li Tai realized he had once again fallen prey to Ma Lishan and Amp, Oppo's schemes. Teixeira had no intention of playing for Longguo. However, dwelling on this was of little use now. With the addition of Alan, Goulart, and Luo Guofu, while they might not match Teixeira's prowess, Ma Lishan would undoubtedly refuse to acknowledge this. Engaging in a debate with him would bear no fruit. The current situation necessitated relying on the existing roster to pursue World Cup qualification. Li Tai was left to endure yet another silent defeat. Simultaneously, Serie A was entering its final stages. Unlike previous seasons where Juventus had secured an early lead, this season in Amp, Oppo's championship battle had reached a fever pitch. Juventus was leading with 63 points, closely followed by both Inter Milan and Roma at 60 points each. However, Inter Milan held second place due to superior goal differential, relegating Roma to third. Despite trailing by 3 points, Inter Milan still had a chance. If they triumphed over Juventus in the upcoming derby, both teams would tie at 63 points, allowing Inter Milan to claim the title based on their head-to-head record. This was Inter Milan and Amp, Oppo's closest opportunity for the championship in a decade. In these 10 years, aside from one title for AC Milan, Juventus had dominated with 9 consecutive championships. This year presented Inter Milan with the best chance to break Juventus' stranglehold. Consequently, Inter Milan convened a motivational meeting before the match, attended by all players, including the injured Lukaku, who appeared with crutches. Zhang Kongong and Connie each took to the stage to deliver speeches, and the club even promised substantial bonuses, greatly lifting the team's morale. For years, Inter Milan had been overshadowed by Juventus, and the players harbored a deep-seated desire to reclaim their lost glory. After the meeting, as Lin Mo prepared to exit, Lukaku approached him, limping on his crutches. "You are Lin Mo?" Lukaku initiated the conversation. Lin Mo looked up to find the imposing figure of Lukaku before him. Although Lin Mo stood at a respectable height of 185 meters, the disparity in their physiques was striking. Lukaku resembled a formidable bear. Lin Mo was uncertain why Lukaku had called out to him, as they had no prior interaction. Nevertheless, as the team's star player, Lin Mo regarded him with profound respect. "Hello, that's me. How may I assist you?" Lin Mo responded humbly, which endeared him to Lukaku. The latter placed a large hand on Lin Mo's shoulder. "I have watched your matches. You performed admirably. I hope you continue to excel." Lukaku and Amp, Oppo's praise took Lin Mo by surprise. He had not expected such recognition from a player of Lukaku and Amp, Oppo's stature, renowned across Europe and feared by defenders. In that moment, Lin Mo felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Seeing Lin Mo's awkwardness, Lukaku laughed heartily, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "You know, this is a critical time for Inter Milan and Amp, Oppo's championship pursuit. Unfortunately, I cannot play due to injury, so the outcome of this match rests on your shoulders." Lukaku's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if he saw a reflection of his younger self in Lin Mo. Having played professionally for so long, despite his rising market value, he had never tasted league victory since winning the Belgian Pro League a decade ago. This was a golden opportunity for him to claim the championship. Chapter 67. The eve of the Serie A finale. Regrettably, at this pivotal moment, Lukaku found himself injured, thus placing the weight of expectation upon Lin Mo. Lin Mo could sense the fervent desire emanating from Lukaku, for this championship held immense significance for him. The world of football had long been dominated by Messi and Ronaldo, leaving scant opportunity for other players to shine. In the past, this was less of a concern, as both were entrenched in La Liga, allowing others to avoid direct competition with them. However, 3 years ago, with Ronaldo's transfer to Serie A, the landscape shifted. This season, Lukaku had a chance to usurp Ronaldo as the league's top scorer, but alas, an injury at the last moment forced him to relinquish this honor. Should Juventus ultimately claim the title, Lukaku would face a humiliating defeat in the eyes of Ronaldo, an outcome he could not bear to accept. Thus, he made the arduous journey back to the club on his injured leg, hoping to rally the team. Furthermore, he had heard about Lin Mo's exploits, which brought him solace and a glimmer of hope. Therefore, in a critical moment, he sought out Lin Mo, hoping that he could maintain his stellar performance. Lin Mo was taken aback by this encounter. By all accounts, a figure of Lukaku's stature should be aloof and distant. The fact that he had come to seek him out was unexpected. "Rest assured, I will give my all," Lin Mo pledged, regardless of Lukaku's visit. He was determined to strive with all his might, as this was an obligation bestowed upon him by the system. He was resolute in finding a way to fulfill it. Though he understood the challenge ahead was formidable, especially against a titan like Ronaldo, capable of turning the tide of a match single-handedly. Thus, he refrained from making any definitive statements. "Very well, I have great faith in you. I shall be present to witness the match." Lukaku finally withdrew his hand from Lin Mo and Appo's shoulder and mingled with other teammates. Although Lin Mo had gained acceptance among the entire Inter Milan squad, he remained somewhat reclusive, preferring solitude. Perhaps it was due to his heritage, as he struggled to forge the same close bonds with his teammates as others did, a consequence of their distinct cultural upbringing. Meanwhile, in the Inter Milan coaching room, Conte gathered all assistant coaches for an urgent meeting. The topic at hand was whether to start Lin Mo in the crucial derby match against Juventus. This suggestion was put forth by assistant coach Strini, who believed Lin Mo possessed the requisite ability to start in such a significant game. The proposal sparked considerable debate among the coaching staff, dividing them into two factions, those advocating for Lin Mo's inclusion in the starting lineup and those vehemently opposed. Thus ensued a heated discussion. "I support starting Lin Mo. His current level ranks among the best in the team, and not doing so would be a waste." "I disagree. While Lin Mo's skills are commendable, he is merely a 17-year-old boy, still unready for a starting position, and should begin as a substitute." "And what of his age? Who decrees that one must reach a certain age to start? Pele won the World Cup at 17. Pele is Pele. How many players can match his uniqueness? I believe Lin Mo is not yet fit to endure 90 minutes. He should instead enter as a surprise in the second half." "I contest that. Why not start Lin Mo and substitute him when his stamina wanes in the second half?" The voices of the coaches rose in a cacophony of opinions, yielding no resolution. After much debate, all eyes turned to Conte, eagerly awaiting his decision. "Let us conclude this discussion for now. We shall revisit it tomorrow," Conte stated calmly, not wishing to delve further into lineup considerations. Though he appeared composed, it would be disingenuous to claim he was untroubled. After all, this was a golden opportunity to prove himself. The silver lining was that the match would take place at Inter Milan and Appo's home ground, a fortuitous alignment of circumstances. However, with every advantage comes a corresponding risk. Failing to secure a victory would haunt him for the rest of his life. Having made his statement, Conte exited the meeting room, leaving the assistant coaches exchanging glances, pondering the futility of their deliberations. "Have we truly spent this long discussing without reaching any conclusion?" one mused. "Let my brother have some time to reflect. The pressure on him is immense," chimed in Gianluca, who understood his brother's internal struggles better than anyone. This match held monumental importance for him. As the storm clouds gathered, anticipation filled the air. The entire Italian peninsula was enveloped in a feverish state, with the national derby looming on the horizon. This rivalry pitted the nation and Appo's premier clubs against one another, akin to La Liga's Barcelona versus Real Madrid or the Bundesliga's Bayern Munich versus Borussia Dortmund. In Serie A, it was Inter Milan against Juventus, underscoring the match and Appo's significance in the hearts of the local populace. Moreover, this clash would directly determine the season and Appo's Serie A champion, thus warranting heightened attention. Despite the Miazza Stadium and Appo's capacity of over 80,000, tickets sold out within a mere half hour of becoming available, rendering them a rare commodity. Some desperate fans turned to scalpers, with tickets that originally cost around €100 skyrocketing to exorbitant prices, yet countless supporters clamored to secure them. Another crucial factor in the ticket frenzy was Lin Mo and Appo's fanbase, which flocked from across the globe. Notably, supporters from the Dragon Kingdom were the most numerous. Despite Lin Mo facing a ban in his homeland, This did not deter devoted fans from their unwavering admiration. They remained unfazed by his past controversies, focusing instead on the hope and passion he inspired. These fans, undeterred by skyrocketing prices, were simply eager to witness their idol in action. Chapter 68. Preparations before the great battle. Are the people of the Dragon Country fools with too much money? Observing the frenzied fans from the Dragon Country, local supporters can only sigh in amazement. What do you know? They have waited for so many years and finally, a player as thrilling as Lin Mo has emerged. How could they not be excited? If it were you, I imagine you would think the same. Indeed, their enthusiasm is a testament to their happiness. It is Lin Mo who has instilled hope in them. The local fans, watching the fervent Dragon Country supporters, felt a complex mix of emotions, both bewilderment and envy, because they perhaps understand the pure joy these fans experience. Meanwhile, both teams are fervently preparing for the match. Will Juventus complete an unprecedented 10 consecutive championships, or will Inter Milan rise as the new king, overthrowing Juventus's reign? At this moment, the atmosphere among the fans is tense, especially since both clubs are prestigious, with countless admirers around the world. The match has not even begun, yet the air is thick with anticipation. On the day of the match, countless fans flocked to Milan from various corners of the globe. As the match approached, fans began to swarm the stadium, even spotting international friends who had traveled but failed to secure tickets. They beseeched locals, hoping for a ticket transfer. Yet, under such circumstances, no one was willing to part with their tickets. Ultimately, those without tickets could not hide their disappointment. At this point, some compassionate locals could no longer stand by. They stepped forward to assist the international friends. Friends, there is no need to panic, even if you didn't get a ticket. Milan has numerous bars where you can watch the game, and if you prefer not to go to a bar, you can head to the central square, where there will be a large screen. Isn't it all about watching the game? After hearing these words, the foreign friends felt considerably more at ease. Although their plans to watch the match live were dashed, they at least had the opportunity to watch it elsewhere. Settling for second best was certainly preferable to leaving empty-handed. Thus, everyone quickly sprang into action, eager to claim spots in Milan's various bars, fearing they might miss out entirely. Meanwhile, in the Inter Milan locker room, Conte found himself in a significant dilemma. Should he start Lin Mo, or keep him as a substitute? As the match time drew nearer, he knew a decision had to be made swiftly. Coach, there is just over an hour until the match. It's time to decide, his brother Gianluca reminded him. Aware of the pressure on his brother, Gianluca knew the moment had come for a decision. Conte, with a thoughtful pose, finally concluded, I have made up my mind. Lin Mo will remain a substitute for now, and I will bring him on in the second half. This was the result of Conte's careful deliberation over the past few days. He believed it was more prudent for Lin Mo to stay on the bench at this stage, considering that Juventus only needed a draw to secure the championship, which would likely lead them to play defensively. Given Lin Mo's physical condition, he would have no advantage in a first-half tussle with seasoned athletes. Thus, Conte opted to play to their strengths, intending to use Lin Mo as a surprise weapon in the second half. Meanwhile, in the Juventus locker room, head coach Pirlo was addressing his players in a motivational meeting. Having recently taken over from Sarri, Pirlo, a former playmaker for Juventus, felt immense pressure not to let the 10 consecutive championships slip away on his watch. Players, we have reached a critical moment. This match only requires us to draw for the championship. I trust no one wants to lose the title at the last moment. Therefore, I urge everyone to focus on defense. As long as we do not concede, the championship will be ours. Pirlo and Oppo's strategy was met with overwhelming support from the majority of the players. However, it was evident that Cristiano Ronaldo was less than satisfied with this plan. Throughout Pirlo's speech, he chewed gum, appearing lost in thought. McKinney, Ronaldo's new friend, seemed to understand Ronaldo's feelings. After all, given the rarity of a national derby, merely focusing on defense seemed inadequate. With his competitive spirit, Ronaldo yearned for an aggressive offensive strategy, having scored 27 goals this season. He was 4 goals ahead of second-place Lukaku, who was sidelined due to injury. This meant Ronaldo was all but guaranteed to be crowned the season's top scorer. Yet, the ever-competitive Ronaldo was not content. He aspired to achieve a hat trick in his final match against Inter Milan, pushing his goal tally to 30. However, he recognized that this was the coach's plan, and although dissatisfied, he could not voice his objections. Nevertheless, he resolved to seize any opportunity to strike once on the field. On Inter Milan's side, Lin Mo had learned that he would once again be waiting on the bench for his chance. He had long since come to terms with this situation. However, he was acutely aware that this match might prove to be the most challenging task since activating his system. After all, defeating a venerable team like Juventus was no small feat. They not only boasted world-class stars but also possessed extensive championship experience. Most importantly, Lin Mo still lacked confidence in himself. Since joining the senior team, his opponents had predominantly been weaker teams, with the strongest being Lazio, who barely avoided relegation. Thus, this match would serve as a true test of his skills. Before the match, he received word from Hu Qing that their fan association had sent over 300 supporters to the stadium just to witness his performance. This revelation weighed heavily on him, as he had never anticipated such rapid growth in the association. The pressure mounted, making him increasingly anxious. Chapter 69. The final battle commences for Lin Mo. This was an unprecedented sensation. Thus, being unable to start was, in fact, a fortuitous turn of events, allowing him to calm his nerves. Nevertheless, this match was extraordinary. And throughout the first half, Lin Mo remained acutely attentive to the developments on the field. This was his inaugural experience of being so deeply invested while not participating directly. Juventus, true to their coach Pirlo's directives, focused predominantly on defense, refraining from launching aggressive attacks. Similarly, Inter Milan played with considerable caution, hesitant to strike. Aware of Juventus's formidable reputation as perennial titans of Serie A, especially with a superstar like Cristiano Ronaldo in their ranks, the entire Inter defense was primarily concentrated on Ronaldo, cognizant that if he were to seize an opportunity, it could spell disaster. During the first half of the season, Inter had managed to scrape a draw at Juventus' home largely due to Ronaldo and Appo's absence caused by injury, which allowed them to snatch a point. In many ways, this match was pivotal in determining the champion of Serie A. Consequently, both teams treaded carefully, prioritizing defense and maintaining their formations without pushing their lines too far forward. Dressed impeccably, Pirlo continuously directed from the sidelines. Thus, the first half was rather subdued, were it not for the stakes of the championship. Many fans might have succumbed to slumber. Yet, amidst this monotony, there were flickers of brilliance, notably Ronaldo's individual performances. At 36 years of age, a time when many in professional football have long since retired, Ronaldo and Appo's unwavering discipline and exceptional physique allowed him to maintain an impressive standard. His technical prowess was evidently superior to that of his peers on the field, consistently posing a threat to Inter and Appo's goal even within limited space. In the first half, Juventus's two shots on goal were both courtesy of Ronaldo, one narrowly grazing the post, the other just above the crossbar, each sending a chill down the spines of Inter's defenders, who had no choice but to tighten their marking. Conte issued a stringent order for his main center-back, De Vrij, to closely monitor Ronaldo. He was instructed to apply fierce pressure upon Ronaldo's possession, attempting to force him to utilize his weaker foot. However, this strategy seemed futile, inadvertently providing opportunities for other Juventus players. During a swift counterattack, Ronaldo embarked on a solo run, dazzling De Vrij with a series of skillful stepovers that left the latter disoriented, ultimately causing him to stumble. De Vrij, renowned for his robust defensive capabilities, was unable to withstand Ronaldo's incisive advance. Seeing this, Skriniar, nicknamed the Glutton, rushed to offer support, aiming to obstruct Ronaldo's shot with his body. Yet, it was too late. Ronaldo unleashed a powerful long-range shot from 20 meters out, akin to an intercontinental missile destined for the far corner of Inter and Appo's net. The ball found its mark, goal. The commentator erupted in excitement. This spectacular strike was nothing short of a masterpiece, and the sparse contingent of Juventus supporters erupted in cheers. Teammates dashed towards Ronaldo in a frenzy, while he, elated, sprinted toward the far end of the field, tearing at his jersey to reveal his chiseled physique. However, as he celebrated in the corner occupied by Inter and Appo's fans, his brazen display was perceived as provocation, inciting a barrage of water bottles thrown in his direction. Undeterred, Ronaldo placed his right index finger to his lips, signaling for silence amidst the cacophony of jeers. Yet, the uproar only intensified. To prevent escalating tensions, Juventus players quickly intervened to pull Ronaldo away. With Juventus now leading 1-0, the situation was favorable, and it was unwise to engage in conflict with fans that could result in bookings, an outcome too costly to bear. The sight of the goal exhilarated Juventus' coach Pirlo, who jubilantly raised his fist in triumph. It appeared that Juventus held the upper hand, the scales of victory tipping in their favor. Conversely, the Inter players were downcast, their spirits deflated after putting forth considerable effort only to concede first. They resembled defeated roosters, their heads hung low. Soon, the half concluded. and both teams retreated to their respective dressing rooms. Conte tirelessly rallied his players, urging them not to surrender. The match was far from over. There was still ample time for a turnaround. Encouraged by Conte, the players gradually regained their resolve. The coach was right, football is unpredictable, and until the final whistle, anything can happen. At that moment, Lukaku appeared at the dressing room door, supported by crutches. True to his word, he had come to the match. His presence drew the team close, underscoring his esteemed status within the squad. Indeed, the boss is correct. We shall fight in the second half, he declared. We and Oppos, VE triumphed over them before. Let us lift our spirits, brothers. The team and Oppos' captain, Handanovi, who rarely spoke, chimed in, his words imbued with gravitas at this critical juncture. Thus, the players were revitalized. The halftime break was nearing its end, and the second half was set to commence. All raised their right hands high into the air, proclaiming, Inter Milan will prevail. In unison, they shouted their rallying cry before streaming out onto the pitch. With the referee and Oppos' whistle, the second half officially began. However, it wasn't too long before Ronaldo delivered a stunning blow to the home supporters. Following an interception, he surged forward with the ball, and as he approached the edge of the penalty area, he deftly cut inside, poised to shoot. De Vrij, in a desperate attempt, lunged forward to tackle, but instead, he collided with Ronaldo's ankle. Foul. Ronaldo crumpled to the ground in agony, rolling in pain. Chapter 70. Ronaldo dismantles the defense single-handedly. Your uncle is indeed your uncle. Ronaldo is simply magnificent. The fans could not help but exclaim in awe. At this moment, both Juventus and Inter Milan supporters marveled at Ronaldo's prowess. He had almost single-handedly obliterated the Inter Milan defense. A free kick. The referee decisively blew the whistle, issuing a yellow card to De Vrij. Inter Milan suffered a significant setback. From this position, Ronaldo's free kick posed a formidable threat. His free kick mastery was rivaled only by that of Messi. Consequently, every player on Inter's back line was drenched in trepidation. De Vrij, in particular, was immensely frustrated. He had endured a fair share of torment from Ronaldo on the defensive front. Yet he had exhausted all options. Ronaldo, however, was unfazed. He stood poised at the free kick spot, hands on his hips, his gaze transforming into one of lethal intensity. He puffed his cheeks and began his run, a signature preparation move. As he approached the ball, he struck it swiftly, sending it hurtling toward the net like a cannonball. Unfortunately, despite his immense power, he failed to keep the ball down, sending it soaring well above the crossbar. That chance was gone. The Inter players exhaled in relief. Trailing by just one goal still left them with a glimmer of hope. Juventus fans, on the other hand, were filled with intense frustration. Had that shot found the net, it would have sealed the match and secured the championship. What a pity, what a lamentable miss. Yet, as the fans sighed, the situation on the pitch took a dramatic turn. Just as the ball seemed destined to sail out of bounds, it suddenly dipped sharply, curling into the bottom corner of the goal. Goodness, a stunning knuckleball. That was truly extraordinary. Ronaldo is simply phenomenal. Juventus fans were evidently in a state of astonishment. The joy arrived so unexpectedly that they could scarcely believe their eyes. Ronaldo celebrated with his iconic gesture, leaping and half-turning, landing with arms outstretched and a triumphant roar that was nothing short of majestic. His league tally had now reached 29 goals, propelling him toward his first Serie A Golden Boot. He was poised to become the first player in history to win the Golden Boot in the Premier League, La Liga, and Serie A. Inter Milan and Oppos' players were utterly stunned by this goal. The score now stood at 0-2, a deficit that seemed insurmountable. Zhang Kongong in the VIP box felt profound frustration. He had believed this season would mark the end of Juventus' dominance, yet they were still breathing. He now had a clearer understanding of the impact a superstar could have on a team. But such is football, many things remain beyond one's control. Regardless, life must go on. All Inter Milan players hung their heads in despair. Ronaldo and Oppos' two goals had thoroughly deflated their spirits. Only one remained unfazed, Lin Mo. Despite the team's struggles and the looming possibility of defeat that could thwart his system tasks, Lin Mo felt no discouragement, for he witnessed Ronaldo's celestial performance. He believed that as long as he remained composed and adhered to the system and Oppos' tasks, he too could one day shine brightly, perhaps even surpassing Ronaldo. At that moment, he desired nothing but to await the coach's instructions. Lin Mo, Lin Mo. The supporters from Lin Mo's fan club began chanting his name. To them, the outcome of the match was of little consequence. They simply wished to witness Lin Mo's display. Winning the championship would be a delightful bonus. But the paramount joy lay in seeing Lin Mo grow and achieve impressive statistics. If necessary, he could always transfer to a more prestigious club later. While everyone else was flustered, Connie knew he must remain composed. A headless snake cannot function. As the commander of the troops, he forced himself to maintain his poise. Brother, perhaps we should bring on Lin Mo. Let us take a gamble. In Gianluca's view, the time had come for a last-ditch effort. If adjustments were not made soon, they would be left with no recourse as time slipped away. Conti's gaze was deep and contemplative as he observed the unfolding situation. After a moment of consideration, he nodded in agreement with Gianluca's suggestion. Lin Mo, prepare to enter. Conti called to the substitutes bench. Lin Mo had been waiting for this moment for far too long. He immediately rose from the bench. For him, the outcome of the match was now secondary. The primary thrill lay in competing alongside Ronaldo, one of the greatest players of this era, often compared to legends like Pele and Maradona. The fans erupted in excitement upon seeing Lin Mo poised to enter the field. Alas, it seems the championship is lost this season. The only silver lining is the emergence of a talent like Lin Mo. If only Lukaku had and Oppos been injured, otherwise, we might not be in such a predicament. This is fate. Inter Milan is not destined for the championship. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and Oppos' fan club had already begun to rise in jubilant anticipation. They sought nothing more than to see Lin Mo take to the pitch. Just a few minutes into the second half, Lin Mo was ready to make his substitute appearance. This would mark the longest playing time he had received since joining the first team, a fact that left the fans pleasantly surprised. It seemed Inter Milan was intent on making a bold statement. The time for a desperate gamble had arrived. Just as everyone was elated at the prospect of Lin Mo facing one of the planet's finest players, Juventus prepared to make a substitution as well. Disappointment loomed. For the referee and Oppos' substitution board clearly indicated that the number 10 was replacing the number 7. Dybala was coming on for Ronaldo. How could this be? What is happening? Even the live commentators were baffled by Pirlo and Oppos' decision. They repeatedly questioned, how could this happen? In their view, Ronaldo was in prime form, potentially on the brink of scoring again, perhaps even completing a hat-trick. To substitute him at this juncture seemed utterly unfathomable. Juventus fans were equally shocked. What is the coach doing? Has he lost his mind? Why substitute Ronaldo now? The supporters were incredulous, some even convinced that Pirlo had made a grave mistake. Chapter 71. Lin Mo instills hope in the team despite the bizarre circumstances. This scene unfolded. Cristiano Ronaldo remained bewildered even after being substituted. Upon exiting the field, he angrily kicked the advertising board, struggling to accept the coach and Oppos' decision. He had intended to continue his offensive play, aiming for a hat-trick to elevate his season tally to over 30 goals. Unfortunately, the coach and Oppos' substitution abruptly halted his pursuit of glory. For the proud Ronaldo, this was a bitter pill to swallow. When Pirlo attempted to give him a high five, it was met with outright rejection, leaving Pirlo in an awkward position. The decision to substitute Ronaldo was not a mistake on Pirlo and Oppos' part. It stemmed from his own strategic considerations. With Juventus leading 2-0, the scales of victory tilted heavily in their favor, and a draw was sufficient to secure the championship. Thus, there was no need for excessive effort. Given Ronaldo's personality, he would never comply easily with the coach's plans, so he was replaced by the more obedient Dybala. Dybala's tendency to drop deep into midfield bolstered the team's control, making Pirlo's decision a well-considered one. Ultimately, football prioritizes results over the number of goals scored, and Pirlo was indifferent to the opinions of others. For Lin Mo, Ronaldo's exit was a moderate disappointment. He had always admired Ronaldo as a player and idolized him. Although he preferred Messi's style of play, he found himself more physically akin to Ronaldo. He had hoped to share the pitch with his idol, only to witness his premature substitution, a twist of fate. Yet, Lin Mo did not allow this incident to linger in his mind. With half an hour remaining in the match, he focused intently on giving his all. In football history, remarkable comebacks abound, but Lin Mo recognized that now was not the time for such thoughts. Any comeback would require diligent effort, progressing gradually. Upon Lin Mo and Oppos' entry onto the field, the Juventus players scoffed. Could Conti genuinely regard Lin Mo as a secret weapon? Deploying a 17-year-old in such a critical match seemed absurd. They dismissed Lin Mo, believing that a few goals this season had inflated his ego. The Juventus players, particularly De Ligt, a former Golden Boy winner and now a stalwart of Juventus and Oppos' defense, viewed Lin Mo with disdain. At just 21, Having already been heralded as the future world's best center-back, De Ligt's arrogance was palpable. As the match resumed, Internazionale launched an attack. Following their recent training, Lin Mo had developed a stronger rapport with his teammates, who were now willing to pass to him. They recognized that Lin Mo was not a liability, rather. His skills were exceptional within the team. During a subsequent offensive play, the team's orchestrator, Eriksson, executed a wall pass with Lin Mo, culminating in a brilliant through ball that sent Lin Mo racing into the penalty area. Magnificent! The combination was nothing short of spectacular. The nearly 60,000 fans of Internazionale held their breath, eager to see how Lin Mo would handle this one-on-one situation against Juventus goalkeeper SCCSNY. With SCCSNY standing at a towering 195 meters and spreading his arms wide, he nearly blocked all angles. In such a scenario, a chip shot seemed nearly impossible due to the proximity to the goal and SCCSNY and AMP, Oppo's, reach. In that split second, Lin Mo hesitated not at all, opting for a direct shot. With a deft motion of his right leg, the ball rolled along the ground. Oh no! SCCSNY quickly realized Lin Mo and AMP, Oppo's, cleverness. Rather than attempting an angled shot, Lin Mo had chosen a straightforward push. This left SCCSNY with little time to react, instinctively closing his legs to intercept the ball. But alas, he was a moment too late. The ball slipped through his legs, a nutmeg. Lin Mo had successfully scored. 1-2, Internazionale had pulled one back. Incredible! Who would have thought Lin Mo was this formidable? Scoring just after stepping onto the pitch was nothing short of miraculous. The stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. Lin Mo and AMP, Oppo's, calmness and shooting prowess were undeniably world-class. On the bench, the coaches and players of Internazionale were ecstatic, jubilantly pumping their fists in celebration of Lin Mo and AMP, Oppo's, goal. This timely goal significantly boosted the morale of Internazionale, rekindling their hopes for a comeback. Remarkably, this was Internazionale and Oppo's first shot and first on-target attempt of the match, resulting in a goal. Lin Mo and AMP, Oppo's, fans were driven into a frenzy, some embracing one another in excitement. Lin Mo never failed to deliver, and the expensive tickets they had purchased were now worth every penny. Conversely, the Juventus players were left reeling from the shock of the goal. SCCSNY, frustrated, kicked the ball into the air, lamenting his misjudgment, having fallen for Lin Mo and AMP, Oppo's, ruse and missed the only gap available. Never mind, we still have a goal lead. Let us keep our spirits high, Pirlo encouraged from the sidelines. Although Lin Mo had scored, the team still held the initiative, and it was crucial to maintain focus. However, at this point, Internazionale had seized the momentum. Lin Mo and AMP, Oppo's, goal ignited their hopes, reigniting their desire for victory. In the ensuing minutes, Internazionale launched wave after wave of attacks, bombarding the Juventus goal. In response, Juventus abandoned their offensive play, opting for a staunch defense. Chapter 72, Inter Milan's prolonged assault in this manner. Inter Milan was able to orchestrate their offensive with a sense of composure. There was no need for haste. The objective was to pass the ball into the penalty area. On the sidelines, Conte, witnessing the team and AMP, Oppo's, squandered opportunities, began to vocally direct the players. With Juventus retreating into their half, long-range shots were scarcely viable. However, maneuvering the ball into the penalty area proved to be a formidable challenge. The opponent's midfield was robust, and with Dybala dropping back, they consistently managed to create a numerical advantage. In such circumstances, the midfield became a battleground. Furthermore, Eriksson's significant decline this season rendered Inter Milan's midfield disorganized. This situation was also detrimental to Lin Mo and AMP, Oppo's, performance, as his strengths lay in speed, agility, and technical prowess. Despite his recent training, which had considerably enhanced his physique, he still fell short when compared to these brawny opponents. Moreover, Juventus players were particularly attentive to Lin Mo, subjecting him to considerable hardship. Throughout the match, he was seen tumbling on the field. Observing this, the fans of the Mos-Ang Huakai Association became increasingly anxious. Was this a wrestling match or a football game? The Juventus players seemed to lack any sense of sportsmanship. What would happen if Lin Mo were to sustain an injury? The fans expressed their discontent towards the Juventus supporters. Meanwhile, Jean Cagnon, seated in the VIP box, was extremely tense, his palms sweating profusely. Initially feeling despondent about the championship prospects this season, he was unexpectedly revitalized when Lin Mo scored shortly after entering the match. Yet, witnessing Lin Mo and AMP, Oppo's, battered appearance filled him with unease. Sanjiti. Will Lin Mo sustain an injury at this rate? Should we notify Conti to substitute him? Zhang Kanyang inquired of Sanjiti behind him. Is this really necessary, Mr. Zhang? We are just gaining momentum. Substituting Lin Mo would surely disappoint the fans, Sanjiti replied, astonished by Zhang Kanyang and Oppo's concern. Yet, he feared for Lin Mo and Oppo's safety, believing it would be a regrettable loss if he were to be injured. It was evident that Zhang Kanyang held Lin Mo in high regard, willing to forego a championship for his well-being. Sanjiti quickly reassured him, rest assured, Mr. Zhang. This is merely normal physical contact, given Lin Mo and Oppo's current physical condition. He should be fine. Based on my years of experience, he will likely only experience some muscle soreness afterward, not any serious injury. Engaging in such matches will ultimately benefit Lin Mo's development, enabling him to swiftly evolve into a capable starting player. Upon hearing Sanjiti's analysis, Zhang Kanyang found his reasoning compelling and relinquished his initial concern. Nevertheless, each time Lin Mo fell to the ground, Zhang Kanyang could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. In contrast to the apprehensive spectators, Lin Mo remained unfazed. The collisions were within a reasonable limit. Unlike the malicious players he had encountered previously, Lin Mo had learned to protect himself, rolling on the ground merely to cushion his falls. Moreover, the soft natural grass of Milan provided excellent protection for the athletes, minimizing the risk of injury. However, this also made Lin Mo acutely aware of the physical disparity between himself and these seasoned athletes. Recognizing this, Lin Mo decisively altered his strategy. He ceased to hold onto the ball, opting instead for swift passes upon receiving it, thereby dissuading opponents from engaging in physical confrontations with him. He embraced a style of play without the ball. This adjustment may have gone unnoticed by the majority of fans, who might have thought Lin Mo lacked ball control. Yet, to the seasoned eye of Conti, it was a testament to Lin Mo and Oppo's intelligence. He had astutely identified the crux of the issue and made the necessary adjustments within a remarkably short time frame. Conti mused that Lin Mo was destined for greatness. As the match approached the 75th minute, a critical juncture, Inter Milan needed to score 2 goals to overturn the situation and claim victory over Juventus. It was imperative to secure a goal swiftly. Otherwise, as time dwindled, the players and Oppo's anxiety would inevitably escalate, hampering their ability to organize effective attacks. Lin Mo understood this urgency better than anyone, as defeating Juventus was essential for fulfilling his system tasks and earning valuable system points. This match was of utmost importance to him. However, he overlooked a significant fact. Each time he positioned himself correctly, his teammates failed to deliver the ball promptly. Currently, only Eriksen possessed the passing capability, yet he was subdued by the opposing midfield, unable to orchestrate the offense with any grace. Whenever the ball reached Eriksen, he was besieged by 2 to 3 Juventus players, forcing him to make hasty passes. Other players lacked the requisite passing skills to deliver the ball to Lin Mo, who was often in prime positions. Opportunities were fleeting, and Lin Mo and Oppo's chances evaporated in an instant. This was unacceptable. Lin Mo was acutely aware of this reality, yet had no immediate solution. Nevertheless, he refused to succumb to adversity and continued to seek opportunities through constant movement. His perseverance finally paid off during an offensive play. Following an unsuccessful attack by Inter Milan, Juventus goalkeeper SCCZSNY prepared to take a goal kick. SCCZSNY threw the ball to fullback Quadrado, who soon faced pressure from Martinez. In a moment of urgency, Quadrado was forced to pass the ball back to SCCZSNY. At that instant, Lin Mo sprang into action, darting forward like a cheetah, intercepting the ball before SCCZSNY could react. Stop him! SCCZSNY shouted, hurriedly retreating towards the goal. Chapter 73. The suspense of the league championship returns at this moment. Juventus and Oppo's 5 defenders had converged, making the already crowded penalty area even more congested. However, Lin Mo charged forward, having brought the ball into the box. The Juventus defenders were on high alert, yet hesitant to make a rash tackle. They feared conceding a penalty to Inter Milan. Should the score level, the pressure on them would escalate dramatically. Moreover, they did not believe Lin Mo could score from this position. The area before the Juventus goal was now teeming with players, leaving Lin Mo with no apparent opportunity to shoot. He slowed his pace, dribbling the ball while assessing the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Martinez and Perisic were advancing rapidly like twin blades. From the perspective of the Juventus players, Lin Mo had only 2 options, to pass to Martinez or to Perisic. Yet, In a move that astonished everyone, Lin Mo chose neither. Instead, he struck the ball with his left foot. What on earth was Lin Mo thinking? In such a situation, he opted to shoot? It seemed he was still young. The coach and Oppo's decision to bench him was justified. The fans were baffled by Lin Mo's hasty shot, perceiving him as too young and overly ambitious. A veritable terminator of attacks. In the midst of the general outcry, something extraordinary occurred. The soccer ball traced an uncanny arc, narrowly bypassing 3 Juventus defenders before abruptly changing direction and nestling into the top right corner of the net. A stunning crescent moon strike. This was a skill Lin Mo had acquired through the system, unexpectedly coming into play at this moment. The spectators were momentarily at a loss. What had just transpired? How did that ball find its way in? Surely, it defied the laws of physics. Newton's coffin lid could not contain this. The crowd struggled to comprehend how such an exaggerated goal had been scored. Not only the fans, but even the Juventus players were left dumbfounded. What sorcery was this? How could that shot possibly find the net? It appeared that whenever Lin Mo took aim, nothing was impossible. The crowd was utterly silenced by Lin Mo's performance. The score now stood at 2-2. Inter Milan had equalized, a scenario few could have imagined. The commentator was beside himself with excitement, proclaiming with fervor, "Ladies and gentlemen, the suspense of the Serie A championship has returned." At this juncture, Lin Mo had participated in just under 60 minutes across 4 matches for Inter Milan, having already netted 4 goals and provided 1 assist. Such a goal-scoring efficiency was nothing short of terrifying. Even Robert Lewandowski, renowned for his remarkable scoring rate, could not boast such statistics. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. The commentators' impassioned words resonated throughout the Miazza Stadium. Lin Mo's fans were in a state of euphoria, witnessing what could be described as his most magnificent performance. In a mere half-hour, he had scored 2 breathtaking goals, displaying brilliance on par with Juventus superstar Cristiano Ronaldo, who had been substituted off the field. These 2 goals solidified Lin Mo and Oppo's status as a contemporary superstar. No one dared question his prowess any longer. Those who had previously dismissed him as merely fortunate in scoring were now left speechless. Watching Lin Mo and Oppo's dazzling display from the Juventus bench, Ronaldo experienced a tumultuous mix of emotions. Lin Mo's performance reminded him of his own youthful brilliance. Alas, he had been substituted early. Unable to engage in a direct contest with Lin Mo, he could only watch helplessly as Lin Mo and Oppo's exploits diminished the lead he had worked hard to establish, erasing Juventus and Oppo's advantage. At this stage of the match, anything was possible. The outcome remained uncertain. While it was true that if the score remained unchanged until the end, the championship would still belong to Juventus, there were still 10 minutes left. Inter Milan had regained their momentum, and no one could guarantee they wouldn't score again in that time, especially with Lin Mo's ghostly finesse. Panic flickered in the eyes of the Juventus players. They had no retreat left. Conceding another goal would deliver a crushing blow. Following Lin Mo and Oppo's 2 consecutive goals, Inter Milan and Oppo's morale soared, and the players were invigorated. The fate of the Serie A championship rested in these final moments. Meanwhile, fans of Serie A around the globe were on edge, fixated on the big screen, fearful of missing any detail. They longed to be witnesses to Inter Milan and Oppo's potential return to glory after 11 years. Those who had traveled from afar to Milan felt their journey was well worth it. They gathered in various bars across the city, some in the main square, mingling with local Inter Milan supporters. Of course, among them were Juventus fans who felt a pang of bitterness as they watched the Inter Milan supporters revel in their joy, resorting to sarcastic taunts. "What are you celebrating? It's still a draw. The championship will still be Juventus'," they cautioned, urging not to rejoice too soon, as only the final victor deserved celebration. This taunting was met with counterattacks from the Inter Milan fans. "This is Milan. Who are you to come here and act up? Go back to Turin. You are not welcome here. Who says Juventus will definitely win? Let us see if you can hold this lead for the last 10 minutes." The rivalry escalated, leading to chaos as fans clashed, beer bottles flew, and some sustained injuries but refused to back down. Ultimately, the Milan police had to intervene with a substantial force to quell the unrest. Some instigators were escorted to the Milan police station for a chat. At this moment, the Miazza Stadium was engulfed in the most thrilling atmosphere. The players were locked in a fierce battle, preparing for the final 10 minutes of the match. Chapter 74. Connie's decisive gamble. As this is a league match, there will be no extra time. Thus, the final 10 minutes of the season will soon reveal the champion. Both coaches have played their last cards, having substituted all necessary players. Juventus remains resolute in defense, having substituted all available defensive players. They are now employing a 5-4-1 formation, with only Dybala positioned at the forefront. The four midfielders are all defensive stalwarts, intent on thwarting Inter Milan and Oppo's attacks. It is evident that Juventus has subtly shifted their defensive focus from Martinez to Lin Mo, recognizing him as the greater threat. The current Juventus defense is fraught with tension. One Martinez is already a handful, and now they must contend with Lin Mo as well, leading to a sense of vulnerability. Originally, Juventus and Inter Milan were evenly matched this season. Although Inter Milan and Oppo's Lukaku is sidelined due to injury, and Juventus and Oppo's star player, Cristiano Ronaldo, has already been substituted. The addition of Lin Mo to Inter Milan represents the most significant variable. Notably, Lin Mo and Oppo's playing style is utterly distinct, defying conventional expectations. He may appear unremarkable on the field, lacking any overt flair, yet he strikes at pivotal moments with deadly precision. His elusive movements often manifest in unexpected areas, causing considerable disarray for Juventus and Oppo's defense. Luckily, with time dwindling, if they can endure these final moments, the championship will be theirs. During this interval, Pirlo repeatedly checked his watch, finding the brief span agonizing. These 10 minutes are undeniably the most frenetic in Serie A history. As the end of the match approached, the mood among Inter Milan and Oppo's players grew increasingly anxious. They were a mere goal away from securing their 19th title. However, time was slipping away rapidly, and scoring against Juventus was no simple task, especially given their players and Oppo's exceptional individual prowess and extensive defensive experience. The earlier 2 goals conceded could only be attributed to their initial struggle to adapt to Lin Mo and Oppo's rhythm, allowing him to seize opportunities. Now, they have promptly adjusted their defensive strategy, determined not to let Lin Mo penetrate the penalty area easily. When Lin Mo is near midfield, Juventus players refrain from pressing him, wary of his sudden bursts of speed. They believe his greatest threat lies in his ability to confront the goal, akin to a natural-born killer. If he is afforded an opportunity, it will be a decisive blow. Consequently, this grants Lin Mo the chance to orchestrate the attack. Possessing the technical finesse of Pele and enhanced by Conte's targeted training toward a false 9 role, Lin Mo's approach leans toward facilitating play. This, in turn, allows him to maximize his strengths and attributes. With Lin Mo orchestrating from the front line, another key playmaker, Eriksen, adopts a more withdrawn position, activating his potential. Eriksen, having risen to prominence at Tottenham, experienced a dramatic decline in performance after joining Inter Milan, struggling to navigate the complexities of Serie A's defensive tactics, which starkly contrast those of the Premier League. Now, with Lin Mo as a pivotal anchor, Eriksen appears considerably more composed. Together, they form a dual core, revitalizing Inter Milan's midfield. Despite Juventus's personnel crowding the back line, Inter Milan holds its own in midfield battles, enabling them to maintain possession and launch attacks with confidence. Faced with this scenario, Juventus decisively relinquished their midfield engagement with Inter Milan, focusing solely on defense. They realized that contending with a single Martinez was challenging enough, and now having to tackle an even more troublesome Lin Mo left them feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The match was approaching stoppage time. If they could withstand these final minutes, they would claim the championship. At this juncture, Pirlo raised his arm to glance at his Rolex, noting the match had reached the 89th minute. The referee then raised the stoppage sign, indicating 5 additional minutes. This seemed rather excessive, Pirlo mused inwardly, although he felt a twinge of regret. He was acutely aware that surviving these last 5 minutes would crown him as the new Serie A champion. The prospect of winning the league title in his inaugural season as head coach was exhilarating. With this thought, he instinctively straightened his posture, a subtle glimmer of joy breaking through his typically melancholic demeanor. Time ticked away, and it appeared that Inter Milan struggled to devise an effective strategy. The fervent fans in the stands were on edge, fervently cheering for their team, all eager to witness Inter Milan secure their 19th title. Suddenly, a collision occurred on the pitch. Juventus midfielder McKennie fell to the ground in pain. The opposing team's medical staff rushed to his aid, seemingly unhurried, as the situation favored them, relishing the opportunity to drain the clock. While the Inter Milan players were anxious, they could do little but retreat to the sidelines for hydration. Conte seized this moment to strategize with his players. Martinez, position yourself in the penalty area and look for an opportunity to exploit the offside. Lin Mo, orchestrate the defense from midfield and wait for the right moment to break through. Conte gestured animatedly, acutely aware that the match was nearing its climax. The injury to McKennie had consumed valuable time, and only scant minutes remained. This could very well be their final opportunity. The Inter Milan players drank eagerly from their water bottles, nodding in understanding. In such a situation, breaking the deadlock would require an element of surprise, catching the opposition off guard. Soon, the medical team successfully assisted McKennie off the field, and the match resumed. Chapter 75. Who will take the decisive penalty to determine the champion? In a display of sportsmanship, Juventus players kicked the ball out of play, conceding possession to Inter Milan. Inter Milan, unhesitating, swiftly restarted the game. After a few passes, the ball found its way to Lin Mo, who was immediately pursued by several Juventus players. At this juncture, Juventus had shifted their defensive focus onto Lin Mo, leaving only the seasoned captain Chiellini to mark Martinez. Chiellini, anchoring the defense, shadowed Martinez closely. At that moment, Martinez exchanged a knowing glance with Perisic. Perisic instantly understood, feigning an advance to distract Chiellini. Given Chiellini and Oppo's duty to mark Martinez, he hesitated to abandon his position and promptly instructed Cuadrado to follow Perisic. However, Martinez had already begun his run, darting into the penalty area with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, Lin Mo, seemingly possessing foresight, delivered a precise through ball. The ball effortlessly threaded its way between De Ligt and Demiral. Martinez, arriving just in time, surged into the Juventus penalty box. Alarmed, Chiellini shouted, fully aware of Martinez and Oppo's prowess. Should he find himself one-on-one, Juventus and Oppo's goal would be in grave jeopardy. In a split second, Chiellini instinctively reached out, grasping at Martinez and Oppo's shirt. Martinez, taking advantage of the contact, fell to the ground. The referee, decisive, blew the whistle. What? A foul against him? Chiellini could scarcely believe his eyes, raising his hands in disbelief as he approached the referee to voice his protests. The referee, unyielding, produced a yellow card for Chiellini. Meanwhile, Pirlo and the Juventus bench also protested, claiming that Martinez was clearly offside in the preceding play. In an attempt to quell the uproar, the referee reluctantly agreed to consult VAR. Soon, the referee positioned himself in front of the video monitor, donning headphones to scrutinize the footage. The slow-motion replay revealed that at the moment Martinez initiated his run, Cuadrado, trailing behind while pursuing Perisic, inadvertently played Martinez onside. Moreover, Chiellini and Oppo's foul was evident. Had he not grabbed Martinez and Oppo's shirt, the latter would have had a clear shot at goal. The referee and Oppo's decision was indisputable. Faced with irrefutable evidence, the Juventus players fell silent, reluctantly accepting the reality. Yet the truth was brutally harsh. As Chiellini's foul occurred within the penalty area, a penalty was awarded. This was, without doubt, a death knell for Juventus. Had they persevered through an entire season only to relinquish the championship at this critical juncture? The atmosphere was electric, with every fan holding their breath in anticipation of this pivotal moment. However, elation was tempered by uncertainty. Everyone knew that Juventus's goalkeeper, SCCSNY, was world-class. Breaching his defenses was no simple feat, even from the penalty spot. The sole remaining question was whether Martinez or Lin Mo would take the decisive penalty. Under normal circumstances, following Lukaku and Oppo's injury, Martinez would be the designated penalty taker. Yet, Lin Mo was in exceptional form, having scored twice already. Should he convert this penalty, he would achieve a hat-trick, etching his name in history as the youngest player to do so in Serie A. Consequently, Lin Mo and Oppo's fan club began rallying for him to take the penalty that would determine the champion. Heated debates erupted on the Inter Milan bench. One faction, led by Strini, argued fervently that Lin Mo, in his current form and having played a crucial role in earning the penalty, deserved the opportunity to take it. Conversely, the opposing faction, led by Gianluca, contended that penalties were no trivial matter, especially one of such significance. Lin Mo's youth could hinder his ability to withstand the immense pressure. Thus it should fall to the steadier Martinez. As the arguments intensified, all eyes turned to Conte, eagerly awaiting his final decision. Conte found himself torn, logically. This penalty should go to Lin Mo to facilitate his hat-trick. However, he also considered the potential ramifications for Martinez, who would undoubtedly feel disheartened, especially as the team would continue to rely on him in the future. Moreover, Lin Mo was still young. If he were indeed a player of great potential, further opportunities would arise. After weighing the pros and cons, Conte ultimately resolved that Martinez would take the penalty. This decision was met with a chorus of disapproval from the stands, particularly from Lin Mo and Oppos, as supporters, who yearned to witness him create history as the youngest player to score a hat-trick. Even Martinez himself was taken aback. He had come to fully respect Lin Mo and Oppos' abilities and felt it would have been entirely reasonable for him to take the penalty. Yet, the coach's trust in him touched him deeply, amplifying the pressure he now felt. This penalty could very well be the most significant moment of his career. SCCZSNY was equally tense. With stoppage time exceeding 5 minutes, the championship hinged on this single kick. If it were Lin Mo, he might have felt uncertain. For the young star's strikes defied conventional physics. However, Martinez was a different matter, though he had achieved fame earlier. He was currently one of the hottest forwards in the game. SCZSNY knew him well, which alleviated some of his fear. Standing at 6 feet 5 inches, SCZSNY spread his arms before the goal, effectively covering all angles, projecting an imposing presence. Martinez approached the penalty spot, placing the ball down. He took 2 steps back, inhaled deeply, and began his run-up. Martinez took 2 steps, preparing to shoot, but with a subtle shift, he opted for a left-footed placement instead. If it were any ordinary goalkeeper, SCCZSNY might have been deceived. However, SCCZSNY was far from ordinary. He quickly adjusted his position, twisting his body like a corkscrew, ready to execute a second save. Chapter 76. The unprecedented turnaround. SCCZSNY, a goalkeeper of world-class caliber, demonstrated a remarkable speed of reaction that is seldom witnessed. Even under such extreme physical conditions, he managed to execute a save, his fists clenched tightly as he deflected the ball away. The players on the field were utterly stunned, unable to believe that Martinez's penalty had been thwarted. At that moment, the referee had already placed the whistle to his lips, preparing to signal the end of the match. Just when everyone thought the outcome was sealed, Martinez reacted swiftly, sprinting towards the ball and, disregarding all else, sent it hurtling towards the goal. By now, SCCZSNY had fallen to the ground, despite his extraordinary abilities. He could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled into the net. Martinez had achieved redemption. Although he had missed the penalty, he scored on the rebound. With a score of 3-2, Inter Milan had turned the tide. At that instant, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. It was over. It was over. An epic comeback. Inter Milan had claimed the Serie A championship for the 2020-2021 season. The commentator erupted in ecstatic shouts, his voice echoing throughout the stadium. Martinez, overwhelmed with emotion, buried his face in his hands and wept. It had been an arduous journey. He had feared that his missed penalty would mark him as the villain of the team. Yet, against all odds, he seized the opportunity and transformed from sinner to hero. His teammates surged towards him, forming a jubilant pile. They reveled in the moment, having dethroned Juventus from their 9-year reign in Serie A. From this day forth, they were the new champions of the league. Juventus supporters could hardly fathom the turn of events. What an incredible opportunity it had been. They had led 2-0. The situation looking promising, only to have it snatched away. Meanwhile, Cristiano Ronaldo, seated on the bench, turned green with envy. After kicking the chair in frustration, he stood up and left the scene without a backward glance, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Losing the championship was an unbearable reality for him. Next came the award ceremony, where the Serie A officials presented the championship trophy to Inter Milan. By this time, Juventus players and fans had retreated, unwilling to serve as mere props for their rival's celebration. Martinez accepted the trophy from the league president, then crouched down to join his teammates in hoisting it high above their heads. At that moment, streams of confetti filled the air. The entire San Siro stadium was engulfed in a sea of joy. After a decade, Inter Milan had finally reclaimed their long-lost glory. The club and Oppos' director, Zhang Kongyang, and vice president, Zanetti, joined the players in exuberant celebration. Some players even doused Zhang with champagne, the bubbly mingling with his tears. Since he took charge of Inter Milan, various rumors had circulated, with many doubting his ability to succeed. Yet here he stood, triumphant. Having led Inter Milan back to the pinnacle of Serie A, all accomplished despite Lukaku's injury. Zhang knew that none of this would have been possible without Lin Mo's outstanding performance. Who would have imagined that a 17-year-old player from the Dragon Kingdom would help him achieve this feat? Since joining the first team, Lin had delivered statistics in every match. An astonishing display of talent. Of course, this was also due to the opponents and Oppos' unfamiliarity with Lin. Next, Connie led Martinez, Lin Mo, and others to participate in the post-championship press conference. Though Lin was eager to return and claim his system rewards, He understood that this was a necessary procedure. He had no choice but to endure the tedious questions from reporters. For him, it felt like mere formality. Fortunately, the season had concluded, and after this press conference, he would be free to devote himself entirely to football. As Conti and the others took their seats, various media outlets turned their cameras on them, launching a barrage of questions. The first question came from a reporter at Gazzetta dello Sport. "Hello, congratulations on winning the Serie A title this season, ending Juventus's dominance. Mr. Conti, how do you feel about defeating your former club?" This initial inquiry was particularly sharp. Conti, having originated from Juventus, found himself in a position of betrayal. He smiled before responding. "This is a remarkable achievement. Since I took the helm at Inter Milan, I have put the past behind me. I believe that everyone, including myself, strives to give their utmost at different stages. Of course, today's success is not solely my doing. I owe immense gratitude to my players. Without them, we would not be here." Conti and Oppo's high emotional intelligence was evident in his carefully crafted response. The next reporter posed an even trickier question. "Mr. Conti, it is well known that your salary is the highest in Serie A, 4 times that of the second highest, Fonseca. This has reportedly placed immense pressure on the club. Will you remain with the team after this season?" This question directly exposed the tensions between Conti and the club. Recently, there had indeed been some discord, and Conti had contemplated resigning. However, the timing of this question was rather inappropriate. Conti sidestepped the inquiry with grace. "You see, I am still here as the head coach of Inter Milan, answering your questions. As for the future, I have not given it much thought. Right now, I simply wish to enjoy the joy of victory." Conti deftly deflected the question, leaving the reporters without the juicy details they sought. The subsequent questions were rather trivial. Eventually, the journalists shifted their focus to interviewing the players. Compared to Inter Milan's core player Martinez, they were evidently more intrigued by Lin Mo. A series of questions were directed at him, highlighting his rising star status, making it clear that he had emerged as one of the most sought-after talents in Serie A and indeed all of Europe, as everyone sought to extract insights from him to garner attention. Chapter 77. Lin Mo declines to answer questions regarding the national team. "Hello, Lin Mo. Congratulations on being awarded the Serie A Best Newcomer of the Year. Could you share how you quickly integrated into the team? Do you have any secrets?" Faced with the reporter's inquiry, Lin Mo pondered how to articulate his thoughts. He certainly could not disclose the truth that he inadvertently activated a football system, endowing him with Pele's football prowess. Such a revelation would be too sensational, likely met with disbelief, and possibly even lead to his being sent to a mental health facility. "Firstly, I must express my gratitude to my coach, who provided me with the opportunity to showcase my abilities. Additionally, I am thankful for my teammates. Without their support, my current achievements would not have been possible. Ultimately, all of this is a gift from the club, and I am determined to repay them with even greater effort in the future." For Lin Mo, this response was a sincere reflection of his feelings. He truly appreciated Inter Milan for extending a hand when he was at his lowest. Otherwise, he might not even have had the chance to pursue football. "Lin Mo, I am from the Milan Times sports section. In this match, you had the opportunity to complete a hat trick, yet the last penalty was awarded to Martinez. Do you harbor any regrets regarding the coach's decision? Will you resent him for it?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Mo did not hesitate for a moment, resolutely shaking his head. "No, for me, the team and Oppo's interests take precedence over everything else. I fully comply with the coach and Oppo's decisions. As for regrets, to say I have none would be disingenuous. However, I am still young and believe there will be ample opportunities in the future." Lin Mo's answer was met with satisfaction from the audience, as he balanced the team's needs while displaying his confidence. The media was astonished by Lin Mo's maturity and eloquence at such a young age, recognizing him as a player of immense potential. Just when it seemed the discussion would conclude, another reporter from a Chinese media outlet posed a question that left Lin Mo momentarily at a loss. "Lin Mo, in just a few days, the Asian qualifiers for the World Cup will commence. Has the national team coach been in contact with you? Can we expect to see you donning the national team and Oppo's jersey soon?" It was evident that this reporter was highly invested in the question, launching into a series of inquiries. Lin Mo found himself somewhat cornered. The gravity of the question weighed heavily upon him. Personally, he aspired to contribute to the national team, as representing one's country on the World Cup stage is a dream cherished by every footballer. Alas, such matters are beyond his control, reflecting the current state of football in his homeland. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "At present, I am focused solely on my own development. As for the national team selections, you should direct those questions to Coach Lee. This response allowed Lin Mo to address the issue while signaling a desire to move on to other inquiries. Although the Chinese media reporter felt somewhat unsatisfied, finding Lin Mo and Apos' response akin to scratching an itch without relief, there was little to be done. Nevertheless, he gleaned some insight from Lin Mo and Apos' words, specifically the mention of Coach Lee, referring to the current head coach of the national team, Li Tai, indicating that Lin Mo at least follows the national team. After a barrage of questions, the press conference finally concluded, and Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. A few veteran teammates proposed a celebratory outing to a nightclub, to which everyone agreed, except for Lin Mo, who politely declined. "I'm sorry, but I'm still quite young and cannot drink. I think I'll head back now." He quickly concocted an excuse and made his exit. The others did not press him further and allowed him to depart from the group. Haha, this kid is still young. He is not even interested in nightlife. Of course, he is underage, probably still a novice in many ways. Let us not worry about him. Tonight, we'll drink until we drop. With that, they each hopped into their luxurious cars and drove off. Upon hearing his teammates and Apos' remarks, Lin Mo shook his head in resignation. It was not that he was unaware of such activities. Rather, he simply had no interest in them. His sole focus was on honing his football skills. Furthermore, he was eager to claim the rewards for completing his system tasks. Returning to his apartment, Lin Mo swiftly accessed his system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the system task and earned 12,000 points, along with one lottery draw. Marvelous. With such a substantial number of points, he could significantly enhance his attributes. Lin Mo reviewed his current point status. In addition to the 12,000 points from the system rewards, he also had 1,000 points from championship bonuses and 400 points from 2 goals scored. Adding the remaining 800 points, his total now stood at 14,200. Next, Lin Mo examined his various attributes, contemplating how to optimize his upgrades. Host: Lin Mo, height, 186 centimeters weight, 65 kilograms speed, 75 ball control, 73 explosiveness, 75 shooting, 81 physicality, 70. He noted that he had grown an additional centimeter and gained 5 kilograms. A positive indicator of his increasing strength. With over 10,000 points at his disposal, he considered how best to spend them. Ultimately, he chose to invest in his shooting attribute, for as a forward, scoring goals is paramount. Lin Mo was confident that, with robust support from the midfield, he would have ample opportunities to shoot in the upcoming season. Having reached this conclusion, he decisively exchanged 10,000 points for a 5-point increase in shooting ability, leaving him with 200 points to spare. Now his shooting attribute stood at 85. However, Lin Mo discovered an important detail. He initially intended to convert all 14,000 points into shooting, only to find that after reaching 85, each additional point required 4,000 points. This indicated that the cost of upgrades had escalated. Lin Mo understood that shooting is crucial for forwards, and thus, a higher point requirement was to be expected, but he wondered if other attributes would follow suit. He felt that spending 4,000 points for a single increase in shooting was somewhat unwise, at least at this stage, as it was not the most cost-effective choice. Chapter 78. Lin Mo and Apos' decision to purchase a residence in Milan. After considerable contemplation, Lin Mo ultimately exchanged 4,000 points for 2 points of explosiveness. His final attributes are as follows: speed, 75, ball control, 73, explosiveness, 77, shooting, 86, physicality, 70. This constitutes an impressive attribute panel, particularly for a 17-year-old prodigy. Coupled with Pele's techniques, these statistics are remarkably exceptional. It is worth noting that when Pele debuted at the age of 17, his physical attributes were not necessarily as extraordinary. All of this is attributable to the system, which explains why Lin Mo has exhibited such outstanding performances shortly after his debut. Beyond the unfamiliarity of opposing teams, it is primarily due to his inherent prowess. However, at this moment, Lin Mo does not fully grasp this reality. His sole ambition is to continuously enhance his abilities, and he has yet to contemplate where his ultimate destination lies. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's reputation in European football has skyrocketed. Every day, countless journalists flock to interview him, seeking exclusive insights. This attention has become a source of annoyance for Lin Mo. He merely wishes to practice football quietly during the off-season. Yet he finds himself besieged by reporters at his doorstep. Even when he declines interviews, they linger outside, causing him considerable distress. It seems imperative for him to acquire a residence in Milan. With the €2 million compensation from Malishan, he can easily afford a property in the city. However, the crux of the matter is his uncertainty about how long he can remain in Milan. After all, he is currently bound by a youth contract. And the dynamics of European football can shift dramatically from day to day, leaving his future club affiliation uncertain. As Lin Mo gazed out the window at the throng of journalists below, he felt a surge of determination. It was time to take action, otherwise he would inevitably be driven to distraction by them. Regrettably, his unfamiliarity with Milan, coupled with his age of 17, means he cannot obtain an Italian driver and Oppo's license, rendering his mobility quite inconvenient. Just as Lin Mo found himself in a quandary, a familiar figure appeared below. Lin Mo, it's me. Open the door. Following the voice, Lin Mo spotted an elderly gentleman with curly silver hair waving enthusiastically at him. Polly? Lin Mo exclaimed, thrilled to see his old friend. The first he had made since arriving in Italy. Without Polly, he would not be where he is today. The unexpected reunion in Milan filled him with excitement. And he hurried downstairs to open the door. The throng of journalists surged forward as the front door swung open, but they were too late. After admitting Polly, Lin Mo promptly shut the door behind them. Polly, what brings you here? Lin Mo inquired, visibly exhilarated at the chance encounter with an old acquaintance. Don't mention it. Ever since I had a falling out with Albert at Juventus, the club has dismissed me, Polly sighed. What? Lin Mo was taken aback, unable to fathom that Polly had been treated so unjustly. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that this was perhaps to be expected. A club would not retain someone who had once assisted their rival. This notion stirred a sense of guilt within him, recognizing that this situation was, in part, a consequence of his own success. Polly, what do you plan to do now? Lin Mo asked, somewhat sheepishly. Nothing much, actually. It and Oppo's, that's quite all right. I've come to Milan with Lippi. We've been hired by Inter Milan, so we are now colleagues, Polly revealed. Lin Mo was elated upon hearing this news. It was incredibly uplifting to learn that his initial foreign friends had joined Inter Milan. Their presence brought him comfort, alleviating any guilt he might have felt regarding Polly and Oppo's dismissal from Juventus. By the way, Lin Mo, you and Oppo's quite the sensation now. There are so many journalists outside clamoring for your attention, Polly remarked, astonished by the scene before him. He had not anticipated Lin Mo's considerable influence in Milan, comparable to that of renowned stars. Indeed, it's been a headache for me, Lin Mo admitted, sharing his concerns about the relentless media attention. Well, I happen to be familiar with Milan, so I can accompany you to find a place, Polly volunteered eagerly. Really? That would be fantastic, Lin Mo exclaimed, overjoyed to have Polly and Oppo's assistance. He had been struggling to navigate this unfamiliar territory alone, without a vehicle and with limited proficiency in Italian, making communication with real estate agents quite challenging. The two friends swiftly devised a plan, slipping out the back door and into Polly's SUV. They made their way to the largest real estate agency in Milan. Upon learning that Lin Mo was looking to purchase a home, the sales representatives greeted him with unparalleled enthusiasm. Is this really Lin Mo? Incredible! He led Inter Milan to victory over Juventus, clinching the Serie A championship. Lin Mo, you are a hero in Milan. Welcome, and we will do our utmost to provide you with discounts, the sales agents exclaimed, their warmth surprising Lin Mo. He had expected to encounter deceitful practices, but instead, they offered him substantial benefits and even volunteered to assist him without charge. Lin Mo, however, declined their offers, unwilling to take advantage of the earnest efforts of these sales representatives. Chapter 79. The countdown to the qualifying round as the qualifying matches approached. Lin Mo made a significant investment by purchasing a lavish villa near Inter Milan Football Club, costing nearly €5 million. He found this price quite reasonable, given that the three-story duplex boasted an expansive area of over 300 square meters. Moreover, it featured a large swimming pool and, most importantly, a private football field, allowing Lin Mo to train at home, a particular request of his. This arrangement ensured that he would not be disturbed by reporters, who would be thwarted at the entrance by security personnel, granting him the peace to enjoy his holiday. News of Lin Mo and Oppo's property acquisition in Milan quickly spread, prompting various media outlets to speculate wildly. Would this signify a long-term contract with Inter Milan, allowing him to continue his service to the club in the years to come? Regardless, it was undoubtedly good news for fans of both Milan and Inter Milan. However, while the fans of Inter rejoiced, those of AC Milan were left disheartened. It was truly unfortunate. Who could have anticipated Lin Mo and Amp, Oppo's remarkable ascent? Had they known, they would have done everything in their power to secure his signing. Regretfully, no one felt the weight of this decision more than AC Milan's director of strategic development, Paolo Maldini. He had once had the chance to bring Lin Mo to AC Milan but hesitated, allowing Zanetti to claim him instead. Who could have foreseen that within a few short months, Lin Mo would create a youthful storm in Serie A? Now, Maldini was filled with regret. Yet there is no remedy for such feelings. Soon after, Lin Mo settled into his newly acquired villa. His former youth team teammates expressed their reluctance to part ways. But circumstances dictated otherwise. As the time came to say goodbye, Marcino shared an emotional embrace with Lin Mo, signifying their deep bond. Lin Mo reassured him, "No worries. You all know where I live. You are always welcome to visit. We can practice together on my field." Hearing these words, Marcino felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He discreetly wiped away a tear and smiled. Having witnessed Lin Mo's journey, his achievements inspired the entire youth team. These young players aspired to follow in his footsteps, hoping to one day play for the senior team. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, the significance of his journey extended far beyond his immediate circle. His story served as a beacon of hope for young players worldwide, particularly in regions where football was not well developed. Lin Mo emerged from the Dragon Country, a nation often regarded as a barren landscape for football, where the populace was deemed unsuitable for the sport. His success powerfully countered this narrative, altering the perspectives of those who once believed they were unfit to play. It became evident that football did not harbor the racial barriers many assumed. People from the Dragon Country could indeed excel in football, and if this trend continued, the sky would be the limit for Lin Mo. Since relocating to the villa, Lin Mo finally found the tranquility he desired, allowing him to focus on his football training. Meanwhile, back in the Dragon Country, Litai had assembled the national team in preparation for the impending qualifying matches. For the first time in history, a significant number of naturalized players were summoned to represent the Dragon Country. Although they had acquired Dragon nationality, these players had undergone training in advanced football systems abroad. Notably, some even possessed the genetic traits of Samba players, which captured the attention of many Dragon Country fans. Voices of support and dissent emerged. "We are all descendants of the Dragon. Why recruit foreign players to represent us?" One faction argued. Others contended, "Once they have joined our nationality, they are one of us. Why view them through a discriminatory lens?" Another voice chimed in, expressing concern over the lack of representation from the nation's own people. "Do we really have to rely on foreigners when we have 1 billion people to choose from?" Others countered, "As long as they can help the Dragon Country reach the World Cup, I care not about their skin color." Consequently, the fan base divided into two camps, fervently debating the matter. Ultimately, they reached a consensus, the hope that the Dragon Country would qualify for the World Cup and reclaim its place on the global stage. Amidst this discourse, Lin Mo and Oppo's name surfaced. "Have you heard of Lin Mo? He is flourishing in Europe. Why not invite him to the national team?" A netizen raised this topic on a popular forum, igniting a heated discussion among Dragon Country fans. The post garnered hundreds of thousands of views and thousands of replies, all centered around Lin Mo. The consensus was that Lin Mo's current prowess met the criteria for national team selection, with many believing his abilities rivaled that of Wu Lei, and could even qualify him for the national teams of Japan or South Korea. However, the pressing question remained, why had Litai not called him up? The prevailing sentiment was that Lin Mo had betrayed the Dragon Country. "You might not know, but Lin Mo never intended to represent the Dragon Country," someone remarked. "Why? Could someone elaborate?" "As I recall, Lin Mo was expelled from the national team due to signs of foreign admiration. This could very well explain why he hasn't been selected. Indeed, I suspect Lin Mo aims for the Italian national team. With his talent, relying on luck to score a few goals won't impress Mancini." This post was soon deleted, and any mention of Lin Mo faded from view. With the qualifying matches looming, everyone shifted their focus to Litai and the national team, as he prepared for his debut in official competition. Chapter 80. Litai faces immense pressure. When Litai first assumed the role of head coach for the Longguo national team, he led the squad to a series of commendable achievements. Competing against various domestic clubs, the national team displayed an impressive performance, akin to effortlessly slicing through vegetables. Under Litai and Amp, Oppo's guidance, the team secured an extraordinary 10 consecutive victories in warm-up matches, averaging an impressive 3.4 goals per game. However, It is widely acknowledged that these results lack significant reference value due to the disparity in competition. Thus, the true test for Lin Mo would commence with the second round of the World Cup qualifiers. This time, the Longguo national team garnered widespread attention from society due to its unique circumstances, which simultaneously placed immense pressure on Li Tai. No one could empathize with Li Tai and Appos, as current sentiments more than Zheng Bin. Bin, why is the Football Association so obstinate? They refused to utilize Lin Mo while spending lavishly to naturalize these athletes. Li Tai was still grappling with the Football Association's actions, which weighed heavily on his mind. Sigh. Perhaps the FA has its own plans. Regardless, we should have no issue advancing from the second round. Zheng Bin could only offer words of encouragement to Li Tai. However, our aspirations extend beyond merely reaching the second round. The upcoming 12-team round is of utmost significance. Li Tai's ambitions were clear. He yearned to guide Longguo to triumph in the 12-team round and ultimately return to the World Cup. Yet, this task appeared to be exceedingly daunting. With no alternative solutions at hand, they could only take one step at a time. As anticipated, the second round unfolded as expected. The Li family army sailed smoothly through their matches. In their opening match against the official island, Longguo triumphed decisively, winning 7-0 and significantly boosting the morale of the team as they pursued a spot in the 12-team round. Subsequently, Li Tai and Appos' team achieved a 2-0 victory over the Philippines, followed by a resounding 5-0 win against the Maldives and a 3-1 triumph over Syria, securing advancement to the 12-team round with an impressive streak of 4 consecutive victories. During this period, the Longguo national team, under Li Tai and Appos' leadership, performed admirably and garnered considerable acclaim from the public. Wow, I never expected Li Tai to possess such skill. It seems the national team has a genuine chance this time. Most fans of the Longguo national team held an optimistic outlook, believing that the team could once again qualify for the World Cup after their last appearance in 2002. Naturally, there were also some more rational voices. I suggest we refrain from celebrating too early. The second round matches lack substantial reference value, as the opponents are simply too weak. However, this perspective was swiftly drowned out by the fervent cheers of enthusiastic supporters. Buddy, are you even a Longguo citizen? How can you undermine our strength and bolster that of others? Indeed, the current national team is no longer the underdog of yesteryears. We now possess the capability to compete with Asia and Appos' football powerhouses. It is perplexing to comprehend those who perpetually sing the national team and Appos' downfall. It is unclear what benefit that serves them. Thus, they silenced all dissenting voices, and the atmosphere in the country became overwhelmingly optimistic. Many believed they had a genuine chance to reach the World Cup once more. Ma Lishan was quite pleased to witness such a scenario. Fantastic. The Football Association and Appos' decisions have proven remarkably prescient. With so many talented players joining, how could we possibly fail to qualify for the World Cup? It was true that a considerable sum had been spent to recruit these players, but investing in quality talent yields invaluable returns. Moreover, this expenditure was not drawn from his own pockets. It was an endeavor that promised substantial profit. Ma Lishan felt a profound sense of accomplishment. As long as the national team continued to excel, he envisioned himself as a pivotal figure in Longguo football, reaping accolades and promotions. He could almost envision himself in Qatar, witnessing the national team's matches and basking in the adoration of his fellow citizens, achieving fame and success. Yet, amidst this wave of optimism permeating society, Li Tai was engulfed in profound anxiety. With public expectations soaring, his pressure was monumental. He understood this national team all too well. On the surface, they appeared formidable. Yet compared to Asia and Appos' traditional football giants, significant gaps remained. This disparity was evident in player valuations, which served as a clear indicator of team strength. The total valuation of the entire Longguo national team was still less than that of a single Sun Heung-min. Let us not forget that the latter had an array of talented players competing in Europe, while Longguo had only one, Wu Lei. Recently, a promising talent, Lin Mo, emerged, but the Football Association had actively suppressed him, a decision that was utterly bewildering. Furthermore, with the integration of these mercenaries, the chemistry between them and the domestic players posed a substantial challenge. It is crucial to recognize that football is not merely a numerical equation of 1 + 1 = 2. Rather, it involves effectively blending diverse talents. The limited time spent playing together presents a considerable risk. However, the current domestic media environment offered no room for dissent. Any hint of apprehension on his part would surely result in public condemnation. Bin, What is the latest regarding Lin Mo? Li Tai inquired curiously. Though he had been keenly interested in Lin Mo and Amp Oppos's situation as the head coach of the Longguo national team, he rarely had the time or energy to focus on such matters, especially given the media and Amp Oppos's tight-lipped stance on Lin Mo. Let Amp Oppos's not even mention Lin Mo. It infuriates me, Zheng Bin replied, visibly agitated. Oh, what has happened with Lin Mo? Li Tai furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying message in Zheng Bin's words. Lin Mo's performance at his age is nothing short of phenomenal. He single-handedly led Inter Milan to a miraculous comeback in the final round of the Serie A, clinching the championship. Zheng Bin and Oppos's excitement was palpable, as if the match had occurred just yesterday. Oh, is that so? Please, enlighten me on the details. Li Tai and Oppos's interest peaked. He was aware that Inter Milan had won the title this season, but he had not realized Lin Mo had played a pivotal role. Zheng Bin, brimming with enthusiasm, recounted the thrilling moments of that match with fervor. After hearing the account, Li Tai was equally exhilarated. It appeared that Lin Mo was indeed a prodigious talent, with a minimal chance of faltering in the future. Yet, the more remarkable Lin Mo's performances became, the more profound Li Tai's sense of regret grew. It felt akin to a famished individual discovering an exquisite delicacy, only to be left with the torment of mere observation without the ability to indulge. This sensation was truly torturous. Chapter 81. The transfer of Lukaku. Listening to Zheng Bin passionately introduce Lin Mo's performance, Li Tai felt an immense longing. How wonderful it would be if Lin Mo could join the current national team. With Lin Mo alongside the talented naturalized players, they should be able to achieve remarkable success in the final round of qualifiers. Unfortunately, Li Tai sighed, aware that such dreams were nothing more than fantasies. At least for now, he could only hope that with Lin Mo's continued stellar performance, the Football Association might reconsider and provide him an opportunity to join the national team midway through the qualifiers. This was Li Tai's current mindset. All right, Bin. Keep a close eye on Lin Mo next season and compile all his goals. We'll directly report to the sports administration and urge them to pressure the Football Association. I refuse to believe they can shield themselves from public scrutiny, Li Tai asserted, still reluctant to give up, holding on to a flicker of hope. However, the sports administration has no direct influence over the Football Association, right? Zheng Bin expressed his concerns. They were indeed disconnected entities without direct ties. That and Amp Oppos's all right. I know some people at the administration. I'll have them make the videos public nationwide. I refuse to believe the Football Association can withstand the pressure of public opinion. Li Tai replied confidently. Got it. Don't worry, TZ, I will diligently follow Lin Mo, Zheng Bin promised. Li Tai nodded in satisfaction, understanding that the priority was to perform well in the qualifiers and strive for a spot in the World Cup, regardless of whether Lin Mo would represent the Dragon Nation on the field. Meanwhile, in Milan, Lin Mo had settled into his newly purchased villa, dedicating his days to training with his friends, blissfully unaware of the turmoil the club was undergoing due to a severe economic crisis. Inter Milan found itself tightening its financial belt. At this juncture, Conti's annual salary of 12 million became an unbearable burden for the club. Zhang Kongyang was acutely aware of this reality. Conti seemed to recognize the situation as well, which is why he refrained from making definitive statements during the press conference. He understood that a proper resolution was imperative. One day, Zhang Kongyang summoned Conti to his office to discuss salary matters. Mr. Conti, first and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude for your immense contributions to the club. However, you are aware that the team is currently facing difficulties, and we are struggling to sustain such a high salary, Zhang Kongyang stated. Conti instantly grasped Zhang's intent, having mentally prepared himself for such a conversation. If possible, I am willing to accept a pay cut, he proactively suggested. The discussion proceeded amicably, with Conti voluntarily agreeing to a 30 salary reduction. This was the maximum he could accept. They believed the matter would be resolved smoothly, but as the economic downturn continued, the Zhang Group soon realized this was merely a drop in the bucket. Without intervention, the group faced bankruptcy. Coincidentally, multiple clubs began pursuing Inter Milan's players, with Lukaku at the forefront. Following Inter Milan and Amp Oppos's league championship victory, the market value of all players surged. Wealthy clubs, eager to enhance their rosters, began making aggressive bids, with Chelsea offering an astounding 100 million for Lukaku, a nearly impossible offer to refuse, especially for a financially strained Inter Milan. However, the club also recognized Lukaku and Amp Oppos's significance. He had become the emblem of Inter Milan, The club had a history of world-class forwards, from Ronaldo to Vieri and Adriano. After a long search, they had finally found a striker of Lukaku and Oppos' caliber, who had just helped restore Inter Milan to its former glory. Selling him was not an easy decision. Thus, Inter Milan convened a board meeting to deliberate this matter. The debate was intense, with the majority opposing Lukaku's sale. Lukaku is the cornerstone of our team. We cannot sell him. We've just won the league, and next season we aim to excel in the Champions League. Selling Lukaku now would be self-sabotage. They argued passionately. Yet, there were advocates for his sale. The club and Oppos' interests must take precedence. All our decisions should be guided by this principle. Although Lukaku is exceptional, he is nearing 30. Who can guarantee how much longer he will remain at his peak? If a club is interested, selling him now may be the wisest choice. You speak lightly of selling Lukaku. Who will replace him? What will we do next season? As doubts arose, both sides engaged in a heated exchange. It was evident that Lin Mo had grown significantly, as evidenced by his performance in the Serie A finale. I believe he could be a key player for our development. Even if we sell Lukaku, we still have the strength to compete for the Serie A title. If we keep him, we may not even have a chance at the Champions League, argued sporting director Ozilio, presenting a detailed analysis. Zhang Kongyang nodded thoughtfully. After extensive discussion, he ultimately decided to accept Chelsea's offer. The news that Inter Milan would sell Lukaku for 100 million soon sent shockwaves throughout the football world. What? Inter Milan is selling Lukaku? That and Oppos' madness. This is definitely self-sabotage. The pursuit of profit is truly a double-edged sword. Inter Milan is destined to falter under the Zhang family's leadership. Fans were outraged upon hearing this news, just as they had glimpsed hope for Inter Milan's resurgence. They were confronted with this shocking turn of events. The team had just clinched the championship, only to sell their most valuable player, especially one who had been named the Serie A Player of the Year and finished second in the scoring charts. This revelation shattered their dreams and hopes, leaving only the excitement surrounding Lin Mo and Oppos' undeniable talent, one of the most exhilarating rising stars in Europe, following Dortmund and Oppos' Moukoko. Chapter 82. Albert and Oppos' downfall. What was initially presumed to be the end of the matter turned out to be merely the beginning. The transfer of Lukaku sent ripples through the footballing world, triggering a chain reaction. Several players, discontented with the club's decision to offload key team members, hastily requested transfers. Clubs that had long been monitoring these players seized the moment, exacerbating the turmoil. Internazionale found itself on the verge of collapse. Zhang Kongyang and Zanetti took urgent measures, engaging in dialogue with the players. Their efforts yielded some success, as core players like Martinez and others chose to remain loyal to the team. However, a number of players ultimately decided to part ways with Internazionale. For instance, Akraf departed for Paris Saint-Germain for 66 million, while Politano moved to Napoli for 21 million. This deterioration further weakened Internazionale's squad. In light of these developments, Conte felt utterly disheartened. He had intended to stay at Internazionale to fulfill his promise to Lin Mo. But the club and Oppos' current state shattered his confidence. Having already accepted a pay cut, he ultimately opted for a peaceful separation from the team. While Internazionale felt a sense of regret, they had no choice but to respect Conte's decision. Consequently, in a single night, Internazionale fell apart, with players transferring and coaches departing. Such a scenario is exceedingly rare in European football. In an instant, Zhang Kongyang became the target of public outrage. Detractors had long proclaimed that he lacked the potential to lead. Predictably, a championship team had been torn asunder under his management. Calls for Zhang Kongyang to leave echoed throughout, demanding his exit from both Internazionale and the Apennine Peninsula. At that moment, Lin Mo was training with Machino and others on the football field at his villa when he learned of the situation. The youth team coach had come to inform Machino of his promotion to the first team due to an exodus of players, leaving the team in a state of disarray. Both Machino and Lin Mo were taken aback. Soon, they grasped the full scope of the upheaval. While Lin Mo felt happiness for his friend Machino, he was equally astonished by the team's personnel changes. Conte's promises lingered in his mind, and he never anticipated such a swift departure. The pace of change in European football was astonishingly rapid, leaving him no opportunity to bid farewell to Conte. Do you know who the successor will be? Lin Mo inquired curiously. Not yet, but I and Oppos' heard Inzaghi is the frontrunner, Melter replied before hastily departing the villa. As the youth selection process was in full swing and numerous tasks awaited his attention. Upon receiving this news, Lin Mo and Oppos' emotions were tumultuous. He was uncertain whether to congratulate Machino or lament the state of the team. Logically, with Lukaku's departure, it should present an excellent opportunity for him. Yet, he understood that a team cannot thrive on the strength of a single individual alone. With so many key players having left, the team's prowess would undeniably suffer. Nevertheless, the events had transpired, and dwelling on them was futile. At that juncture, another significant event shook European football, diverting attention from Internazionale. Cristiano Ronaldo. Dissatisfied after being substituted at a crucial moment leading to the team and Oppos's championship loss, had an altercation with the club. Ultimately, both parties parted ways on unpleasant terms. Ronaldo returned to the place where it all began, Manchester United, for a transfer fee of $15 million. This news sent shockwaves through the European football community, somewhat alleviating the scrutiny on Internazionale. Simultaneously, Pirlo resigned from Juventus, leading to a night of upheaval for two of Serie A and Oppos's powerhouses. Fans gasped as they realized Serie A had irrevocably changed. It appeared that the league could no longer reclaim its former glory, with the few remaining stars having departed, leaving it in a state of decline. What allure could the next season of Serie A possibly hold? Meanwhile, Juventus and Oppos's board convened a meeting centered around Lin Mo. Albert. Explain this situation to me. Why was Lin Mo not signed during his trial with our team, while that mediocre player, what was his name, Pele, was retained? Chairman Agnelli demanded, his fury palpable. Lin Mo had become a hot commodity throughout the Apennine Peninsula. Agnelli promptly dispatched a team to investigate Lin Mo's circumstances. The findings were shocking. Lin Mo had indeed trialed at Juventus but was met with rejection, ultimately leading him to join Internazionale. This revelation incited Agnelli and Oppos's wrath. An exceptional player had been turned away by Albert, only to benefit Internazionale. Most critically, this misjudgment had cost them the championship and the chance to achieve 10 consecutive victories. Albert found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond to the unexpected turn of events. He had never envisioned Lin Mo achieving such heights, mistakenly believing that all players from the Dragon Kingdom would be of little consequence. Yet, he had miscalculated this time. Unjustly treated, Chairman, when Lin Mo trialed with us. He did not exhibit any remarkable talent. Otherwise, I would have signed him, Albert stammered, resorting to deceit to deflect the blame. Silence, interjected Nedved, the club and Oppos's vice-chairman. Albert, at this stage, do you still wish to argue? I have thoroughly investigated your actions. Arthur, Nedved clapped his hands, and a young player entered the room. Upon seeing him, Albert's face drained of color. He recognized this individual as part of the group who had trialed alongside Pele and Lin Mo. Having received benefits from Pele, Albert had a clear recollection of this cohort. Arthur, please share everything you know, Nedved commanded with a stern expression. Yes. Arthur nodded and recounted every detail of the events that had transpired. Albert, what can you possibly say now? Nedved and Oppos's cold gaze bore down on him. It was over, completely over. Albert realized he had been fully exposed. Faced with the undeniable facts, he had no chance to defend himself. Chapter 83, Turbulent Off-Season at this juncture. Albert could only plead for mercy. Chairman, Vice Chairman, I implore you to forgive me this once. I am acutely aware that I have committed an unforgivable error. Yet, considering my years of service to the team, if not for my contributions, then at least for my efforts, I beseech you to grant me this reprieve. I shall never dare to repeat my transgressions. Albert openly admitted to his misdeeds, causing Agnelli's face to flush a deep shade of green. You insolent fool. Do you still harbor hopes for a second chance? You have been dismissed. From this moment forth, you have no ties to the club. Furthermore, prepare yourself for the court summons. Agnelli did not hesitate, for the nature of the incident was too egregious. More critically, it had cost Juventus a prodigious talent like Lin Mo, which could very well alter the landscape of Serie A. Albert attempted to plead further, but Agnelli offered him no opportunity. Seize this wretched individual and expel him. With Agnelli's command, a cadre of uniformed security personnel surged in and forcibly ejected Albert from the premises. Agnelli, still seething, turned to Nedved and instructed, make arrangements to expose Albert and Oppos's transgressions. Let all of Europe be aware of his disgraceful acts. Agnelli was intent on obliterating Albert's future prospects, driven by his profound disdain for Albert's actions. Consequently, Albert bore the heavy consequences of his previous overreach. While some reveled, others despaired. Amidst the chaos engulfing Juventus and Inter Milan, AC Milan took delight in the misfortunes of their rivals. As one of the triumvirate of Serie A powerhouses, Milan had long been overshadowed by Juventus and Inter. having only secured a league title a decade prior. Now, with the turmoil at Inter and Juventus, Milan glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Maldini promptly informed Pioli to expedite the recruitment efforts. This season, we must make a decisive push for the league title. Yes, Maldini acknowledged, bowing slightly before retreating. Conversely, at Inter Milan, the coaching position remained vacant following Conte's departure. With the new season's warm-up matches imminent, the club's board commenced the urgent search for a new manager. Ultimately, Simone Inzaghi emerged as the new head coach of Inter Milan. Upon assuming his role, Inzaghi immediately articulated his demands for reinforcements. The loss of a forward of Lukaku and Oppo's caliber necessitated the urgent acquisition of a striker. This was Inzaghi and Oppo's foremost request upon taking the helm. However, but we still have Martinez and Lin Mo, do we not? Zanetti disagreed, believing the current forward roster was sufficient. Martinez is indeed commendable, but my strategy calls for two forwards. No one can adequately fill Lukaku and Oppo's void. And Lin Mo? Are you suggesting I rely on a player who has yet to turn 18? Inzaghi dismissed Zanetti's perspective entirely. Lin Mo performed exceptionally well last season. Without his stellar contributions, we would not have secured the championship. Zanetti attempted to clarify, but Inzaghi simply chuckled. Please, it was precisely because no one understood him that he thrived. This season, with everyone accustomed to his playing style, do you truly believe he will replicate last season's performance? Inzaghi remained steadfast, strongly advocating for the team's recruitment endeavors. Very well. I shall consult with Chairman Zhang. You should also prepare a list of desired targets. Ultimately, Zanetti acquiesced, recognizing that Inzaghi was now the team and Oppo's head coach. Trust in one's choices is paramount. Thus, he endeavored to accommodate Inzaghi's requests. Subsequently, Zanetti relayed the matter to Zhang Kong'ang, who consented to the team's recruitment efforts, albeit with budgetary constraints. After all, this summer's transfer dealings had yielded nearly 200 million euros in revenue, and the club's financial status remained healthy. Following discussions between the board and coaching staff, they focused their sights on Roma and Oppo's striker, Deco. Although he was 34 years old and in the twilight of his career, he still possessed the capability to contribute significantly. Most importantly, he was a bargain at a mere 1.5 million euros. After finalizing Deco and Oppo's acquisition, Inter Milan sporadically secured additional transfers, thereby bolstering their squad. During this period, Lin Mo remained engaged in training with the youth team. Marcenaro became his closest companion, and occasionally, Lippi would come to oversee his training. Since Conte's departure, Lippi had stayed on to specifically guide Lin Mo's development. Throughout this time, Lin Mo dedicated himself rigorously to training. After an off-season of intense effort, Lin Mo gained 5 kilograms, bringing his weight to 70 kilograms, which enhanced his physical attributes significantly. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Mo now faced ordinary physical confrontations with confidence, only wary of those renowned for their physical prowess. Generally, he found himself evenly matched against players of average physicality. However, Lin Mo remained unsatisfied. He understood that in order to establish himself in the fiercely competitive world of football, explosive physicality was indispensable. This was the most crucial factor for his success, akin to the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo and Ibrahimovic, who maintained high efficiency even in the twilight of their careers due to their exceptional physical attributes. Lin Mo and Oppo's ambitions were clear: to possess the technical prowess of a footballing maestro, combined with unparalleled physical attributes. Witnessing Lin Mo and Oppo's growth, Lippi felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Had the Dragon Kingdom Football Association permitted Lin Mo to join the national team earlier, what a splendid scenario it would be now. Such a talented player left untapped raises questions about the association and Oppo's judgment. One might assume that the Dragon Kingdom boasts an abundance of exceptional footballers. Yet Lin Mo and Oppo's caliber seemingly disqualified him from national representation. Due to the significant player turnover during the summer, Inter Milan did not embark on preseason preparations abroad like other clubs. They merely engaged in friendly matches against teams within the same league on the Apennine Peninsula. The results of these warm-up matches were quite promising, leaving Inzaghi feeling immensely satisfied. The next step was to fully commit to welcoming the new season. Chapter 84. The team decides to loan Lin Mo. Lin Mo received news regarding personnel changes at Inter Milan from Lippi. However, he was not particularly concerned about such matters, for his foremost objective was to enhance his skills. With the commencement of the new Serie A season, the system issued new tasks. A wave of joy surged within Lin Mo. For it had been a considerable time since the system had assigned him a mission following Inter Milan and Oppos as triumph in the league last season. This absence had left him feeling somewhat despondent, not due to the lack of system rewards, but because it rendered him rather bored, as though he had lost much of his enjoyment. Now, at last, he had received a new task. The mission objective was clear: establish a foothold in the club during the new season and secure stable playing time, with a reward of 15,000 system points and a lottery draw. However, the notion of attaining stable playing time perplexed Lin Mo, as it seemed this task was far from as straightforward as he had envisioned. Unlike tasks involving scoring goals or winning championships, which had fixed criteria, this one did not define what constituted stable playing time. Was it about being a starter? If so, how many matches must he start? This appeared to be the first time the system had issued such an ambiguous task. Nevertheless, the generous rewards invigorated Lin Mo, providing him with motivation. At the very least, he now had a goal. Filled with determination, Lin Mo was eager to showcase his talents in the new season and assist Inter Milan in reaching new heights. Yet, to his dismay, the season did not unfold as smoothly as he had hoped. Inzaghi seemed reluctant to place his trust in Lin Mo, as he had not been granted a single minute of playtime in the first 3 league matches. Despite Inter Milan achieving commendable results in those games, Lin Mo remained sidelined. This situation sparked dissatisfaction among fans, who grew increasingly concerned about Lin Mo and Oppos' future at Inter Milan. Indeed, it was not as effortless as everyone had anticipated. Opportunities for Lin Mo to play were scarce. Inzaghi evidently preferred to give chances to veteran players like Dzeko, while it was acceptable for Dzeko to take the starting role. Lin Mo deserved at least some opportunity to demonstrate his abilities. Otherwise, he risked stagnation. Many fans took to the internet to voice their support for Lin Mo particularly. His fan club exerted pressure on the club, urging them to loan him to another team if they could not guarantee him playing time. The club took notice of this situation and began to deliberate Lin Mo and Oppos' future. It was evident that this could not continue. Lin Mo needed playing time. Lippi proactively communicated his thoughts to the management. Due to his unique experiences in Longguo, he felt a profound connection to Lin Mo and was unwilling to witness his talent go to waste. I will consider this matter, Zhang Kongyang nodded. Having already taken note of the situation, he had closely followed every match involving Inter Milan, hoping to see Lin Mo replicate his impressive form from the end of the previous season, only to be met with disappointment. He had been contemplating the implications of Lin Mo's lack of playing time, recognizing it as detrimental to the young player's development. I will contact the loan director immediately and urge them to get in touch with other clubs. Zhang Kongyang swiftly picked up the phone to make a call. In European leagues, the pressure of team performance often meant that young players found it challenging to secure playtime. To maintain their form, it became essential to loan them out for development. Meanwhile, lower-tier teams could seize such opportunities to enhance their own capabilities, creating a mutually beneficial scenario. The news of Lin Mo being placed on the loan list quickly garnered widespread attention. His outstanding performances at the end of last season had not gone unnoticed. Consequently, upon the announcement from Inter Milan's loan director, clubs began expressing interest. Besides lower league teams, several Serie A clubs, including prominent teams like Napoli and Roma, extended their offers to Lin Mo. Serie A had transformed significantly. Aside from wealthy clubs like Juventus, many teams faced tight budgets, making loans a prudent approach to bolster their squads. Lippi promptly relayed this news to Lin Mo. His reaction, however, was rather subdued, as if it stirred little excitement within him. For Lin Mo, playing time was paramount, regardless of the club. Moreover, the system and Oppos' task did not specify that he had to secure playing time exclusively at Inter Milan. Thus, a loan could potentially expedite the completion of his mission, which might not be a bad outcome for him. Lippi was surprised by Lin Mo's calmness. Was this young man truly only half a month away from turning 18? Regardless, Lippi had resolved in his heart to keep a watchful eye on Lin Mo, no matter where he ended up. Rest assured, Lin Mo, should you be loaned to another team, I will apply to become a scout in that area to monitor your progress. Lippi seemed resolute. Now at the age of 73, he might have retired from football long ago had it not been for Lin Mo's emergence, which rekindled his sense of purpose in the sport. He wished to witness how far Lin Mo could soar, for his talent was nothing short of extraordinary, a true gem that captivated Lippi. Thank you, Lin Mo exclaimed, gripping Lippi's hands with excitement. As a newcomer in the football world, having an esteemed mentor like Lippi by his side would undoubtedly help him avoid many pitfalls. Before long, Several offers found their way to the desk of Inter Milan and Oppo's loan director. Among them, the most sincere came from two Serie A clubs, Napoli and Roma. Both teams, once giants of Italian football, had recently fallen on hard times. They were willing to cover Lin Mo's entire salary during the loan period and promised a fee of €500,000, along with a commitment to ensure Lin Mo and Oppo's playing time. Chapter 85. Lin Mo arrives alone in Rome. Ultimately, Lin Mo's destination will hinge upon his own decisions. For Jean Cagnon, despite currently facing a financial crisis, the mere sum of several €100,000 holds little significance. After careful consideration, Lin Mo has set his sights on two clubs, Napoli and Roma. Both possess considerable strength and are competing in European tournaments this season. Napoli in the UEFA Europa League and Roma in the UEFA Europa Conference League. This represents a rare opportunity for Lin Mo to embrace a formidable challenge. However, choosing between Napoli and Roma proves to be a dilemma. In terms of raw strength, Napoli is superior, yet Lin Mo's playing time may not be assured there. Following the departure of Deco, Roma has brought in Abraham from Chelsea, although their overall strength appears diminished, potentially granting Lin Mo more opportunities to play. An additional critical factor this season is the decline in power of Inter Milan and Juventus, prompting several strong teams to vie for the Serie A championship. The foremost contenders include the Milan clubs and Napoli. Thus, Napoli will be directly competing with Inter Milan. Grateful for Jean Cagnon's support, Lin Mo is reluctant to join a rival of Inter Milan, leading him to ultimately choose Roma. An essential reason for this choice is the presence of the charismatic manager Jose Mourinho at Roma, one of the most magnetic figures in contemporary football coaching. The prospect of collaborating with him fills Lin Mo with anticipation. Upon making his decision, Inter Milan promptly expressed their agreement and swiftly signed a loan contract with Roma. This contract stipulates that the loan cannot be terminated, allowing Lin Mo to represent Roma in cup matches, though he cannot play in games against Inter Milan. Upon learning of the loan's completion, Mourinho, now the head coach of Roma, clenched his fists in excitement, eager to make his mark this season. Unfortunately, the current state of Roma is far from ideal. The team is riddled with injuries, complicating his tactical arrangements. Thus, when Inter Milan placed Lin Mo on the loan list, it swiftly caught Mourinho's attention. Lin Mo's previous season performance had impressed his coaching staff, and Mourinho, taken by surprise at Inter Milan's decision to loan him out, urged the club and Oppo's higher-ups to secure Lin Mo without hesitation. His wish was soon fulfilled. Not long after, renowned Italian journalist Romano announced the news. Romano is widely regarded as the most authoritative voice in European transfer news. Whenever he declares "here we go" on social media, the transaction is virtually assured. Lin Mo and Oppo's transfer sparked considerable discussion online. Really? Lin Mo has been loaned to Roma? This appears to be a positive turn for him. I believe Lin Mo will serve as Abraham and Oppo's substitute, some speculated. But perhaps they could even start together. Fans eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Consequently, tickets to Rome seemed a necessity. For Lin Mo's supporters, this outcome is acceptable. They believe that the specific club he plays for is secondary to witnessing him on the pitch. Furthermore, Roma's strength is not to be underestimated. They remain a solid mid to upper tier team in Serie A. Shortly thereafter, Lin Mo resolved his affairs in Milan. Given that this was a temporary loan, he had no plans to sell his villa in Milan, opting instead to entrust its management to Lippi. Once everything was settled, Lin Mo boarded a flight to Rome. The team captain, Pellegrini, personally welcomed him at the airport, though his demeanor lacked warmth, a stark contrast to his reception of Abraham. This suggests a deep-seated skepticism towards Lin Mo's potential contributions to the team, with some perceiving the acquisition of a newcomer like him as a lack of ambition. Sensitive to this unspoken sentiment, Lin Mo remained unfazed. After all, his stay was merely temporary, and he would eventually return to Inter Milan. His focus was solely on performing to the best of his abilities. Unlike the player's indifference, Mourinho warmly welcomed Lin Mo, shaking his hand with genuine friendliness and personally arranging all aspects of his accommodation in Rome. As head coach, Mourinho understood Lin Mo and Oppo's value and believed that his arrival would astonish Europe this season, presenting an excellent opportunity to reaffirm his enduring prowess in the football world. However, Lin Mo would not immediately find himself on the pitch, as he awaited approval from the Italian Football Federation. Thus, his potential debut was set for September 18th. In a home match against CSKA Sofia, part of the Europa Conference League group stage. Coincidentally, this date marked Lin Mo and Amp Oppo's 18th birthday. Yet, whether he would actually play or even make the matchday squad depended on Mourinho and Amp Oppo's discretion. The sole encouraging news was that Mourinho had included Lin Mo in the squad list for the Europa Conference League this season. Prior to this, Lin Mo enjoyed a half-month break due to the international match window. During this time, the Asian qualifiers for the World Cup commenced, with Dragon Country grouped alongside Kangaroo Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Saudi Arabia, South Vietnam, and Oman. This posed a stern test for Coach Li Tai. Among the teams, Cherry Blossom Country and Kangaroo Country were the strongest, while South Vietnam was the weakest. Dragon Country and Oppo's goal was to secure a second or third place finish to achieve direct qualification for the World Cup. This objective was undoubtedly challenging, given the formidable strength of Cherry Blossom and Kangaroo countries. Consequently, fans deemed the most pragmatic target to be securing third place in the group, thus retaining a chance to compete in the playoffs. Many believe this was Dragon Country's golden opportunity to reach the World Cup, especially as the current squad is regarded as the strongest in history, with everyone hoping Li Tai could work this miracle. However, contrary to expectations, Dragon Country faced a rocky start, suffering a 0-3 defeat to Kangaroo Country away, followed by a 0-1 loss to Cherry Blossom Country at home. The situation for Dragon Country grew increasingly precarious. Chapter 86, Is Lin Mo a Virgo? This undoubtedly delivered a chilling shock to the hopeful fans of the Dragon Nation. How could this be? Was and Oppo's had promised that this would be the strongest team in the history of the Dragon Nation? Is Li Tai and Oppo's level truly this subpar? It appears their true nature has been exposed. Disappointment looms. It seems the World Cup remains an elusive dream. I wonder if I will witness the Dragon Nation qualify for the World Cup in my lifetime. Fans are fervently expressing their emotions online. Nevertheless, some fans retain a sense of optimism. Let us not rush. Our strength is naturally inferior to that of the Cherry Blossom and Kangaroo nations. Losing to them is quite normal. As long as we ensure victories against our upcoming opponents, we can still secure a top 3 finish. My friend, you may be overly optimistic. Can you guarantee that we can defeat Saudi Arabia twice? How is that even possible? Historically, Saudi Arabia does not hold an advantage over us, and we are stronger now than ever before. Let us hope so. I too wish to see our national team advance. Only Li Tai recognizes the gravity of the situation. The team is not as easily managed as one might think, particularly with the inclusion of naturalized players. It has led many to assume that the national team and Oppo's qualification should be a given. Yet, the reality of football is far more complex. Veteran teams like the Cherry Blossom and Kangaroo nations maintain consistent stability. Furthermore, the current Dragon Nation team lacks cohesion, which explains why Li Tai has not heavily relied on the naturalized players. This has made him a target of public criticism. I didn't expect our football to be so far behind. It seems the dream of qualifying for the World Cup is ultimately a mere fantasy. Li Tai sighed. The outcomes of these 2 matches have thoroughly deflated his spirits. The disparities between teams are glaringly apparent, especially in the second match. The home defeat against the Cherry Blossom Nation was a significant blow to morale. This indicates a complete lack of opportunity against both the Cherry Blossom and Kangaroo nations. Even if we managed to win all matches against other teams, we could only secure a third-place finish in the group. Under such circumstances, how can we guarantee success in the playoffs for World Cup qualification? Indeed, it is quite challenging. However, it is not yet time to surrender. As long as we win the matches we must win, should Lin Mo return to the national team, we still have a chance even in the playoffs. Zheng Bin consoled Li Tai. By the way, how has Lin Mo been performing lately? Upon mentioning Lin Mo, Li Tai's eyes gradually brightened. It is rather unfortunate. Inter Milan has changed coaches this season, and he has been sidelined without any match appearances thus far. He has now been loaned to Roma, but the specifics of his situation remain uncertain. Zheng Bin provided a detailed report on Lin Mo's current status. Roma? Then Lin Mo should have an opportunity? Li Tai mused thoughtfully. Oh, what makes you say that? Zheng Bin inquired with curiosity, unsure of Li Tai's reasoning. It's quite simple. Mourinho is an unconventional coach who is willing to give young players a chance. Moreover, the current overall squad of Roma is not particularly strong, making this a favorable opportunity for Lin Mo. I believe we will soon see how Lin Mo performs this season. In Li Tai's view, this transition for Lin Mo is not necessarily a negative development. After hearing Li Tai's analysis, Zheng Bin felt enlightened, which filled him with anticipation for Lin Mo's performance this season. Currently settled in Roma, Lin Mo has been in training mode due to the lack of matches. The entire team is preparing for the upcoming match against CSKA Sofia, which is part of the newly established UEFA Europa Conference League, a third-tier European club competition, subordinate to the UEFA Champions League and UEFA Europa League. In other words, Roma originally had no European competition this season, but the establishment of the Conference League has afforded them this additional opportunity. Thus, the entire team cherishes this rare chance, confident in their competitiveness within the league, and they aspire to claim the championship. They demonstrated this ambition in the playoffs, decisively defeating Trabzonspor 5-1 on aggregate to advance to the group stage. In the group stage, they're drawn alongside CSKA Sofia, Solia, and Bodo Glimt, where Roma holds a distinct advantage. The consensus is that Roma will secure victory without difficulty. Naturally, this also presents a significant opportunity for Lin Mo. Online discussions abound. Do you think Lin Mo will get to play against CSKA Sofia tomorrow? Absolutely. The disparity in strength between the two teams is too great. Roma is sure to win convincingly, so Lin Mo will undoubtedly have a chance to play. That's good to hear. Honestly, I am eagerly anticipating it. It has been far too long since I've seen Lin Mo in action. Who isn't? We all feel the same. I hope tomorrow arrives quickly. Hey, have you heard? Tomorrow is Lin Mo's 18th birthday. Really? Is that true? Is this news reliable? Absolutely reliable. Lin Mo was born on September 18, 2003, in Su Province. No way. So Lin Mo is my favorite Virgo? No wonder he is so perfect. Hey. Since tomorrow is Lin Mo and Oppo's birthday, I suggest we fans should take action and surprise him together. This suggestion received unanimous approval, and everyone agreed to proceed with the plan. Thus, they began their preparations, making the day feel particularly fulfilling and meaningful. The next day, a group of fans from the East, clad in Lin Mo jerseys, entered the Roma Stadium early. Those who witnessed the concluding stages of last season's matches with Inter Milan knew they were Lin Mo's fans, who had come specifically for him. Their numbers have grown significantly, occupying nearly an entire section of the stands with over 1,000 attendees. This spectacle was truly magnificent, rivaling that of established superstars. It was also the first time Roma fans had such close contact with Lin Mo and Oppo's supporters. And it took them a while to realize that they were now part of the same camp, as Lin Mo was representing Roma. However, to their disappointment, Lin Mo did not start in this match, but rather sat on the substitutes bench. Of course, their main striker Abraham was also seated on the bench. It seemed Mourinho believed that there was no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Chapter 87. Outshining the master goodness, the magic bird seems rather careless. Doesn't it? Pride precedes a fall. Although the Sofia Central Army's strength is rather lackluster, underestimating the opponent is unwise. Rest assured, our primary objective remains the league, and allowing our main players to rest is essential. Fine, a victory is all that matters. The fans of Roma appeared relaxed and content, while the supporters of Lin Mo were engulfed in anguish. After a long wait for Lin Mo's match day, they found him on the bench, leaving them profoundly dissatisfied. Yet, there was little they could do but continue to wait patiently. After all, they had endured so much time already, a little longer would not hurt. As anticipated, the disparity in strength between both teams was glaringly evident. Throughout the first half, Roma secured a 2-1 lead effortlessly. It was a match filled with goals, much to the delight of the fans, who had paid to witness such excitement, far more enjoyable than the dull encounters of yore. However, for Lin Mo and Oppo's fans, it was an entirely different matter. They merely wished to see him play. As the second half commenced, Mourinho showed no intention of substituting players. The tension among Lin Mo's fan group heightened. Could it be that Lin Mo would not step onto the field in this match? After all, it was his birthday night. It was utterly absurd. Was it so difficult to allow Lin Mo to play? Please remain calm. The second half has just begun. There is still time. Hu Chang, the leader of Lin Mo and Oppo's fan association, reassured everyone. Thanks to his relentless efforts, the association had grown increasingly stronger. With Hu Chang and Oppo's words, the fans finally settled down, continuing their wait. As the match approached the 50-minute mark, Mourinho made a decisive gesture. Lin Mo was ready to enter the game. The fans of Lin Mo and Oppo's association erupted in ecstasy, having waited far too long for this moment. Lin Mo himself appeared exhilarated. This marked the first time he would step onto the field this season, and his eagerness was palpable. However, The players of Sofia Central Army regarded Lin Mo with indifference. The two main central defenders, Galabov and Matti, exchanged relieved glances, having initially feared facing Roma's primary striker, Abraham. To their surprise, it was Lin Mo who took to the field first, a prospect they found much easier to handle. In their view, dealing with Lin Mo was a walk in the park. He lacked the height and strength of Abraham, which even gave them a glimmer of hope for leveling the score. Yet, they soon realized their error. Lin Mo posed a significant threat, particularly with his unpredictable movement on the field, which troubled them greatly. Within minutes of his arrival, he had already created several dangerous situations. Had he adapted to the new team's rhythm, he would have surely scored by now. This compelled the Central Army players to reassess Lin Mo. Though he appeared tall and lean, his physicality was surprisingly robust, making it a torment for the defenders. In terms of skill, Lin Mo was undeniably superior. At that moment, Roma initiated a counterattack, and Lin Mo successfully evaded the offside trap. He surged forward with the ball, and all of Lin Mo and Oppos's fans rose to their feet. True to form, Lin Mo did not disappoint. Since his entry onto the field, he had consistently showcased his brilliance. They all hoped he would score this goal. It would be nothing short of perfection. The Central Army players desperately attempted to catch up, but their individual abilities were lacking. Lin Mo and Oppos's speed rated at 75 and explosiveness at 77, while still not matching that of elite athletes, gave him a substantial advantage over these second and third-tier players. Even with all their effort, they could only watch as Lin Mo raced toward their goal. Lin Mo, holding his breath, was determined to make the most of this long-awaited opportunity to play. When presented with a one-on-one chance, he would not let it slip away. As goalkeeper Bussato prepared to confront Lin Mo's advance, he soon realized he was no match for him. Lin Mo deftly maneuvered the ball to the left, evading Bussato's attempt to save. Incredible! Lin Mo had effortlessly outmaneuvered the goalkeeper. What a remarkable play. Without a doubt, he slotted the ball into the empty net with ease. This goal was a breathtaking display of skill and artistry. On the sidelines, Mourinho jubilantly pumped his fists in celebration. With a score of 3-1, Lin Mo and Oppos's goal had essentially secured the team and Oppos's victory. Bussato, filled with frustration, struck the ground in dismay. He had underestimated Lin Mo and Oppos's composure. Galabov and Matti rushed to help the fallen Bussato, comforting him with gentle pats on the head. Don't worry, next time, scoring won't come so easily. They acknowledged that they had indeed underestimated Lin Mo, which had granted him the opportunity to score. Neither had they ever considered they could defeat Roma, as the gap between the two teams was insurmountable. However, they could not accept such a humiliating defeat at the hands of a young player like Lin Mo. At that moment, even the Roma players were taken aback. They had not anticipated Lin Mo and Oppos's prowess, initially thinking he was merely a young player on loan for experience. They were astonished by his exceptional goal-scoring ability. Abraham, standing on the sidelines, was equally stunned, fully aware of the skill required to achieve such a goal. It became evident to him that Lin Mo's potential was boundless. A feeling of unease washed over him. He had once been proud, believing he would one day succeed Lewandowski and Lukaku as the world and Oppos's best striker. Yet now, with fierce competitors like Haaland and Mbappe alongside a rising talent like Lin Mo, he felt the immense pressure of professional football. Like rowing against the current, one must either advance or fall behind. At that moment, Abraham felt the weight of tremendous pressure. Meanwhile, the fans in the stadium were oblivious to such concerns, rejoicing in unrestrained celebration. Lin Mo's brilliance surpassed their expectations, a splendid boon for the team. Chapter 88. Truly worth it at this moment, Lin Mo and Oppos's fans were exuberantly expressing their excitement, their movements animated and jubilant. It was truly worth it. Lin Mo did not disappoint those of us who had been eagerly waiting. Lin Mo remained true to himself. This goal was undeniably his signature style. Today marked Lin Mo's 18th birthday, and this goal served as the finest gift he could receive. Indeed, I had anticipated that Lin Mo would score in this match. Yes, it was entirely possible. Only 70 minutes had elapsed in the game. Lin Mo, keep pushing for a hat trick. The fans fervently rallied behind him. Lin Mo himself was brimming with enthusiasm, refusing to relent in his offensive efforts following that initial goal. This was primarily due to the lengthy absence he had endured from the pitch, a pent-up energy bursting to be released. Furthermore, he was on a quest to fulfill a system mission, desperately seeking consistent playing time. Thus, he aspired to seize this rare opportunity to shine. hoping to impress Mourinho and secure more chances in forthcoming matches. As the game progressed, the Central Army players had shifted their defensive strategy, concentrating their efforts entirely on Lin Mo, denying him any easy opportunities to receive the ball. In their eyes, losing the match was acceptable, but allowing Lin Mo to score again was inconceivable. However, they had grossly underestimated his capabilities. Confronted by these players, Lin Mo was akin to a force of nature. During one offensive play, he found himself in a 1 versus 5 scenario in his own half. With the ball at his feet, he surged forward with remarkable speed. While the Central Army players retreated, caught between defense and withdrawal, Lin Mo navigated through the crowd with remarkable finesse. The ball seemed to adhere to his foot, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to dispossess him. To Lin Mo, their movements appeared sluggish, granting him ample time to maneuver. The fans watched in awe, utterly mesmerized. This was not merely football, it was a dance. To them, Lin Mo and Oppos's performance was nothing short of perfection, utterly captivating every supporter in attendance. Even though they recognized the Central Army's lackluster skill, Lin Mo's display was simply extraordinary. It was noteworthy that he had just celebrated his 18th birthday today. His future undoubtedly held boundless potential. Meanwhile, on the field, several Central Army players struggled to halt Lin Mo and Oppos's advance, allowing him to carve a path through their defenses and directly confront the goalkeeper. At this moment, Bussato was paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling. Lin Mo and Oppos's skill had completely disarmed him, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Should he charge forward or maintain his defensive stance? Just as he hesitated, Lin Mo struck, deftly flicking the ball with his right foot. The football traced a beautiful arc, circumventing Bussato and finding the back corner of the net. In the face of the shot, Bussato stood like a wooden post, unable to make a timely save. If Bussato had felt a semblance of defiance after the first goal, this one completely shattered his resolve. With a score of 4-1, Roma was leading decisively. At this juncture, even a celestial savior could not salvage the Central Army and Oppos's plight. It was then that the thousands of Roma fans present grasped the true extent of Lin Mo and Oppos's talent. Could it be that we had stumbled upon a treasure? Alas, it was merely a loan. After this season, we would have to return him to Inter Milan. I wonder if there are any buyout clauses. Lin Mo is simply too exceptional. The crowd was utterly astonished by Lin Mo and Oppos's breathtaking display. Within a mere 15 minutes on the field, he had won over all the Roma supporters. With only 10 minutes remaining in the match, Lin Mo had ample opportunity to continue scoring and achieve a hat-trick. Anticipation filled the air. Since his debut with the senior team, Lin Mo had yet to achieve a hat-trick, and everyone was eager for this historic moment. Particularly, Lin Mo's fans were reaching a fever pitch of excitement. Coach Padu immediately gathered the players for a pep talk. Everyone needed to focus. They could not afford to concede any more goals. Padu and Oppos's voice was loud and insistent, clearly dissatisfied with the team and Oppos's performance. Indeed, their squad was outmatched by Roma. But with 2 spots available for advancement in the group stage, they still hoped to break free from their group. To achieve this, they needed to deliver an outstanding performance and minimize goals conceded against Roma, which would give them an advantage against future opponents. Revitalized by their coach and Oppos's encouragement, the players regained their focus. Brothers, block him fiercely, even if it means committing fouls. Bussato directed his teammates' defensive efforts. All the Central Army players were determined to redeem themselves. Lin Mo and Oppos's prowess had made them feel utterly humiliated. None wished to witness such an embarrassment again. Thus, each one exerted their utmost to thwart Lin Mo, adamantly refusing to allow him to execute his first hat-trick against them. However, halting Lin Mo was no simple task. Additionally, Abraham had been substituted onto the field. Mourinho aimed to acclimate him to the new environment and foster synergy with Lin Mo. He was acutely aware that to achieve a breakthrough this season, they would rely heavily on the duo of Abraham and Lin Mo. Consequently, the pressure on the Central Army's defense intensified. Lin Mo was already a formidable challenge. Now, with the addition of the aggressive Abraham, their defense was in disarray. Abraham, towering at nearly 2 meters and possessing remarkable speed, presented a significant challenge for the Central Army defenders. Reluctantly, they shifted their focus to contain him, inadvertently creating more space for Lin Mo to operate. This was precisely the goal Mourinho had in mind when he pressured the club to secure Lin Mo's loan. He sought to leverage Abraham's physicality to draw defenders' attention, allowing Lin Mo to pierce through the opposing defense like a dagger. Abraham was the battering ram, In the ensuing 10 minutes, Mourinho witnessed the desired effect unfold before him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Indeed, Lin Mo had not only met his expectations, but had far surpassed them. Just as the action intensified, a shift occurred on the field. In an encounter with the opposing defender Galabov, Abraham was poised to take control, but due to a sneaky tug from behind, he lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. The referee was on the verge of blowing the whistle when a shadow suddenly emerged. Chapter 89. Happy 18th birthday. The shadow that loomed was none other than Lin Mo. The referee, recognizing the advantageous position of the attacking side, refrained from blowing the whistle. The opposition and Oppo's attention had been entirely focused on Abraham, leaving them oblivious to the sudden emergence of Lin Mo. By the time they realized their oversight, it was too late. Lin Mo had already advanced the ball into the penalty area, and a foul at this juncture could very well lead to a penalty kick. The defensive line of the Central Army was in a state of panic upon sighting Lin Mo, trembling in fear. The entire stadium held its breath, sensing that Lin Mo was on the brink of executing a hat trick. Should he succeed, he would become the youngest player in the club and Oppo's history to achieve this feat. This was a golden opportunity. All eyes were fixed on Lin Mo, eagerly anticipating the historic moment. However, Lin Mo himself was singularly focused. With only the goal in his sight, Matty had caught up, attempting to obstruct Lin Mo and Oppo's path. In that instant, Lin Mo deftly flicked the ball with his heel, causing Matty to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. With ease, Lin Mo bypassed him, now facing the goalkeeper, Bussato, in a one-on-one situation. Having learned from past experiences, Bussato was cautious and remained firmly stationed in front of the goal, poised to thwart Lin Mo's shot. This provided Lin Mo with ample time to adjust. Standing at a 46-degree angle to the goal, Bussato was prepared for either a near or far corner strike, making it exceedingly challenging for forwards in such scenarios to score. It was not due to a lack of skill, but rather the inherent difficulty of the situation, where many would hastily kick the ball astray. Yet Lin Mo was different. He inherited the artistry of Pele, coupled with Bussato's apprehension. He was afforded sufficient time to compose himself. He calmly struck the ball with the outside of his right foot. Bussato lunged to save, reaching for the ball with all his might. Despite his best efforts, he was ultimately up against Lin Mo. The ball arced gracefully, narrowly evading Bussato's fingertips, and spun into the far post. A hat trick. Lin Mo was simply unstoppable. The crowd erupted in jubilation, having witnessed a remarkable individual performance. Mourinho, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed onto the pitch and lifted Lin Mo in celebration, affirming that his judgment had been vindicated. However, the match was still ongoing, and Mourinho's exuberance earned him a yellow card, a fact he dismissed without a second thought. Such was the flamboyant nature of Mourinho, always prone to spectacular displays. Who could have anticipated that Lin Mo would achieve a hat trick in his debut match for Roma? In less than half an hour, his scoring efficiency was astonishing. To put it in perspective, Deco, who transferred from Roma to Inter Milan, took 3 matches to score just 1 goal. Deco had moved from Roma to Inter, while Lin Mo was loaned from Inter to Roma, essentially a trade of sorts. It appeared that Roma had struck gold in this transaction, the only drawback being that it was merely a loan for a single season. The more outstanding Lin Mo and Oppo's performances, the more profound the regret of this limitation became. As the final whistle blew, the referee declared the match over, with Roma triumphing over Sofia's Central Army with a score of 5-1, marking a resounding victory. The atmosphere at the Stadio Olimpico was electric. While a win was anticipated, the magnitude of the victory exceeded all expectations. It was the young loanee, Lin Mo, who delivered this remarkable performance, achieving a hat trick in his first match, an extraordinary feat at that moment. Lin Mo and Oppo's fan club unveiled a banner, "Happy 18th birthday, Lin Mo." The fans erupted into a celebration, capturing the attention of everyone in the stadium. Could it be? Today was Lin Mo and Oppo's birthday? This meant that he had just turned 18. Scoring a hat trick on his 18th birthday was an exquisite gift. What an enviable milestone. The fans expressed their admiration for Lin Mo and Oppo's accomplishments, and soon, inspired by his supporters, they joined in the festivities. Applause and the singing of happy birthday reverberated throughout the stadium. It was then that Lin Mo realized that today was indeed his birthday, a detail he had overlooked in the past, particularly after joining the club in Province, where he had ceased to concern himself with such personal milestones. This was the first time someone had celebrated his birthday. Feeling a swell of emotion, Lin Mo and Oppo's eyes glistened with tears. After persevering alone for so long, he found that even the smallest gestures of warmth could be profoundly moving. As he made his way to the locker room, he cradled the ball commemorating his hat trick in one arm while waving to fans with the other. Upon reaching the tunnel, he noticed a young Chinese fan enthusiastically waving at him. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo paused, removed his jersey, and gifted it to the young admirer. He then borrowed a marker from a nearby fan and signed his name on the shirt. The young fan beamed with pure joy, radiating the happiness that football brings. Supporters continued to shower Lin Mo with flowers, while others requested autographs and photos. Security attempted to disperse the crowd, but Lin Mo intervened, striving to fulfill every fan's request for signatures and photographs. Consequently, he was the last to arrive at the locker room. Upon entering, Lin Mo found the spacious locker room eerily empty. Where had everyone gone? Curiosity piqued, he ventured further in. Suddenly, a throng of teammates emerged from either side of the room, showering him with champagne and exuberantly singing happy birthday. It turned out that his teammates had intentionally hidden away to surprise him. Just then, Mourinho appeared, wheeling out a magnificent birthday cake. Chapter 90. Lin Mo selected as a candidate for the Golden Boy Award. It turns out that Mourinho was already aware that today marked Lin Mo and Amp Oppo's birthday. Thus, he made special arrangements for the team to celebrate it. This demonstrates his high regard for Lin Mo and Oppo's potential, although he is currently on loan. Mourinho hopes to secure a permanent transfer by the end of the season. However, during contract negotiations, Inter Milan firmly rejected Roma's buyout clause, leaving Mourinho with no choice but to accept the situation. Yet, he remains undeterred and seeks to influence Lin Mo and Amp Oppo's mindset subtly, hoping to encourage him to stay with Roma. Consequently, this birthday celebration is a crucial part of Mourinho and Oppo's strategy. Nevertheless, this initiative has sparked controversy within the team, as many believe that, as the head coach, Mourinho does not need to go to such lengths to appease a young player on loan. This has left some veteran players feeling disheartened. Despite this, Lin Mo's hat trick today won over their hearts. Each of his 3 goals was more spectacular than the last, leaving them in awe of his talent. Thus, when celebrating Lin Mo and Oppo's birthday, their well wishes were genuine and heartfelt. They now understand Mourinho and Oppo's perspective. Having such an outstanding young talent like Lin Mo permanently with the club would indeed be a remarkable prospect, possibly heralding a renaissance for the great Roma. Should Lin Mo choose to remain, he undoubtedly possesses the capability to become the next iconic figure, akin to Totti. At this moment, Lin Mo is enveloped in bliss, relishing the heartfelt congratulations from his teammates and coach. His thoughts are not occupied with future plans. Instead, he is excited to finally be 18 and eligible to obtain his Italian driver's license. Truth be told, navigating life in a foreign land without a vehicle has proven quite inconvenient. Fortunately, as a member of the Serie A champion Inter Milan last season, the prize money he earned is sufficient to procure a decent mode of transportation. He intends to seize the next international break to swiftly acquire his license. Meanwhile, news of Lin Mo and Amp Oppo's hat trick in the UEFA Champions League has spread throughout the Apennine Peninsula. Witnessing this news, Zhang Kangyong and Amp Oppo's countenance turned sour. Lin Mo, originally belonging to his team, has been loaned out, while the player he purchased for $1.5 million, Zeko, has only scored once in 3 matches. The disparity is glaringly evident. Given that their exchange is nearly equivalent, it is only natural for everyone to scrutinize the two under a magnifying glass. The more they compare, the more it appears that Inter Milan has made a regrettable deal, almost a foolish one. Inzaghi, the architect of this situation, has become the target of media scrutiny. During a press conference, journalists relentlessly pressed Inzaghi on this matter. They argue that he is sacrificing quality for superficiality. After Lin Mo and Oppo's remarkable debut hat trick, Inzaghi has faced this question countless times. This time, a veteran journalist from Milan launched another attack. Mr. Inzaghi, do you now regret bringing Zeko to Milan while allowing Lin Mo to leave? I have never regretted my decision. You journalists cannot judge based on a single match. Inzaghi retorted. In my view, Zeko is undoubtedly a more mature and stable player. Inzaghi remains obstinate, refusing to acknowledge his misjudgment. Yet, Lin Mo's statistics overwhelmingly surpass Zeko's. Does he not find that regrettable? The journalist persisted. Statistics do not tell the whole story. A player and Oppo's contribution to the team is sometimes intangible. Moreover, the season is still long. We shall see. Inzaghi's patience is wearing thin. Had it not been for public pressure, he might have stormed out. It is impossible for him not to feel regret. Initially, he underestimated Lin Mo, believing he could not fill the void left by Lukaku, which is why he insisted on signing Dzeko. Now, Lin Mo's stellar performance has effectively slapped him in the face. However, pride prevents Inzaghi from publicly admitting his error. He can only hope Dzeko performs well enough to spare him further embarrassment. During this period, more joyous news reached Lin Mo. He had successfully been nominated for the 2021 Golden Boy Award, a monumental achievement. It is noteworthy that no player from the Dragon Kingdom has ever entered this prestigious list, marking a significant recognition of Lin Mo's performance towards the end of last season. Moreover, Lin Mo emerged as a contender just as the season was concluding, making his nomination particularly remarkable. This news has created a tremendous buzz online. Oh my goodness, this is truly incredible news. Indeed, he should be the first player from the Dragon Kingdom to receive such a nomination. Brothers, do you know the voting rules for the Golden Boy Award? I want to cast my votes for Lin Mo Wake Up. Huun and Appos, T want to. But it and Appos, S determined by coach votes. Is that so? That and Appos, S a pity. Do you think Lin Mo has a chance of winning? It and Appos, S hard to say. The competition is fierce, with formidable opponents like Pedri, Bellingham, and Musiala. Regardless, Lin Mo's inclusion in this list is already a pleasant surprise. Let us hope he performs well in the upcoming matches and creates a miracle. Indeed, if Lin Mo were to win the Golden Boy Award, it would be historic. Even if he doesn't win this year, there's always next year. In my opinion, what is the Golden Boy Award? Lin Mo's ambition should be the Ballon d'Or. Cough. You dare to say that? The Ballon d'Or is still quite distant. Dreams are meant to be cherished. Who knows what might happen? Recently, discussions surrounding Lin Mo have proliferated online, albeit predominantly on foreign platforms. In the Dragon Kingdom, news about Lin Mo remains scarce, with many fans unaware of his existence. Some domestic sports media habitually obscure reports related to him, reflecting the current state of football in the Dragon Kingdom. They are soon to face their weakest opponent in the group stage, the Great South Country, as well as their most direct competitor for third place, Saudi Arabia. Whether they can maintain the suspense of advancing to the World Cup hinges on these two matches. Chapter 91. The announcement of the Golden Boy Award lists the entire coaching staff placed immense importance on these two upcoming matches. A failure to secure victories would likely result in an early exit from the World Cup. Zhang Bin informed Li Tai of Lin Mo and Appos' hat-trick in the Europa Conference League and his nomination for the prestigious Golden Boy Award. Wonderful, Li Tai exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. This news was truly exhilarating, signifying that the people of Longguo could indeed excel in football, shattering long-held prejudices against Longguo football on the global stage. However, Li Tai's joy was short-lived as a shadow fell over his expression. While this was undeniably a momentous occasion, it was equally disheartening that he could not contribute to the national team. It was a profoundly sorrowful reality. Li Tai pondered the underlying reasons that led the Football Association to dismiss such a talent. Logically, even if one had erred in the past, public acknowledgement of the mistake and a commitment to avoid future transgressions should warrant forgiveness. Furthermore, Lin Mo's performances in European competitions suggested he was far from the notorious football thug he was rumored to be. Rather, he was an exceptionally graceful player. What then was the crux of the matter? Li Tai found himself utterly perplexed. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. With the final round of the qualifiers igniting once more, he needed to summon the players for preparation. All other concerns had to be cast aside as they geared up for the battle ahead. However, the harsh reality soon set in. The first match saw Longguo face off against Danan at the Sharjah Stadium in the third round of the qualifiers. In a dramatic conclusion during injury time, Wulei scored the decisive goal, leading to a 3-2 victory. This should have been a cause for celebration. But the reality was far from optimistic. Danan was considered the weakest opponent in the group, and Longguo had nearly fielded its strongest lineup, clinching victory only in the dying moments of the match. Had this been a game played on Vietnamese soil, the outcome might have been dire. Thus, despite the win, a profound sense of crisis loomed over Li Tai and his team. As anticipated, in the subsequent match against Saudi Arabia, Longguo suffered another defeat, losing 2-3. It was universally believed that Longguo would directly contend with Saudi Arabia for third place in the group. This loss effectively extinguished their hopes of advancing to the World Cup. Meanwhile, online, Longguo fans erupted in frustration. What on earth is happening with our national team? Are we to endure another 4 years of waiting? Many blamed the AFC for deliberately placing them in a difficult position by scheduling matches in West Asia. Yet, the blame could only be directed inward, as it was not solely Longguo facing challenges in that region. The online vitriol flooded in, leaving Li Tai feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. After the defeat to Saudi Arabia, the prospects of Longguo qualifying for the World Cup appeared exceedingly bleak, unless there were miraculous performances in the forthcoming matches. Their chances were grim. Li Tai felt a deep sense of disappointment. If only Lin Mo were here, Zheng Bin sighed. They both understood that Lin Mo possessed the ability to turn the tide of a match. He had thrived against European professionals and in the Asian arena. He would undoubtedly be a superstar. While Longguo football languished, Lin Mo was thriving on European pitches, following his hat trick against CSKA Sofia in the Europa Conference League. His momentum was unstoppable. In the subsequent matches in Rome, Lin Mo was a force to be reckoned with, netting 3 goals and providing 2 assists over 4 matches. Such scoring efficiency left Eden Deco in his wake, and even across the entire European football landscape, his performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Inzaghi was undoubtedly regretting his decisions, never having anticipated Lin Mo and Oppo's remarkable prowess, which had eclipsed Deco. Initially, Inzaghi presumed Lin Mo and Oppo's successes were mere strokes of luck, believing that once other teams focused on him, his scoring would diminish. However, it became increasingly evident that Lin Mo was exceptionally talented, particularly in front of goal, with remarkable precision and an infrequent propensity for error. Moreover, his selflessness in sharing opportunities with teammates further underscored his extraordinary footballing gifts. It was glaringly apparent to all that Lin Mo's talent was prodigious, and the fact that Inzaghi had forced him out for Deco was now a source of mockery and embarrassment for the coach. As Lin Mo and Oppo's formidable performances were akin to a series of resounding slaps to his face. In stark contrast, club president Zhang Kongyang and Oppo's perspective was markedly different. Despite Lin Mo's stellar performance not being with his own team, which was a slight disappointment, he remained optimistic since Inter Milan was still Lin Mo's parent club, and he would return to San Siro next season. This season, Inter Milan continued to compete for the championship, which was more than sufficient. Zhang Kongyang resolved in his heart that upon Lin Mo and Oppo's return after the season, he would immediately offer him a long-term contract to secure his presence at the club, especially after hearing rumors of scouts from Real Madrid and Barcelona conducting on-site assessments of Lin Mo. This alone testified to the alarming nature of his talent. Attracting the attention of such prestigious clubs was a validation of his abilities. Zhang Kongyang was determined not to relinquish Lin Mo easily. With Lin Mo's emergence, a grand vision began to take shape within him, to lead Inter Milan to reclaim the UEFA Champions League title and restore its former glory. Such aspirations had once seemed like a distant dream, but with Lin Mo's arrival, everything had changed. Simultaneously, the European football community unveiled the list of Golden Boy Award nominees. Regrettably, Lin Mo did not ultimately secure the award, with Pedri being named the 2020-2021 European Golden Boy. Nevertheless, Lin Mo and Oppo's inclusion among the final 5 was a remarkable achievement in its own right. The final list was as follows: 1. Pedri, Barcelona; 2. Bellingham, Borussia Dortmund; 3. Musiala, Bayern Munich; 4. Lin Mo, Inter Milan; 5. Wirtz, Bayer Leverkusen. Lin Mo and Oppo's fourth-place finish was an extraordinary accomplishment, earning him recognition on a global scale. This marked the first time a player from Longguo had made it to such a list, representing the highest ranking achieved by an Asian player. Chapter 92, Li Tai and Oppo's visit to the Sports General Administration. From any perspective, this is an extraordinary achievement. Lin Mo astonishingly ranks 4th in the Golden Boy Award, trailing only behind Pedri, Bellingham, and Musiala. It is well known that the market value of these 3 prodigies is at least 60 million euros, with Pedri nearing a staggering 100 million. Lin Mo and Oppo's market value has only just reached 10 million euros. The mere fact that he can be compared with these 3 gifted players is the greatest affirmation of his accomplishments. Furthermore, Lin Mo is the youngest among them, having just turned 18. Of course, there are still fans online who express regret over Lin Mo and Oppo's ranking, believing that his limited appearances last season hindered his progress. In my opinion, Lin Mo is undoubtedly the most outstanding among them. Indeed, it is a pity that he played so few matches last season. Otherwise, the Golden Boy Award could very well have been his. What a shame it would have been to achieve such a historic milestone. Alas, we can only hope that he can make up for this regret next year. As long as Lin Mo maintains his current form, there should be no issues. Currently, Everyone is filled with confidence in Lin Mo, believing he will carve out a significant place for himself. This anticipation brings immense joy to the fans, who feel that growing alongside Lin Mo is an exhilarating prospect. Now, there is curiosity about how far Lin Mo can ascend. However, as Lin Mo progresses, the Dragon Country football team finds itself in dire straits. In the next 2 matches, the team faced consecutive draws against Oman and Australia. The hope of advancing has now dwindled to mere theoretical possibility. How could this happen? Li Tai clutched his head in despair, feeling utterly defeated. This was far from the result he had envisioned. Watching the team self-destruct under his leadership was profoundly disheartening. It felt as though a pent-up frustration resided within him, seeking release. It's over, completely hopeless. At this moment, Li Tai had resigned himself to fate. He had to acknowledge that the Dragon Country had definitively missed the opportunity to compete in the Qatar World Cup. The truth is harsh, yet unavoidable. There is nothing to be done but to regroup and try again in 4 years. Faced with such a result, Zhang Bin was at a loss for words, offering only a few words of comfort to Li Tai. "No, I believe we can still witness a miracle," Li Tai suddenly declared with determination. "Oh, what miracle?" Zhang Bin looked at Li Tai with curiosity, unsure of the meaning behind his words. "Have you forgotten? We still have Lin Mo. If he can take the field, I believe a miracle is still possible," Li Tai asserted resolutely. "Lin Mo?" Upon hearing this name, Zhang Bin's eyes sparkled with hope. However, that glimmer quickly faded. But he simply cannot be included in the roster. The Federation will not allow it. This is the most disheartening aspect. There is still hope. Yet they can only watch it slip away. "No, I believe we should make one last effort." Li Tai seemed to have made up his mind. "Bin, gather all the information and videos regarding Lin Mo. We need to pay a visit to the Sports General Administration together." Zhang Bin was momentarily taken aback by Li Tai's words, but he quickly regained his composure. "No problem. I've had the materials prepared for a while now." Zhang Bin could hardly contain his excitement. Are we finally taking action? Before long, Zhang Bin had everything organized. The two made their way to the Sports General Administration. To avoid being recognized, Li Tai and Zhang Bin donned glasses. Ever since the incident at the Federation's entrance, where fans had surrounded him, Li Tai had been exceedingly cautious when going out. It wasn't that he feared an attack. Rather, he felt embarrassed to face anyone after the team's performance. Nevertheless, some keen-eyed fans recognized Li Tai's license plate. That is Li Tai's car. Let us surround him. Upon hearing his name, the crowd quickly gathered. Fortunately, Li Tai was prepared. Seizing the moment before they could close in, he pressed the accelerator and made a swift escape. That was close. Zhang Bin patted his chest, still feeling a lingering anxiety. "Well, what can we do? Our results have been dismal," Li Tai self-deprecatingly remarked. Soon, the Audi arrived at the Sports General Administration building. Li Tai adjusted his attire and hurriedly ascended the stairs with Zhang Bin. "Oh, isn't that little Li and little Zheng?" A short, jovial staff member greeted them with a smile. "Director Ma." This individual was Ma Chong, the office director at the Sports Administration, a position of some significance. Nonetheless, given his leadership status, Li Tai felt compelled to show him due respect. Ma Chong, with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, remarked, "Little Li, instead of actively preparing for the final round of qualifiers, you've come to the Sports Administration. What brings you here?" Li Tai was momentarily uncertain of Ma Chong's intent. However, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, he explained his purpose. "I was wondering if Director Fong is available. I would like to report this matter to him in person," Li Tai said, his brow furrowed with concern. This was his last card. He believed that if Fong Liming could intervene, Lin Mo's return to the national team should be feasible. Upon hearing Li Tai's words, Ma Chong's expression grew serious. "Director Fong is not at the administration. He has stepped out for a while. When will he return?" Li Tai asked, his brow furrowing deeper. It seemed he had come at an inopportune time. He understood that someone as prominent as Fong Liming, being the head of the sports administration, must have numerous engagements. Thus, he didn't doubt Ma Chong's statement. "That is hard to say. Director Fong is very busy. Sometimes he is out for 3 to 5 days, or even a week or 2. It all depends on luck," Ma Chong exaggeratedly stated, all the while scrutinizing Li Tai's facial expression. Upon hearing this, Li Tai felt a sense of foreboding. If that were the case, he might not get the chance to meet Fong Liming at all. By the time he returned in 10 or 15 days, it would be too late. The final round of qualifiers would soon reignite, and even if Fong Liming was willing to assist, time would be too tight. Li Tai was engulfed in despair. realizing he had come with high hopes only to leave in disappointment. Chapter 93. Li Tai becomes a scapegoat as Li Tai grappled with profound disappointment. Ma Chong suddenly burst into laughter. This matter can indeed be easily resolved. Just keep all the materials here, and when Director Fong returns, I will hand them over to him. This way, you one and Amp, Oppos, T have to run around unnecessarily, Don and Amp, Oppos, T you think? Ma Chong said with a beaming smile. Li Tai reflected on this and realized the logic in his words. With an abundance of work still ahead, it was impractical to remain here indefinitely. After careful consideration, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Are you really going to do this, Tai? Zhengbin expressed a hint of unease. After all, he had painstakingly organized these materials. Don't worry. We are all on the same side. There shouldn't be any issues, Li Tai reassured him, trusting that their interests aligned. He believed Ma Chong had no reason to act against his own interests. If Dragon Country were to qualify for the World Cup, it would be a nationwide celebration. And he couldn't and Oppos, T fathom anyone not wanting to witness such a momentous occasion. Seeing Li Tai and Oppos' determination, Zhengbin chose not to voice any further concerns, as he held absolute loyalty to Li Tai. When Zhengbin handed the video materials to Ma Chong, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Ma Chong and Oppos' eyes, though neither Li Tai nor Zhengbin noticed. Thank you, Director Ma. Li Tai expressed his gratitude before he and Zhengbin turned to leave the sports administration. However, Li Tai was unaware that this decision would lead to significant trouble for him. Ma Chong was a distant relative of Ma Lishan, the vice chairman of the Football Association, and had been strategically placed in the sports administration as an informant by Ma Lishan. Thus, when Ma Chong saw Li Tai and Zhengbin at the sports administration, he promptly intercepted them. After their departure, he hurriedly took the materials to the Football Association to meet Ma Lishan. Uncle, just as you suspected. Li Tai and his team indeed visited the sports administration. Here are the materials they intended to submit, Ma Chong reported, handing over the documents. Ma Lishan squinted his eyes and leisurely lit a cigarette. He casually flipped through the documents on his desk, glancing at them before pushing them aside. I knew he wouldn't give up easily, Ma Lishan sneered. What does he think he can challenge me with? Haha. If he seeks his own demise, I shall oblige. With that, Ma Lishan extinguished his cigarette violently in the ashtray. Soon after, a seismic shift occurred in Dragon Country's football scene. The Football Association abruptly announced Li Tai's dismissal as head coach of the national team, appointing Li Xiaopeng as his successor. The justification was that Li Tai had neglected his duties, prioritizing personal interests over the national team and Oppos, resulting in significant tactical errors. Consequently, Li Tai, burdened by guilt, resigned. This news instantly dominated social media, causing a sensation within the football community. Fans engaged in heated discussions, some declaring Li Tai deserved his fate for squandering such a golden opportunity. How disappointing. Where does the future of Dragon Country football lie? They lamented. The struggle to qualify for the World Cup now seemed like an unattainable dream. Who could have imagined that the disillusionment from the 2002 World Cup would mark the pinnacle of Dragon Country football? The irony was palpable. Online, the chorus of criticism echoed, with many believing Li Tai had brought this upon himself. After all, this was considered the best chance for Dragon Country to make a World Cup run, only to end in such a disheartening manner. Nevertheless, a few fans maintained a voice of reason. Everyone, let and Oppos, remain calm. This situation cannot rest solely on Coach Li and Oppos' shoulders. I believe he has done his utmost. Your words are futile. These individuals lack empathy and will never understand, came the retort. What do you mean Li Tai did his best? Why resign at such a critical moment? It shows cowardice and an unwillingness to face reality. Predictably, those who defended Li Tai soon found themselves drowned out by the outrage of the crowd. Outside Li Tai and Oppos' office, he faced a barrage of hostile fans. Li Tai, come out. After such a poor performance, you choose to run away? Do you have no sense of responsibility? They shouted, hurling rotten eggs as they raged. Inside, Li Tai remained remarkably composed. Since the Football Association's announcement, he had come to terms with the situation. You can't fight against reality. You can only accept it. I sincerely apologize for trusting Ma Chong, which led to your efforts being in vain, he expressed, feeling guilty for betraying Zhengbin's trust. Don't say that, Tai. I know you didn't and Oppos, T wish for this outcome. Just remember, we will always be the closest of comrades, Zhengbin reassured him. At that moment, Li Tai and Oppos' expression turned enigmatic. There is something I Haven and Amp, Oppos. T told you, he said. What is it? Zhang Bin inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. I backed up all the materials, Li Tai revealed. It turned out Zhang Bin had been prudent, retaining copies of the relevant documents for future use. That's wonderful, Li Tai exclaimed, genuinely elated. Losing the national team coach position was inconsequential. As long as Lin Mo continued to flourish, he believed Dragon Country football still held promise. Bin. Let us endure for now. The national team has lost hope. When the time is right, we will release these materials and see how Malishan handles the fallout. Li Tai declared, aware that a significant upheaval loomed over Dragon Country football. Understood. Zhang Bin organized the files at hand, resolutely committing to support Li Tai through thick and thin. Meanwhile, the European football scene reignited with fervor. Lin Mo's following was rapidly expanding, hinting at the emergence of a star. In the latest player valuation rankings released by the transfer market, Lin Mo's worth had soared to 15 million euros, placing him among the top 10 in Asia. Among this elite group, he was the only player under 20 years of age. In Dragon Country, Lin Mo and Amp, Oppos' market value was indisputably the highest, having left all other players far behind. Chapter 94. Lin Mo attracts the attention of Europe and Amp, Oppos' powerhouses upon receiving the news. Hu Chen was overwhelmingly excited and promptly shared it with Lin Mo. As Lin Mo's most ardent admirer, he diligently followed everything related to him. However, Lin Mo merely smiled upon hearing the news, not allowing it to weigh on his mind. I am not particularly concerned with such matters. Besides, these valuations are rather unreliable. Lin Mo understood that these rankings are often inflated and lack substantial significance. Nonetheless, they do hold some reference value. Hu Cheng, in a sense, reflected the anxiety of those around Lin Mo. He was aware that Lin Mo did not place much importance on these things, yet the fans cared deeply. Everyone hoped that Lin Mo would one day surpass Sun Heung-min and become the highest valued Asian player. By the way, Hu Cheng, do you have time to accompany me to purchase a car? It's quite inconvenient for me to navigate Rome alone. It turned out that Lin Mo had successfully obtained an Italian passport during the national team break. He had been considering acquiring a vehicle to facilitate his commutes to training and matches. Absolutely, I have no prior commitments. Hu Cheng readily agreed. As a freelancer, he had recently devoted himself entirely to the organization of Lin Mo and Amp, Oppos' fan club. With Lin Mo and Amp, Oppos' request, he was more than willing to assist. What kind of car are you thinking of buying? Hu Cheng inquired with curiosity. I and Oppos am not quite sure. Lin Mo hesitated at Hu Cheng and Oppos' question. He had not thoroughly contemplated this decision. A Maybach would be too mature for his age, while a Ferrari or Lamborghini seemed overly ostentatious, which did not sit well with him. Moreover, he was uncertain how long he would remain in Rome, so he would likely need to sell the car later. What are your specific requirements? Hu Cheng, well acquainted with Lin Mo's current mindset, understood that young people often find themselves perplexed when purchasing their first car. I would prefer something compact and nimble, suitable for city driving. And please, nothing too expensive. Around several €100,000 will suffice. Upon hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Hu Cheng gained a clearer understanding. For someone like Lin Mo, that price range was indeed modest, indicating his understated nature, unlike many other players. Ultimately, Hu Cheng introduced him to the Nissan GTR, which Lin Mo found perfectly aligned with his desires and promptly made a full payment to secure it. Now, Lin Mo finally possessed his first car. He was exceedingly pleased with it. The power was impressive, and its aesthetics suited his age perfectly. Most importantly, it was not overly flashy, aligning seamlessly with his requirements. During this period, Lin Mo thrived in Rome, demonstrating remarkable performance that solidified his presence on the team, even earning a starting position. Before Christmas arrived, Lin Mo successfully completed his system tasks, amassing an impressive total of 15,000 points from these rewards alone. Coupled with the points he had accumulated over time, he now had a grand total of 20,000 points. Despite the substantial number of points, he soon realized that as the points required for upgrades increased, they became insufficient. Lin Mo discovered that leveling up was not as simple as he had anticipated. He spent 12,000 points to exchange for 3 points in shooting, then utilized the remaining 8,000 points for 4 points in explosiveness. His current attributes were as follows. Host, Lin Mo height, 186 centimeters weight, 70 kilograms speed, 75 ball control, 73 explosiveness, 81 shooting, 89 physicality, 72. It was evident that Lin Mo's greatest strengths lay in his shooting and explosiveness, poor attributes for a forward. He had achieved an exceptionally high standard in both areas. Furthermore, given the overall decline in Serie A's strength, this explained why he was thriving in the league. Simultaneously, Dzeko was struggling painfully at Inter Milan. Although his performance was not abysmal, comparisons with Lin Mo were inevitable, especially since Inter Milan had initially loaned Lin Mo out to acquire Dzeko. Consequently, fans frequently drew parallels between the two. With Lin Mo and Oppo's stellar performance in Rome capturing the attention of several European powerhouses, renowned scouts were present at every match. They had learned that Lin Mo had only signed a youth contract with Inter Milan, which meant that if they cultivated a good relationship with him, there was a possibility of enticing him away. According to renowned Italian journalist Romano, clubs closely monitoring Lin Mo included Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Manchester City, and Liverpool, all elite European teams with millions of fans worldwide. In contrast, Dzeko and Oppo's performance was less noteworthy. While he occasionally scored, his efficiency paled in comparison to Lin Mo and Oppo's. Moreover, his advancing age meant he might soon experience a decline. Fans collectively believed that Inter Milan had suffered a significant loss in this transaction. Currently, Serie A was witnessing a three-way contention among Napoli, AC Milan, and Inter Milan. Some mainstream media speculated that had Inter Milan not acquired Dzeko and instead retained Lin Mo, they would likely have secured the Serie A championship this season. However, the outcome now seemed uncertain. The race for the league title had become increasingly ambiguous. At this critical juncture, some fans petitioned Inter Milan's management to devise a plan to recall Lin Mo during the Christmas break. In truth, Zhang Kangong had entertained similar thoughts. However, Roma had the foresight to include a clause in Lin Mo's loan agreement that prohibited Inter Milan from recalling him midway through the season. Consequently, Lin Mo could not return to Inter Milan this season. The only comfort he found was that there was no buyout clause, meaning he would return at the season's end. Zhang Kangong silently resolved that upon Lin Mo and Oppo's return, the first order of business would be to offer him a long-term contract to secure his position at Inter Milan, thereby thwarting any other team and Oppo's ambitions. Chapter 95. Inter Milan prepares for early contract renewal. At that moment, the club and Oppo's vice president, Zanetti, rushed in with an anxious expression. Zhang, it's bad news. Lin Mo has caught the attention of other teams. He had seen Romano's report on social media, revealing that Lin Mo had garnered interest from European giants. What? Zhang Kangong was taken aback. This news was a tremendous shock to him. Zanetti quickly presented the report to Zhang. It was indeed from Romano. Zhang had heard of this individual before. He was renowned for his connections and reliability. In the past, whenever Inter Milan sold Lukaku or Akraf, it was Romano who broke the news first, more timely than their own press officer. This man had a knack for the industry, if he had reported it. There was no doubt it was credible. What do we do now? If they have set their sights on him, it could spell trouble. Zhang felt a twinge of regret. Had he known this would happen, he would have signed Lin Mo to a formal contract much earlier. If another club swooped in at this moment, all his efforts would be in vain. Had he anticipated this? Securing an early renewal with Lin Mo would have made it challenging for other clubs to sign him. At least they would have to offer a significant transfer fee. I believe we must deliberate carefully on this matter and take swift action. Zanetti acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Lin Mo's talent was undeniably apparent. Everyone recognized that he was a future star with limitless potential. Consequently, the number of clubs eager to sign him was innumerable. As the vice president of Inter Milan, Zanetti certainly did not wish to let another team reap the benefits. Zanetti, we cannot delay any longer. Take the contract to Rome immediately. We must secure Lin Mo's signature before those opportunistic clubs act, Zhang instructed, feeling an urgency to renew Lin Mo's contract. Understood. But Zhang, what salary should we offer? Zanetti respectfully inquired. The signing process was straightforward, but the salary posed a dilemma. Offering too much would strain the club's finances, while offering too little might lead Lin Mo to decline. First, investigate the contract offers from other clubs. This will help us maintain leverage. Additionally, within our club's budget, we should strive to meet Lin Mo and Oppo's expectations. Zhang was prepared to invest significantly to retain Lin Mo, prioritizing this matter above all else. Yes, Zanetti agreed and swiftly departed the office, aware of the heavy responsibility he bore. Lin Mo could very well be pivotal to Inter Milan and Oppo's resurgence, making this contract negotiation crucial. Zanetti even felt that this could be the most significant negotiation of his career at the club. He could not allow Lin Mo to be snatched away by another team. After all, at just 18 years old, Lin Mo's market value had already reached 15 million euros, and his future was indeed bright. Upon arriving in Rome, Zanetti did not act hastily. Instead, he dispatched scouts to gather information about the clubs interested in Lin Mo, including their level of interest and potential contract offers. After thorough investigations, the scouts uncovered that Liverpool in the Premier League and Borussia Dortmund in the Bundesliga were particularly interested in Lin Mo, willing to offer contracts exceeding 1 million euros. For an 18-year-old player, this was indeed a lucrative offer. Well done, team. Your efforts have yielded valuable information. Zanetti commended his subordinates. Now it was time for him to take action. On that particular day, Lin Mo was engaged in individual training at the team and Oppo's training ground. Despite it being a match day, Inter Milan was set to face Roma. Lin Mo could not participate due to the terms of his loan agreement, which prevented him from playing against his parent club. Out of respect for the player's emotions, he was allowed a day of rest. However, Lin Mo felt restless and believed his time should not be squandered, so he decided to train alone at the field. As he practiced his signature curved shots, his phone suddenly rang. Lin Mo paused his training, approached his belongings, and glanced at the screen. It was a call from Zanetti. What could he want at this moment? Lin Mo furrowed his brow, sensing that this was more than a casual call. Hello, Lin Mo, this is Zanetti. I and Oppos am at a hotel in Rome. If you and Oppos re-available, could you come by? I have something important to discuss with you. Zanetti and Amp. Oppos' distinctive, magnetic voice resonated on the line. What? Zanetti is in Rome? Shouldn't he be in Milan preparing for the match? Lin Mo found himself intrigued. However, as a member of Inter Milan, he could not refuse a request from the vice president. That would be ungracious. Moreover, with his GTR, reaching the hotel would be a mere moment and Oppos' journey. All right, no problem. I and Oppos I'll be there shortly, Lin Mo replied before hanging up. Curious about the purpose of Zanetti and Oppos' call, Lin Mo tidied up and drove off in his GTR. While not as renowned as a Ferrari or Lamborghini, the GTR still turned heads on the street, attracting considerable attention. Wow, what a stunning car. A dream vehicle. Indeed. The owner has excellent taste. You probably don an Amp, Oppos, Tino, but that and Amp, Oppos, the rising star Lin Mo. He just turned 18. Seriously? It and Amp, Oppos, him? At 18, he is driving a GTR. The disparity between people is astonishing. He has truly earned his success, unlike those wealthy heirs. Let us hope he can bring us a championship this season alongside the special one. Yes, let us look forward to it. It's a pity he is only on loan. How wonderful it would be if he were part of our team. Stop dreaming. Look at how popular he is in Europe. There's no way our club could keep him. Chapter 96. The troubles brought by fame. As Lin Mo departed amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, he left behind only the fading echoes of his vehicle and Oppos' exhaust. Being a recent holder of a driver's license and still unfamiliar with the temperament of the GTR, his speed was rather modest. Upon arriving at the luxurious hotel, he sought a spot in the underground parking to secure his vehicle before stepping into the opulent establishment. Good day, sir. Do you have a reservation? The concierge obstructed Lin Mo's path, exhibiting a distinctly haughty demeanor. His youth, unremarkable attire, and notably his East Asian appearance led the attendant to regard him with unwarranted disdain. I have a friend inside who invited me, Lin Mo stammered, caught off guard by the situation, his words becoming somewhat jumbled, which only heightened the attendant's suspicion. I'm sorry, sir, but without a reservation, entry is not permitted. Please do not disrupt my work. The attendant's judgment was clouded by the belief that a young Oriental could hardly have connections within such a venue. He detested the thought of allowing someone he deemed unworthy to slip through, fearing repercussions should a guest report the incident. How can you treat me this way? Lin Mo felt a surge of indignation. He had not anticipated such unreasonable behavior from the attendant. Just as he contemplated confronting the staff member, the renowned former Inter Milan star, Javier Zanetti, emerged to his rescue. Zanetti, a celebrated figure in Italian football, left the attendant momentarily speechless. Upon hearing Lin Mo's name, the attendant and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief. Could this young man truly be the rising football prodigy? Lin Mo, it truly is you. My sincerest apologies for the earlier misjudgment. Honestly, I am a fan of yours. Your skills are simply remarkable. Might I trouble you for an autograph? The attendant's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, as he hastily produced paper and pen, eager for Lin Mo's signature. Given you claim to be my fan, it's surprising you didn't recognize me, Lin Mo quipped. still irked by the attendant and Oppo's prior attitude. Nevertheless, he accepted the paper and pen, choosing not to hold a grudge. I must apologize. I suffer from a mild case of face blindness, the attendant admitted, his embarrassment palpable. Lin Mo completed his signature and returned the items, following Zanetti into the hotel. Opting not to linger on the earlier encounter, understanding that engaging with those of lower status often bore little fruit. Such behaviors are often products of their environment. Whether one labels them as snobbish or dismissive. Vice President, what brings you to me? Lin Mo inquired as he settled into the lavish private room alongside Zanetti. Good news. In light of your recent outstanding performances, the club intends to renew your contract ahead of schedule. I was sent by Mr. Zhang to finalize the agreement with you. Zanetti stated plainly. Renew my contract? Lin Mo furrowed his brow in confusion. Didn't we just sign a contract not long ago? Why the rush? Indeed. Your current youth contract does not reflect your capabilities or contributions, which we believe is unjust. Consequently, Mr. Zhang and I have decided to draft a new contract that better safeguards your interests, Zanetti explained with a guiding tone. Upon hearing Zanetti's words, Lin Mo quickly grasped the underlying intention. This was clearly a preemptive move due to interest from other clubs, a fact he had been aware of but chose to decline. Preferring to concentrate solely on his game without distractions. He had not yet contemplated his future, thus he hesitated to make any hasty decisions. I see. Mr. Zhang truly understands me well. However, signing a contract is a significant matter. May I take some time to consider? Lin Mo proposed, seeking a delay. Although he had no intentions of leaving Inter Milan, he was unfamiliar with contract negotiations and unsure of what salary would be appropriate, having no prior experience in such matters. Of course. However, how long do you require for consideration? Zanetti respected Lin Mo and Oppo's wishes but, fearing prolonged indecision, hoped for a timeline. Lin Mo pondered. The club was currently engaged in matches in Milan, meaning he had ample time to deliberate. Moreover, he held great respect for Zhang and Zanetti, not wishing to keep them in suspense. Please grant me 3 days. We can reconvene here then. Very well, I await your response, Zanetti affirmed, shaking Lin Mo's hand before taking his leave. After enjoying a cup of coffee, Lin Mo too prepared to depart. At that moment, the earlier attendant returned, accompanied by several colleagues. This is Lin Mo. Everyone seized the opportunity to get his autograph. The attendant, having informed his peers of Lin Mo's presence, sparked excitement among the hotel staff, many of whom were fans of the young athlete. As they flocked to him, more guests began to take notice, recognizing Lin Mo and eagerly approaching for autographs and photos. This marked Lin Mo and Oppo's first experience with the significant inconveniences fame can bring. Yet, he patiently obliged his fans, signing autographs and posing for pictures until he finally managed to exit the hotel. It seems I must be far more cautious in the future, Lin Mo sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he made his way to retrieve his GTR from the basement. Chapter 97. Engaging an agent upon returning to the club. Lin Mo began to reflect on the intricacies of contract negotiation. However, despite his contemplations, he struggled to derive any clear understanding. Indeed, the complexities of this realm seemed far more daunting than playing football itself. This realization marked a pivotal moment for Lin Mo, awakening him to the necessity of assembling a team to support him. Yet, the question loomed. Whom could he turn to for assistance? Alone in Europe, he felt adrift and without a reliable ally. Although he shared a cordial relationship with Lippi and Pele, they resided in Milan and were evidently ill-suited to intervene in such matters. The most prudent course of action appeared to be enlisting the help of an agent. Perhaps Hu Cheng could assist. A sudden spark of inspiration led Lin Mo to think of Hu Cheng. With his extensive connections and amiable disposition, coupled with their shared heritage, seeking his help seemed most appropriate. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo promptly dialed Hu Cheng. Recently, Hu Cheng had been residing in Rome, rallying fans to watch Lin Mo and Oppo's matches. Since Lin Mo and Oppo's loan to Rome, Hu Cheng had become his most ardent supporter. Upon receiving Lin Mo and Oppo's call, he rushed over. Lin Mo, you called for me? Hu Cheng asked, his enthusiasm palpable as he settled into a chair. Indeed, Lin Mo nodded, pouring Hu Cheng a cup of coffee. The vice president of Inter Milan has approached me about signing a new contract, and I am awaiting his response. I promised to get back to him in 3 days. However, I am utterly unfamiliar with the intricacies of contracts. Do you know any reliable football agents? You have come to the right person, Hu Cheng replied eagerly. I have a friend named Yudawe. He has just graduated from law school and possesses extensive knowledge of football. I believe he can be of great assistance to you. Hu Cheng had long intended to introduce Yu Dawei to Lin Mo but had been preoccupied with fan association matters. Now, with Lin Mo broaching the subject, it was the perfect opportunity. Really? That and Oppos. That's fantastic. Lin Mo exclaimed, visibly delighted. Without further delay, let us go meet him. Lin Mo was eager, having promised Zanetti a response within 3 days. Time was of the essence, and swift action was imperative. All right, no problem. Let an amp. Oppos. Set off immediately, Hu Cheng declared, downing his coffee in one gulp before following Lin Mo out the door. As they climbed into Lin Mo's newly purchased GTR, Hu Cheng inquired, "Are you satisfied with your car?" Knowing it was a dream vehicle for many young people, he had recommended it to Lin Mo, who had instantly taken a liking to it. "Yes, it's quite nice," Lin Mo replied. To him, the car was merely a means of transportation, perfectly meeting his requirements without the need for ostentation. At this stage, it was indeed the most suitable choice for him. Following Hu Cheng's directions, they arrived at a local law firm, where they met Yu Dawei. Yu Dawei welcomed them warmly, personally serving tea. What a rare delight. I never expected to savor such authentic red tea in a foreign land, Hu Cheng remarked, taking a sip and marveling at its quality. Haha, this is a special blend I had brought over from home. Meeting old friends brings joy. Yu Dawei had taken out his prized Hong Pao, filling the air of the law office with its fragrant aroma. Hu Cheng understood that Yu Dawei was extending this courtesy to Lin Mo, as he typically reserved such fine tea for special occasions. Lin Mo, for his part, felt grateful for Yu Dawei and Amp, Oppos, as hospitality. Soon, Lin Mo articulated his purpose. Upon hearing his intentions, Yu Dawei paused momentarily, teapot in hand. "So, Mr. Lin, you wish to invite me to be your agent?" The proposition caught him off guard. Fresh from graduating from the University of Rome and Oppos' law school and starting his internship at the firm, he had envisioned a promising future as a local attorney. Yet, this opportunity presented a remarkable shortcut to success. Lin Mo was a rising star in Europe, his talent evident, suggesting a boundless future. Associating with him could lead to rapid advancement. Despite the excitement, Yu Dawei restrained his enthusiasm, refilling their cups and humbly responding, "I fear my limited experience may render me unworthy of such a significant role." He recognized that with great opportunity came great responsibility, and even in the face of a potentially life-altering chance, he hesitated to commit. You underestimate yourself. I am well aware of your capabilities. As a distinguished graduate of the University of Rome with a profound understanding of European football, you are undoubtedly the most qualified candidate. That is why I have brought you to Lin Mo, in hopes that you may assist him," Hu Cheng interjected, advocating for Yu Dawei. Feeling swayed by Hu Cheng and Amp, Oppos' words, Yu Dawei turned to Lin Mo, seeking clarity on his intentions. Lin Mo's demeanor was earnest. "Hu Cheng is correct. We have come with high hopes that you can alleviate my concerns. As for compensation, rest assured, I would never shortchange you," he assured Yu Dawei. Lin Mo was in urgent need of an agent. Recent events had illuminated the limitations of relying solely on oneself. To continue pursuing his passion for football with peace of mind, he needed to establish a dedicated team. Through Hu Cheng's introduction, he recognized Yu Dawei as a rare talent. Particularly given his extensive time in Italy, familiarity with local circumstances, and fluency in the language, making him the ideal candidate. Seeing Lin Mo's earnestness seemed to bolster Yu Dawei's confidence. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. "All right, since Mr. Lin places such trust in me, I shall commit wholeheartedly." Lin Mo's recognition of his potential opened a door to unprecedented opportunities for Yu Dawei, instilling in him a profound sense of purpose. "Excellent. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration," Lin Mo declared enthusiastically, shaking Yu Dawei's hand. Thus, Lin Mo officially engaged Yu Dawei as his agent. Chapter 98. Lin Mo signs a lucrative contract. After hiring Yu Dawei as his agent, Lin Mo provided him with a brief overview of his current situation. Yu Dawei, indeed a savvy professional, concluded that the best course of action for Lin Mo was to continue his contract with Inter Milan. This decision would ensure stable playing time and sufficient competitiveness in Serie A. The uncertainties surrounding a potential move to another club made the choice even clearer. Moreover, Inter Milan had demonstrated ample sincerity in their offer. Following Yu Dawei and Oppos' analysis, Lin Mo solidified his resolve to remain with Inter Milan and authorized Yu Dawei to negotiate on his behalf with the club. In the ensuing negotiations, Yu Dawei lived up to expectations, successfully securing a 3-year contract worth €6 million for Lin Mo. This translates to an annual salary nearing 2 million euros and a weekly wage of 40,000 euros, an astronomical sum for an 18-year-old player. Initially, Inter Milan intended to offer Lin Mo a 5-year contract, but Udawe decisively rejected this proposal. He believed that Lin Mo, currently in an upward trajectory, would benefit more from a shorter contract, thus paving the way for a more lucrative agreement in the future. This decision was made with the utmost consideration for his client and Oppos's best interests. Lin Mo was exceedingly pleased with Udawe and Oppos's judgment. Naturally, Lin Mo ensured that Udawe was well compensated for his efforts. Following the contract and Oppos's signing, Udawe received a substantial commission, which he regarded as a well-deserved reward. Subsequently, he resigned from his internship at the law firm and dedicated himself wholly to being Lin Mo's agent. With his first earnings, he rented an office in the bustling center of Rome, aspiring to establish his own agency while prioritizing Lin Mo's interests above all else. Soon, the news of Lin Mo signing a professional contract with Inter Milan reverberated throughout European football. The astonishment was palpable. Lin Mo, at just 18, heading to contract worth 6 million euros. Many recalled their own struggles during their university years, while Lin Mo's achievements were attributed to his undeniable talent. It was evident that Inter Milan had made a shrewd move, preemptively securing Lin Mo amid interest from numerous elite European clubs. However, a segment of fans maintained a more measured perspective. Some questioned whether Lin Mo and Oppos's accolades were overstated, suggesting that his performance in Serie A was merely commendable, not extraordinary. They recalled many young players who shone brightly only to fade quickly. Discussions regarding Lin Mo and Oppos's new contract abounded, with the most jubilant being Inter Milan and Lin Mo and Oppos's supporters, relieved that he had decided to stay. The announcement of Lin Mo's contract extension generated significant buzz across Europe, trending prominently in the media. Consequently, potential suitors for Lin Mo momentarily withdrew, recognizing that they had missed a prime opportunity, with the prospect of revisiting the situation in 3 years. For these illustrious clubs, this was not an insurmountable setback. They had simply hoped to capitalize on a fortunate circumstance. As a result, Zanetti returned to Inter Milan, beaming with the contract in hand. Eager to report to Jean Kang, Lin Mo and Oppos's surroundings finally regained tranquility, marking a mutually beneficial resolution. To express gratitude to Udawe and Hucheng, Lin Mo hosted a lavish banquet at a hotel in Rome, where the three bonded over their shared ambitions. Though Lin Mo, a disciplined athlete, abstained from alcohol, he still enjoyed a delightful tea toast with his companions, solidifying a robust partnership. However, Lin Mo and Oppos's time in Rome gradually grew more challenging. Mourinho had been intent on securing Lin Mo's long-term presence in the city, providing him with exceptional care early in the season, hoping to win his loyalty. Yet, with Lin Mo's renewal at Inter Milan, Mourinho felt disheartened, realizing that his team had lost the chance to acquire the young talent. As a result, Lin Mo's playing time dwindled significantly. Despite this, he continued to showcase remarkable performances whenever he stepped onto the pitch. This left Mourinho in a quandary. Without Lin Mo, the team's performance suffered dramatically. A devastating 1-6 defeat against Bodo Glimt in the UEFA Conference League exemplified the team's struggles, leading to widespread criticism of Mourinho. Fans lamented his stubbornness in not deploying Lin Mo, believing that had he done so, the team's rankings would not have plummeted. Indeed, many had once believed their team had a shot at the Serie A title, but now even hopes for the Conference League seemed distant. It was essential to understand that Mourinho was reluctant to contribute to Inter Milan's success, as Lin Mo was, after all, a lone player. Chapter 99. The meeting of coaches and the national team. In truth, the fans exhibit a profound understanding of Mourinho and Oppos's actions. After all, continuing to deploy Lin Mo would merely serve to cultivate talent for Inter Milan, potentially turning him into their greatest adversary. However, neglecting Lin Mo's contributions could jeopardize the team's performance this season, making any aspirations for the UEFA Conference League championship seem utterly unattainable. Thus, Mourinho finds himself ensnared in this predicament of intense conflict. This situation has not gone unnoticed by Lin Mo and Oppos's coach, Pele, who meticulously observes every match Lin Mo participates in, recording his statistics and performances. Recently, Lin Mo and Oppos's playing time has significantly diminished, prompting Pele to recognize the issue. He promptly conveyed these concerns to Inter Milan and Oppos's management. Upon receiving Pele and Oppos's feedback, Zhang Kongyang took the matter with utmost seriousness. Lin Mo is a key young talent that the club is nurturing. Having recently signed a contract with the team, a lack of playing time would not only hinder his development, but also represent a considerable loss for the club. Consequently, Zanetti immediately contacted the management of Roma, insisting they adhere to the stipulations of the original loan agreement, ensuring Lin Mo receives ample playing time. Otherwise, they would unilaterally terminate the agreement and recall Lin Mo prematurely. Zhang Kongyang and Amp. Oppo's demeanor was grave. Ever since Lin Mo and Amp. Oppo's remarkable performances, coupled with Zeko and Amp. Oppo's lackluster showing at Inter Milan, he has deeply regretted not recalling Lin Mo sooner. Though he had long wished to bring Lin Mo back, the binding contract had rendered him powerless. However, Roma and Oppo's breach of agreement presented an opportunity. Should Lin Mo return to Inter Milan, they would still have significant prospects for competing for the Serie A title this season. Following the directive, Zanetti swiftly reached out to Roma's upper management. Ultimately, after sustained pressure from Zanetti, the Roma administration conceded, indicating they would carefully consider the matter. Thus, after numerous twists and turns, Lin Mo regained the playing time he so rightfully deserved, subsequently dazzling in the matches that followed. Currently, Lin Mo boasts an impressive shooting skill rating of 89 and explosive power of 81. Unless faced with exceptionally fast defenders, while they may match his speed, their technical prowess pales in comparison to Lin Mo's. It is important to recognize that Lin Mo possesses not only the technical finesse of Pele, but also an array of additional skills. When he accelerates, he leaves his competitors in the dust. Regrettably, he squandered both of his lottery opportunities, yielding nothing of value, merely accumulating points. Nevertheless, Lin Mo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Beyond the advancements in his technical abilities, his physique underwent visible transformation. After rigorous training, the most evident change was the development of his muscles, broader shoulders, and a more refined physique, observations he made while gazing at himself in the mirror. Witnessing such changes filled him with renewed motivation, prompting him to engage in even more dedicated training. While Lin Mo was thriving on the European stage, the situation for Longguo football plunged into a period of despair. After a 0-2 defeat to Japan, another calamity struck. On the night of the Spring Festival, a time of national celebration, the Longguo men's football team suffered a disheartening 1-3 loss against the team from Dainan. Such an outcome left the nation in shock. Echoing Fan Zi and Oppo's sentiments, losing to the Elephant Nation, then Dainan, and next, Myanmar, what a disgrace. This time, it was not merely a loss of face. It felt as though their dignity had been utterly obliterated. The aftermath left them with no team left to lose to, as fans vented their frustrations online with fervent indignation. A disgrace, simply a disgrace. I swear I will never watch Longguo football again. It is truly an insurmountable burden. Many failed to comprehend why Li Tai was dismissed and replaced by Li Xiaoping, questioning where Li Xiaoping's superiority lay. Calls for Li Xiaoping and Oppo's resignation echoed across the internet in a cacophony of vitriol. To lose to Dainan, a squad reportedly hastily assembled with several players being students or even laborers, was an unbearable weight for Longguo fans. This sentiment extended beyond the fans, as Li Xiaoping himself felt utterly disheartened. His tenure began with 2 consecutive defeats, culminating in the humiliating loss to Dainan, forever etching his name in the annals of disgrace. Li Xiaoping even descended into a state of depression due to these defeats. Before assuming his role, he had anticipated the challenges of leading the Longguo national team. However, he never envisioned it would be this arduous. It felt as though he was being driven to a dead end, leading him to believe that Longguo football was beyond redemption. On that day, he found himself alone in a bar in the capital, drowning his sorrows. His bloodshot eyes made him appear a decade older, as he consumed drink after drink, desperately attempting to extinguish the sorrow within. Just as he prepared to pour a 10th drink, a firm hand seized his right wrist. Li Xiaoping raised his bleary gaze to confront the person who had interrupted him. Li Tai, what are you doing? Don and Amp. Oppo's stopped me from drinking. To his surprise, it was his old friend and former head coach of Longguo football, Li Tai. Surely you understand my current state of mind? No one on this planet suffers more than I do, Li Xiaoping retorted, pushing Li Tai and Oppo's hand away as he sought to continue drinking. Xiaoping, Don and Oppo's, be like this. If anyone knows suffering, it is us. We are kindred spirits in this regard. Hence, no one understands your feelings better than I do. Li Tai resolutely took a seat across from Li Xiaoping. But now is not the time for self-destruction. You must rally yourself. Rally myself? Li Xiaoping scoffed. How can I possibly do that? Longguo football is utterly hopeless. I have resigned myself to defeat. Li Xiaoping forcibly broke free from Li Tai and Apos' grasp and poured himself another drink. No, who says Longguo football is finished? We still have a chance. Li Tai declared with unwavering conviction. What did you say? Li Xiaoping gazed at Li Tai in disbelief, convinced he must have misheard. However, the seriousness etched on Li Tai's face indicated he was not jesting. You believe Longguo football still holds promise? From where does this hope arise? Li Xiaoping expressed profound confusion. Chapter 100. Meeting Director Fong Liming of the Sports Administration. The national team of Longguo has now completely parted ways with the national squad. Even if they were to win all subsequent matches, the opportunity is no longer available. Li Tai surprisingly asserted that there was still hope. Upon noticing Li Xiaoping and Apos' bewildered expression, Li Tai quickly clarified, Listen to me. We have a prodigious talent in Longguo, an 18-year-old named Lin Mo. His market value has soared to 20 million euros, placing him sixth in Asia, just behind the likes of Sun Heung-min, Takahiro Tomiyasu, Asmao, Daichi Kamada, and Taremi. Li Tai then proceeded to share Lin Mo and Apos' recent developments. No way. How come I've never heard of this? Li Xiaoping exclaimed, taken aback. It felt akin to a destitute individual suddenly being informed of hidden treasures within their home. Such news was indeed hard to fathom. It's simple. He has been suppressed by the Football Association, Li Tai remarked, handing over all available information about Lin Mo. What is this? Li Xiaoping took the documents, still skeptical, gazing at Li Tai with surprise. You'll see once you look through it, Li Tai replied, settling down and pouring himself a glass of beer. As Li Xiaoping delved into the details of Lin Mo's experiences, his astonishment grew, causing his intoxication to dissipate significantly. Li Tai, are you telling me this Lin Mo is indeed one of us from Longguo? Can he represent our nation? Li Xiaoping questioned, utterly shocked. The achievements and performances of Lin Mo left him utterly flabbergasted. It was truly unbelievable. Having played football his entire life and now serving as the coach of the national team, he had never encountered a player who could perform like Lin Mo, even globally. Lin Mo and Apos' prowess could be described as astonishing. To be completely honest, Zheng Bin and I have been keeping an eye on Lin Mo for quite some time. We were striving to reinstate him to the national team, but unfortunately, we were thwarted, and all our efforts were in vain. Li Tai recounted all the endeavors he had undertaken in the past. So that and Apos', that's how it is, Li Xiaoping exclaimed, filled with admiration. If Longguo and Apos' football had such limited capabilities, it might be understandable. Yet now, with a talent like Lin Mo emerging, it was utterly irrational for the association to be blind to it while simultaneously suppressing him. Li Xiaoping felt there was a significant mystery lurking beneath the surface. I believe this Ma Li-san must have some unspeakable secret, otherwise, such outrageous actions would be unthinkable. He mused. At that moment, he was entirely sober, his thoughts consumed by Lin Mo. I share your sentiments, yet he is a higher-up in the Football Association, and we cannot contend against them. Li Tai sighed, pouring himself another drink. Perhaps I might have a solution. Li Xiaoping and Apos' eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Compared to the previous moment, he seemed transformed. Oh, what is your plan? Li Tai inquired, intrigued. Don't forget. I have a certain rapport with Director Fong of the Sports Administration. Rest assured, I will be able to negotiate this matter, Li Xiaoping declared confidently, patting his chest. Really? That would be splendid. Li Tai rejoiced, previously intending to console Li Xiaoping over his sorrowful state, but now sensing a glimmer of possibility in the situation. Without further ado, they hastened to find Director Fong. Li Xiaoping eagerly grabbed Li Tai and Apos' arm, pulling him out of the bar. Having consumed alcohol, they opted for a taxi, which conveniently spared them from any unwanted attention from fans. Upon arriving at the sports administration, they attempted to meet Fong Liming but were intercepted by the office director. Ma Chong, what are you doing? You can end Apos. Just barge in here. Do you lack any sense of decorum? Ma Chong barked, assuming an authoritative tone. We are here to see Director Fong. Is there an issue? Li Xiaoping, now aware of Ma Chong and Apos' affiliation with Ma Li-san, did not bother to mask his disdain. I'm afraid Director Fong ISN and Apos' available. Please come back another day, Ma Chong said, blocking their path and attempting to usher them out. Seeing this, Li Xiaoping felt his anger flare but refrained from responding to Ma Chong. Instead, he pulled out his phone and dialed Fong Liming. Hello, Director Fong? This is Xiaoping. I have important matters to discuss with you alongside Li Tai. Yes, we are right outside the sports administration. After hanging up, Ma Chang's demeanor shifted as he realized Li Xiaoping had Fong Liming's number. He immediately sought to retreat. Stop right there. Planning to flee? Not so fast. Li Xiaoping obstructed Ma Chang and Appo's path. The latter and Appo's face turned pale as he desperately pleaded, I'm truly sorry. I made a mistake earlier. Please let me go. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from behind. A middle-aged man in a gray suit with prominent features approached. It was none other than Fong Liming, the head of the sports administration. Li Xiaoping and Li Tai quickly stepped forward to greet him. Fong Liming warmly shook their hands. Why aren't Appo's to you two training the team? What brings you to my office? Director Fong, we have important matters to report. Li Xiaoping replied. Oh, then please, come to my office to discuss it in detail. Fong Liming responded, intrigued. It was uncommon for those involved in football to directly bring matters to his attention, indicating a serious issue that only he could resolve. Exchanging glances with Li Tai, they left the now trembling Ma Chang behind and followed Fong Liming into his office. Please, take a seat, Fong Liming said, appearing very approachable, and signaled for his secretary to serve tea. His cordial relationship with Li Xiaoping was well known, which had played a significant role in Li Xiaoping's appointment as the national team coach after Li Tai's departure.